This young man was playing on his phone while walking down the street when a truck driver gave him a one-way ticket to isekai straight into the spirit martial world. He originally thought his parents in this life were just ordinary people living in seclusion on a desolate mountain. Who would have guessed their true identity was actually that of spirit venerables, the strongest powerhouses on the continent, who once looked down upon the world. Talk about being born a ruler, crossing the finish line right at the start. Born with parents who handle everything, relying on his memories and knowledge from his past life. He even crafted technological weapons that completely outclass the map. They're magical tools, but they look strange. 2 hands holding 2 submachine guns. He has countless toys. He's not afraid of pulling the pin, only afraid the enemy team will retreat as soon as they see him. Let's watch the journey of a hacker-level gamer from Earth stirring up the other world. The story begins in a certain room. After grinding all night, a young man named Cene finally succeeded in reaching the top 1 challenger rank. Life in reality was too boring, so this guy always had a simple wish. If only reality were like a game, how good would that be? Perhaps destiny had already arranged it. While Cene was intently glued to his phone screen, silently muttering to himself. It's 6 p.m., just in time to get to class for attendance, when a truck, due to a blind spot, crashed straight into him. In the end, Cene had to say goodbye to his boring life in the present while still quite young. But what he couldn't have expected was that he would be able to reincarnate a second time. Cene, in the form of a newborn baby, was crying out to the world amidst his father's joy. I have a son. I have a son. Before he could fully enjoy the joy, he suddenly discovered unusual signs on his red-skinned child. However, this little one isn't moving at all. Could he be defective goods? But when Cene's father just reached out and pinched the boy's chubby cheek, immediately, a loud cry echoed through the room. He could finally breathe a sigh of relief. I told you so. How can my son have any problems? Then came a tossing game that defied age limits, making Cene, while suspended in midair, constantly wonder, how can this be? I remember I was just hit by a car. Did I reincarnate? But why am I in the sky like this? Right now, I believe I have reincarnated into another world, but I won't fall like this and die, will I? After realizing he was flying in the air with a man of extraordinary skill, Cene could confidently affirm, heaven loves me. It would be hard to be an ordinary person even if I wanted to. Looks like in this life, I won't have to be a boring person anymore. In a flash, 8 years had passed. The boy from back then had grown up day by day with the name Cene, with the meaning of advancing forward. That is because he still retained memories of his previous life. And this current world is a world of cultivating spiritual power. Since birth, Cene lived with his parents in a desolate rural area. It was deserted. His parents looked like ordinary people. Every day, Cene's job was to cultivate and study combat methods. This isn't a game anymore, it's reality. Cultivating to become strong. Is there anything more exciting than this? His mother couldn't help but be amazed at her son's outstanding ability. This child seems to have a natural gift for cultivation. He learns as soon as he's taught. Only 8 years old, and he is already cultivated to the 2nd rank. Cultivation in this world is divided into 10 ranks. In order, they are: Rank 1, Spirit Scholar. Rank 2, Spirit Practitioner. Rank 3, Spirit Master. Rank 4, Spirit General. Rank 5, Spirit Commander. Rank 6, Spirit Lord. Rank 7, Spirit King. Rank 8, Spirit Emperor. Rank 9, Spirit Monarch. Rank 10, Spirit Venerable. Although he cultivated diligently day and night, Cene still couldn't feel satisfied in his heart. 8 years, and I've only cultivated to the 2nd rank. Continuing like this, won't I be 80 before I reach the 10th rank? I have to think of another way. I must make myself stronger. Just after he turned 16, he was honored to receive an offer from a master with a resounding reputation. Cene is 16 years old this year. He can come to my Cultivation Academy to enroll. Hearing this, his mother immediately expressed concern. Going to school is possible, but he currently has become a bit too strong. That master quickly spoke up to refute. Although he was taught by you too, at 16 years old, he's at most a rank 3 Spirit Master. Are you looking down on my academy? Our academy also has many elite students. Cene's father, not wanting to offend him, hurriedly explained. That's not it. Although we taught him many things. But the way he gets stronger, Even we can't understand it. At the same time, Cene was happily enjoying his results. Tested many times. Finally completed this modern weapon combined with spiritual power. Found a blacksmith to make the mold. Used fire stones to increase propulsion. Finally, poured spiritual power in to make the bullet. With this gun, I can rock this world now. Immediately after, a giant monster with sharp teeth pounced towards him. Cene naturally wouldn't let his prey escape easily. He immediately tested his homemade gun with accurate shots. After realizing the wounds didn't affect the monster at all, he flexibly switched to the next plan. Facing this kind of large demonic beast, the power isn't enough. Looks like I need to change to a higher grade of firestone and thunderstone. Now, let's try the homemade grenade made from firestones. An explosion that shook the whole forest appeared right after. Under the curious eyes of the elder and Cene's parents. They followed the gray smoke to investigate the truth of the matter. After seeing the scene before their eyes, all three of them looked pale and guilty. After regaining his composure, the Academy Master finally spoke up. Cene, I have something to say to you. Although you won, but you're only a rank 3 Spirit Master. Challenging a rank 5 demonic beast is extremely dangerous behavior, you know. Moreover, even a rank 5 Spirit Commander can barely fight a rank 5 demonic beast. Yet you took it down in the blink of an eye. While he was silently telling himself, is he praising me? He was patiently given further explanation by the man. I am currently inviting you to come to my Cultivation Academy to study. Study properly and behave. If you keep following these two, you'll become more and more abnormal. Also, you must hide your identity. Otherwise, it will affect other students. Facile si jeunesse question. Identity? What identity? The master had to try to emphasize it again. Naturally, the fact that your parents are spirit venerables, and that you are the son of spirit venerables. After thinking for a moment, Cene shouted in shock. What? You two are actually spirit venerables. Facing the embarrassed reaction of his mother. Saying I'm a spirit venerable is very embarrassing, making the man widen his eyes in surprise. You two actually haven't told him? Speaking of spirit venerables, it is the peak that cultivators strive to reach. The number of spirit venerables in the world can be counted on one hand. Royal Cultivation Academy. It is the #1 cultivation academy on the continent. This place has nurtured several spirit venerables. It is a superclass academy. Just thinking about this, Cene began to feel a little worried in his heart. I heard parents used to study at this academy. No matter which world, one cannot escape the fate of going to school. Seeing her precious son turning to leave, his mother couldn't help but feel a sense of loss, her eyes filled with tears. Our son has grown up. His father, on the contrary, couldn't stop feeling excited. Don't be sad, darling. With Cene gone, we can have some alone time again. After realizing with disappointment, turns out throwing me to the academy was so you two could go on a date. Cene didn't hesitate to say goodbye. I'm leaving, just as he received a unison shout from his parents. Good luck, Jean. The entrance exam is very easy. Get first place, okay? He couldn't help feeling embarrassed, and immediately reminded them. Stop doing such embarrassing things. Stop kissing. Are you two really spirit venerables? Just as he predicted, an idle brat who witnessed the scene immediately let his mouth run wild. Bringing parents to the entrance exam? Is this going to an academy to study or going to kindergarten? At the same time, the crowd began to buzz. Who? That bully young master from the Xing family who specializes in causing trouble. Causing trouble again. This young master relies on his father being the deputy guard commander to cause trouble everywhere. The guy he's entangled with is probably out of luck. Cene chose not to confront him, but deliberately ignored him in a ruthless manner. The exam hall should be this way. His action immediately made the guy fly into a rage. Hey you, stand right there. Such a prestigious academy only deserves noble descendants like me. A commoner like you should scramble away early. Unexpectedly, Cene replied to the brat with a mocking attitude. What did you say? I didn't hear clearly. Noble descendant? Are you talking about that? Rage rose to the top of his head, making him unable to endure it anymore. He immediately launched an attack. You? Then let me make you hear loud and clear. After successfully dodging the attack, Cene even feigned curiosity. This, which made the guy even more confident and smug. Scared? This is the fire circle art I'm most proud of. If you kneel down and beg for mercy now, I might spare your life. At this moment, Jean paused for a moment due to a thought. This is the kind of spiritual art Mother taught me when I was 3. After watching Mother use spiritual arts without magic circles, I gradually didn't need magic circles anymore. So nostalgic. Moreover, seeing him cast spiritual arts using only 3 points of spiritual power is too stingy. Is this the spiritual power level of an ordinary person? Living with those 2 spirit venerables made me always mistakenly think that was the ordinary level. Unexpectedly, he just inhaled a deep breath, then blew out a small stream of air. It made the guy panic and scream. What did you do? Why can't I cast spiritual arts? Before leaving, Jean kindly offered an explanation. Just a simple spiritual art, temporarily separating your hand from the surrounding oxygen. The information just now made the arrogant brat unable to help his curiosity and ask, Oxygen? What is oxygen? Jean immediately gave a perfunctory answer. All right, this world doesn't have the concept of oxygen yet. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Urged by his thoughts, this brat is mocking me. He recklessly rushed to attack with a bold declaration. You look down on me. Those who look down on me must pay a heavy price. Jean didn't hesitate to offer a suggestion. You should still go rest a bit. He quickly had to clutch his throat and scream. I can't breathe. Then his face immediately turned purple. Realizing he had defeated the opponent early, Jean couldn't help but feel smug in his heart. Originally just a fire-extinguishing spiritual art, it's still my first time using it on a person. At the same time, a beautiful girl anxiously appeared with thanks. Thank you so much. I was entangled by this guy and didn't know what to do. Moreover, it wasn't convenient for me to act personally. Right, I'm called Jalon. Hello. He just replied. I'm called Jean. Hello. In his heart, a thought arose. Could this be the hero saves beauty trope? Looking at her, she's a 10/10 beauty. It's just, I wasn't good at talking to girls in my past life. Reborn here, I've only talked to my mom. After receiving a question from Jalon, are you very strong? Jean Guardly explained. It's just that guy was too weak. The exam immediately took place right after with the announcement of the proctor. Now the entrance exam begins. Candidates, please pour your spiritual power into the spirit stone. After observing for a while, Jean silently acknowledged. Looks like it's just as the old principal said. Reaching rank 3 at this age is considered extraordinarily talented. But in this academy, it's only considered average. The ability Jalon was revealing made him astonished too. Her amount of spiritual power is much larger than others. Looks like she's not an ordinary person. The crowd quickly buzzed with discussion. So amazing. I heard she's a princess from a neighboring country. To think she reached rank 4. She had just finished the test when she saw Jean whispering. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Jalon didn't forget to offer encouragement. You too. Good luck. The practical combat exam of the Royal Academy was held behind a mountain right after. A master quickly made an announcement. Candidates, please pay attention. The practical entrance exam is about to begin. While the candidates were all highly focused, Jean didn't care much. With a very indifferent attitude, the master quickly explained the rules. The exam rules are as follows. Within 2 hours, killing demonic beasts will earn points. Killing a rank 1 demonic beast earns 1 point. Rank 2, 2 points. Rank 3, 4 points. Rank 4, 8 points. Whoever reaches 50 points will pass the exam. On the other hand, there is a rank 5 demonic beast in the mountain. Please avoid it as much as possible. I've said what needs to be said. Now I declare. The exam begins. He just sniffed the air and quickly realized. This place is full of the smell of demonic beasts, just like the mountain behind my house. At the same time, Jean noticed another student excitedly chasing something. Don't run. Stand right there so I can earn my entrance points. Unexpectedly, in a split second, his prey was snatched away. Jean was now sitting comfortably on a tree branch with an explanation. Sorry about that. Watching you fight it looked so difficult. I couldn't help myself. Seeing this, the student retorted with a harsh attitude. I recognize you. You're the only rank 2 taking the exam. You actually dare to steal my prey. Jean, however, spoke up without any guilt to explain. What are you saying? Kill stealing in games is normal, isn't it? The guy naturally wouldn't let it go easily. He was determined to question him to the end. What nonsense are you spouting? Offending me is offending the Ing family. My Ing family won't let you off easily. At the same time, another student hurriedly expressed his disgust. What are you doing? How embarrassing. Don't you know that relying on family background to act recklessly is strictly forbidden in this Royal Academy? Hearing these words, the guy panic-asked, You, Lin Yun, the eldest son of the prestigious Lin family? Cultivation has already reached rank 4. The person capable of winning the championship this term. After turning to leave, he didn't forget to give a warning. You with the surname C, wait right there for me. If I get the chance, I'll definitely teach you a lesson. Although wondering in his heart, why do these guys all use the same line? Si Jin didn't forget to take the initiative to speak. Thanks for your help. I'm Si Jin. Hello. The boy happily gave a response. I'm Lin Yun. Everyone keeps a respectful distance from me. You're the first person to talk to me so comfortably. Since we're fated to meet, why don't we team up to pass the exam? Lin Yun confidently thought to himself. Teaming up with a rank 2 guy. I can conveniently earn some extra points. Facing that suggestion, Si Jin immediately nodded in agreement. Then I shall respectfully obey. In his heart, he silently calculated, just in time to see what a rank 4 level is like. The Academy Master, after watching the candidate's performance, nodded in acknowledgement. This exam not only tests combatability, it tests team combatability even more. The candidates this time are basically rank 3 cultivators. A few have reached rank 4, but even for a rank 4, it is very difficult to complete the task alone within the specified time. Only by coordinating as a team, developing each person's strengths, can they achieve high efficiency in killing demonic beasts to complete the task within the specified time. At this moment, Lin Yun was constantly giving his assessment. Those coming here to take the exam are basically disciples of nobility. Their normal living environment rarely gives them a chance to encounter demonic beasts. Honestly, even though I've reached rank 4, I'm not very confident. So we need to formulate a battle plan. You be in charge of defense. I'll be in charge of attacking. While both were facing a giant demonic beast, Lin Yun immediately made a suggestion. Si Jin, this is a rank 4 demonic beast. Twin-headed dog. You run quickly. Let me think of a way to deal with it. Then his face turned pale when he silently discovered. Not good. Surrounded. Must quickly take down one. Then run to save Si Jin. He seems frozen with fear. Lin Yun didn't expect that. In Si Jin's head, thoughts were present. Amazing. It's my first time seeing this kind of two-headed demonic beast. How does it work? Is it caused by demonic beast gene mutation? Or is it due to abnormal chromosome inheritance? Does it taste like dog meat? Is there shrimp paste? Must be delicious. The demonic beast, seeing Lin Yun's frantic movements, became even more excited. Then it aggressively rushed to attack repeatedly, making him quickly realize. Now is the time. The first move failed. But Lin Yun didn't decide to give up, but immediately replaced it with a second move. With a probe? Then how about this move? After hearing the praise scream, Lin Yun could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Sure enough, killing a rank 4 demonic beast alone is still a bit difficult. Then he was astonished to realize the results his teammate had achieved, and asked, Si Jin, are you even human? At this moment, the Academy Master was also startled when he saw the situation. Not good. The exam has only started for 1 incense stick of time, and 2 candidates are already surrounded by rank 4 demonic beasts. As expected of the Lin family's eldest young master, to take down a pack of rank 4 demonic beasts in the blink of an eye. With this strategy of his, maybe even a rank 5 demonic beast, the other master insisted. Impossible. The main reason is that rank 4 cultivators have no way to solo a rank 5 demonic beast. That's why we placed a rank 5 demonic beast in this exam. Doing so is to test the candidate's ability to avoid danger. How could anyone actively challenge a rank 5 demonic beast? His opinion quickly received approval. That makes sense. Moreover, this rank 5 demonic beast is the Beast King of the mountain. If it dies, all the demonic beasts on the mountain will lose their fighting spirit. By then, the exam will be considered void. The principle, After observing intently, silently told himself, "See, Jing, you brat, don't ruin this exam." After regaining his composure, Lin Yun also voiced his concern. "See, Jean, I see you're definitely not a normal rank 2. But if we continue like this, based on the intel I gathered, the rank 5 demonic beast should be ahead of us. You're not planning to go challenge the rank 5 demonic beast, are you?" Si Jean quickly replied with a very humble attitude. "How is that possible? How could I beat a rank 5 demonic beast? It's just that I sensed someone went there first. So going there, maybe we can lend a hand." Lin Yun quickly nodded in agreement. "Yeah, maybe someone without scouting ability wandered in there. We really should go there to save them." At the same time, the masters exclaimed in surprise. "What? Why are their candidates heading towards the rank 5 demonic beast?" Jalon, silently observing the scene, quickly made a projection. "Taking this opportunity, maybe I can destroy the rank 5 demonic beast. Defeating a rank 5 demonic beast should allow direct enrollment." Just finishing her thought, she aggressively rushed in. While shouting loudly, "Take this!" she used all her strength to launch the first attack, followed by another extremely powerful attack. Even so, the demonic beast was unharmed, making Jalon silently wonder. "Not injured at all. Sure enough, my rank 4 spiritual power isn't enough to withstand it." Lin Yun and Si Jin, coordinating together, suddenly heard a scream shaking the whole forest. Lin Yun quickly made a judgment. "Looks like that guy alerted the rank 5 demonic beast. If we keep going, we'll bump into it." After tasting defeat, Jalon had to nod in acknowledgement. As expected of a rank 5 demonic beast, normal methods can't hurt it. Looks like I can only use that move. Facing the aggressive attack of the demonic beast, although she tried her best to deal with it, she received a painful blow, making her seem to fall into despair. "Can I only stop here?" Unexpectedly, in that moment, Si Jean suddenly appeared. He quickly rushed to catch her, and didn't stop showing concern. "Are you okay?" Jalon could only awkwardly reply, I, making Si Jean breathe a sigh of relief and urge her. "Looks like you're fine. Let's run away quickly." Making Lin Yun, who was nearby, remind him, "Don't just act like a hero and then run away." At this moment, Si Jean started to remember. "Speaking of which, no wonder I felt this place had a familiar aura. Turns out it's a relative of that guy behind my house." Lin Yun, following behind, curiously asked, "You speak as if you're very familiar with rank 5 demonic beasts. Stop bluffing. Hurry and think of a way to deal with it." This suggestion of his made Si Jean immediately retort, "Don't you know that fighting a rank 5 demonic beast is very dangerous? Do you have no common sense?" Lin Yun still insisted, "Do you count as normal? What normal person solves 3 rank 4s in one breath? You definitely hid your strength during the test. At this point, stop pretending. Life is important." At this moment, Si Jean smiled smugly. "All right then, since you sincerely want to know." He threw something quickly, while moving to comfort Jalon. "It's okay. Lie down quickly." She still didn't understand what was happening and hurriedly asked, "What's okay? What did you just throw?" After a huge explosion shook the forest, the gray smoke gradually dissipated. It was also when both Lin Yun and Jalon looked pale. Rank 5 demonic beast, dead before it could yawn. Principal Licien was also startled and panicked after discovering. The rank 5 demonic beast was destroyed. "Si Jean, this brat. Believed your nonsense. You brats really know how to cause trouble for me." The remaining students all widened their eyes, surprised. Why did all the demonic beasts run away? Before the shocked words of the Academy Master. Since the Academy was founded 300 years ago, this is the first time someone destroyed a rank 5 demonic beast in the entrance exam. All demonic beasts lost their fighting spirit because of that. The exam has only been going for 2 incense sticks of time and can't continue. Like this, most people won't qualify. We'll lose a large amount of new students just like that. Unexpectedly, the principal made a surprising decision. There's no other way. We can only admit them all. Finally, the day the candidates looked forward to most arrived. The day the Royal Academy held the new student entrance ceremony. Jalon still hadn't gotten over her curiosity. "Si Jean, who exactly are you? Which sect are you from? Who taught you those moves?" Lin Yun was immediately forced into the role of mediator. "Calm down a bit. All right. Everyone has their own secrets. Wait until he's willing. Asking again, then won't be too late. Jalon hadn't finished responding. Although you say that, when she heard the announcement from the Academy Master. Next, please invite Principal Licien to speak. After settling the crowd, he confidently spoke. First of all, everyone, congratulations on your enrollment. But don't think you can relax just because you enrolled. Now is just the beginning. The Royal Academy is a place where strength comes first. Those who are incompetent and don't try hard will very quickly be eliminated by others, becoming stepping stones for others. The information he just said made the crowd suddenly silent. At the same time, he hurriedly added, "You must know that our academy has trained many spirit venerables. Teachers here basically have cultivation of rank 8 or higher. In the previous Spirit Demon Great War, students and professors of the academy participated in that battle. If we talk about which force can protect the stability and prosperity of the continent, that is us." Hearing these words, Si Jin's spirit became excited. Looks like I also have to work hard. Reach the Spirit Venerable realm soon. Speaking of the Spirit Demon Great War, the people behind heard his whisper, immediately laughed gloatingly. Brother, haven't you been laughed at enough? This academy has plenty of geniuses, but how many can truly reach rank 8 or higher? You, a rank 2, don't even need to be mentioned. That's right, having a goal is good, but you need to be realistic to avoid being suppressed later and unable to recover. Lin naturally couldn't ignore it, and stepped up to reply. These words, to him, don't count as harsh. Unexpectedly, the next announcement of the academy rang out with the content. Next, invite the student who defeated the rank 5 demonic beast in this exam to speak. Please invite Si Jin. While others had to widen their eyes. Surprised, he also fell into a similar state, constantly asking himself, calling me, Lin knew how to seize the opportunity to show off. He defeated the rank 5 demonic beast. The idle people from earlier immediately shouted in unison. What? Si Jin, after stepping onto the podium, confidently faced all the students, then gave a very smooth speech. If we enrolled together, then everyone is a classmate. Before, when I went to school and was called to answer, I was very nervous and didn't know what to say. Now what do you want me to say? I hope everyone can become friends. Everyone help each other. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me. Everyone progress together. Unexpectedly, his words received a very harsh wave of opposition. What is this? Isn't this kid that rank 2 trash? Even you dream of becoming our friend? What's so great about you? It must be those 2 rank 4 geniuses who defeated the rank 5 demonic beast. You just got lucky and stole some glory. Facing those criticisms, in his heart, Si Jin couldn't help feeling disappointed. Why is the crowd so angry? Looks like I won't have good karma in this life either. Principal Licien quickly whispered in his ear. Si Jin, I have something to say to you. I advise you to keep a low profile. People in the academy are a bit hot-blooded. By then, every day someone will come looking for trouble. Unexpectedly, he received a bold declaration. Not afraid. Anyway, no one can beat me. Don't worry too much. Licien still tried to emphasize it again. That is exactly what I'm worried about. In short, use those weird moves less, to avoid others suspecting your identity. Finally, Si Jin had a nod in agreement. I know. The very next day, the Academy Master started giving the first training exercise. Now for the basic spiritual art class. First, use your forte spiritual art to attack the stone steel in front. Everyone began to follow the command. Jalon, after a while of training, decided to use 1,000-mile arrow breath. Her power was not mediocre, exploding the giant stone block in the blink of an eye. Amidst everyone's cheers, if this move hits a person, probably not even a corpse would remain. As expected of a rank 4. So amazing. Can you teach me? Everyone's gossip made Jalon quickly feel satisfied, thinking, it's acceptable. Si Jin also immediately stepped forward with full confidence. My turn. The student standing behind him quickly showed disdain. Isn't this that rank 2 guy? You know how to use spiritual arts too? After observing once, Si Jin silently came up with a tactic. Better keep a low profile here. Use the move I just saw. Mu Jalon used spiritual power to compress air into an arrow. Used spiritual pressure to fix it. The arrow hits the target, causing the spiritual pressure to break. The compressed air will explode. Controlling the power at about 30% is good. Jalon held her breath, watching every movement. Unexpectedly, his power wasn't enough to cause any damage to the stone slab. Facing the disappointed reaction of other students. The power is really weak. Kid, your level isn't bad. Everyone's disparaging reaction made Cene quickly show humility. Made you laugh. Sure enough, compared to you guys, I'm still far behind. Unexpectedly, Jalon immediately exposed the truth after watching. Cene, this is the spiritual art I worked hard to create. How did you learn it just by looking? Making him immediately freeze for a moment. Stammering, unable to speak. Taking advantage of everyone enjoying a long class. Cene sneakily, quietly slipped away from there. He ran until he was exhausted. Thinking about what just happened, he couldn't help but shudder. Finally, class is over. That was dangerous just now. Next time I can't cast spiritual arts recklessly. Just then, Jalon found the male lead. Hearing that familiar voice made Cene's spine go cold. He stood frozen. Must quickly find a way to hide from her. He struggled to run away, but couldn't escape no matter how he hid. Jalon chased closely behind him. Finally unable to run anymore. Cene stopped, facing his friend. He panted and asked, "How long do you intend to follow me? What exactly is the matter?" Jalon was equally tired. She wiped the sweat from her face. Her eyes determined, she said, "You haven't explained clearly how you learned my move." Cene was troubled, turning his back to her. "Can we talk about this tomorrow? I have something very important right now." Jalon was surprised. What could be more important than my matter? So the two looked at each other in silence. Cene became excited. The treasure hunt shop is having a discount for the opening day. Daily necessities are all 10 coins for 3 items. The two of them went to the treasure hunt shop together. At the shop, people were coming in and out busily. Cene and Jalon were squeezing through the crowd. Too many people, so they pushed each other. Noise mixed with cursing. "Who stepped on my foot?" Cene was a bit surprised. Really didn't think. A princess like you would come to a place where poor people live like this. Jalon softly replied, "Although I'm a princess, my kingdom isn't rich. It can't compare with other countries. Just treat me as a normal girl." Just then it was crowded. Someone bumped into Jalon, causing her to fall onto Cene. The plump bosom made Cene feel refreshed. This soft feeling. Jalon blushed. Just now there were too many people. Cene's face was also as red as a tomato. Telling her it was okay. Putting aside that embarrassing incident. It was their turn. Seizing the opportunity, Cene continuously chose one item after another. Jalon also quickly pointed out the item she wanted to buy. Hugging a plush sheep. Jalon had many thoughts in her heart. She opened up to Cene. "My kingdom is a kingdom founded by nomads." Cene curiously asked. "In other words, is it on the grassland?" Jalon replied. "Endless grassland with ceaseless wind. Deep in the grassland. There are flocks of white sheep leisurely eating grass. Like pearls on the grassland." Cene listened admiringly. "Must be very beautiful." Jalon laughed delightfully. "That's right. It's the most beautiful scenery in the world. The grassland people are very simple. The most precious things are shared with guests. At night, starlight shines on the grassland, creating a patch of silence. The night wind secretly blows, making the whole grassland billow with the wind. Especially in summer. The whole grassland is lush green. Just taking a breath, you can smell the scent of grass and trees in it, making people happy and comfortable." Hearing her say that, Cene asked, "Do you miss home?" Unconsciously, she answered immediately. Then Jalon felt a sense of loss in her heart. She missed her hometown, but didn't want to reveal her weakness. Jalon put the plush sheep down on the table, sighed and said, "Forget about this one. Please give me a few cultivation talismans." Cene curiously asked, "Why aren't you buying any daily necessities? Why buy only cultivation items?" She replied, "Before I can accept missions at the academy to earn money. My money is the sweat and blood of the people. I can't waste it. Let's go." Looking at the girl's back, Cene was contemplative and said nothing. The two of them walked back together. Jalon spoke up. "Boss, is it very heavy?" The male lead was carrying bags big and small, slung over his shoulder, held in his hands. But for the sake of face, he couldn't say it was heavy. Looking at himself, he felt like those guys accompanying their girlfriend shopping. although Mu Jalon wasn't his girlfriend. Jalon saw 2 logs and told Cene, "Let's go over there and rest a bit." Finally able to put down the burden, Cene let out a breath and asked, "Why do you want to become strong so badly? After all, you're a princess." Jalon gloomily replied, "What? My kingdom is a poor, small country. Such a small country needs a great nation's protection to exist. And as a princess, I can only serve as a tool for political marriage with great nations. But there is still one last hope. As long as I can become a spirit venerable, I will have the power of an entire nation." Everyone advised me to give up, saying this is impossible. So hearing the principal say at the opening ceremony that one can become a spirit venerable, I was really happy. Right then, Cene bent down to those bags. Rummaging for something, he pulled out the plush sheep from earlier and held it out to Jalon. "This is for you. You have tried very hard. In the future, let's work hard together." Holding the plush sheep, Jalon suddenly felt happiness. Her face also became more radiant, but not wanting anyone to see that expression. She buried herself in the plush sheep. Then Jalon replied, "You're right. Let's work hard together." Then she stood up, pointed at Cene's face, and said, "Let's duel." Jalon's eyes were determined. "Let's duel." Cene's face went blank. What is this plot twist? I thought I was experiencing a girl confessing. Sure enough, being reborn in an other world and having a harem is all a lie. He smiled awkwardly and said, Look, it's getting dark. Why don't we talk about it tomorrow?" Jalon immediately retorted, "Nighttime is just right. No outsiders will see. Moreover, I have notified the teacher to come. The teacher should be here immediately." She thought, "After this, I won't bother you anymore." Teacher Camu sat at the arena, muttering, "So troublesome. Working overtime at night. I want to see which 2 hotheads want to duel right after school starts." Then he saw the 2 of them approaching. "Is it you 2? This is interesting." He pondered. Heard these 2 students defeated a rank 5 demonic beast during the exam. He was looking forward to this duel. Cene, with a reluctant look on one side, raised his hand and said, "Teacher, can I refuse the duel?" Camu smiled kindly and replied, "According to the rules, yes. You won't be punished either. Many students duel just out of arrogance. Refusing is less embarrassing than losing a fight. So you just need to tell the supervising teacher." Hearing this, Cene was delighted. About to say something, but Camu interrupted him. "But your duel is very interesting. I won't agree to your refusal. If you don't want to fight, let her cut. That thing of yours." Cene couldn't argue with Teacher Camu, so he turned to persuade Jalon. "Why do you insist on dueling me? I'm just a rank 2. Jalon smiled and said, "Think I can't tell? You've always been hiding your strength. Among the students enrolling this time, the strongest one is you. Moreover, I haven't met someone who makes me fight with all my strength for a long time." Then Jalon began to use her wind element spiritual power. Strong winds rose up. Cene was a bit wary, feeling the wind getting stronger and stronger. Teacher Camu over here could see. Mu Jalon is indeed a wind element user. Everyone's spiritual power is born with an attribute. The most common is fire. There are also subtler types like lightning and ice. However, wind is recognized as the attribute with the weakest attack power. With rank 4 cultivation, Mu Jalon sneak attacked a rank 5 demonic beast with full force, but didn't cause even a slight external injury. It is because of this reason. However, that is against demonic beasts with thick skin and flesh. If cutting a human body, 1 wind blade is more than enough. Cene's arm was cut by the wind. A tear appeared. He was surprised. "Since when?" Teacher Camu spoke from behind. "Wind's spiritual power is weak, but because of that, it's not easy to detect. Moreover, because of the characteristics of wind, the attack trajectory changes very erratically. More importantly, because the wind element is not valued by people, whether it is a wind cultivator or someone fighting against a wind cultivator. Research on the wind element is extremely insufficient. But it seems Mu Jalon has comprehended the combat method of the wind element." Cene continuously dodged Jalon's wind blades. He blocked one move after another. He analyzed the opponent's spiritual power. So wind attacks can be done like this, both dense and fast. Seeing it is barely possible. Basically no time to construct spiritual arts. Defense. If I get hit, I'm done for. Jalon saw him just dodging without making a move. Was a bit angry. "What's wrong?" You can't win against me just by dodging. Aren't you going to use those weird tricks? Last time Cene used a strange prop. Instantly defeated a rank 5 demonic beast. What trick will he use this time? Cene replied, I promised the principal not to act recklessly. Better use normal methods this time. Then the male lead ran straight toward Jalon. Seeing that, she smiled sinisterly. Want to approach for close combat. Heavenly Dragon Air Spiral. After that shout, a turbulent tornado rushed in front of Cene. He stood in the middle, face pale. This is too exaggerated. Teacher Camu observed carefully from the outside. Even though Mu Jalon is rank 4, Heavenly Dragon Air Spiral is a rank 6 spiritual art. She shouldn't be able to cast it, let alone on such a large scale. Then he realized, so that's it. This isn't Heavenly Dragon Air Spiral, but casting low-level wind spiritual arts, creating an effect like Heavenly Dragon Air Spiral. Sure enough, it has no attack power. In other words, this is a diversion. Right then, Jalon fired a wind god arrow through the illusion toward Cene. A huge explosion occurred. Smoke and dust were everywhere. The mist gradually cleared. A majestic figure appeared clearly. Cene held a sword in his hand. Gasping, almost died there. Cene swung his sword, slashing away the wind arrow Mu Jalon shot. Teacher Camu, standing below, saw this and exclaimed excitedly. Sword? He uses a sword. Exquisite wind spiritual arts against exquisite swordsmanship. Coming to witness, this wasn't in vain. So interesting. Mu Jalon saw Cene only using a sword. She said sternly to him, looks like you only want to oppose me relying on swordsmanship. Are you looking down on me? Cene stood opposite her. He just smiled and replied, those small tricks of mine. You must have thought about how to counter them. I have witnessed your attack methods. If comparing flexible tactics, I definitely won't have the advantage. Then he raised his sword high and continued. So might as well make it simpler. After speaking, Mu Jalon continuously used wind power to attack Cene, but he cut it off with simple sword strokes. It seemed her attacks couldn't touch a single hair on his head. First time seeing someone use swordsmanship to break continuous wind attacks. Moreover, after picking up the sword, this kid's aura changed. Not as chaotic as before. Even before realizing it, the body acted a step ahead. How exactly did this kid practice swordsmanship? Back to Cene's childhood. Cene's father and he were training together. His father said, little Jean, today father starts teaching you swordsmanship. Hearing this, Jean was extremely excited and agreed immediately. He thought to himself, sure enough, handsome men must use swords. Feeling more and more like I traveled to another world. Then his father began to instruct step by step. His father stroked the blade and lectured. See, Jean, listen clearly. The sword is an extension of the body, but not exactly so, because the sword edge exists. So the main techniques of swordsmanship are slashing and stabbing. See, Jean absorbed it excitedly. He nodded, yes, yes. Then what? His father just smiled and replied, then what? That's it. That's all. Just keep trying to practice. Hearing this, Jean felt a bit disappointed. He stammered, that's it. He hadn't accepted his father's answer yet. He wondered and asked further, are there no special sword moves? Like a killing move or something, father? Gitsugaten's Ho? Or Amakakaru Ryu no Hiramiki? After asking, he thought to himself, what the heck? Is the old man that weak? At that time, hearing this, his father walked up, rubbed his head, smiled and said, don't have those things. No moves beat having moves. Come, practice with father. He thought disappointedly. Looks like spiritual arts. I have to figure out how to practice well myself. Swordsmanship it is. Then father and son, each with a sword, started practicing. His father said, ready? Father is attacking. Just as he replied yes, his father, with just a slight movement of his foot, flew in front of him before he knew it, and swung the sword to attack him. Jean couldn't react in time to this speed. After a while, Jean was beaten black and blue, lying in a heap thinking, I feel like this old man wants to take my life. At this time, his mother came out and saw Jean flattened on the ground, covered in injuries. She turned to scold his father. See, you strike without knowing severity. Hearing the scolding, was slightly afraid and replied, this kid is very stubborn during training. Later on, I accidentally got serious, so it turned out like this. Cene started practicing sword at age 5 or 6. 365 days a year. A total of 10 years. Practicing ceaselessly through wind and rain. Every day, enduring attacks like storms, but he still tried his best, determined not to stop. Back to reality. He silently thanked his old man. Wind from this grassland isn't enough to scare me. Then he said to Jalon, I'm coming. Saying that, he flew forward. While slashing Jalon's wind attacks, he said, just need to get close. The situation will turn immediately. Then he jumped high, swung his sword, and said, now do you have time to cast spiritual arts to block my sword move? Jalon didn't stand still to take the hit. She immediately cast a rank 4 spiritual art. Wind God Arrow. A spirit holding a bow preparing to fire appeared. Teacher Camu standing below saw this and hurriedly judged. The winner is decided. The ordinary iron sword in Cene's hand can't withstand a full force strike from Jalon. To avoid casualties, I should intervene to stop them. Cene at this moment used a rank 1 spiritual art. Vibration. Teacher Camu saw this and was surprised once again. Cene's spiritual art withstood Jalon's full force attack. But afterwards, his sword also shattered. But it managed to break Jalon's hairpin. Then Cene just smiled and replied, looks like it's a draw. Suddenly, Jalon head butted his chin very hard, making him fall to the ground. Teacher Camu saw this and was speechless, only able to stammer the result. Jalon wins. After the match between Jalon and Cene ended, Cene finally woke up. His face fell as he said to her, you're too competitive. To that extent. Hearing that, Jalon reluctantly replied, real combat is about using all means. It's because you were too careless. Then, feeling a bit embarrassed, she said, all right, victory and defeat are decided. Don't think nonsense. Then she hurriedly slipped away first. After she slipped away, Cene stayed with a pathetic face. He said, what is she shy about? And telling me not to think nonsense about what? Teacher Camu, standing next to him, didn't spare him and came to tease. According to the customs of Jalon's country, if at her age she loses an official duel to a man, she has to offer herself in marriage. Hearing that, he thought to himself, this custom is quite beneficial. No wonder she kept wanting to win. Teacher Cam, you came to pat Cene's shoulder and continued, pity, just now if you could have fought with all your might. Be a bit careful. Maybe now you'd have another wife. Cene smiled forcefully and replied, looks like I don't have that blessing. Teacher and student continued whispering to each other. Teacher Camu said, I see that little girl doesn't seem completely uninterested in you. However, as a teacher, I still have to remind you, studying is most important. No dating early. Cene smiled forcefully, thinking, why does every teacher in every world say that? The next morning, Cene met Villain. He opened his mouth to say, good morning, let's go to the classroom together. Hearing that, Jalon agreed without thinking. Then the two walked to the classroom together. While walking, Jalon started asking, I originally thought you only relied on those strange tricks for surprise attacks. I didn't expect you could train the techniques of basic swordsmanship to become so strong. Looks like I haven't tried hard enough. People around seeing Jalon and Cene walking together started gossiping. Isn't that rank for Jalon? The person next to her is the rank 2 freshman representative speaker. Are they close already? The other guy replied. The villain showed a fawning expression. Later I heard, when the rank 5 demonic beast was defeated, the 2 rank 4 powerhouses Jalon and Lin were also there. That rank 2 guy definitely fished in troubled waters. Don't know if he used some back door in the school, but the results were all counted for him. Shameless. Jalon heard what they said and told Cene. They're saying such sarcastic things about you. You don't seem to care at all, do you? Cene calmly replied to her. Used to it. Before, wherever I went to school, I was boycotted by others. Besides, now I'm stronger than them. I don't have time to care about the thoughts of such lowly people. Hearing that, Jalon laughed and replied, if I weren't close to you, seeing your arrogant attitude just now, I would want to beat you up. Suddenly, in front of the two, a shout saying, please let go of my hand, attracted Cene and Jalon's attention. There was a boy and a girl. The boy said, hey Ling Ba. I said when you see me, you must bow and salute. Or do you not want to live here anymore? The girl replied, Chao Shun, don't bully people too much. This is a school. I don't need to listen to you. Seeing this, Si Jin stood afar and asked Mu Jalon, is this girl Ling Ba from our class? What trouble did she cause? Suddenly approaching from behind, someone answered his question. Chao Shun is the eldest son of the Chiao family, the guard commander of the royal capital, and Ling Ba is considered another side branch of the Chiao family. Ling Ba's father is a sword master. So the Ling family status in the previous generation rose like a kite in the wind. But Ling Ba's father is now old and seriously ill, so they're being oppressed by the Chiao family. Hearing that, Si Jin calmly asked back, are you going up? Want to go over and help? Lin Yun replied, the relationship between nobles and the royal capital is very complicated. It's not convenient for me to act. You go. If anything happens, I'll back you up. Hearing that, Mu Jalon said to Lin Yun, sinister. You city people are still sinister. Lin Yun just replied, thanks for the compliment. As for Si Jin, he had already warmed up and walked up. He said, fine, I'll go beat them. I hate those who rely on power to bully people the most. At Ling Ba and Chao Shin's place, Si Jin approached and shouted, hey, stop right there for me. A bunch of men bullying a girl. Aren't you ashamed? Chao Shin heard that, glanced over and replied, dare to interfere in my business? I wonder who it was. Just a rank 2, yet your tone is so arrogant. Don't think that with Lin Yun and Mu Jalon protecting you, I'll be afraid of you. People around seeing this immediately started gossiping, whispering to each other. That rank 2 guy actually dares to mess with Chao Shun. Although he hasn't reached rank 4, he's the strongest among the rank 3s. Country bumpkin doesn't know manners. Does he think having the Lin family's young master backing him means he can run rampant however he wants in this prestigious royal academy? Even Lin Yun can't casually fight with Chao Shun. I think that Si Jin guy is about to face a big disaster. Chao Shun laughed scornfully and spoke up. You're not worthy for me to act. If you know what's good for you, scramble away quickly. Si Jin ignored the sarcasm and calmly said, take your dirty hand off her. Otherwise I'll break your hand. Chao Shun heard that and was a bit annoyed, replying, good, you have guts. Originally, out of respect for Lin Yun, I didn't want to settle scores with you. But now I can't let you go. Lin Yun, if you say anything more, it means opposing my Chiao family. Lin Yun heard that and just smiled, replying, don't misunderstand. This is between you and Si Jin. As long as you don't cause a death, I won't manage other things. Chao Shin heard that and laughed smugly. Did you hear that? He won't back you up anymore. Remember carefully, people of this school aren't someone a bumpkin like you can touch. Si Jin also replied, heard it. He said as long as no death is caused, it's fine. Seeing that, Chao Shun's subordinates rushed up to attack Si Jin. Seeing that, he chuckled and thought, 2 rank 3s and 3 rank 2s. Still too weak? I don't need to fight seriously. Then he lifted his foot, used a rank 1 spiritual art, ice condensation, freezing the territory in front, making them fall flat on their faces. He said the method of controlling and guiding spiritual power made the ice surface thin and flat. Then he used a rank 1 spiritual art, fire release, melting the ice surface into water. Then he continued using a rank 2 spiritual art to shock the puddle of water, electrocuting them unconscious on the spot. Si Jin then said, dealing with idiots like you. Kindergarten-level spiritual arts are more than enough. People outside discussed animatedly. What happened just now? Didn't see clearly. In a blink, he knocked down 5 people. How did he do it? This is impossible. Must have used some trick. Could you do it if it were you? Don't joke. Among those 5, 2 were rank 3s. Is he really just a rank 2? But the spiritual arts he used just now were entry-level rank 2 and rank 1 arts. It's not like we don't know how to use those. Knowing is one thing, but I thought those things were just ordinary spiritual arts for practice. Who knew they could be used in actual combat? Looking at the pile of people lying at his feet, Si Jin smiled. Chao Shun gritted his teeth in anger. You bastard. He turned to curse Lin Yun. You dare tell your dog to bite me? Lin Yun smiled fakely and replied, I just said, this matter is unrelated to me. It's a problem between Si Jin and you. So you also made a move. Lost and ran to me making a fuss and insulting my friend. Do you really want to die? Chao Shin heard that and turned pale with fear. Jin went to Ling Ba and asked, "Are you okay?" Ling Ba replied, "I'm fine, thank you." Chao Shen still didn't know fear and told Ling Ba, "Don't think that just because someone protects you this time, you're safe." Jin angrily cursed back, "Still talking trash? Want to fight more?" However, Ling Ba stopped him. She said, "Student Jin, thank you. We've only met a few times in class, yet you were willing to fight for me. You really are a good person. But this matter is because of me after all. Let me resolve it myself." Gao sang, "I want to duel you." Chao Shen heard that and was silent for a long while. His face darkened, gritting his teeth in anger. "Every single one of them climbs on my head. Ling Ba." Back then, the head of your Ling family relied on his strong swordsmanship. To look down on the status hierarchy in the clan, opposing my Chao family countless times, causing my Chao family to be humiliated. This lowly bloodline indeed gives birth to lowly mongrels. Lin Yin shouted from behind, "Jin, Ling Ba. Careful." Seeing Chao Shun rushing forward, "Rebels must die." Jin stood observing, scratching his ear, saying, "What kind of rank 3 powerhouse is this? Dealing with a girl and still sneak attacking." Lin Yun stood talking to Jalon. "It's over. The Chao family's blue flame isn't normal fire spiritual art. Its power is very strong. But she still looks calm. She'll be fine. I once saw a very powerful swordsman." So seeing Ling Ba's stance, I know Ling Ba is much stronger than Chao Shun. Ling Ba used the move Ling God style. Cross slash. Chao Shun heard the move and faltered. Right then, Ling Ba stomped and jumped high, using her sword to slash down. Chao Shun quickly defended, but not for long. Ling Ba landed on the ground, then turned around, using the move Ling God style, Falling Moon, slashing towards Chao Shun's face. Just then a voice shouted, "Still not stopping." Both of them heard it and were surprised. Ling Ba's move was somehow neutralized. This is the aura of a rank 7 powerhouse. Ling Ba is in danger. Jin immediately ran to hug Ling Ba and dodged to the side, his face full of tension. Who is this? A precise strike from a rank 7 powerhouse with absolutely no intention of stopping. From the crowd, an old man stepped out. This old man wants to kill Ling Ba. This person is Chao Jin. As soon as he saw Chao Jin act, Jin immediately retreated to protect Ling Ba. He gritted his teeth, thinking in fear. Still not withdrawing his hand? Looks like this old man really wants to deal a fatal blow. Seeing the situation wasn't optimistic, he hurriedly grabbed the sword in Ling Ba's hand and said, "Lend me your sword for a moment. My sword is broken." She immediately agreed. Okay." Jin faced his power alone. He used the sword in his hand to swing a decisive stroke, blowing away the air needed for the fire to burn. Unexpectedly, his fire could swallow up Jin's power. No good. The fire's power is too great. An attack of this level isn't enough. Jin spoke with disdainful words. "Is my fire something a nameless nobody like you can handle? A brat from the countryside who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth." The fire turned into a tornado, rushing towards Jin. With his intelligence, he quickly pulled the pin of a grenade and immediately executed the plan. I knew this shameless old type would strike with full force. With a student like him, just a little provocation and he'll blow fire over here. The purpose is to cut off all our retreat routes. The fire has almost engulfed us. This angle shouldn't be detected by anyone. He put all his strength into throwing the grenade towards Jin, and conveniently cursed, "Damn old man." A global shaking explosion occurred. Fire rose fiercely, making everyone present astonished. In a hazy smoke, Jin held Ling Ba tight and rolled out. Lin Yun and Jalon rushed to check on the two's condition. Jin, he reassured everyone, "I'm fine." However, the shockwave from the explosion just now was too strong. "Ling Ba fine?" Lin Yun turned back to question the man. "Gao Giving, what is the meaning of this?" He took advantage of his authority and arrogantly said, "I'm the teacher in charge of academy discipline. Disciplining students who don't understand rules. Is there a problem?" Jin approached Lin Yun and asked, "Who is this person?" He introduced. This person is the teacher of the academy's disciplinary department. Gao Giving, he is that Chao Shun's uncle. He looked at the boy with emotionless eyes and said, "So this is abusing public power for private revenge, right? Are the struggles of you nobles all this brutal? I think I'd better go back to the mountain." Lin Yun could only sigh in exasperation. Si Jin was determined to get to the bottom of this matter. You are disciplining students? I see you clearly want to murder someone. Facing Si Jin's accusations, he angrily asked back. What did you say? People behind continuously discussed excitedly. This Chao Chi Jin is Chao Shen's uncle. I see it clearly is like that. Not to that extent, right? After all, he is an academy teacher. Even if it is truly abusing public power for private revenge. Do you dare to go up and speak a word of fairness? Don't dare. I don't want to look for trouble like that. Chao Shen turned to call him with a tense face. Uncle, Chi Jin, to protect his nephew, hurriedly said. Gao Sheng, there's no business of yours here. Go to class first. Can't let him escape easily. Si Jin spoke up in opposition. Stand right there. Just now Chao Shun caused trouble with Ling Ba here. He was challenged to a duel by Ling Ba. You are an academy teacher. 1. Not pursuing Chao Shun for causing trouble. 2. Favoring Chao Shun during the duel. Attacking Ling Ba. How do you want to spin this? Everyone was surprised by his frankness. Integrity. Someone openly stepped up, objecting. I have to look at this rank 2 guy with different eyes. Stop with the rank 2, rank 2. He just fought 1 against 5 and escaped safely from Chao Chi Jin's attack. That is a rank 7 powerhouse. Now, I somewhat believe he is the one who butchered the rank 5 demonic beast. He was extremely cunning, making up a reason that sounded quite reasonable. Dueling requires officially submitting an application to the academy. It is only allowed to proceed in a situation witnessed by a teacher. You are fighting privately. I only stopped you. Si Jin glared and argued back with him. It was Chao Shun who acted first. If you want to stop it, you should have stopped him. Moreover, you just intended to deal a fatal blow. He wasn't weak either and immediately retorted. Ridiculous. If I really wanted to deal a fatal blow, would you still be alive? If I hadn't withdrawn my hand, could you be safe and sound? Or do you mean relying on a rank 2 freshman like you? Could stop my attack. Seeing someone backing him, Chao Shun also became much bolder. If you're not as skilled as others, don't continue to lose face here. Next time I will definitely teach you a lesson. Si Jin grinned at his threats. Next time, just as he finished speaking, he created explosions loud as gunshots. Chi Jin also quickly summoned his fire. Si Jin's attack rushed swiftly towards his fire. It could even pass through it easily, making him unable to expect it. What? Even though the defensive capability of the spiritual art explosion. My method has limits, but I am a rank 7 powerhouse. How can I not block this rank 2 guy's sneak attack? Chao Shun saw Chi Jin in a precarious situation and shouted in fear. Uncle, while he was distracted, Si Jin rushed straight to him and said, You still have time to care about others? Now, let's settle the score. Chao Shun widened his eyes in horror, calling out. Si Jin. He decisively slashed a skillful stroke towards him, making him fall to the ground in pain. Chi Jin stood over here, furious, seeing his nephew being bullied. Want to die? Si Jin smirked with interest, challenging. Then let's see whose life is tougher. Chao Chi Jin rushed madly towards him like a tiger finding prey. Brat, you want to die? Si Jin also quickly threw 3 grenades towards him. Let's see who dies first. The grenades, after the pins were pulled, started cracking into zigzag lines on the body and began to flash. Suddenly, a sinewy hand appeared from nowhere, catching the grenades. After holding the 3 firmly in hand, Li Xian breathed a sigh of relief. This is not good. If I let these 3 toys explode, my teaching place will have to be repaired again. Chi Jin felt surprised seeing the principal's presence here. What? Li Xian held his hand tight to stop him. Teacher Chao, you've caused enough trouble. He gritted his teeth, intending to retort, but couldn't. Principal Li Xian decisively threw Chi Jin to the ground forcefully, making even the stone layer crack. Li Xian looked at him and made a decision. The old master of your Chao family is a close friend of mine. Out of respect for that old man, I won't pursue you. But regarding the disciplinary department matters from now on, you don't need to go over there anymore. Chi Jin could only bow his head and obey the order. Yes, principal. After resolving everything, Li Xian turned to leave. Si Jin, follow me over here. He was extremely surprised by the old man's request. All right, principal. He didn't forget to turn back and instruct his teammates. I'll be gone for a bit. You guys take care of Ling Ba. Jalon nodded with a face full of worry for him. Li Xian passed by Chao Shun and seriously told him, "Go home, close the door, and reflect on yourself. When to return to study. The academy will notify you." He sat clutching the wound on his shoulder and replied, "Yes, principal." As soon as he saw Si Jin pass by, Chao Shun glanced at him with bitter eyes. Si Jin. He also conveniently challenged and mocked him. "Come hit me." Everything ended. People present there still didn't stop discussing animatedly. "It's over. Let's go to class quickly." That Si Jin guy is really lucky. At the critical moment, the principal saved his life. Not necessarily. I saw Si Jin fighting one-on-one with Teacher Chao without fear. I'm afraid he had something prepared. Otherwise, wouldn't that be seeking death? Maybe he really wanted to die. A madman, regardless of whether Si Jin is truly powerful or not. I won't dare provoke someone like that in the future. Otherwise, the outcome will be like Chao Shun. Keep your voice down. Chao Shun and Teacher Chao are still here. Afraid of what? If they're capable, go find Si Jin to collect the debt first. Facing those words, Chao Shun and Chi Jin could only swallow the bitterness and endure. He came to support Chao Shun to leave. "Are you okay?" He frowned, gritting his teeth, and replied, "I'm Fine. I implicated Uncle this time." Chi Jin's face also clearly showed unwillingness. "Just go home and rest to recover first. We will definitely find a chance to collect this debt." Over here, Si Jin was still following behind Li Xian. The old man held the grenade in his hand, turned back and asked him, "Si Jin, this toy of yours is interesting. Leave it for me to study a bit." Hearing that sentence, Si Jin felt dizzy and instructed him, "Principal, after you finish studying, don't spread my secret weapon everywhere, okay?" The old man glanced at him and said, "If I hadn't arrived in time just now, I believe this thing of yours could deal with Chao Chi Jin. But standing so close yourself, how did you intend to escape?" He also honestly shared, "Haven't thought about it. At worst, I just take a hit. That guy named Chao obviously wanted to kill me. I had to keep the mindset of the fish dies and the net breaks to have a glimmer of hope for survival." Li Xian thought for a while, then reminded him, "Si Jin, you are still young. Your strength isn't bad. Parents are both spirit venerables. A beautiful life is still laid out before your eyes. If you were an ordinary person, not to mention being greedy for life and afraid of death, generally, one must treat one's own safety carefully. Why does it seem like you have signs of a reckless desperado?" He kept walking around him and speculating. Looking at it anyway, it seemed strange. "What is it?" Si Jin stood still as a mouse, not daring to move. Suspected by the principal. What to do? Should I frankly say I'm a transmigrator? Seems like there's nothing that can't be said. Anyway, I didn't transmigrate here to act cool. Thinking for a long time, he decided to speak out. "Principal, actually Before he could finish the sentence, Li Xian put a hand on his shoulder and said, "Si Jin, everyone has their own secrets. It's okay if you don't say it. What I care more about is, why did you stand up for that little girl named Ling Ba? I thought you and Mu Jalon were about to become something. The goal of a brat like you should be building a harem, right?" He was helpless before the old man's rich imagination. Are teachers in this world all like this? To avoid further misunderstanding, he answered, "I just can't stand seeing bullying happen without anyone managing it." The old man asked curiously, "So you intend to manage it, even if it puts you in danger?" Standing under the bright sun, Si Jin spoke the feelings he had harbored for so long. "Probably you can't understand. Actually, before, I was a person who always looked ahead and behind when doing things. Afraid of everything. In the end, I didn't dare to do anything. Clearly, there were so many injustices, so many mistakes. But because I was too weak and small, I couldn't change anything. Eventually, hating others meant hating myself too. Isolating myself from everyone. Escaping reality in a simulated world. Compared to the other world, or cultivation, perhaps this change in perception is the true rebirth. I have decided. I must do what I consider correct. Absolutely not compromising with anything wrong. If strength is not enough, then become strong. Become the strongest." Si Jin showed his burning determination. "I want to become a spirit venerable." After standing and chatting with Li Xian for a while, he let out a long, tired breath. "I am dying. Why does it feel like storms keep coming nonstop, right after enrolling? Coming relentlessly?" He gloomily monologued. "Why is a school life of making friends and dating so unrelated to me? Seems like I provoked someone very, troublesome, and being stared at by the principal too. Sijin, I remind you once again, your identity is special. Cause less trouble. More importantly, don't casually destroy public property. He stood facing a pillar, then channeled internal energy intending to do something. Pisses me off. What destroying public property? I must carve the word early on the pillar of the teaching building, so that from now on, I'll never be late again. A male student passing by saw his action and thought to himself, just enrolled and is already a crazy guy. He pouted and told himself, however, being in the academy has its good points. Finally, I have a standard for strength. My level surely has reached rank 4 like Jalon and Linyan, plus my rich combat experience honed with over 100 types of games and unique methods. Dealing with rank 6 shouldn't be a problem. Can this level be considered worthy of the identity of a spirit venerable's son? However, this is still not enough. Sijin thought while walking. Next, should I continue to improve my own strength? Or develop new types of weapons? Weapons created from applying the mindset and technology one had from my past life are indeed very broken. It's the optimal choice to improve combat capability. But ultimately, they are external objects, not my own strength. While he was engrossed in thought, someone called out from behind. Good morning, student Sijin. But because he was too focused, he didn't know it all. Sure enough, I should still cultivate diligently. While young, build a good foundation, right? A thought suddenly flashed in his mind. Then he stood laughing like a madman under everyone's judgmental eyes. Only kids make choices. As an adult, I choose all. The youth of the previous life, plus the youth of this life, creates a shameless adult exactly like Sijin. He suddenly turned back when he heard someone calling him. Student Sijin? Hello. A beautiful girl appeared and introduced herself. This humble girl is named Hua. I'm your classmate. He scratched his head and replied. Good morning. I was just thinking about something else. Didn't hear you calling me. Hua smiled and recounted. Rumor has it yesterday, student Sijin stood up for justice. Beat Gao Shen He Vi Li and made teacher Chiao of the disciplinary department suffer a loss. I thought you were a very scary person. He laughed with an embarrassed look. You flatter me. You flatter me. Student Hua, what business do you have with me? Hua, he secretly stole a glance at him. Sijin was astonished, asking himself in his heart, what is this? Could it be she likes me? She took a letter out of her pocket and said, this humble girl has a letter to deliver to student Sijin. He slowly reached out to receive the letter with a terrified face. This is, could it be the legendary love letter? Seeing him hesitate, she shyly asked, does student Sijin not want to accept it? He took the letter with trembling hands and replied, no, thank you. After delivering the letter to his hands, Hua quickly said goodbye. Then this humble girl asked to take her leave first. His heart felt like blooming flowers. Looking at it now, our class really has a lot of beauties, huh? Teacher Cam, you seem to be a roundworm in Sijin's stomach. Standing next to him, he asked immediately, did you just think your class has so many beauties, right? Sijin jumped, hurriedly hiding the letter behind his back. Teacher, don't scare me like that. The teacher immediately pointed at him and said, that short sentence where you pretended to be surprised. You intended to curse me, right? Class is about to start. Go quickly and stop hiding the letter. I saw it all. Moreover, it's not necessarily a love letter. With a constitution specializing in causing trouble like yours, maybe it's a challenge letter. Camu's sentence made Sijin's mood plummet. That also makes sense. After the teacher left, he curiously took the letter out to check. Still have to check it. After reading it, he went to the pharmacy. Hua smiled, came out to open the door, and welcomed him in. Student Sijin, you came. Please come inside. Stepping inside, he looked around at everything. Student Hua, usually when you're not in class. Are you always here? She honestly answered. This humble girl's spiritual art is quite special. It is healing art. So working at the pharmacy is also a place to cultivate and study. Please come in here. Lingba saw him and sat up immediately. Student Sijin, saw thee, made you run an errand. I should have come to thank you properly. Hua approached and reminded her. Although you don't have external injuries, but your body suffered shock. You can't move casually. She spoke to him. Hua, you won't let me get out of bed. Find a chair and sit down. Sijin smiled radiantly and replied, it's okay. You just recover well. Is there something you needed me for? Ling Lie noted, caring for him bit by bit. Student Cene, you are a very powerful swordsman. But you still don't have a sword belonging to yourself, right? I've thought about it. In my house, there surely is a sword very suitable for you. In Ling Lie's sword room, there was a sword placed solemnly on the table, named Evil Sword Wangui. After being introduced by Ling Lie to the sword she intended to gift him, Cene was extremely astonished. Evil Sword Wangui? Ling Lie on feed in, hapfim. Correct. Although it is called an evil sword, it's not the kind of scary sword that can manipulate the user to slaughter innocents. He wondered, then why is it called an evil sword? She also voiced her speculations. Maybe because in this world, no one can understand this sword. So no one can use it. I don't know how to describe this situation, but I have a feeling maybe student Cene can receive this sword's recognition. Facing Ling Lie's sharing, he was even more astonished. Why do you think so? She lowered her head and answered. Yesterday, student Cene, to save me, borrowed my sword to cut off teacher Chao's fire. While recalling, she clasped her hands together as if in regret. It was clearly a life and death moment. But not only did student Cene not frown even once, but even in your eyes, there wasn't any shade of emotion. At that time, I understood one thing. Student Cene wasn't immersed in calmness, nor standing outside the line of life and death. But that student Cene yourself were isolated outside this world. Finished speaking, she awkwardly explained. Student Cene, I said that about you. Please don't be angry. This is just my one-sided feeling. He smiled and replied. It's okay, Ling Lie. From a certain aspect, your feeling isn't wrong. So what the evil sword gives you is also this feeling. Ling Lie took the initiative to offer. You'll understand when you see it. Tomorrow afternoon. Please come to my house. After talking to each other, Cene quietly left. Inside the pharmacy, Hua Yi worriedly asked, the evil sword is a gift your father gave you. Is it okay to just give it to him like that? Lying back on feet, I feel my father obtained the evil sword. He gave the evil sword to me. And now I know, student Cene, all these things are the arrangement of fate. Cene will definitely win the recognition of that evil sword. Hua Yi smiled and teased her. So you already consider meeting student Cene as fate's arrangement? Huh? Ling Lie waved her hands clumsily, denying it. I didn't mean that. Hua Yi, don't think nonsense. Over here, Cene walked while thinking absent-mindedly. Evil sword, Wanga, sounds very powerful. If it really becomes my sword, it probably can help me unleash my full strength. Regarding current swordsmanship, he suddenly burst into tears of happiness. So cool. This is the plot of Transmigration should have. The next day, at Ling God-style dojo, as promised, Cene found his way here. This is the place. The dojo is so big. Ling Lie came out waving to greet him. Student Cene, you came. He also waved back and conveniently asked about her health. Are you okay now? Ling Lie smiled and answered. Thanks to your blessing, I'm fine. Otherwise, Hua, you wouldn't have let me out. Hua, he standing next to her pretended to cough a few times, as if implying, don't talk as if you were imprisoned by me. Seeing her, Cene cheerfully asked, Student Hua, you're here too? She said, no matter how you say it. Knowing each other for the first day, and a thrilling hero saves beauty incident happened. Now only one day has passed, and you're invited to the house. A lone man and woman in the same room. Dry wood and blazing fire. Ling Lie blushed red and hurriedly covered her chaotic best friend's mouth. Why? Don't joke about me like that anymore. Cene, seeing that scene, could only smile wryly. Your relationship is really good. He silently said in his heart. Student Hua Yi's personality is far from my first impression of her. He walked while looking around. The number of apprentices in the dojo is fewer than I thought. Is today a holiday? Ling Lie turned back to look at him and recounted. Surely you've heard that our Ling family is a side branch of the Chiao family. Originally, we didn't have any status. Until my father's generation. Many people had superb swordsmanship, so they established the Ling God style. Built up the dojo foundation. Now father can no longer hold a sword. Can only recuperate in a backyard. So the dojo declined accordingly. He looked at her with eyes full of sympathy. Ling Lie. To prevent the atmosphere from becoming too gloomy, Ling Lie regained her spirits. Let's not talk about this yet. We're here. Evil sword Wangui is placed in this room. Jin stepped inside. Looking at the sword, he silently speculated. Is it a Japanese sword? No, it's a long-handled, double-handed sword, also called Miao Dao. What happens if I pick it up? While thinking, he hesitantly reached out, intending to hold it. As soon as he held the sword in his hand, a voice kept echoing in his ear. Humans can only learn the knowledge they can learn. Jin tried to regain his composure. What is talking? The sound goes straight into the brain. That voice continued to speak in his mind. Just like you can never tell me. Which version has the iPhone reached now? He looked at the sword with a bewildered face. He used Ford's quote as an opening just to ask which version the iPhone is at. I guess at least iPhone 30. Both silently faced each other. Suddenly the sword expressed excitement, saying, "Holy crap, finally met fellow transmigrator here like me. Chat with me quickly. Bored to death." Jin's face turned purple, silently saying, "What the hell is this? Not cool at all." Jin and the sword stood talking to each other for a very long time. He stood next to Ling Ba whispering. Seems like the atmosphere isn't very stable. Ling Ba, seeing that, also felt extremely worried. Student Jin won't have any problems, right? Over here, Jin pouted, looking at the sword with panicked eyes as thousands of questions were posed to him. Where's your home, bro? What identity did you transmigrate here with? Do you have a feud for killing your father? Is your soul a beautiful girl? How much annual salary do you plan to give me? Is there a winter break? Too helpless, Jin put the sword down on the table and silently said, "Forget it. We're not compatible." The sword tried to hold him back. "Wait, I just want to ask you one thing. Do you plan to build a harem? If you do, I'll follow you." Jin turned around like a soulless person telling her, "Ling Ba, although you have good intentions, but probably I can't control this sword either." Hearing that, she felt a bit regretful. Is that so? What a pity. But the sword kept haunting him and wouldn't let go. "Bro, you'll come back. One look and I know you're a soft-hearted person. The Ling family's problem isn't easily solved like that. You still have to rely on my power." He froze, silently saying, "Why can I still hear the voice? Is this sword Bluetooth? Once paired, it's wireless connection." Seeing no response from him, the sword continued to ask, "Why don't you listen, bro? I am the majestic evil sword suppressing 8 directions. Make me angry, and your butt will bloom flowers." Walking down the steps, he happily realized, getting far away, the signal starts to get choppy. Jin asked, "Where did your father find this sword?" "Ling Ba Zipli, I'm not clear about the specific situation either. This is my father's second sword. However, he rarely used it. After all, mostly he only needed to use one sword to defeat opponents." A voice with a sarcastic attitude spoke up from somewhere. "Still bragging here, huh? If your father is so powerful, tell him to crawl out here and let us see." Ling Ba frowned unpleasantly, turning to question, "Who are you?" A guy with braided hair boldly issued a challenge. Heard of Ling God style for a long time. This time specially came to challenge. Ling Ba immediately told Jin. Didn't expect trouble to come so fast. "Student Jin, you go back first. Leave this place to me to handle." He was still bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Challenging the dojo? Are situations like this frequent? She glanced at them and replied, "Our Ling family status was originally low. Having today is all thanks to father using strength to win it bit by bit. Everyone acknowledges father's strength. So even though occasionally experts come to the door to ask for advice, it wouldn't be like now." Jin speculated, "I think these guys came to take revenge for the Chiao family." One guy arrogantly lifted his face and said, "Since you know, we won't talk nonsense anymore. Do you think the Ling family is still the Ling family of back then? Offended the Chiao family. Today we will smash your dojo." Unable to wait longer, Ling Ba held the sword tightly in her hand, accepting their declaration of war. Successor of Ling God style. Ling Ba, accepting the challenge. Suddenly a hand appeared to stop her. Turns out Jin, worried about her health, came up with an idea. "These lackeys are very weak. Probably came to test our strength. Your body just recovered. Let me help you sweep away this dust." Hearing those words, they rushed madly towards him like hungry hunters. "Brat," speaking arrogantly, "I'll let you taste the power of my son's shining imperial sword." And my Royal Orchid Mountain 9 swords too. Watch my life-taking scissor kick. Hey, that last one isn't swordsmanship, is it? Fighting spirit rose in Si Jin's heart. He held the sword tightly, ready for battle. When they approached, he gently slashed a skillful sword stroke. Si Jin style swordsmanship. Sword technique of being beaten by father for 30 days. In just a split second, all four were knocked flying far away. He didn't forget to teach them a lesson. You guys should also experience a bit of the greatness of father's love, so that in the future you won't say words insulting others' fathers. Ling Ba widened her eyes in surprise. So strong. Why, he also clapped praisingly. Too amazing. Si Jin sat down mocking the group of people. What are these guys doing? Aren't they too weak? Want to earn a living by martial force with this level? Ling Ba spoke up in acknowledgement. Student Si Jin, it's because you are too strong. Although these swordsmen don't specialize in spiritual arts. In terms of physical strength, they shouldn't lose to rank 3. In the eyes of ordinary people, they're already first-class martial artists. He sat pondering her words. Looks like ordinary people make up the majority in this world. If it were in the world before I reincarnated, these guys could indeed be considered martial artists. If it were back then, the one knocked out would be me. Seeing the guy lying unconscious, he slapped his cheek hard and called, Hey, stop sleeping. Wake up. He grabbed his collar, interrogating. Who sent you? The guy cried, loudly answering. Young hero, spare my life. We only accepted the Chiao family's money to come here and cause trouble. Specifically who ordered it, I don't know either. Another voice spoke up, interrupting their conversation. They're just useless people sent to disgust you. Truly don't know anything. This time you guys can be considered to have ruffled the Chiao family's feathers. Probably this dojo won't be kept for long either. A luxuriously dressed young master uttered those words. Ling Ba showed an angry face when seeing him. Lu Xiao, you traitor, still dare to appear? That young master pretended to be innocent, saying, Don't say that. After all, I am the senior brother of this dojo. If the dojo is about to be finished, naturally, I have to come back to watch the show. If you have no home to return to, I can be merciful. Spend money to support you and that useless old man. Throw that old man to the woodshed, and you work as a maid by my side. Just as he finished speaking, Si Jin swung his sword hard towards him. To respond, Lu Xiao also slowly drew his sword from the sheath. Is this brat the new livelihood of the dojo? Slashing people at a disagreement. Pity, on the blade. The reflection of Si Jin rushing towards him was clear. Unexpectedly, he slashed once, breaking Si Jin's sword in half. Whether it's the sword or swordsmanship, both lose to me. After breaking his sword in half, Lu Xiao smiled, eyes squinting, asking, Fight more. Si Jin wasn't weak either. He grinned, replying, I still have many tricks to deal with you, but you broke my sword. Must pay money. This matter must be settled before we can continue. Hearing that, he froze, not daring to utter half a word, and he looked at the poor sword, sighing and complaining. What is this? Just went out for a few days and broke 2 swords. Is my whole life destined not to become a dashing swordsman? Not right. This sword belongs to Ling Ba. So currently the number of swords I own is -1. Lu Xiao stood listening to his rambling for a while, then laughed like crazy. Since when did this rotten dojo produce an interesting guy like you? I'm named Lu Xiao, the eldest senior brother of this dojo. However, I betrayed the sect long ago. He also seriously introduced himself. Si Jin, student of the Royal Cultivation Academy. Lu Xiao offered a solution for Ling Ba. Little junior sister, you provoked the Chiao family. Now no one will come to help you. If you want to maintain the signboard of Ling God style, the Imperial Tournament next week, you must participate and win. Ling Ba frowned, looking at him, and asked back, You came to say this? Lu Xiao turned to leave, then smirked, saying, Originally, I came to kick you while you're down, but now it seems you still have a little hope. Beg your little boyfriend. Tell him to go to battle for you. Ling Ba and Si Jin, standing behind, glanced at him with wary eyes. Huai seemed to understand Lu Xiao's meaning, so she giggled endlessly. Little boyfriend? Young Master Lu speaks really frankly. Ling Ba blushed red, turning back to explain. Student Si Jin, sorry to trouble you. Don't take what that Lu Xiao said to heart. And he forced a smile in helplessness. I am sorry. Broke the sword again. Ling Ba received the sword back and smiled, saying, "It's okay. Although the quality of this sword isn't bad, it's not something too precious. Just got used to using it. Now that it's broken, it's a bit regrettable." He curiously asked more. What was the sword that guy Lu Xiao held? Why was it so sharp? Ling Ba immediately answered, "What he held was my father's first sword. Spirit sword cicada cry. Now the dojo has declined. Only evil sword Wangui can contend with this cicada cry." Hearing that, Si Jin took the initiative to offer. "So that's it. Why don't let me try again?" She shook her head, replying, "Student Si Jin, I can't implicate you anymore. I originally thought I just wanted to thank Student Si Jin for helping. So I invited you to try controlling Wangui without any other purpose." Ling Ba looked into the distance, speaking all the thoughts in her heart. But maybe subconsciously, I thought of the situation turning out like this long ago. If Student Si Jin, you can really control the evil sword, then you would owe me one. Also would possess power that can contend with Cicada Cry. You would definitely help me again. Looking at it now, this way of thinking is extremely selfish. Student Si Jin, Huai, you guys go back. Tomorrow we meet again at the academy. Both looked at Ling Ba with sad eyes because of her sensibility. Suddenly a voice spoke up. "This little brother, our business here is done, right? If so, we'll go back first, okay?" Si Jin approached his face and asked, "Almost forgot about you guys. Hearing what you said earlier, is it true the Chiao family will ceaselessly find people like you to cause trouble?" Outside the dojo, the weather was really fresh and cool. To teach them a lesson to remember, Si Jin stripped all the clothes off those people, then tied them to a big pillar for everyone passing by to admire. After finishing, he dusted off his hands, smiling with a satisfied attitude. Doing this, I think no one will dare to come cause trouble anymore. Huai, standing behind, could only smile wryly at his dominance. Student Si Jin, this move of killing the chicken to scare the monkey is truly too powerful. She walked behind him seriously, saying, "Student Si Jin, this humble girl has a request." Before hearing the request, he quickly said, "I know, although Ling Ba said that, but I won't really leave her alone." He smiled admiringly at his righteous and delicate nature. Didn't expect Student Si Jin to be such a kind-hearted person. This humble girl is about to fall for Student Si Jin. To prevent the story from going too far, he hurriedly switched to another topic. "Student Huai, don't joke with me like that. Speaking of which, didn't see Ling Ba's father today, did we?" She replied, "Ling Ba's father, master of Ling God style, Ling Lie, has closed the door to guests. Since many years ago, conveniently, he asked a few more questions to know more about Ling Ba's father. Heard Master Ling was seriously injured, leading to his strength not being as before." "What happened?" He widened her eyes in surprise. Student Si Jin doesn't know this? When the human-demon Great War was about to end, the main army of the demon race conducted the final decisive battle with the allied forces of the continent. At the frontal battlefield, the demon marshal sent a subordinate, the third demon general, commanding the demon wolf army, to bypass the flower plains from the west, sneak attacking the reinforcements of the allied forces of the continent. Master Ling used his own strength to repel the sneak attack army, at the same time killing the third demon general at the Yellow Plains. But he himself was also seriously injured in this battle. Since then, unable to hold a sword, he felt extremely surprised. Saying so, Ling Ba's father, Ling Lie, was injured for the country. Shouldn't he be given the treatment of a hero? Why did it become like this now? Matters between nobles aren't as straightforward and beautiful as you imagine. The Chiao family shirked responsibility for their strategic mistake, blaming the loss of reinforcements on Master Ling. In the end, all of Master Ling's credit for killing the enemy was suppressed. The more he listened, the more dizzy Si Jin felt at the turbulence of these two families. Why does this story sound so frustrating? Sure enough, under the lamp is darkness. The virtue of that Chao Shun and Chao Chi Jin is indeed a family inheritance. Huai chuckled and asked curiously, "So, Student Si Jin, what do you plan to do next?" He showed his determination, speaking fiercely. "Is that even a question? Take down the Gao family and beat up every last one of them." In the classroom, the teacher was so angry he snapped the pen in his hand, complaining nonstop. It's one thing for Ling Bo to be preparing for the Imperial Martial Arts Tournament at her dojo. But why isn't that brat Si Jin here either? Not seeing him, Luan Yin turned to ask why. Did Si Jin run off to Ling Bo's place again? Seeing Jalon glare at her with a murderous look, she didn't dare answer right away. She just smiled and pretended to be naive. I'm not sure where young Master Si Jin went. Jalon angrily whipped her head away. Luan Yin was left to bear the brunt of it. Si Jin is truly something else. He's left a whole battlefield for me just by being himself. At the dojo, Ling Bo asked him seriously, Si Jin, do you really want to try holding the evil sword again? He smiled and answered with complete confidence. It's fine. I don't know what happens when other people hold the evil sword, but it doesn't seem to have any bad effects on me. As he spoke, he held the sword in his hand to prove it to her. See? Nothing's happening. Ling Bo's jaw dropped in astonishment. This sword, when a normal person holds it, all sorts of strange, inexplicable thoughts appear in their mind, if they don't let go immediately. In mild cases, they feel nauseous, vomiting. In severe cases, they lose consciousness. He stared at the sword with a curious gaze. Why did you stop talking? It's so quiet. Suddenly, he turned and asked, all right, tell me about this Imperial Martial Arts Tournament. Ling Bo immediately gave him a brief introduction. Yes. The Imperial Martial Arts Tournament is a competition where martial arts experts fight for the championship in front of the Emperor. Actually, it hasn't been held for many years. In the old Cultivation system, martial arts and spirit arts were two major schools of equal strength. Regardless of which one, both are skills that use spiritual energy. The difference is martial artists cultivate their own spiritual energy. Through arduous muscle training, they unleash powerful force in coordination with martial techniques. Spirit masters, on the other hand, strengthen their communication with external spiritual energy. They use their own spiritual energy to guide the external spiritual energy, creating all sorts of miraculous effects. Si Jin stood there, thinking, but it seems like everyone is a spirit master now, even though the academy teaches basic martial techniques. It seems they're just for basic support. Ling Bo confirmed. That's right. Originally, whether it was martial arts or spirit arts, only those with exceptional talent could achieve great power after spending a huge amount of time and effort. So, apart from a small minority, most people were just ordinary. But then, one person appeared who completely changed the generation of spirit art cultivation. This made the initial stages of spirit art cultivation relatively easy. Anyone could, through effort, relatively quickly and steadily reach a certain level. That's how we got the current situation where almost everyone practices spirit arts. Meanwhile, martial arts had no such revolutionary breakthrough. So, apart from those with innate talent for martial techniques, very few people specialize in cultivating martial arts anymore. Whether it's a martial arts training dojos or letting those with martial arts display their skills before the emperor, it all failed. Si Jin understood the problem. So that's how it is. Oh, right. Who was that person who changed the spirit art cultivation system? Sounds pretty amazing. What did he do? Ling Bo crossed her arms, asking helplessly. Si Jin, what mountain did you just crawl out from? How do you not even know such basic knowledge? He covered his face in shame and replied, you can probably blame my unreliable parents for that. Ling Bo enthusiastically explained to him. He was the first-generation spirit master. He was also the founder of the Royal Cultivation Academy. He systemized spirit arts by classifying them according to their attributes. The standard spirit art ranking system we use now was also established by him. He also wrote many theoretical textbooks and personally implemented his teaching theories in the academy. He was a once-in-a-millennium genius. He was startled as he realized something. This way of thinking and acting. The sword suddenly spoke. You're right. He's just like you. Both of you transmigrated here, and you would never imagine what his famous, timeless quote is. I am lonelier than fireworks. After hearing that phrase, he burst out laughing. What a non-mainstream generation. The tears in an era. The sword told him, don't say that. Maybe people really read Eileen Chang's works. Seeing him standing laughing alone like a madman, Ling Ba fearfully asked, Si Jin, are you okay? Don't tell me you were affected by the evil sword. He tried to hold back his laughter, silently chatting with the sword. Why did you open your mouth? I thought finally you were exorcised. He honestly answered. I intended to be angry with you for a while and ignore you. But I really can't control my gossiping nature. Strictly speaking, the Imperial Tournament doesn't allow using spiritual arts. Now you can't beat Liu Xiao. But seeing that you are a good youth full of enthusiasm, I will enlighten you. Go meet Ling Lie. Listening to the sword, he asked Ling Ba, I want to meet your father once. Unexpectedly, she easily agreed. Please follow me, if you want to inherit the evil sword. Indeed, I must let you meet him. She led him to a room. Before entering, she carefully knocked to announce. Father. From inside came a voice. I know, let him in alone. He approached, opening the door, respectfully saying, Senior, sorry to bother you. When he got inside, he turned around to close the door. A shadow cast on the floor asked him, What is your name? He smiled, turning back to introduce. My name is Si Jin. Iam Ling Ba's classmate. Before he could do anything, a sword rushed straight towards him. Si Jin's face clearly showed panic. Don't know what mistake I made. No other way. He could only use the sword in his hand to block that. Sword, unexpectedly in front of him, was empty. No sword flying towards him at all. No sword slashing. He looked towards the bed and saw Ling Lie sitting still like a statue. Just sword intent mixed with a bit of killing intent. Like a real sword. Scared me to death. He looked up grinning, praising him. Not bad. Ordinary people probably couldn't sense it. Not only did you sense it, but also reacted. You said your name is Si Jin. So that's it. Son of Sword Spirit Venerable Si. My naive daughter really picked up a treasure this time. His aura became aggressive, frankly asking him. Si Jin, are you willing to be my son-in-law? Si Jin smiled forcefully in confusion at Ling Lie's question. Senior, let's not mention other things first. With this body full of killing intent of yours, making a match for your daughter isn't very good, is it? He smiled delightfully, showing off to him. Not willing. Is it that my daughter's value isn't good? You brat have to look a bit further. Currently, she is still in the development period. Her mother was a #1 beauty. Can also expect a lot from Ling Ba in the future. Si Jin still maintained the stance of a man. Senior, this should be left for Ling Ba to decide herself. Ling Lie looked at him, silently commenting. So, with this kind of personality, my daughter will probably be eaten by him, for sure. Moreover, maybe inside the school there's still a few little girls who have fallen for his tricks. Has my style from back then. Seeing his excessive expressions and weird actions, he silently asked in his head, What's wrong with this old man? The sword appeared, telling him, Not to praise myself. Don't you know clearly what kind of person I am? So didn't you prepare mentally at all for what kind of person my master is? Finally, Ling Lie agreed to get to the main point. But this matter is also very difficult. Currently, if you want to defeat Liu Xiao, you can only cultivate my secret sword. But my secret sword can only be passed to direct descendants. You aren't sure to be my son-in-law. In difficulty, wisdom sparks. He came up with an idea. Why don't you accept me as your adoptive father? A bargain for you. Si Jin hummed and hawed, thinking about this arrangement of his. He turned, looking out the door, trying to find a way to politely refuse. This is too casual. Moreover, no matter what, my father is the sword spirit venerable. Even if you're the strongest sword expert besides him. Gu Zhong is also a rank 9 powerhouse. I practiced sword for 10 years under his guidance. If I can't beat Liu Xiao, learning sword for a few days with you, how strong can I get? He struck straight at his psychological weak point, asking, Really don't want to learn? Only by coordinating with the evil sword can you use the Moon Shadow Ling Heart style. Si Jin seemed a bit hesitant. He was extremely confused, having too many choices. Ling God style, sword moves of mine. Cross slash, falling moon, night shine, elegant wind, autumn snow, returning swallow. Ling Lie confidently affirmed. The sword moves of my secret sword Moon Shadow Ling Heart style are even more powerful. Hearing those words, Si Jin immediately changed his mind, hurriedly kneeling down to bow to him as adoptive father. Ling Lie laughed until his stomach hurt. I knew your father, that guy who treats a sword like a stick to swing, didn't teach you any sword moves. He sighed wearily, confiding. No choice. My father said no moves beat having moves. He explained for him to understand. Your father isn't wrong. Wait until you practice for 10+ years. These sword moves won't have any use anymore. Your father is a sword genius. so he doesn't understand the use of sword moves. Countless sword experts took their life's comprehension of the sword, summarized into exquisite and concrete sword moves, passed down to descendants. And descendants borrow this form to grasp the truth of swordsmanship faster, then proceed to change the sword moves. This is how one generation becomes stronger than the last. Cene blankly asked, "Next week is the Imperial Tournament. Within 1 week, how much can I grasp? Can it be useful when fighting Liu Xiao?" He smiled, placing huge expectations on his shoulders. "You are naturally intelligent. Foundation is also very good. 1 week without eating or sleeping, maybe you can enter the door." He pouted in disappointment. "So isn't it completely useless?" Ling Lie reassured him. "Isn't there still Wang Gui? 1 week time. Here, to what extent can you use it?" The sword stated its opinion. "Don't know. Also depends on Jin's mental strength. Estimate holding for 1 year." Not understanding what he was babbling about, he quickly asked back, "What do you mean?" The sword started reciting a spell. "Come here, bea la charmi." He screamed, questioning. What kind of knockoff chant is this? Everything around started to change. In a blink, Jin turned back to modern times. He sat in the middle of the street with a bewildered face. "What happened?" The sword explained. "I manipulated your mind. You can consider what you see here as a dreamscape. Subconscious. In this place, the sense of time is not the same as the material world. As long as your spirit is tough enough. Using 1 second to experience a year isn't impossible. Of course, in reality, such an extreme situation won't appear." He gaped in surprise. "Inception." The sword replied. "Not much different from that idea. Just really unexpected. To return to this nostalgic world. Almost forgot what this place looked like." A foot landed on the ground, speaking excitedly. "This place is really strange." Ling Lie looked around at the skyscrapers with a delighted face. Could it be what Wang Gui said is the truth? This world really has people transmigrating from another world. Jin went from one surprise to another. "My adoptive father is here too?" Senior Ling Lie. He smiled, asking him. "This ability of Wang Gui is very convenient, right? In this place, not only can you have ample time. Moreover, I can also teach you while in peak condition." He stood up, asking, "Then why couldn't you teach swordsmanship to Ling Ba?" He sighed, gloomily answering, "I no longer have a way to hold sword. And currently the space in this dreamscape can only be entered by the person resonating with Wang Gui. Moreover, Moon Shadow Ling Heart style has very high requirements for physical quality. Ling Ba as a girl has no way to cultivate it. Let's start. The effect of directly practicing actual combat is quite high. With Wang Gui protecting your consciousness, dying can also come back to life. Just finish speaking." He slashed a sword stroke, grazing his face, making his whole body turn purple with fear. The wound on his face also started bleeding. Seeing the wall collapse, he screamed in panic. "Playing too big." Jin cried, complaining. "Wang Gui, you could make something awesome like Inception space. Cultivating this swordsmanship, can't you make into that kind of instant learning system? Just the kind where you tap and can learn the skill and even choose perks." Ling Lie stood majestically in the thick dust, replying, "Don't have that kind of stupid toy. Want to become stronger, then honestly and obediently cultivate." The sword immediately reminded. "Sorry, when I transmigrated, there wasn't that kind of technology system you mentioned yet. Can't imagine it. You better respect the system a bit." Outside his father's room, what, he was so worried about him, she couldn't sit still. Jin still hasn't come out? Ling Ba was also extremely anxious. "Not yet. It's been 3 days." She looked towards the room, calling his name in hopelessness. Jin. Hope nothing happened to him. In the dreamscape world, he was beaten black and blue by Ling Lie, whole body covered in wounds. He sat in a corner, urging him. "Rested enough yet? Enough, then hurry and come back to life." Jin coughed violently, sweat dripping all over his face. He used the sword to support himself on the ground to stand up. "Wang Gui, help me heal the wounds on my body." Truly magical. In a blink, the wound on his leg healed completely. Even the slash marks on his face disappeared without a trace. Everything returned to perfection as before. Now finally I believe that before my father showed mercy when practicing sword with me. Otherwise 10,000 lives wouldn't be enough. After speaking, he aggressively declared war. "Continue. This time I will definitely win against you." Ling Lie was also surprised by his spirit. Truly can't look down on him. Killed countless times, yet still kept the fighting will. See, he gave birth to a good son, although knowing all this is illusory images in the mind. Although being killed won't really die. But the experience of death is completely real. He stood up pondering further. As a living creature, should feel fear and disgust to the extreme. Very much want to avoid this situation is right. But only at this age, yet can use reason to control his inner heart. Or, he doesn't care about his own life or death. Looks like I have to change the method. He raised the sword in his hand high. Moon Shadow Ling Heart style. Final truth. Yin Yang Star. Energy from the universe was absorbed by Ling Lie into the sword. Jin felt terrified at what was happening. What? This is swordsmanship too? He told him. You have experienced all moves of Moon Shadow Ling Heart style. Now, taste my final truth. While speaking, he excitedly pointed the sword tip towards a guy. Jin watched, not daring to blink. Fear clearly shone on his face. In Jin's eyes appeared another universe, with thousands of twinkling stars. A beam of light flew swiftly in the air with speed faster than light, stabbing straight into the ground, causing soil and rocks to fly everywhere like a comet hitting the earth. Jin quickly used the sword to block those rapid attacks. Suddenly, he felt everything around was a bit strange. A modern world in a moment turned into a vast space full of shimmering stars. What? All moves of Moon Shadow Ling Heart style are moves forcing oneself to the limit. But this move is used to let the sword user detach from the body, finding the purest sword intent of one's heart in the sword spirit. Ling Lie stood under the moonlight saying, all my life pursuing the strongest sword way, willing to take the posture of the bright moon to compete with the stars in the world. While speaking, he rushed straight towards him. Jin, your inner heart, what exactly is it searching for? His face changed color, not a drop of blood left. Can't block it. Dying. He fell into a chaotic mess of thoughts in his heart again. Jin looked at his empty hands, asking himself, am I afraid of death? Dead then dead. From before until now. I haven't felt what meaning my life or death has to this world. He sadly recalled childhood memories. I am a small thing not needing existence. I understood this at the time Mom left me. Now whether Dad or Mom, I can't remember their faces anymore. So, dead then dead. The scene of the truck causing the accident rushed back into his mind. No one grieved for me anyway. But now I have reincarnated. My existence, my destiny, my meaning. After thinking through everything, determination burned fiercely in him. On the sword blade appeared the first sparks. Are all defined by myself. Just finished thinking, he countered Ling Lie's attack with an extremely large power. Ling Lie and Jin fought one-on-one in a fiery battle, neither side willing to yield to the other. From afar a light flashed. He also vaguely realized, what? This is. From there emitted a dazzling light like a brilliant halo. Ending the battle. Both stood back to back in the misty smoke. When he turned his head back, saying, shot out, immediately Jin fell to the ground. Although the wound on Ling Lie's face was quite painful, he still smiled proudly. Well done. Didn't expect you mastered it. After lying unconscious on the ground for several days and nights, Jin gradually opened his eyes. This is. The sword recounted everything that happened while he was unconscious. You woke up. You were in a coma for too long. Ling Lie left already. Jin looked around at the scenery bewildered. Wangue. All this place is constructed according to information in my brain. The sword immediately confirmed. Correct. You're not wrong. He wondered, so asked more. What about things I forgot? Will they appear? Wangue used all his profound knowledge to explain for him to understand. Memory is a very interesting thing. Sometimes you think you forgot, but actually you just didn't want to remember. Things that should be remembered will be engraved deep in your heart. Won't disappear easily. Hearing that, he took the initiative to request. Before leaving here, I want to go to a place. Space started to change scenes. The sword curiously asked, where is this place? He looked up answering, it's the house after my mother remarried in this world. Fighting just now. I suddenly remembered Mom, but couldn't remember her appearance. He held the doorknob, twisting it open. Sunlight shone through the door crack. After opening the door to go inside, Jin stood dazed there looking at everything for a long time. The surrounding scenery reappeared exactly like reality, making him still dare not believe his eyes. This is a little boy wearing cat slippers waddled calling Mom. Mom! A woman appeared. Seeing his mom, the kid happily called, Mom, come here quickly. She worriedly didn't forget to remind her cute child. Coming. Don't run around anymore. Careful, you'll slip. Jean seemed to skip a beat when seeing childhood memories when Mom was still by his side. So mother and son had happy moments playing together. Suddenly she glanced out the door as if sensing someone standing staring at the two of them. But strangely, right at that door, it was very normal. Didn't see anyone's shadow. Turns out Jean quickly escaped outside. Wangui. I originally only intended to find a photo. Why could I see real people? Moreover, it was 3 days. Just like going into that time-space. The sword also had to give up. Who knows? Maybe because your thought was too strong it made you travel back. He lowered his face to the ground. Lips pressed tight as if trying to suppress emotions inside. Wangui, seeing his attitude, partly guessed it. Didn't expect you loved your mom like that. Are you moved almost to tears? Unexpectedly, he lied to him, hiding his true emotions. No way. Did you intentionally fake these things to trick me? However, in the end, he smiled, gently saying, Wangui, thank you. Right when he opened the dojo door, he was extremely surprised when everyone was waiting for him in the yard. Seeing them, he grinned very brightly. A few days later, at the Imperial Tournament venue, people coming to watch chatted extremely animatedly, creating a very noisy atmosphere. Lively. Jalon was extremely surprised looking at the rows of seats behind. So many audience members. Lin Yun sitting next continued. After all, the Imperial Tournament hasn't been organized for nearly 10 years. Participants consider this a gathering place for experts. When martial arts gradually became a marginal thing in society as now, for martial arts practitioners, the Imperial Tournament is an opportunity to show themselves. Not few people in the academy participate. Jalon speculated. So many people in the preliminaries. The battle will definitely be fierce. Who can stand to the end is still unknown. Lin Yun seemed quite knowledgeable about this competition, so he could easily answer her questions. Luck is also a very big factor, because the number is large. So once started, they will choose the small group, round-robin style. Just need to be in the top few of the small group to participate in the official elimination match. Hua, he suddenly pointed below the stage announcing. It's Jin's turn on stage. It's competition time. But Jin was still yawning continuously. Cultivation intensity lately was too high. Went back to sleep for a few days, still haven't recovered. Just like staying up late, cramming before exams. The opponents seeing him spoke disdainfully. What is this? Isn't this the freshman of the year? Lin Yun sitting up here was extremely worried. Jin's first round opponent is a senior student of our school. Jalon continuously asked for some information about this person. You know him? How is he? Is he powerful? He honestly answered, a bit troublesome. This person, when first entering school, was quite famous. Is a reserve member of the Royal Capital Defense Team. Now also approaching rank 5 strength. Looks like Jin isn't very lucky. Even if he can win, he will lose quite a lot of stamina. On the ring, the opponent smirked, telling him, you look very calm. Also true. Indeed, your strength compared to peers could be considered not bad. Just entered school and caused quite a few waves. Have the qualification to be arrogant. But reality is cruel. Let a senior like me suppress your spirit. He was extremely bloodthirsty, taking the initiative to rush to attack Jin. Right when approaching close to him, he raised the sword and crowed loudly. Obediently become a stepping stone for me to step on the champion position. The guy still stood still, waiting for his attack, without any flinching or fear. The sword just lowered. Jin was able to use 2 fingers to block it. He even showed a bored face, saying, too slow. Senior, no need to show mercy. He immediately changed expression. When feeling his opponent wasn't mediocre either. This guy, my sword was blocked by him with 2 fingers. Impossible. Must be a mistake. The senior angrily shouted. You let go from me. Jin comfortably agreed. Sure. Retreated a few steps, then thought. Definitely, because just now I was too careless. Correct. Because the opponent is a junior, so I went easy. Didn't expect in reality the opponent is very strong. I must be serious. The senior shouted once, then rushed up. Jin still stood still. Every movement of the sword was within sight. He gently used 2 fingers to hold the sword tip tight. He started whining. Don't be like this anymore. Draw your sword, please. I want to compare swords with you. His face innocently asked, is me being like this not despicable enough? He knelt completely on the ground, the sword thrown aside. I lose. Everyone was stunned. Jin. So his personality is like that. I'm afraid the senior will be psychologically traumatized. Hua, he hurriedly said. Last time student Jin even stripped a martial artist coming to cause trouble and tied him to a pillar in a crowded area. Chao Shan was full of determination. This time the Ling family also came to participate in the imperial tournament. Absolutely cannot let them win. Lu Xiao sipped the tea in his hand. If the Ling family performs well, even if they don't win the championship, they won't hinder us. Being valued again. He had no worry at all. Just a tiny marginal family. As long as they don't win the championship position, I have ways to make them unable to lift their heads. At this moment, someone entered. Young master. Jin just won the opponent in the match. Gao Shen win un plen. 1-1. This brat Jin indeed has some skill. Originally didn't think the tournament just started and he already won. This small matter doesn't need to be reported. Lu Xiao suddenly spoke up. Wait, tell me how many swords Jin used. He looked at the other person wondering. What do you mean by asking that? Jin's opponent is an expert among senior students of the academy. Also a reserve member of our defense team. I know he can win is already promoting him a lot. Why when you say it sounds like he crushed the opponent? Lu Xiao didn't let these words enter his ears. He lowered his voice, asking again. How many swords? The messenger trembled answering. Not even 1 sword used. Chao Shun grabbed that person's collar and shouted aggressively. What did you say? Speak clearly for me. What is called not even 1 sword used? He fearfully recounted. Jin only used 2 fingers to block all attacks of the opponent. After that, the opponent admitted defeat. Just finished speaking, there was a thunderous slap. Trash. Face couldn't hide the anger. All are trash. Looks like this guy has no qualification to stay in the defense team anymore. Making me lose too much face. Shameful trash. Contrary to that attitude was Lu Zhao's calmness. He carefully thought, with his character and ability of Chao Shan. If not for the halo of the Chiao family hanging overhead, indeed, he is very worthy of these 2 words trash. However, not even 1 sword used. Sure enough, an interesting brat. Slashing him has value. Seeing him coming from afar, Mu Jalon called out. Jin over here. He waved back. Everyone is here. Lin Yin spoke up. You really opened my eyes. Exactly what level is your current strength to be able to suppress a peak rank 4 senior like that? He laughed, saying, martial arts has no accurate way to test. Moreover, because spiritual power couldn't be used, so the opponent's strength couldn't be fully unleashed either. Jalon couldn't help being curious. But how did you do that? In my eyes, your opponent had very strong power. Jin scratched his head confused. Not weak, but compared to Senior Ling Lie's sword, he was just like a 3-year-old kid waving a wooden stick around. He thought to himself, I can be considered hacking, right? Although the process was overly arduous. 2 lines of tears streamed down Lin Yun's face. Really admire you. Could it be you are the son of God? Why does every good thing dump on your head? Isn't my life a long, straight line without ripples? Lingba walked up and said a few words. Today's match is about to end. Student Jin go back to rest first. Lu Xiao is a seeded player. Only when the official tournament happens will he go on stage. In a moment, Hua, Yi, and I will return to the dojo. Lin Yin also said goodbye. I also have business to go home for a bit. Going first. Now only 2 people, him and Jalon, remained. Let's go too. The sunset this afternoon is beautiful enough to move people's hearts. Jin's mood was somewhat more comfortable. Although it seems only a few days past, but I feel like it's been a long time since I walked like this. She asked back, you know that too? Trouble keeps coming to you endlessly. But the one who dueled you right after school started like me has no right to talk about you. He smiled shyly, saying, made you worry. Jalon humphed once, then looked at him with sincere eyes. Jin don't lose, okay? He confidently replied, don't worry, definitely winning the championship. Just dawn, the general guarding the royal capital was present in the palace. He bowed respectfully. Your Majesty, you want to personally go to the Imperial Tournament? I find it inappropriate. Hellion asked back. What is inappropriate if I don't see with my own eyes? The Imperial Tournament also loses its meaning, right? Chao Yuan was a bit hesitant, but thinking of Your Majesty's safety, she immediately interrupted. Gao Yuan, the Chao family is responsible for protecting my safety, not telling you to lock me in the palace. Or do you have other intentions? His face turned pale, immediately knelt on the ground. Subject dares not. The safety measures of the Imperial Tournament definitely have no flaws. Hellion coldly said. Then withdraw. He replied, yes, then turned to leave. Suddenly at this moment, she laughed happily. Thinking in her head, heard Siyi's son wants to fight for Ling God style. Such an interesting thing, naturally, must see with own eyes. Don't know if he is handsome. Now Chao Shan was extremely annoyed. He slammed his hand on the table. What did you say? His Majesty will personally come to the Imperial Tournament. Lu Xiao spoke up. Chao Shan, recently you are truly unlucky. Nothing goes smoothly. With Si Jin's level, I see Ling God style this time definitely wants to surpass you. He unpleasantly replied. Lu Xiao, don't laugh at others' pain. Without the protection of my Chao family, do you think you can be safe? If you meet Si Jin in the Imperial Tournament, I want you to thoroughly cripple him. Finished speaking, Chao Shan angrily left. Lu Xiao looked outside. Such a beautiful day, making my heart beat, unable to calm down. Night gradually fell. Everything sank into darkness. A young man was on the way home, as usual. Suddenly a black shadow appeared in front. He quickly stopped. What business do you have? Lu Xiao replied with an unchanged face. Coming to kill. He immediately took out his sword. Who sent you? Want to stop me from participating in the official match of the Imperial Tournament? Then let my black iron divine spear teach you. He got into ready position. While rushing forward, the opponent thought. 1 inch longer, 1 inch stronger. Sword user facing spear user already has a disadvantage. Moreover, you chose to duel me in an alley. Completely no space around, so you have no way to break through my fence. Even so, you can't be smug. 3 attack paths, right, middle, left, completely blocked. Divine spear, beast, taming combo. The young man shouted loud, then used all strength to launch the move. In a blink, everything was done. The result was that person couldn't even touch a hair of Lu Xiao. He looked at the paper and checked. Still 13 people. Must save some time, while the moonlight is still there. Looking around where he stood, only saw blood and more blood. Urgent Knuking Sundet. Si Jin, wake up quickly. Something big happened. A few minutes later, he went out to open the door. What's wrong? Early in the morning. Lin Yan tensely said, calm down and listen to me. All 15 people participating in the Imperial Tournament, except for you and Lu Xiao. All 14 people were killed last night. His 2 eyes widened in shock. And the next day at Ling God-style dojo, everyone didn't know since when had gathered fully. Jalon just glanced and recognized him from afar. Si Jin, you came. He impatiently asked, what exactly happened? A man replied, probably Lu Xiao did it, right? Looks like he values you very much. He respectfully greeted Senior Ling Lie. He slowly said, Lu Xiao, this person has superb natural talent, but no patience. He probably wanted to officially duel with you a bit sooner, so solved all other contestants. So the Imperial Tournament is directly you two dueling. Si Jin felt hard to understand. But him causing chaos like that isn't afraid, leading to the Imperial Tournament being stopped. Ling Lie calmly replied. At that time, he naturally will think of a way to alone. Find you to duel. He acts crazily but thinks very carefully. One night, killing 14 experts. Looks like he finally is about to master the demon sword in his estimation. Lu Xiao is a sword fanatic. After he betrayed Ling God style. Used to travel countries on the continent. Challenging experts. Learning combat methods. Now his swordsmanship probably has formed a style of its own. When you fight Lu Xiao, cannot treat him like a normal swordsman. Si Jin was a bit worried. So what is the demon sword you just mentioned? A person walked from afar. Demon sword is the sword technique inheritance of the 3rd demon general. Ling Lie, look what kind of trouble you created for us. He immediately recognized that person was Chao Yuan. All eyes turned to this newly appeared character. Si Jin Wisperdas-king. This person is also surnamed Chao. Could it be? Lin Yan whispered back. This is Lord Chiao Yuan. Now is the head of the Chiao family, also the commander guarding the royal capital. He looked at Si Jin and said, "My son was taken care of by you at the academy." He spoke up. Lu Xiao betrayed Ling God's style long ago. Now hired by the Chiao family. This matter, if you want to handle, seems unrelated to us. Chiao Yuan frowned, saying, "There isn't any evidence proving this matter was done by Lu Xiao. As the person guarding the royal capital, indeed should immediately end the imperial tournament. Investigate the suspicion of you and Lu Xiao, but His Majesty extremely hopes the imperial tournament can have a result. So I came to remind you, obediently wait for tomorrow the competition starts. Don't do superfluous things." Ling Lie heard and sighed once. As for Lu Xiao's matter, don't think much. If you can win against him, can personally ask him. If can't beat, remember to admit defeat early. Now is peaceful times. Talent like you cannot, because of remaining grudges of us, encounter unnecessary danger. He replied, "I will try my best. I will send soldiers to protect the safety of this place. Si Jin, today you stay here, wait for orders. Others return first." Just finished speaking, Chiao Yuan turned to leave. Jalon spoke up. "Then we go first. Si Jin, you must be careful." He calmly replied, "It's okay. This place probably will be very safe. Tonight the moon is very round and bright." Lying resting, there was news. Si Jin, someone came. He sat up, eyes half closed. "I know." A while later, outside the window, peeked someone's shadow. She climbed through the window with difficulty. Si Jin followed every movement of hers. "Who are you?" Hearing the voice, she jumped. For that reason, slipped and fell to the ground. She rubbed her, but groaning. "Ouch, ouch." Then got angry. "Weren't you sleeping? Suddenly speaking, want to scare me to death?" Scary, he thought in his heart. Middle of the night, climbing window into my room, still blame me? She stepped closer to the opponent. "You are Si Jin?" He replied, "I am Si Jin, but who are you?" The hood was taken off. "I am Hellion Lingling." He coughed a few times. "I don't know you. What business do you have with me? Also, how did you avoid the guards outside to enter here?" She excitedly recounted. "Just those stupid guards. Relying on my agile skills. Wanting to infiltrate without God's knowing, ghost perceiving is truly simple as eating pie." He felt hard to believe. Didn't see agile skills, but climbing window also took effort, whereas agile. Hellion was a bit disappointed. People participating in the imperial tournament were all killed. Now a stranger like me suddenly comes to find you. Why is your expression so calm? "Not fun at all," he frankly replied. "That was Lu Xiao doing, not you." Speaking of this, her face revealed danger. "How do you know Lu Xiao did it? What if really I did it?" Si Jin confidently declared. "Regardless of who, I am sure of the battle." She was silent, thinking for a few seconds, then sat down next to him. Just tiny rank 3 or 4 strength, yet such power. As expected of Si Yi's son. Looks handsome too. He looked at her with bewildered eyes. "You know my father? Who exactly are you?" Hellion spoke up. "I also reported my name, still don't know who I am." As expected of genuine original package taught by C.E. Even the retort. Her legs slowly inched to the side. Next, used 2 hands to hold Si Jin's face tight. "After meeting you, I confirmed you are Si Jin. You also aren't Si Jin." She looked straight into the opponent's eyes and seriously asked, "You coming to this place exactly is for what?" Hearing this question, his heart suddenly beat fast. Does she mean she knows I come from another world? Being approached to the face by a strange woman. Si Jin became stammering. Right at this suffocating atmosphere outside rang a few voices. "What are you guys doing? This can also be lost. Something happens, can you take responsibility? Sweep every room once." Hellion turned pale. Done for. I have to slip." Immediately, she clung to the wall to climb through the window. He followed from behind. Again, "Come help me." She helplessly called for help. Si Jin sweated all over. Agile skills. This moment she was still highly vigilant. Don't take the opportunity to touch randomly. He gritted his teeth and endured. "What do you want?" After a struggle, Hellion successfully landed on the ground. She even turned back to remind him. "Keep my visit a secret. Do your best tomorrow." After pulling up her hood, Hellion disappeared into the forest. He waved back in confusion. "In the end, I still have no idea what she came here for. Which noble family's young lady is she? So secretive." In the blink of an eye, the fateful day arrived. Early in the morning, Many people had already gathered at the arena. Sijin's group was also fully assembled. Ling Lie instructed verridly. Just like father said yesterday. Don't push yourself too hard. He nodded in response. I understand, but I'll do my best. He glanced over to the opposite side. Lu Mu Biao had arrived at some point. He was also quietly watching Sijin. Finally, today has come. Gao Shen's expression was extremely grim. He muttered Sijin's name. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly, All hail your majesty! Everyone bowed in respect. Sijin was a little curious and wanted to sneak a peek. I haven't met the ruler of this country yet. I wonder what kind of person they are. The moment he looked up, he recognized a familiar figure. It's her, the girl from last night. Sijin couldn't believe this was real. Yin raised a finger to her lips, signaling him to keep it a secret. He wanted to confirm, so he asked in a low voice, Is that our country's royal family? Ling Bo asked back, exasperated. Are you serious? She couldn't help but let out a sigh. I really don't know what to do with you. The rulers of our country are from the He Lien clan. Don't be disrespectful later. Sijin felt a wave of relief. My knowledge is so limited. Good thing I didn't do anything wrong last night. Otherwise, my life would have been on the line. After this, I have to drag Lin Yin along to brush up on my worldly knowledge. Gao Yuan announced loudly. Will the participants please step forward? Immediately after, Sijin and Mu Biao stepped onto the stage together. He Lien was full of anticipation. I heard that both participants in this Imperial Martial Arts tournament are disciples of Ling Lie. It seems the strength of the Ling Shun style cannot be underestimated. The Ling family is part of my Gao family. I should feel honored, shouldn't I? He quickly bowed. For the Ling Shun style to produce two young powerhouses is an honor for our nation. Her eyes flashed with a cold light. Regardless of the outcome of this match, do not do anything to the Ling Shun style. Let go of past grudges. Do you understand, Gao Yuan? He didn't dare utter another word. This subordinate understands. Mu Biao spoke first. I never expected you to be able to return. Fate truly is a cruel mistress. He maintained a calm expression. I don't understand. You could have had Tianming, so why did it come to this? He slowly drew his weapon. If you can defeat me, I'll tell you. If you lose, then you'll die under my sword without ever knowing. Sijin thought to himself. I know. My mind is free of distractions. The sword fell forward. He was already in a ready stance. He also quickly prepared himself, facing a master, to determine who is superior and decide life and death. The dramatic match officially began. The sound of swords clashing rang out ceaselessly. You've gotten quite a bit stronger, haven't you? Did that old man Ling Lie teach you swordsmanship? In that case, you should call me senior brother, Sijin said while defending. Be careful, senior brother. There's an old saying, the younger generation is to be feared. Mu Biao swung his sword forcefully. Then I eagerly awaited. The next second, he unleashed the Ling Shun style, Falling Moon. He managed to dodge to the side and immediately countered with the Ling Shun style. Sword points to the Big Dipper. His expression remained unchanged from start to finish. It's been a long time since I've used the Ling Shun style to fight. The two blades scraped against each other, creating a piercing sound. Mu Biao mattered. I need to increase my speed. The two clashed at a speed that was difficult for ordinary people to follow. Jalon was stunned. So strong. They're both incredible. Luan Yin was just as surprised. This isn't like a duel between spirit artists. There's no grand spectacle. No flames, no tornadoes, but the pressure is immense. The tense atmosphere was suffocating. Ling Ba couldn't believe her eyes. This is the purity of a warrior. They attack with the sword, and they defend with the sword. The two of them close in on each other step by step. Life, death, victory, and defeat are decided by the blade. After a moment, both were thrown back. Sijin struggled to break with his feet. He's amazing, stronger than anyone I've ever fought. The pressure feels like I'm fighting a 7-stage master. His breathing grew heavier. He even has the same aura as Senior Ling Lie. Am I old, man? Mu Xiao spoke. You're not bad. It's been a long time since I've had this much fun. He replied, Is that so? You're about to scare me to death. He caressed his sword. I've changed my mind. If you surrender, I won't kill you. Letting you live will make things more interesting in the future. Sijin said calmly. But if I surrender now, I'll never have the resolve to defeat you in the future. The corner of Mu Xiao's mouth twitched up slightly. You have a point. He tapped his finger on the sword. Scream, spirit sword, Chan Ming. The sword let out a dangerous, whistling sound. He immediately raised his guard. Be careful. The Chan Ming sword's blade is as sharp and thin as a cicada's wing. Besides its ability to cut through iron like mud, it has another special effect. Mu Xiao leaped high into the air and struck down with all his might, using the Lang Shun style, cross star. He immediately raised his sword to block. The terrifying power forced him back several steps. Careful, the aerial attack isn't over yet. What? Jin shouted when he saw the wound on his body. While he was distracted, his opponent struck again. Jin had noticed the way his opponent twisted the sword in his hand. Chan Ming vibrates at a high frequency. When swung quickly, a subtle layer of air is created along the sword's trajectory. It forms an invisible second blade. This isn't ordinary sword chi. This sword chi appears even before the blade itself. While blocking, his mind raced at full speed to find solution. And Chan Ming's aerial blade has a delayed attack that follows the normal slash. But if I block Chan Ming's aerial blade, I won't have time to react to the next physical attack. Unlike spirit artists, martial arts cultivators focus on tempering their bodies and their own spirit energy. If you can't cut through your opponent's tough physique, then you must hone an even greater power. If you can't break through your opponent's tight defense, then you must train to be even faster, stubbornly pursuing greater strength and faster speed. This is the way of the martial arts cultivator. The first spirit venerable of swords once said, "As fast as light is nothing more than being faster than light." My swordsmanship has reached the limits of my physical body. I cannot get any faster. My swordsmanship can no longer improve. How pitiful. The first spirit venerable of art said, "Can't you speak normally?" What a ridiculous thought. If you can't get any faster, then why not try slowing down a bit? Do you know what an aerial state is? Forget it. Explaining it to you would be a pain. In short, I want to make a sword. But I need help during the testing phase. I want to gather some data. The first spirit venerable of swords turned and asked, "You want to create something interesting again? What kind of sword?" He replied, "I don't know what the final effect will be, but I've already thought of a name for the sword. It is now the middle of a summer night. Cicadas are chirping throughout the forest. So let's call it Spirit Sword Chan Ming." Back to the present. Mu Xiao swung his sword, intending to cut him down. Just as it was about to hit Jin, Gao Yuan worried silently. He can't dodge this sword strike. But Hellion sat there with a slight smile, thinking, "This guy, don't you dare die in such a meaningless place." The three of them, Mu Jalon, Ling Ba, and Luan Wu, shouted in alarm. Jin, and he muttered under his breath, "Dian Iwalang Sin Si Dai." Then he dodged the blade. Mu Xiao said, "You broke your stance just to dodge that last strike. Let's see how you handle my next move." He used the tip of his sword, stabbing it into the ground to regain his balance. Then he quickly swung his sword pointing to the bright moon. Mu Xiao was hit. He fell backward, thinking, "He's drawn me into his sword's range. I need to create some distance." But before he could recover, Jin had already charged forward. Then he used Dancing Moonlight, Dian Yu Ling Ecchi style, and Moonlight Flowing Clouds to attack. He thought to himself, Chan Ming's delayed attack can only be fully unleashed with a complete sword trajectory, so I have to press him hard. Break his sword form. Seeing him approach, Mu Xiao panicked and swung his sword wildly. So that old man passed the Dian Yu Ling Ecchi style onto you. Then he also used Falling Moon and Chan Ming's Judgment. It tore up a large section of the arena floor. Jin had to stop his attack. He communicated silently in his mind. "Wang Gui, I have to take a risk. Are you okay?" It replied, "Don't worry. I can block it." Hearing that, he continued to use the Yan Yu Ling Ecchi style. Then, from within the smoke, he suddenly appeared, closing in on Lu Mu Xiao. The spectators were shocked by this scene. So fast. Incredibly fast. But why isn't Mu Xiao reacting at all? It's not like he's so fast he can't be seen, is it? Hellion explained, Shua Yu is the secret sword of the Lang family. From our third-person perspective, we feel like we can see it clearly. But in Lu Mu Xiao's eyes, it's not like that. He lowers the front of his body, using his body and sword to obstruct the movement of his feet. But his upper body isn't completely still. Instead, he uses extremely slow movements to create an illusion. Martial artists are used to relying on subtle changes in their opponent's waist and hands to predict their next move. From Mu Xiao's perspective, He must have judged that Cene wasn't making any moves at all. After this misleading illusion is cast, his footwork, which was hidden from view, has stored up enough energy. It then creates a powerful forward thrust. By the time you notice, your opponent is already right in front of you. It's like the new moon disappearing. The eyes can't see it, but it actually exists in the air. It's a phenomenon that tricks the eyes. Cene's physical foundation was solidly built by Ce. After mastering Ling Lie's techniques, he is already a top-tier swordmaster. At this moment, Cene had thrust his sword through Lu Muxiao's body. Lun Wu, still in a daze, said, He won. He won. Mu Jalon also cheered. Cene defeated Lu Muxiao. At that moment, he coughed up blood. He weakly exclaimed, That old man's secret sword technique is truly top-notch. This is a move that could only be conceived after countless life-and-death battles. As expected, I'm still too far behind. He said, Don't move around. The sword is only an inch from your heart. He gave a satisfied smile. If I could, I'd like to stop just like this. But by the time I came to my senses, my spirit sword had long been devoured by the demon sword. At this moment, Helion suddenly shouted in alarm. Demonic energy. This is bad. Then she called out Gao Yuan. He was also stunned and said, All Royal Capital Defense Squads, prepare for battle. Capture Muxiao. Cene stared in shock at the person before him. What is this? At that moment, his eyes had turned black, and his pupils were blood red. He said, Scream. Demon sword, ghost whale. Then, a giant vortex of energy appeared around Lu Muxiao's body. He was stunned. What is this? He thought to himself, so that's how it is. So the spirit sword Fong Ming was tainted from the beginning. This is the sword intent of Ghost Whale, from the third demon general killed by Ling Lie. As the vortex gradually dissipated, soldiers surrounded him from all sides. But before they could do anything, they were all annihilated. Not a single one was left. Cene gritted his teeth. He shouted a warning. Everyone run. Luan Wu commanded. Those above the fourth stage, cover the civilians' retreat. Mu Jalon turned around. She wanted to use her bow and arrow to sneak an attack on Lu Muxiao, but he stopped her. Don't provoke him. None of us are his match. She said, but Cene is still in there. He replied, Right now, we can only trust in Cene, and in the other masters responsible for protecting this place. Ling Ba was bewildered. What in the world is happening? Helion said, So it turns out that when Ling Lie fought the third demon general, the second demon general used his own death to curse the spirit sword Fong Ming. He intended to use the sword as a medium to assimilate Ling Lie. Is this the reason why Ling Lie can no longer wield a sword? Gao Yuan said respectfully, Your Majesty, please retreat to a safe place. We will take responsibility for dealing with the demonized Muxiao. She said coldly, Today's situation is all due to your Gao family's selfish concealment. I will settle this debt with you later. He bowed his head. After she left, he cursed. How audacious. I thought you were just breaking the rules. Fighting freely. I never imagined you would act against humanity itself. Surrender peacefully. He glanced at him. You despicable little man. This is the price for your past injustice against that old man. He roared in anger. You're courting death. A dense aura radiated from his body. Cene thought. This is the aura of a ninth-stage expert. Just like Song Yan. Much stronger than the seventh-stage Gao Kai. At that moment, the dark energy formed tentacles. They wrapped around the bodies of the soldiers lying on the ground. Then, they gradually dissipated. He looked at his hand and said, Kill them all. Everyone who sees this. The soldiers were now nothing but dry skeletons. But they could still stand up and attack others. They charged at the others. Their mouths were twisted into horrifying smiles. The soldiers who hadn't been corrupted also charged forward to fight them. However, they were quickly annihilated by the zombies in an instant. They slaughtered dozens of others. Each time, it only took a single strike. Gao Yuan saw this. He said angrily, How dare you? Then he jumped down. The force of his landing sent the zombies flying. At that moment, a young boy was about to be attacked by them. The boy cried out in despair. Save me. Hearing this, he quickly rushed over. He used his aura to block them. Then he turned and said, You go first. The boy stood up and ran for his life. Muxiao saw this scene and said, In order to protect his useless son, the only 9th-stage expert here didn't come to kill me first. As expected of the rotten nobility. Compared to your own bloodline, are the lives of others worthless? At that moment, Cene said, "Don't lay a hand on my friends." He turned in surprise and asked, "You still haven't run away?" He silently faced him without a word. Mu Xiao let out a breath. Truly a person of great loyalty and righteousness. "Don't worry, I haven't touched them. After all, she is my junior sister, and those are her friends. By now, they should have reached a safe place." Cene asked, "Why are you doing this? Are you a good person or a demon?" He answered, "Being a good person was my former wish. But being a demon is my destiny. There's always a thought of killing in my heart. In the end, was it this demon's sword that corroded my soul? Or was it the war of the past that carved the instinct to kill into my soul? The me of today can no longer stop it." He said, "You clearly knew that Fong Ming was tainted, but you still stole it. Was it to save Senior Ling Lie?" He replied, "The old man is too kind. The tainted demon sword is more suitable for me." He continued, "Don't you always have the urge to kill? Then just let yourself go. Slaughter them all. Ending slaughter with slaughter. Is that the right way to do it?" He asked back, "Ending slaughter with slaughter? Is that wrong? While I can still be considered human, be the last vengeful spirit to die by my sword." He said, "I will stop you, using the swordsmanship of Senior Ling Lie." He laughed. "Then let me see it for myself." The supreme sword strike that killed the third demon general in Huayuan back then. With that, he created an earthquake. It shattered the entire vast arena. Then he charged forward and used demon sword. Ghost whale. 10 deaths, no life. Sijin materd. Dian iwalang sin sitai. Final secret art. He thought, when I face the immense pressure of Senior Lang, lies final secret art. Bright moon, sparse stars. In a situation where I was sure to die. Without a doubt, I finally found my own final secret art. Swinging the sword like that is wrong. I have to survive, using all the knowledge I've learned in my life. In the moment between life and death, find a single precise sword strike that can carve a path to survival from certain death. If one sword strike isn't enough, then 10. If 10 isn't enough, then 100. At that moment, Cene saw his opponent's opening. He thought, found it. Mu Xiao's opening is right behind his right arm. Then he quickly used Yin Yu Ling Xian style and 100 swords in an instant. He attacked that exact point with precision. After taking the full brunt of his sword strike, Lu Mu Xiao said in utter shock, "How could you see it?" Blood gushed endlessly from the wound. He continued, "Although I know it's hard to find a perfect, unbreakable sword style in this world. To find a flaw in my sword set in an instant." Then he looked at his back with a complicated gaze. His expression was one of unwillingness as he said, "The younger generation is to be feared. Truly, the student has surpassed the master." With those words, he fell heavily to the ground. Hearing the sound, he turned to look. Seeing him like that, he couldn't help but feel lucky. He patted his chest, his face covered in sweat, and thought to himself, "Thank goodness, he's finally not getting up anymore. Otherwise, I'd really be out of moves." Then he looked at the skeletons that were gradually being subdued and thought silently. The power of the clones has weakened. They should all disappear completely soon. Suddenly, a voice spoke up. "Cene, I never thought you could defeat the demonized Mu Xiao." He looked up in surprise and politely greeted him. "General Gao," he was thinking. He frowned and shot a deathly glare at him. Seeing his gaze, his expression changed. He couldn't help but feel suspicious. Killing intent. This old man isn't going to take advantage of the situation, is he? Right now, everyone in the arena is his man. But contrary to his thoughts, he let out a breath and said, "You have performed a great service in this matter. Although I, Gao Yuan, am not a saint, I still have basic principles." Then he looked at Lu Mu Xiao lying motionless on the ground and continued, "This time, the Gao family has been terribly harmed by villains. Perhaps this is also retribution." Suddenly, the corpse on the ground transformed into someone else. Gao Yuan exclaimed in horror. "What?" Cene was also astonished. He frowned deeply and said, "That's not Mu Xiao." Gao Yuan knelt down, stared at the corpse for a moment, and then spoke. "This is one of my subordinates. It seems he took advantage of the chaos with the clones to escape from the very beginning. Cene, there's nothing left for you here. You may leave." Hearing him, he said nothing and turned to leave. As he passed a crowd gathered nearby, Gao Shun in the crowd was a bit startled to see him. Then he frowned deeply. His eyes revealed a clear look of anger. He gritted his teeth and called out his name. Sijin. He paid him no mind and walked straight past him. Seeing this, he unwillingly shouted loudly. Sijin, don't think you've won. This isn't over between us. Hearing this, Sijin just sighed. Then, he turned to look at him and said, I really can't stand to look at you anymore. Do you still not understand how serious things are right now? General Gao has truly spoiled you too much. That's why you're so oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Your Gao family is on the brink of disaster. What you should be doing now is helping your father properly. Don't cause any more trouble. Being lectured like that, he couldn't help but angrily question him. How dare you speak to me like that? Then he raised his voice and ordered the soldiers behind him. You, go teach him a lesson for me. But after a moment, there was still no movement. He was stunned, his face showing a hint of fear, not understanding what was happening. The soldiers behind him didn't move an inch, rooted to the spot. Seeing this, he let out a helpless cry. You guys. Then, as if losing all his strength, he slumped to the ground. Scene changed to the Ling Shun style dojo. Ling Lie calmly held a pipe in his mouth. He was sitting on the railing, looking at the scenery outside. He held the pipe in his hand, taking a few puffs. After exhaling a large puff of smoke, he spoke. Stop hiding. I'm not so old that I can't detect you. Hearing this, Mu Xiao smiled and stepped out from behind a pillar. He chuckled and said, I wasn't sure how to appear. It's a bit awkward. Seeing him like this, he asked directly, You lost. Then he added with a hint of pride, That's what you get for not studying properly with me. You just had to run off and find your own unconventional path. Being lectured like that, he just rubbed his head and laughed sheepishly. I wanted to try training on my own, to see if there was a way to surpass you. In the end, you taught Si Jin for a few days, and he defeated me. You're truly amazing. Ling Lie closed his eyes, looking helpless. You star-crossed child. Chan Ming's corrosion on you is already. Before he could finish, Mu Xiao interrupted him directly. Master, this is the path I've chosen for myself. Even if the road ahead is completely dark, I will not waver. For my purpose, I don't mind becoming an enemy to everyone. Then he turned to leave. Before he left, he added, I will go north and seek refuge with the demon clan. The next time we meet, we will be enemies. Hearing his words, Ling Lie cursed. You foolish disciple. Meanwhile, Si Jin respectfully bowed to bid farewell to Gao Yuan. Then, this junior will take his leave. After undergoing harsh training and a fierce battle, the crisis of the Ling Shan style was finally resolved. After the Imperial tournament, the entire city was under strict lockdown, searching for the fugitive Lu Mu Xiao. But no news of Mu Xiao's capture ever came out. It's feared that he has already escaped the city, because the Ling Shan style had won the Imperial tournament. The Queen issued a royal decree, officially designating the Ling Shan style as the national sword art. Not to brag, but my handsome performance in the Imperial tournament moved the hearts of countless young people. Since then, people have been flocking to the Ling Shan style dojo, hoping to become disciples in an endless stream. The martial arts trend has once again surged. Perhaps Ling Ba is also very happy. As for the Gao family, as the defenders of the royal capital, they bear an undeniable responsibility for this chaos. Moreover, Mu Xiao had always acted as a guest retainer under the Gao family's protection. So since then, the Gao family has remained quiet, and Gao Shun had to undergo investigation. Under the Gao family's guarantee, he managed to avoid being thrown into the Great Prison. He is now under house arrest in the Gao family's mansion. It could be considered the standard ending for a minor villain. Transmigration novels really don't lie. Serves him right. Si Jin lay on his bed, lost in thought. So much has happened, but I couldn't do anything. Now that everything is over and my spirit has relaxed, all the fatigue in my body is starting to hit me. My whole body aches now. I can't even get out of bed. Then he thought about his studies at the academy and couldn't help but bemoan his fate. I came to the academy to study for a bit, and I've already fallen so far behind in my classes. Don't tell me this otherworld school also has a system where you get held back for not having enough credits? Suddenly, a clattering sound came from outside the window. It made him turn his head to look. A hand reached up and gripped the windowsill. Then, Hellion climbed up and gave him a mischievous smile. Seeing this, he spoke. His voice was filled with helplessness. Again, this is the third time. She ignored his words and nimbly climbed in. Then she gently brushed the dust off her clothes. After brushing herself off, Hellion struck a strange pose. Looking a bit ridiculous, she announced loudly, "The agile Hellion Ling has appeared." He looked at her pose, wondering if this person was really the queen, and asked doubtfully, "Why are you here? Is being a queen such a chaotic job?" Hearing this, she immediately jumped onto the bed and scolded him. "Nonsense." Hellion stood straight on the bed with her arms crossed and continued, "See, Jean, watch your words. Before, I let it slide. But now that you know I'm the queen, aren't you going to pay your respects?" He forced a strained smile and replied, "This humble servant is not feeling well. I hope your majesty will forgive me." Then, for some reason, Hellion squatted down and looked at him with a complicated expression. As for him, he was so nervous he was sweating, thinking to himself, "My underwear is about to be exposed." So he tried to change the subject. "Your Majesty, why did you come to my place?" Hearing this, she replied, "There's no one else here. You could just call me Ling Ling. You have performed a great service. I originally wanted to come and reward you, but it turns out you're in so much pain you can't even get out of bed. So useless. That's why I came myself." He asked, "Did you sneak out again?" Then he added in a slightly reproachful tone, "The palace is probably in an uproar again, discovering you've gone missing. At the very least, you should consider the difficulties of your subordinates." Hearing him say that, she said with dissatisfaction, "You're so young. Why do you talk like an old man? You won't be popular with girls like that." He joked, "Then why don't you reward me by making me into something girls like? Give me some kind of title." Hearing that, Hellion poked his forehead with her finger and scolded him, "You really want to reach the sky in a single step? What a greedy lion. You want to become a noble so you can attend high society gatherings all day and get lost among the famous young ladies, right?" Being poked like that, he cried out, "Ow, my head, my head." Hellion crossed her arms and continued, "With that sloppy look of yours, even if I gave you a title, you'd just be a scarecrow. Don't even think about attracting any girls." He replied, "You don't have to be so harsh. Am I lost cause?" Hearing that, she laughed a few times. Then, with one hand on her chin, she poked him with the other and said, "Don't be afraid. If no one really wants you, I'll take you into the palace. How about it?" He frowned and pouted, thinking, "This doesn't sound like the harem I imagined." Suddenly, there was a knock on the door from Ling Ba. She called out loudly, "Student C. Jean, are you awake? I'm coming in." Hearing Ling Ba's voice, Hellion was startled and said, "Why is someone else here?" Then she urged him impatiently, "C. Jean, find me a place to hide." He replied, "There's nowhere for you to hide. Go back the way you came." She scolded him angrily, "It's 3 stories high. Do you want me to jump to my death?" The sound of the door opening was heard. Ling Ba stepped in from outside and called out, "Student C. Jean." Hellion had hidden somewhere. Now, only he was left in the room. He said awkwardly, "Ling Ba, you're here." She said, "I'm sorry. You've done so much for our dojo, and I'm only just now coming to visit you." He smiled and replied, "I heard many people have been coming to become disciples recently. You must be very busy." She answered, "It was very busy at the beginning, but now things have settled down. Father is no longer cooped up in his room. He started to teach the disciples their cultivation." Then she rummaged through her bag for something. As she searched, she said, "Oh, right. Student C. Jean, I got some medicine from Hua. He said this can help soothe your current muscle soreness. Let me see how to use it." With that, she opened the paper that came with the medicine bottle. On the paper, it was written, "Rub all over the body, massage thoroughly. Seize the opportunity." After reading this line, Ling Ba crumpled the paper in her hand. Her face turned bright red. Seeing this, he asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" She shyly sat down. Her face flushed. She stammered, "Student C. Jean, please take off your clothes." Hellion, hiding under the bed, snorted and thought to herself, "I was clearly here first." Above, C. Jean asked shyly, "Why do I need to take off my clothes?" Seeing his slight panic, "Ling Ba et Lie, I have to apply the medicine for you." Under the bed, Hellion snorted coldly, waiting for a good show. Next up, the male lead shyly replied, No, it's okay." However, the other party was insistent on repaying him. "Please let me help. This is my responsibility." Hearing these pleas, the young man had no choice but to agree. "All right then." With that, he took off his shirt. Ling Ba held the medicine bottle in her hand. She blushed and said, "Then, I'll begin," looking at the muscular body before her. The young woman couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Student C. Jin's body is so firm. Is this the kind of body one gets only after countless rounds of cultivation? Then she began to massage the young man's shoulders and asked, "Jean, how's the pressure?" The male lead said awkwardly, "It's just right. I can feel my skin loosening up." Hearing this, Ling Ba enthusiastically introduced, "This medicine feels warm when applied. Huai's medicine is very good. It can relieve your physical pain." Underneath, Helion was extremely flustered. "This atmosphere is so weird. Why'd I have to hide under the bed?" After a while, Jean wanted to end this male-female contact. He held the girl's hand and refused. "Ling Ba, that's enough. I'm much better now." However, the young woman was determined to take care of him. "They're still your thighs. I could do my thighs myself." "If you do it yourself, you definitely won't use the right pressure to massage." After a bit of struggle, the young woman suddenly fell, pressing her body against the young man's. After getting his bearings, Jean finally spoke. "Ling Ba, are you okay?" The other party stammered in reply. "Sorry, I didn't crush you, did I?" "I'm fine," the young man replied. At this moment, Ling Ba didn't forget to make a request. "Right now, the only thing I can do for you is this kind of massage. Please don't refuse." You wouldn't refuse a girl's request, would you? Faced with this beauty trap, our male lead had no choice but to swallow hard and calm himself. This situation is not good. Stay calm. Calm down. I need to quickly find something to calm myself down. The capacity of a certain accounting model is N equals 25. The result of its calculation will be Y equals 34 point something plus 24x times 18 be plus 9.5. Sigh. Suddenly, at that moment, Ling Ba asked softly, Jean, what do you think of me?" The young man was a bit confused, but still answered honestly. "What do I think? You're great. Your swordsmanship is excellent. And you also carry the burden of the dojo, helping your father." After hearing this, the girl began to open up her heart. "All of that was out of necessity to keep the dojo. I work hard to cultivate my swordsmanship, but I have no talent. When I really face difficulties, I'm powerless. This time, if Jean hadn't stepped in to help, our dojo would probably have closed down. Do you think I'm very useless?" Hearing these words, Jean felt a bit of sympathy. He continuously comforted the young woman. "Ling Ba, don't be so pessimistic. Wanting to be strong is eternal, but if you lose faith because you're not strong enough right now, then we'd be out of options, wouldn't we? But Ling Ba's swordsmanship is very strong. Didn't you beat Gao Shun so badly he couldn't fight back?" After hearing this, Ling Ba asked doubtfully, "So, I could be a little more confident?" Jean gave an encouraging smile and said, "Don't just be confident. Even being arrogant is fine. We are still young. Youth itself is a gift from heaven. If we encounter a stronger opponent, then we just have to work hard until we surpass them." Hearing this, Ling Ba's eyes widened in surprise. Jean, you sound a bit mature when you talk. Everything I say is true," the young man affirmed. At this moment, the girl's heart felt warmed. She felt much more at ease. She rested her head on the young man's shoulder and whispered in his ear, "Thank you. Can I call you by your name directly?" Jean replied softly, "Of course. Don't I call you Ling Ba directly?" As for Ling Ba, she gathered all her courage to express the feelings of a young maiden. Jean, before she could finish her sentence, a voice came from the doorway. Jean. Very quickly, the woman appeared in the male lead's room. The young man put on an embarrassed expression and asked, "Jalon, why are you here?" The other person quickly turned her face away and said, "You're not wearing clothes, and you didn't even close the door, but it's my fault. I'm the one who suddenly barged in. I brought the lecture notes for you." With that, the young woman came and sat next to Jean. She asked with concern, "Are you feeling any better?" At the same time, Ling Ba, who was hiding under the bed, accidentally came face to face with Helion. The other party said calmly, "Hello there." After getting her bearings, "Ling Ba Weetspo." "Your Majesty." She had only said 2 words, when Helion quickly covered her mouth and reminded her, "No need for formalities at a time like this. There's no need for formalities at a time like this." As for Jean, he was so nervous he was sweating bullets. He wondered to himself if he had lost all his privacy. Let's briefly talk about our young man. I'm Jean. I'm the son of a spirit venerable, but I'm not originally from this world. Due to an accident, my soul transmigrated to this other world, a world full of spirit energy that can be cultivated. As is customary, from here, I began to walk the path of cultivation, a path of slaying gods and killing Buddhas, becoming a peerless powerhouse, and opening up a heaven-defying path with a harem full of beauties. But the problem I'm facing now is a bit serious. My current situation is like taking off my underwear. All my equipment exploded, and I've gone straight to the boss fight. What should I do? How do I handle this situation? Maybe I should act all natural and invite everyone to play mahjong. It's just enough for one table. But this world doesn't have mahjong. How annoying. Maybe I should make a mahjong set later. It would definitely be a hit in this world. Then I'll build a mahjong parlor. After that, I'll unlock and enter the bustling district. I'll get in with the common people and organize a mahjong tournament. Then I'll send someone to the demon clan and make mahjong a cultural exchange between the two races. In the future, the human and demon races will use mahjong to decide victory and defeat. There will be no more war. No more death. Seeing the male lead's somewhat gloomy mood, Jalon asked softly, "Are you okay? Why do you look so pale? Do you have a fever again?" Suddenly, the young man shouted, "Love and peace." It startled the young woman, causing her to drop the books in her hand. "You scare me to death." My textbooks fell too. Jean watched as she slowly bent down to pick up the books, his heart pounding with fear. "I am screwed. It's over." "No, I've been screwed for a while now." Just as he expected. As soon as Jalon bent down, she saw Hellion and Ling Ba hiding under the bed. Realizing they had been exposed, the two girls underneath crawled out one by one. Then, the three girls looked at each other in silence, speechless. At this point, Jalon had no choice but to question Jean. "What is going on?" Ling Ba quickly explained first. "Senior Jalon, I got some medicine from Hua. I wanted to help Jean with a massage to relieve his muscle soreness." Hearing the words Senior Jalon, the woman couldn't help but remark, that form of address is quite different. Hellion, witnessing this exchange, let out a chuckle. That's the pressure from a main wife. Seeing this, Jean glared angrily. He whispered, "Are you laughing? Am I misfortune? Whose fault is this?" The other party replied shamelessly, "My fault?" In another scene, a group of soldiers is shown practicing sword fighting. Hellion observed for a long time and then remarked softly, "You've recruited quite a few new disciples. Thank you for your help, Your Majesty." The man replied happily. The girl's eyes were deep as she continued. "The Gao family has been a bit out of line these past few years. It's time they tasted some trouble, so they understand their place." After hearing this, Ling Lie replied, "I'm just a martial artist. I don't understand these things." Hellion was slightly disappointed. "Forget it. You've always been like this." The young woman turned her head away. She instructed with concern, "Just continue to nurture strong swordsmen for the country." Hearing this, the man asked doubtfully, "Your Majesty, you probably didn't come here just to care about the business of this shabby dojo of mine, did you?" Hellion said slowly, "Xiao, did he go north?" Seeing the other party's complete silence, the young woman immediately turned her face back. She shot him a sharp glare. "You want to cover for him?" Ling Lie said hesitantly. An unfilial disciple is still a disciple. The girl turned away in disappointment. She sat down on a nearby chair and spoke. Part of the purpose of Ce and Rwandai's trip this time was to find a spirit medicine that could heal your wounds. Ling Lie replied with sorrow, "Whether I can recover or not, I honestly don't really care anymore." Hellion immediately retorted, "But I care. I have a premonition that something unfortunate will happen soon. When that time comes, I will need your sword. The demon clan is making a move." The man asked softly. The girl said sorrowfully, "Not exactly. It's not just the demon clan. There's a more terrifying dark power threatening this entire continent." At the same time, in the Gao residence, Gaoshan was going crazy. "Get out, all of you." The subordinate beside him quickly tried to persuade him. "Young master, right now, every move the Gao family makes is being watched. We cannot act rashly. Young master, please endure it for a little while." Gaoshan was so angry he gritted his teeth. His words were filled with hatred and indignation. "The Royal Cultivation Academy has some nerve. How dare they expel me? How do you expect me to endure this kind of humiliation?" Suddenly, at that moment, a voice interjected. "How could a mere academy have the right to order around the young master of the Gao family? General Gao asked me to come and be your private tutor. Rest assured, under my guidance, your strength will soon surpass that of the students in the academy." Looking at the stranger before him, the young man asked curiously, "Who are you?" The woman began to introduce herself. "Iambiluo, but those who know me call me the Jade Empress." Hearing these words, The corner of Gao Shen's mouth seemed to lift slightly. His eyes couldn't hide his surprise. A ninth-stage spirit emperor. In another corner, Si Jin, having just finished exercising, exclaimed, "Huai's medicine really works. I've recovered in no time." Suddenly, a teasing voice rang out. Could it be that it wasn't because of my skill in applying the medicine? Si Jin, the young man, quickly spoke. Jalon, good morning. Right at that moment, Luan Yin also appeared beside him. You've been resting for so long. You seem quite at ease. Do you feel that the other students aren't as strong as you? Aren't you afraid the teacher will give you trouble? The male lead gave a mischievous smile. When it's time to rest, one should rest. Don't the outstanding students in the academy always get special privileges from the teachers? Just as he finished speaking, another person suddenly appeared behind him. It's good to see you in such high spirits. Today's practical spirit art class was supposed to be me, the teacher, sparring with a student like you. So you do it. With that, he wandered off to another place, leaving Si Jin with a sense of bewilderment. That's not good. Then please guide me later. Jalon and Luan Yun said in unison. The male lead's expression gradually became unsightly. He quietly asked the two of them what they were doing here. A moment later, his teacher had brought him to meet the students in the class. So that's how it is. Let's give a warm welcome to our recently famous student, Si Jin, back to the group. So, any students who want to practice combat can challenge Si Jin. I'm going to take a nap. Hey, if you do this, I'll report you to the principal. The male lead tried to hold him back, but failed. Before leaving, the man carefully reminded him. Oh, right. You can't use a sword, nor can you use any other tools. The other students can do as they please. With that, he turned and left, leaving the young man alone to face his students. Student Si Jin, please guide us. Hearing this tone, a big question appeared in the young man's mind. You're not planning to come at me all at once, are you? Very quickly, the young man was surrounded by the youngsters. Jalon, after witnessing this scene, turned to ask Luan Yun, aren't you going to join? The young man, in order to save face, bluntly refused. No way. I have my pride too. Later, I want to fight student Si Jin one-on-one. On this side, Ling Ba and Hua, you were also watching everything from afar. Everyone seems very excited. After all, it's a mentality of youth. Challenging a strong peer in actual combat might not be enough to develop one's own strengths. The more Luan Yin watched, the more excited his smile became. I still haven't seen Si Jin use spirit arts seriously. Let's see how it goes. The students going up this time are all mid-level third-stage masters. The male lead knew he had no way out. He had to go with the flow. He spoke, fellow students, please guide me. As soon as he finished speaking, the youngsters there all summoned their magic tools. Luan Yun, seeing this, approved of this approach from the side, simultaneously building defensive and offensive magic circles. Everyone's thinking is quite similar. They're all very cautious. He quickly added, the flow of spirit energy is very fast. It seems everyone is preparing to get serious. Jalon originally thought that since everyone already knew how strong Si Jin was, there was no need for further probing. Only Ling Bo was far-sighted. Her way of thinking was very different from everyone else's. But with Si Jin's powerful combat awareness, their initial advantage will quickly become a weakness. As for Si Jin, after pushing off the ground, he shot forward like a rocket. Even though his opponent used a third-tier spirit art, fireball art, he couldn't escape Si Jin's swift block of the attack. A flicker of fear appeared on the boy's face. Our protagonist continued to twist the young man's arm. Even though he released flames outward, the fire grew larger and larger, burning fiercely, but it couldn't touch a single hair on Si Jin. At this moment, the young man said softly, "Solvi, you lose." With that, he immediately swept his opponent's leg aside, causing him to fall flat on the ground. Taking advantage of his opening, another person charged from behind. Lightning-type spirit art, arriving in an instant. You won't have time to defend. With that, she unleashed a third-tier spirit art, lightning summoning. Immediately, Si Jin cast a first-tier spirit art, water flow art. He stood on one side, summoning wind and rain. Wind release, layered, conduct lightning. As soon as he finished speaking, the girl was surrounded by large shards of ice. While she was still trying to understand what was happening. What did he do? The protagonist had cleverly combined ice and electricity to attack her. First-tier spirit art. I stopped. Following that, several other students charged forward. They cast their spells with third-tier spirit arts. Cene easily dodged to the side. He created round discs made of ice and threw them into the air, creating a dazzling effect that forced his opponents to shut their eyes in discomfort. After the light faded, they dared to open their eyes again. Even after looking left and right, they couldn't find any trace of Cene. Where is he? Where did he go? While they were still confused, the girl from before hurriedly shouted a warning. He's behind you all. The protagonist immediately approached two of the boys. He placed his hands on their shoulders and gave them a gentle smile. You two are out as well. Everyone who witnessed the scene was frozen in place for a few seconds. The surroundings suddenly fell silent until Jalon spoke. It seems like Cene hasn't even broken a sweat. Hua gave a forced smile and said, although this is a tactical victory, I don't think this is what the teacher originally intended. Luanwen quickly added. Cene had also noticed them. He asked curiously, what's wrong with you guys? Your expressions are so strange. The students who were full of energy just a moment ago were now all exhausted. They bowed respectfully together. Thank you for your guidance, student Cene. We were completely powerless against you, the protagonist said politely. There's no need to be so formal. Suddenly, someone looked up, but something feels strange. There's this empty feeling in my heart. The others around them heard this and expressed their agreement. That's right. Cene thought carefully before asking. Is it because you feel like I didn't use any high-level spirit arts? Luanwen couldn't help but wonder. Cene, when you were cultivating spirit arts before, did you place a lot of importance on actual combat? The young man answered honestly. When I was little, after reaching the second tier, I often went to the back mountain to hunt magical beasts for dinner. After hearing this, Hua asked curiously. So, how old were you when you were little? Cene replied, nonchalantly, probably a little over 8 years old. Hearing these words, everyone froze like statues. They took turns exclaiming about him. What? He was hunting magical beasts alone at 8 years old. Aren't his parents too cruel? He said he hunted magical beasts for food. Besides, who would live in a mountain full of magical beasts? His family must have been very poor. As expected, children from poor families mature early. After hearing this, the protagonist thought to himself, it seems I've earned their sympathy. What's going on? Jalon quickly spoke up. Perhaps this is the difference. Due to my country's customs, I also have quite a bit of combat experience. The result is that our ways of thinking about and using spirit arts are different. Back to Cene. He began to lecture on the principles. So, you all gradually raise the level of your spirit energy and spirit arts step by step. The main purpose is to learn even higher level spirit arts. But you don't even have a proper understanding of spirit arts, or even the nature of spirit energy, right? The student nodded after hearing this. He said with embarrassment, that's right. I never expected my lightning summoning to be destroyed by a first-stage water flow technique. Isn't the water flow technique a basic skill learned in childhood to feel the movement of spirit energy in the natural world? Cene replied, electricity needs a medium to travel. And air is actually a very poor conductor of electricity. So as long as there is another, better medium, the electricity will be conducted away. Seeing everyone's serious faces, he posed a big question. The young man scratched his head. He said in confusion, this is troublesome. I don't know how to explain it either. Let's put this aside for now. First, let's talk about the problem in your combat mindset. As I understand it, the higher the level of a spirit art, the greater the effect it can produce, but at the same time, the longer the preparation and casting time. It requires a more complex and larger scale magic circle. Because spirit arts are the effect of different attributes in the natural world interacting, producing and condensing spirit energy. So, to put it simply, casting a third-stage fireball technique requires more fire element spirit energy than a first-stage flame emission. And naturally, the spirit energy in the natural world is evenly distributed. So to cast a third-stage fireball technique, you need to use your own spirit energy to gather fire element spirit energy from a wider area in the natural world. This process will definitely be slower, and this gathering efficiency is also affected by the level of your own spirit energy. For example, when a 6th-stage spirit master faces a 3rd-stage spirit master, the higher the level of one's own spirit energy. Therefore, the power one can use to interfere with the spirit energy in the natural world is also greater. This is why high-level spirit masters can cast low-level spirit arts with extreme ease. Most of the time, they can do it in the blink of an eye. Hearing this, a young man asked doubtfully, "So that's why you were able to cast spirit arts so easily just now? We didn't see you use a magic circle at all." Jean agreed. "That's right. Actually, my realm isn't much higher than yours. Under such circumstances, if I stood still to prepare a spirit art of the 4th or 5th stage like you all, I might be able to block the attacks of 2 or even 3 of you. But I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to block the attacks of the others, so I didn't do that. If it were a demon beast, it would probably have pounced and torn out your throats in the first moment. Besides, you all saw it just now. Low-level spirit arts are not at all unusable in actual combat. Choosing the most suitable spirit art at the most opportune time is the essence of a spirit master's combat. Speaking of which, the male lead cast a spell, while patiently teaching. Spirit arts have their own attributes. When you all advance to a higher level, before using more complete and powerful spirit arts, I still advise you all to first gain a deep understanding of the characteristics of spirit arts. A spirit flame will burn much more fiercely when fanned by a suitable wind. But if the wind blows away the air, the flame will be extinguished. Different spirit arts have a relationship of mutual generation and restraint. Take this opportunity to learn a little more. It will be very beneficial for the future." Just like that, after lecturing on the theory, Jean quickly demonstrated for everyone to understand. His peers began to follow his instructions. While he was observing them, suddenly a voice rang in his ear. "I think you're more suited to be a teacher than I am." It was his master who had appeared beside him and was teasing him. "Why don't you stop being a student? I'll talk to the principal and have you teach the class." Hearing this, Jin's face fell. "Teacher gone. Can you be a little more serious?" The man changed the subject. "The other students are all busy now. Now is a good opportunity." The male lead was a bit confused after hearing this. "What?" Until Luan Yun stood before him and spoke. "Jin, let's have a match." The young man seemed to want to confirm. "Are you serious?" Luan Yun quickly gave a confident smile. "Let me tell you, I'm not like those other rich kids. I've always received combat training. But don't think you can easily defeat me." At the same time, Jin also quickly asked, "Luan Yun is very strong. Can I use a sword?" Teacher Gon immediately refused outright. "No way. I've seen that your swordsmanship is not bad either. Give me something fresh." As soon as Luan Yun heard these words, he became smug. "You probably know that my specialty is the ice element, right?" In her heart, Jalon was also silently acknowledging. Luan Yun's specialty is ice element spirit arts. But I still don't know what attribute Jin's specialty spirit art is. Not letting everyone wait long, the battle quickly began with a bold declaration from Luan Yun. "Take this." As soon as Jin saw it, he quickly realized. Condensing ice into the shape of a drill simultaneously increases its attack power and can also reduce air resistance, controlling the firing trajectory. Unfortunately, just a slight deviation, and it will be blocked due to its inherent shape. Luan Yun was also wide-eyed with astonishment at the technique he used. He didn't use a fire element spirit art, but a similar ice element one to counter it. Moreover, he fully utilized the frictional properties of ice. I never thought the advantage of an ice element spirit art could be turned into a disadvantage. He's really good. Fighting Jin requires using your brain. Learn from him. He had also silently realized his opponent's next move. It seems he's about to do something. I can't always be on the defensive. Shorten the distance. Luan Yun, facing that technique, happily announced. "I learned something from you." It made Jin pause and ask back, "What?" The ice shard in Luan Yun's hand also quickly condensed. After realizing it, he hastily retreated backward. This action made Luan Yun even more excited as he confidently proclaimed, "Just as you said. Simple, fast, and effective. Let's give this move a name." On a whim, Jin calmly accepted. This is usually called an ice bullet. Luan Yun, on the other hand, insisted. A straightforward name. Then, first stage spirit art. Ice bullet. As Jin dodged the bullets, he silently calculated. Is this inspiration he found from my fire gun? But to be able to use it in actual combat so quickly, Luan Yun's learning ability is on a different level from the other students. But after trying for a while, he felt a bit disheartened, thinking, I can't get close. Whether it's Luan Yun or Mujudan, after specializing in a certain attribute of spirit art, Their understanding and application ability of the essence of spirit arts are indeed much stronger. If I can't break through head-on, then I'll attack him from behind. After Luanyin unleashed his second technique, Jalon exclaimed in surprise. That's my combat style, Luanyin quickly explained. When you weren't here, Mu Jalon and I weren't slacking off either. We've been training all along. Trying to use Mu Jalon's moves to deal with me won't work. Ling Ba, who was watching intently, also had to exclaim in surprise. Luanyin is truly formidable. Teacher Gon, who was nearby, didn't forget to add. Si Jin's techniques and spirit arts are both very powerful, so he's used to using various moves to deal with opponents. He can win very quickly, now that his moves have been restricted. His advantage has also been greatly reduced, purely in terms of understanding spirit arts. Si Jin, who knows all spirit arts, and Luanyin, who specializes in ice element spirit arts. The difference isn't that big, but in a simple fight, Luanyin has created a completely new spirit art. A simple first-stage spirit art that is so effective. Later, I'll have to classify and compile it into the teaching materials. This kind of direct attack can completely make up for the shortcomings of ice element spirit arts. It's different from the unpredictable and murderous transformations of Mu Jalon's wind element. The greatest strength of the ice element is its ability to control the battlefield. During the fight, Si Jin was suddenly surprised to realize, I'm being frozen. There's no time to construct a sufficiently strong defensive spirit art. The surrounding air grew cold. So that's how it is. No wonder I felt Luanyun's attacks were getting faster and faster. As Luanyun's attacks continued, the surrounding temperature also dropped lower and lower. And the low temperature has the effect of increasing the speed and power of ice element spirit art releases. But the air density also increases. The power of the wind element is also enhanced. Forced into this corner, Si Jin had no choice but to use a third-stage spirit art. Then he attacked the ice wall directly. It made Luanyin unable to hide his excitement. You're finally getting serious. The destructive power of that technique made Jalon's eyes widen in surprise. How can the power of an erring spirit art be so great? This has already reached the level of a third-stage spirit art. At the same time, Teacher Gon couldn't hide his anticipation, thinking. He has instead used the changes in the environment created by Luanyun's ice element spirit art. Let's see what he plans to do next. After silently making his judgment, Si Jin is about to make a strong move. Face it head on. Let me see just how strong you really are. Let me see just how strong you really are. After Luanyin decided to make his move, Ling Ba was quickly astonished by one of his techniques. This level of spirit art, Hua Yi, who was nearby, quickly recognized it. It's a fifth-stage spirit art. At this moment, Si Jin remained fearless and quickly made a decision. I'll use a fire element spirit art first. After recovering the broken ice shards, Si Jin also quickly combined it with a second-stage spirit art, fire flow technique. The scene unfolding before them made it easy for Ling Ba to make a guess. A combined attack of wind and fire. Does he want to counter the low temperature of the ice element? Jalon, on the other hand, confidently believed. No, the heat generated by the broken ice shards swirling in the wind. Its power has also been weakened considerably. Not stopping there, Si Jin continued to use a second-stage spirit art. Lightning Strike. The destructive force grew stronger and stronger. He attacked the ice wall head-on. It made Jalon jump in surprise. Luanyun's defensive ice wall is about to break. Unexpectedly, Teacher Gon insisted. It's too late. Luanyun's spirit art is almost complete. At this moment, Luanyin was also smiling confidently as he declared, I've won, Si Jin. Then, wanting to end it quickly, he suddenly unleashed his move. Giant's Hammer. It made all the witnesses' eyes widen in astonishment. Hey, look over there. That's a fifth-stage spirit art, and it's a high-level offensive spirit art within the fifth stage. I never thought Luanyin could already use this level of attack. How long has it been since the semester started? He was still at the fourth stage when he enrolled. When did he become a fifth stage? While facing each other, Luanyin questioned him. It seems you have no intention of surrendering. As soon as Si Jin heard these words, he didn't hesitate to retort. My attack is also about to be completed, and I'm actually faster than you. The one who should surrender is you. At this moment, Jalon was also restless with anxiety, thinking, they're going head-to-head. Teacher Gon, Despite this, he confidently asserted, "They won't die. I'll assess the situation and save them." At this moment, Luan Yun was still delivering a fatal blow. The destructive power was even stronger than before. Si Jin was not to be outdone, using a fourth-stage spirit art, Explosive Fireball Technique. The ice wall, which seemed undamaged, finally couldn't withstand the destructive force, and large cracks appeared. Finally, the most anticipated moment arrived. The ice wall quickly exploded, amidst the shouts of everyone. Jalon, whose vision was obscured by the gray smoke, continuously called out, "Si Jin, Luan Yun, don't you two know when to stop?" Teacher Gon also quickly let out a helpless sigh. "You two are both key students that need protection. If something happens, are you trying to make me lose my job?" Luan Yun, on the other hand, happily admitted, "The teacher saved me first just now, so your attack was probably faster. You won." Hearing these words, Si Jin humbly replied, "You're also very strong." While the two of them were calmly exchanging gestures of concern, Jalon impatiently called out loudly, "Hey, are you two okay?" Seeing the outstanding students right before him, Teacher Gon couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. The young people are truly amazing. It seems the teacher's choice for this year's outstanding student is settled. Behind a mountain of the Royal Cultivation Academy. The Royal Cultivation Academy is located in the outskirts of the capital city. Behind it is the endless stretch of the Spirit Mountain and its streams, the Mo Ling mountain range. And Si Jin's home is at the other end of the mountain range. The Mo Ling mountain range is rich in spirit energy. Naturally, it has nurtured many demon beasts. It is even rumored that in the center of the mountain range, where there are few traces of humans, there exist 9th stage or even 10th stage divine beasts. And the Mo Ling mountain range is the first peak adjacent to the Royal Cultivation Academy. Because on the outskirts of the mountain range, the spirit energy also becomes quite thin, plus it's close to the human world. Therefore, the level of the demon beasts is quite low. Under the strong influence of the academy, only one 5th-stage demon beast became the Mountain King here, ruling over countless low-level demon beasts. And this is also the place for the practical exam for every student enrolling in the Royal Cultivation Academy. For many years, this balance has not been broken. Of course, this precious balance was shattered by one of Si Jin's grenades. The Mountain King of the Back Mountain, the Wild Boar King, a 5th-stage demon beast. It had resided in the Back Mountain for over 300 years. Longer than most of the Academy's teachers have been at this academy. It was docile and honest. It had never caused any harm to the academy. After the Wild Boar King's demise, the teachers couldn't help but feel a bit of emptiness in their hearts. To avoid the bad mood of the teaching staff, that night, the academy held a roast pig party in the Back Mountain as a team-building activity. Of course, it was held behind the students' backs. The professors praised the spirit of dedication of the Wild Boar King. Even though it was accidentally killed by Si Jin, it could no longer continue to shine and radiate heat. It was truly admirable. Only the principal had entered a state of real distress. If there's no Mountain King in the Back Mountain, the low-level demon beasts will be too afraid of the aura of the strong experts in the school to come near. Therefore, the traditional practical exam for new students cannot be held. Principal Licien held his head in sorrow. Everyone is happily roasting and eating meat. But what do we do after this? A tradition that has been maintained for years cannot end on my watch. I have my pride too, and we can't just send people into the mountains to catch a high-level demon beast. If the demon beast didn't come to live here on its own, it would just run back immediately if we caught it. What should I do? The scenery in the Back Mountain isn't bad. Maybe we should develop it into a tourist area? Just then, someone ran in to inform the principal. It seems a 5th-stage demon beast has run to the Back Mountain to live. Hearing this, the principal was immediately overjoyed. Really? Take me to see it. So the two of them went to the back of the mountain. The principal was shocked by what he saw. He stammered, "This is..." As for the male lead, he was sitting in the classroom. On the podium, the teacher was lecturing. The treasures in the Ling Huan continent. A portion of them have evolved the ability to absorb and utilize spirit energy through their physical bodies. This group of creatures is much stronger than ordinary wild animals. In the natural ecosystem, they occupy the top positions. The commonly seen demon beasts are now known to both humans and the demon clan. Some have also become their own strategic assets through training. But the Mo Ling mountain range still has many areas that humans have not yet explored. There are certainly many new, undiscovered species. Cene wasn't listening to the lecture, his head in the clouds. Doodling nonsense. Jalon noticed and asked Cene, "You're not listening to the lecture. What are you drawing?" He immediately gave a mischievous smile and replied, "I am bored. Just researching a small invention." Looking down at the paper he was drawing on, Jalon got goosebumps. "You call this a small invention? It looks pretty big, don't you think?" Cene replied gently. "But it seems useless to me. I feel like if I just keep leveling up, fighting barehanded won't be a problem. This thing is just something I drew out of boredom. If I actually made it, I might be able to sell it to the national army for a high price. Then I'd be rich." Jalon sat to the side, listening to his rambling, not understanding a single word. Then she leaned close to the male lead's ear and whispered, "Cene, are you free after class?" The male lead immediately replied, "Yes, I am." He thought to himself, "Is Jalon asking me out? The legendary date is finally here." Seeing the two of them talking, the teacher reminded them, "Cene, Jalon, no talking in class, and especially pay attention to the distance between boys and girls." Hearing this, Cene scratched his head and gave an awkward laugh. After class, the two of them met privately. At this time, Cene asked Jalon, "Why did you ask me to meet you here?" The young woman replied shyly, "Cene, ever since I met you, there's been a question lingering in my heart. You are so smart. I want to tell you about it, to see if you can give me some advice." Hearing this, he replied, "Although I'm not sure if I can help. If there's anything you don't understand, you could tell me anytime." Although he said that, he was guessing something else. Jalon, hurry up and face your feelings. Say it. It's definitely love. I'll agree to anything. Then Jalon stammered, "So, Cene, please help me think of a way to become stronger." Hearing this, Cene froze. "Is that all?" Jalon said urgently, "You know my specialty spirit art. My wind element. It has the lowest damage output, but my natural affinity is for the wind element. So I've always focused on the wind element." Realizing he had overthought things, Cene felt embarrassed. Why does Jalon think like a straight guy? Jalon saw his expression and asked, "Cene, why do you look so disappointed?" The male lead quickly denied it. "It's nothing." "So, are you troubled because there's very little research on wind element combat styles? You don't know what to do next to improve your combat power?" Jalon answered honestly, "That's right. Although I know I should raise my spirit energy level step by step to gain more power. After watching you and Lunyan fight, I realized that the tactics I'm currently using still have weaknesses. I've been thinking about it for days, but I still can't solve this problem. I can only come and ask for your guidance." Cene, will you think I'm a shameless girl with no integrity?" Hearing her say that, Cene smiled. "What are you talking about? We've already promised to become stronger together. We have to become spirit venerables in the future. Helping each other is normal. It's true that the wind element's output is quite weak. In fact, your unique wind element spirit art, the wind god's arrow, has a very high output. It has already compensated for this shortcoming. This is probably the result of your hard work and research. I don't think there's any problem with this direction. But the biggest drawback of this spirit art is, if someone closes the distance on you, it becomes useless. So, what you need to improve most right now is your mobility." Cene continued to explain. If your previous training direction was already focused on long-range combat development, it's better to gradually strengthen your long-range combat style rather than starting over to improve your close combat abilities. If Jalon were to learn close combat martial arts now, with her crazy training style, she would soon turn herself into a muscle mommy. The male lead imagined a muscular Jalon, which made him shudder. Jalon seemed to read his thoughts. She asked doubtfully, "Cene, are you thinking about something strange?" She placed her hand on her chin and pondered. "Increase mobility? How can I do that?" Hearing the question, Cene also started to think, using the characteristics of spirit arts. A wind element spirit art. Flight? It's possible. But this kind of spirit art, while it may seem simple, has a very complex principle of application. It will consume a lot of mental and spiritual energy. Let me quickly check my own treasure trove of knowledge. Is there a feasible plan? At that moment, Jalon asked, "Well, if I just need to increase mobility, it seems riding a horse could work, right?" Cene seemed to realize something. He subconsciously replied, "That's right." Jalon continued, "The inspiration for my wind god's arrow originally came from the combat style of our steppe people. If I really ride a horse, I can always maintain a favorable situation for myself, maintain combat distance. Whether it's extending the distance or pressing the advantage, it's very flexible." Hearing this, the male lead found the answer. "This is it. Today in class, when we talked about demon beasts, taming them was mentioned. We just need to find a demon beast with high mobility that can be ridden as a mount for you. There are no classes tomorrow. Let's go to the Mo Ling mountain range behind the mountain and take a look. Tomorrow it begins again." According to the plan, they went to the Mo Ling mountain range to find a demon beast. But Si Jin's expression was a bit strange. This is youth. Being playful is the nature of teenagers. I never thought that just by saying something casually last night, everyone would gather here. Is this a mountain outing? It wasn't just Jalon, but also Ling Ba. Huai, Lunyun. Jalon said cheerfully, "It's more lively with more people." He retorted, "If it's too lively, the beast will be scared away." Ling Ba also chimed in, "Si Jin, you started hunting demon beasts at the age of 8. After I heard about this, I became very interested. I feel I should also strengthen my practical combat abilities." He continued to retort, "Having a fighting spirit is a good thing. But we're here to catch a demon beast. Don't go chopping them all up." Luanyan also gave his reason for coming along. "I'm just bored," the male lead said quietly. "You could go home for me." As for Hua Yi, she bribed him with food. "I made a lot of delicious food to bring along. There's also wine. Let's find a scenic spot later and have a meal." Si Jin immediately thanked her. "But let's skip the wine." Luan Yun continued, "But your fighting spirit is also overflowing. You even brought the evil sword Wang Gui with you." He had no choice but to bring the sword because it kept him up all night with its noise. The lecherous sword said excitedly, "All right, going out to play. There are 3 beautiful girls, and you guys only have 2 years. One beautiful girl belongs to me. Which one will you arrange for me? They're all beauties. I can't choose." Suddenly, at that moment, the male lead sensed something. He asked Luan Yun, "Do you feel it?" He also sensed it. It was the aura of a demon beast, and there are quite a few of them. Hearing this, Jalon was puzzled. During the entrance exam, after Si Jin defeated the 5th stage demon beast, the Wild Boar King, all the demon beasts behind the academy left. Why have they returned now? At this moment, Hua Yi spoke up. "I heard from a teacher that it seems a high-level demon beast has returned to reside here. So the low-level demon beasts have all come back." Hearing this, Ling Ba asked, "What stage is the one that returned this time? My detection ability isn't strong." Si Jin immediately replied, "I can't sense it either. Perhaps it's a species that can conceal its aura. Let's be careful. If it's a demon beast above the 5th stage, it'll be troublesome." They were talking amongst themselves, unaware that a pair of eyes was closely watching their every move. On the other side, at the pharmacy, Teacher Lu Qingshun was brewing medicine. Principal Li Xian asked her, "Teacher Lu, how is his injury?" Teacher Qingshun replied, "It's much better. It's nothing serious. It's just that the miasma poison on his body is a bit troublesome. It can only be cleansed slowly." The person lying on the bed, his face pale, still managed to say, "Principal, imsuri. I was careless for a moment." The principal said with great concern, "The demon beast that came to the back mountain this time is very troublesome. I think we should seal off the back mountain first, to prevent students from going into the mountain and losing their lives." Just then, he sensed something. Why do I suddenly feel so uneasy? My intuition tells me that Si Jin is about to cause trouble for me again. Oh, for heaven's sake. Back to the male leads group. They were still laughing and talking happily, unaware of what was happening. Suddenly, from the bushes, a figure flashed by. The lunchbox in Hua Yi's hand disappeared in an instant. Her hands were now empty. Hua Yi shouted in surprise, "My lunchbox! It's a demon beast." As soon as the group heard this, they turned to see the figure of a demon beast landing. On its back, it was carrying Hua Yi's lunchbox. Seeing the demon beast, everyone exclaimed, "Is it a cat? So cute." However, Hua Yi immediately came to her senses. "No, that's not right. We can't be fooled by its appearance." Si Jin also raised his guard. "That's right. It's a demon beast after all. Everyone, don't let your guard down." "What?" he said with teary eyes. "It stole my lunchbox. It wants us to starve to death. To think there's such an evil demon beast." Si Jin's jaw dropped. "Is it because of that?" The demon beast wrapped its tail around the lunchbox. Then it ran off. Ling Ba immediately shouted, "It's running! Quick, stop it!" Just then, Luan Yun shot out an ice bullet. However, none of them hit the demon beast. Si Jin stood and observed, silently assessing. So fast. Luan Yun's ice bullets, whether in terms of firing speed or attack speed, are no less than my fire gun. This demon beast is so agile. In an instant, the demon beast had jumped up into a tall tree. It stood on a branch, looking down and observing everyone. Then it stretched provocatively. Seeing the demon beast like this, Luan Yun's face turned pale. "I feel like it's looking down on me." Seeing this, Ling Ba added, "This demon beast has a very high level of intelligence." Yet, among the group, there was still one person who was very optimistic. That was Jalon. She marveled at the cuteness of this demon beast. In a flash, it jumped down from the high branch to the ground. Seeing this, Hua-i shouted. It ran into the woods. After it, so the five of them quickly chased after the demon beast. As he ran, Si Jin thought, "It's small and agile. It could clearly escape very easily. But now it seems to be deliberately luring us to chase and attack it." The evil sword spoke up at that moment to remind him. "Si Jin, be careful. If I'm not mistaken, you guys might be in big trouble soon." Hearing this, he asked, "You know what species it is? What abilities does it have?" The evil sword replied, "The troublesome thing isn't its abilities, but its ecology. Where it is, there will definitely be other high-level demon beasts." Huai looked very confused. She said loudly, "Everyone, stop for a moment. The trees here are all withered. Something's not right. This place has a very heavy miasma. Inhaling too much could lead to poisoning. Everyone, take this antidote first." Then she took out some pills from her sleeve. Jalon put the pill in her mouth, worried. "It seems we've been lured into the territory of another demon beast." Meanwhile, a venomous snake slowly slithered up behind Jalon. Then it opened its mouth, revealing a set of hideous fangs. Immediately, Si Jin noticed. He quickly pulled her into his arms and used his gun to blow the evil snake's head to pieces. The male lead asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" Luan Yun said loudly, "Be careful. These dry leaves are all camouflaged poisonous snakes. All around, on the large tree trunks. Snakes like the one before continued to appear. More and more of them. They surrounded the group. This is the nest of the withered poison snakes. Everyone fought hard against these poisonous snakes, from slashing to freezing." At this moment, Si Jin said to the evil sword, "You made it sound very serious just now. But for us, these second-stage, small demon beasts, even if there are more of them, it's not a problem." The evil sword retorted, "The withered poison snakes will spread miasma, contaminating the forest. Then they camouflage themselves as dry leaves to launch surprise attacks. They like to attack in swarms. And besides attacking in swarms, there must be a king snake that leads them. Do you think a king snake that can corrode such a large area of land is what kind of demon beast?" While they were fighting the snakes, a king snake was secretly slithering under the ground. The forest grew darker and darker. All around, demonic auras emanated. The king snake emerged from a pile of rubble. It slithered through every small nook and cranny. Then it raised its head high, as if searching for humans. Si Jin's group watched it from a distance. No one dared to move or make any loud noises. Jalon gritted her teeth, trying to suppress her fear, and asked with a tremble, "What is that monster?" Si Jin, worried for his teammates' safety, immediately turned his head and ordered, "Luan Yun, ice wall." Following his command, he used his skill to create sturdy ice walls. Luan Yun and Si Jin worked together to build it into a small hut. The whole group crawled inside to sit, so they could easily observe the situation outside. The king snake's body continuously writhed. Fortunately, it hadn't sniffed out where everyone was hiding. Ling Ba was bewildered, not knowing what to do now. "Si Jin, what now? Do we run?" He spoke to reassure everyone. "Let's just wait. This king snake is huge. Its speed must be very fast. If we act rashly, we'll definitely be caught. Fortunately, it can't see us. And we've used the ice wall to lower our temperature. Its heat sensing system also can't detect us for the time being." Luan Yun was thinking about the worst-case scenario. If it doesn't leave, sooner or later, we'll have to fight it. Suddenly, Si Jin pointed at the king snake and told Ling Ba, "Do you see the scales on the king snake in front of us? Be gentle. Don't let it notice. Use your sword chi to test the defensive power of its scales." She immediately agreed. Ling Ba held the sword in her hand, Ling Shun style. Then she gently drew the sword from its sheath. She cautiously approached the enemy to avoid being detected. When she saw the opportunity, she made a decisive slash at the scales on the king snake's body. Unexpectedly, the scales, as hard as iron armor, were completely unharmed. The attack just now was like scratching an itch for it. The fear in Si Jin's heart grew stronger. So tough. With this kind of defense, even with grenades, it would be hard to kill it. The risk of fighting is still too great. He closed his eyes tightly, trying to find a suitable solution while keeping everyone safe. Let's see. Si Jin is just a big snake, a small demon beast. In games, they're just a bunch of experience points. One combo, and they're gone. Just aim for its weak spot. Head internals. With our current combat power, we still have one character who can restrain its agile movements. Wang Gue spoke up. Si Jin, you guys were tricked by that cat. It led you here. He glanced at the sword and asked, why would it do that? Wang Gue replied, because they are mortal enemies. That cat is borrowing your hands to deal with this king snake. This is its true purpose, which also means you can try asking it for help. Thanks to the sword's suggestion, he risked poking his head out to take a look. Surprisingly, he discovered the cat from before hiding behind a nearby dead tree. Seeing it was like finding gold, he smiled and waved for it to come over. Kitty, kitty, come here. Over here, over here. Hearing the call, it slowly approached their hut. When Hua Yi saw it, the anger in her heart flared up again. Like a thief, he began to make a deal with the cat. You want to deal with this king snake? Then you have to help us. Unexpectedly, it turned its face away, ignoring his words. Si Jin had to admit that this cat was really snooty. It walked over to where Jalon was sitting and meowed. Si Jin seemed to realize something. It seems to be close to Mu Jalon. Tell Mu Jalon to circulate some wind element spirit energy. He quickly told her. Mu Jalon, circulate some wind element spirit energy around it. Although she didn't know what his plan was, she immediately followed his instructions. She summoned the wind element spirit energy. Streams of green energy gradually appeared. In the blink of an eye, it formed a massive vortex of spirit energy that enveloped the cat. Everyone was shocked to see the tiny white cat from before now transform into a cat 3 or 4 times the size of a human. Luan Yun's eyes widened in surprise. This is... Jalon smiled with delight and said, it has absorbed the wind element spirit energy. Si Jin, sitting on this side, also grinned happily and announced to everyone. So that's how it is. The heavens are helping us. Everyone, listen up. Everyone gathered in a circle to listen to Si Jin's step-by-step instructions. Have you all understood the tactic I've planned? There's still a risk, but it's worth a try. Jalon said in a clear voice. We believe in you. He walked over to the white cat and whispered in its ear. Big cat, oh big cat. You go and draw the king snake's attention over here. Victory or defeat is in your hands. As soon as it received its mission, it immediately shot toward the king snake like a flying arrow. The white cat circled in front of the king snake to attract its attention. As soon as it saw a delicious, plump prey offering itself up, it couldn't pass up this opportunity and immediately opened its mouth wide, revealing 4 sharp fangs inside. It lunged directly to bite its prey. Luckily, the white cat managed to escape quickly. Seeing that the situation was proceeding as planned, Si Jin proceeded to the next step. Ling Ba, the first move is yours. The target is its eye. She was full of fighting spirit. She gripped the sword in her hand, ready for battle. Just as Ling Ba was about to attack, Si Jin reached out to stop her. Wait, no need to rush. He turned to Hua Yi and said, strength and defense. Enhance strength. She was quite surprised, but immediately accepted the mission. Okay. He glanced at her and thought. Hua Yi's spirit art attribute is very special. A warrior mobilizes the spirit energy of their body to strengthen themselves. A sorcerer guides external spirit energy to trigger miracles. But Hua Yi's spirit art lies between that of a warrior and a sorcerer. She can mobilize the spirit energy of others. It can achieve the effects of strengthening and healing. After attracting the king snake's attention, the cat ran back towards their group. As soon as it arrived, it slid a long way on the ground. The cat's figure flew past, entering his line of sight. Seeing that the time was ripe, Si Jin immediately told Ling Ba to act. Here it comes. Just as the cat had used all its strength to jump to another spot, Ling Ba used the ultimate move, Ling Shun Comet. She pointed the sharp tip of her sword towards the king snake's large, round eyes. Just as planned, she easily stabbed straight into one of its eyes. The sword embedded deep in its eye caused it extreme pain, forcing it to rear up its body. Cene quickly told everyone to get into their prearranged positions. The snake's vision on its left side is gone. Stay in its blind spot. Ling Ba, up above, struggled to cling to the scales on the king snake's body to avoid falling. Not stopping, she used all her strength to plunge the sword even deeper. The king snake's tail began to thrash. It struggled violently, unable to bear the excruciating pain. Its tail slammed into the cliffside, causing rocks and dirt to rain down. Jalon and Cene rode the giant cat, racing towards the king snake. After getting close to the venomous snake, Jalon drew her bow and arrow, aiming straight at it. Wind God's arrow. After landing 2 arrows in the king snake's body, the 2 of them quickly retreated. In too much pain, the snake turned and opened its mouth, letting out a roar that shook the heavens. It frantically lunged at Cene and Jalon to attack them. Unexpectedly, he grinned with excitement. He began to use a 4th-stage spirit art, Great Ice Hammer. He gently flicked his fingers towards the king snake. Immediately, a straight line of light appeared. A block of ice fell from the sky right onto its head. After seeing it begin to weaken, Cene quickly shouted, "Luin Yun, make your move." He was already standing behind a tree, ready to act. As soon as he heard the command, Luin Yun raised his hand to the sky with a fierce expression. The time has come. A massive giant's hammer appeared. He used that enormous hammer to deliver another fatal blow right to the king snake's neck. Ling Ba sat on a nearby tree branch, observing the situation. "It's not working," she announced to everyone. "It's still not deep enough. We haven't hit its vital spot." Cene replied, reassuring everyone. "It's okay. It's all part of the plan." Jalon continued to attack it with the wind god's arrow, immediately followed by a spiral arrow. The arrow shot forward like a tornado. It flew straight towards the king snake's wide-open mouth. Cene gave chase. He immediately pulled the pin on a grenade he was holding. He threw several more grenades down at the king snake. Because it was already injured, it had no strength left to resist. The cat also quickly ran out of the grenade smoke. Fortunately, Jalon and Cene were both safe after the confrontation with the king snake. Before it closed its eyes for the last time, its body writhed on the ground for a long time. Then it lay still, unresponsive. The group stood there, wide-eyed, watching the king snake's every move. When they confirmed that it showed no signs of life, everyone cheered in unison, overjoyed. "We won." Hua, he let out a sigh of relief. In her heart, she was truly grateful for his intelligence and his quick response to the situation. Student Cene is really amazing. Without your help, we definitely couldn't have defeated a demon beast of this size. Luin Yun chuckled, looked at Jalon, and teased her. "I'm not going out with you again next time. I knew nothing good would come of it. It's even more tiring than going to class." Cene, standing next to him, added, "I don't want to either. But this time, we've achieved our goal. A blessing in disguise, I guess." Jalon was reluctant to part. She kept stroking the white cat's head. She smiled and proactively asked for its opinion. "So, are you willing to be my friend?" The cat let out an affectionate meow as a sign of agreement. Principal Cene was still leisurely enjoying his tea in his room. Just as he was about to raise his cup to drink, someone called out from outside. "Principal." Someone ran over in a hurry to report. "Something bad has happened. The new 5th-stage high-level snake king in the back mountain has been killed by someone else. Judging by the condition of its body, it seems to have been killed by one of Cene's grenades." Cene sat in a simple, rustic house. He stared at the sword and called out, "Wang Gui." He closed his eyes and said, "Let's begin." Immediately, he fell into a dream world. This time, he was brought to a quiet and peaceful forest edge. Wang Gui asked him, "Is simulating the scene as a forest okay?" Cene gently placed his foot on the ground and replied, "The more complex the terrain, the more suitable it is for actual combat. The rest is up to you." He walked around, scouting the situation. After discussing with Wang Gui, he was even more certain of its ability. "As long as I have met and fought an opponent, their strength data, techniques, and fighting style are all absorbed by Wang Gui. Then, in this dream space created by Wang Gui, I can conduct combat training without worrying about time." The beasts hiding behind the tree trunks were eyeing him. After identifying their prey, the pack of forest beasts charged towards Cene at full speed. Training time has begun. He quickly summoned his sword and faced the pack of forest beasts alone. Dian iwalang sin sitai. Next up is the instant moonlight technique. He quickly retreated, leaving 2 grenades rolling on the ground. Cene turned around, anticipating the situation. And then, as soon as he finished speaking, an explosion shook the entire forest. The flames shot up to the sky. Not stopping at just the sword, he excitedly took out a superpowered gun to introduce it. After being improved, it has both speed and power. Firepower test. Cene didn't hesitate to fire dozens of shots at them. The bullets flew through the sky, shining like fireworks. Because they were in a dream world, the forest beasts quickly recovered and continued to attack him frantically. Cene slowly glanced at the pack of beasts. Then he quickly turned around and pulled out another gun. Let me bring the art of looking cool to this world. He became like an expert marksman, continuously firing extremely accurate shots. The first move is gun fu. His movements were also extremely skillful. After dealing with all the forest beasts, he stood proudly like a true gunslinger. So cool and handsome. I'm about to be moved to tears by myself. Suddenly, a stranger also appeared in this dream world. Not enough. It's time to end the warm-up. It turned out that person was none other than Mu Xiao. He asked with a challenging tone, "Try having a fair duel without using that dirty trick of yours. Let's see if you can beat me." Cene pointed at him in confusion and asked, "Why can this simulated Mu Xiao talk?" Mu Xiao smiled and replied, "It's me inside, Wang Gui. After I took the data from your brain, I'm controlling it with my consciousness. I'm even more formidable than the original." In Cene's mind, his lecherous nature resurfaced. Lecherous? It has that effect. I have a slightly bold idea. If you turned into a stunning beauty, Wang Gui angrily questioned him. "I see you as a brother, and you want to sleep with me? Even if I turned into a beauty, it would still be me inside. Could you really do it?" He turned to look at him with shy eyes. "I don't even know what gender you are. What if before you transmigrated, you were also a girl?" Wang Gui flew into a rage, cursing at him. "You son of a bitch. Just mentioning it makes me furious. It's been a long time since I've gotten to mess around with any girls. I've decided I'm going to turn you into a woman." Faced with these stern threats, Cene's face turned pale as he stammered an explanation. "Wait, let's talk about this calmly." But his regret was now too late. Wang Gui had used an ultimate technique that could change someone's gender in an instant. Cene's hair grew long and flowing, fluttering in the wind. Even more surprisingly, he had been gifted a pair of high-quality assets. With a low-cut top and a very short skirt, Cene felt a bit strange. His face turned red as he complained, "Are you even human?" Wang Gui quickly replied, "Strictly speaking, I'm not human. I'm a sword person." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hands and challenged him. "That's enough of that. Let's get down to business." Faced with a sudden attack, Cene could only use his gun to block the blow. He mercilessly cut his gun in half and threw it aside. "Good thing we're in a dream. Otherwise, you'd have to sell your body to pay me back for the gun." Furious, he gritted his teeth and swung his sword skillfully in response. However, Wang Gui easily blocked it with his own sword. And so, the two of them had a dramatic duel. The two swords clashed. Cene stared at Wang Gui with a serious expression. As for him, he had a smile on his face from beginning to end. Suddenly, he pulled out a gun and pointed it straight at his head. The moment he pulled the trigger, Wang Gui quickly dropped to the ground to dodge the bullet. He hastily retreated. Then he casually used his sword to block all the bullets coming at him. A demonic purple aura emanated from beneath his feet. Skulls also appeared from it. Under Wang Gui's control, they frantically charged towards Cene. He used his old trick again, throwing a grenade at them. Immediately, the grenade exploded, creating a raging fire that engulfed the entire group of skulls. In the thick, hazy smoke, taking advantage of Wang Gui's lost vision, he quickly approached him. Wang Gui could also sense that Cene was very close to him. He kicked up his heel to gain momentum. Then he thrust his sword forward, only to find it was just a block of ice. He gritted his teeth in frustration, knowing he had been tricked. This is a mirror made of ice. In a reflected image, Wang Gui turned his head to see Cene playing with a flame in his hand. The battle between Cene and Wang Gue was not yet over. After a while of not being enough, he also started to fight seriously. He summoned a magic circle. Explosive fireball technique. The fireball flew at the speed of light, straight towards Wang Gue. It sent him flying backward. The power released was too great. He didn't stop until he was pushed against a nearby tree. A large part of the forest was brightly lit by Cene's fireball. Although he was beaten and covered in injuries, he still smiled and said, "It seems that without restricting your methods, Mu Xiao is no match for you." Cene was so embarrassed his face turned red as he demanded, "Stop talking nonsense. Turn me back first. It's getting cold between my legs." Wang Gue, like a leech, looked up at him and said, "It's not over yet. I'm not dead yet. Kill me." Cene was extremely confused and asked him, "Why? There's no need. This is just an illusion in a dream. Besides, you no longer have the ability to fight." Wang Gue enlightened him. "Up until now, you've never killed anyone, have you? This world is not peaceful. As long as you want to become stronger, you can continue to fight. Sooner or later, you will reach this point. At that time, there will be no time for you to prepare yourself mentally." He also frankly stated his own point of view. "Let's talk about it when the time comes. If it's not necessary, I still don't want to become someone who kills people like cutting grass." Wang Gue laughed and said, "Naive. Any unnecessary hesitation on your part is adding an unforeseen danger. I hope that when the time comes, you won't have to regret it." Wang Gue gradually dissipated into dust. Cene finally let out a sigh of relief. "So tired. That's enough for today. Let's continue. Now, let's increase the difficulty." The trio of Li Xian, Gao Yuan, and Ling Lie appeared before Cene at the same time. He screamed in terror. He even thrashed around wildly as if having a nightmare. "Help!" After escaping the dreamscape, he angrily tried to break the sword. "You little brat, are you a sadist?" He was still very puzzled. You could get a spar with a 9-stage expert for free. Why don't you cherish such a good opportunity? He still had some unanswered questions in his mind. Except for Senior Ling Lie, I've never seen the principal and Gao Yuan fight seriously. How can you simulate a fight like that? Wang Gue replied arrogantly, "Don't underestimate me. I've been here since the time of the first spirit venerable. I've seen more 9-stage experts than you've seen, dogs. But if I don't have the living data in your head, I can't recreate it. Follow your big brother and study seriously. There are many benefits." He asked him another question. "How are the power levels divided, exactly? In the next few fights, my judgment of who is strong and who is weak is becoming more and more blurred." Wang Gue praised him. "Good question. Actually, before the first spirit venerable of arts, martial arts and spirit arts had been developing for a long time. Naturally, there was a distinction between strong and weak. It's just that there was no division into levels. This leveling system, to put it bluntly, is a reference standard that humans created for the convenience of teaching. Take spirit arts as an example. Spirit arts are techniques that condense spirit energy by mobilizing external elements to produce various effects. And the scale of the condensed spirit energy determines the strength of the spirit art. A spirit master strengthens themselves through continuous practice and communication with external spirit energy. Through continuous cultivation, the amount of spirit energy in the body will increase. The connection with external spirit energy will also become stronger. And the mental power required to create these movements will also become stronger. In the end, the manifested effect is the same. The stronger the spirit master, the larger the scale of the miracles they can perform. This is increasing the upper limit. And if two spirit masters of different strengths perform a miracle of the same scale, the stronger one can complete it faster. This is increasing the lower limit. He sat and thought, "I already know this basic principle. So what's the point of having a level system?" Wang Gue, with his profound knowledge, explained. In reality, practicing spirit arts is like any other form of training. To make yourself stronger, the fastest way is to push your limits as much as possible. To make your body realize that its current level is not up to the desired standard, thus triggering an unconscious evolution and change. If you've already reached the 4th stage, but you're still practicing 3rd stage spirit arts, your progress will be very slow. And if you force yourself to use 6th stage spirit arts right after entering the 4th stage, you're very likely to suffer a severe backlash. At best, you'll become a cripple. At worst, you'll lose your life. It's like asking a person of average weight to lift a 250 kilograms object. The result would probably be torn muscles, followed by being crushed to death. And the first spirit venerable of arts, through the organization of power, completed the classification of sorcerer's body spirit energy intensity into levels and standardized spirit arts. This helps to maximize the effectiveness of cultivation, while ensuring safety. This is the greatest practical significance of the spirit art levels. So you don't need to pay too much attention to it. With me here, nothing will happen to you. See, Jean also understood the issue. So in actual combat, it's not the level that decides everything, right? He patiently explained, bit by bit, for him to understand. A spirit venerable is, after all, a mortal. It's not impossible for a 9th-stage expert to be careless and get stabbed in the back by a rogue in an alley. So even if your level is high, don't be careless. Be careful not to mess up. This isn't a world where a strong expert can overturn the universe with a wave of their hand. We're not talking about worldviews of nascent soul, possession, or rebirth. That's all just nonsense from the internet. Even Superman has to work, otherwise how would he live? Rely on his girlfriend to support him? He closed his eyes and said, "Don't say anymore. I can already picture it in my head." Suddenly, he realized something. Wait, you just said a spirit venerable is also immortal. A spirit venerable isn't. What exactly is a spirit venerable? The sword helplessly jumped. If I knew what a spirit venerable was, would I still be a sword? For hundreds of years, being touched by you men, getting sweat all over me. I only know that a spirit venerable is an existence beyond mortals. It's the biggest secret of this world. Spirit venerable is just a general term, because ordinary people can't gauge the strength of a spirit venerable. There are too few reference points. In reality, the power gap between spirit venerables is huge, even among spirit venerables. A fight could have a difference as big as a 1st stage fighting a 9th stage. But for you, this is still a long way off. Focus on the present. See, Jean stood up, stretched, and yawned. All right, that's enough for now. I am hungry. I'm going to find Jalon for a meal. It was already almost noon. When he arrived at Jalon's place, he froze at the sight before him. She's bought way too much stuff for this cat. Jalon and the cat were inseparable. I was afraid it would be bored in the room, so I just redecorated the room a bit. He helplessly said to himself, "She's become a cat slave." Jalon turned to him worriedly and asked, "By the way, have you seen Luinyan? I don't think I've seen him for a few days." Si Jean was also a bit surprised. "I heard he had some family matters and went home. He's not back yet." At the Luin family estate, Luinyan stood inside, questioning. "What do you mean when you say the Luin family will protect the Gao family at all costs? Please explain it to me again." Big brother, hearing the call, Luinyan's older brother turned to look at him. Inside the study, Luinyan was still waiting for an answer from his older brother. Luinwu glanced at him and reminded him, "You don't need to speak so loudly. Have a cup of tea first." He hesitated as if he was about to say something. "Big brother, I feel." But he was interrupted by his older brother's command. "I told you to drink your tea, then we'll talk." He looked up at Luinwu with fearful eyes. Seeing that he had obediently sat down, his brother began to question him. "So you're in all the way home from the academy, just for this? From the sound of it, you seem to really want the Gao family to fall. The reason?" Luinyan seriously exposed their evil deeds. The Gao family holds a high position. They control the defense forces of the capital. They have considerable power both internally and externally. But the Gao family's focus is not on fulfilling their duties. Instead, they want to eliminate their opponents and suppress the rising new powers of the nation. For many years, this has hindered the nation's progress. Luinwu slammed his hand on the table and retorted, "You're not wrong. It seems that while you're still studying, you have a clear grasp of the country's nobility and political power. But that's still not enough." Luinyan tried to swallow his anger. He sat quietly and listened to his brother's explanation. Seeing his attitude, Luinwu could easily guess. "It seems you don't quite agree with what I'm saying. Forget it. Let me say a few more things. Our Tianming kingdom has 5 great noble families. Besides the royal Hellion clan and our Luin family, there is also the Gao family, which controls the country's defense forces, the Yin family, which controls the national economy and finances, and the Xia family on the northern border, which controls the army. This is the structure that was established at the founding of the nation, or rather, As he spoke, he used the tea to write on the table so he could easily visualize it. Suddenly, the scene shifts to Huyen's luxurious room. She lay sprawled on the bed, holding up 5 fingers and saying, "This is a nation formed by the union of our 5 great families. We ended the chaotic situation in this land and established it." Patriarch Yin sat listening to her story while discussing business. "This is all the territory our ancestors won. We, the younger generation, can only carefully preserve this inheritance for them." Hellion smiled with a contemptuous tone, treating the entire country as a family asset. Only old man Yin would have such a view. Compared to him, Gao Yuan is lacking. He also took the opportunity to show off. "My Yin family has been in business for generations. We have countless assets under our control, whether it's fighting the demon clan or in times of peace. There's always business to be done, and this is not something outsiders can easily get involved in. Even if some juniors can do it, we could just recruit them into our family. It's beneficial for both the family and the country." She glanced at the patriarch and said, "Harmony brings wealth. Even for my Hellion clan, to the Yin family, we're just longtime business partners. It's mutually beneficial. But the Gao family is not like that. Now that the country is peaceful and prosperous, the importance of national defense is not as great as before. And the Gao family hasn't produced an outstanding figure for a long time." Back to the 2 Luan brothers. Luan Wu was still introducing the families to Luan Yun. The Gao family established itself through martial arts. For many years, only Gao Yuan had been a 9th stage master. Moreover, even Gao Yuan barely reached the 9th stage. His strength among 9th stage masters is ranked low. He can't uphold the Gao family's reputation at all. Luan Yin was puzzled. Why aren't they like the Gao family? The Xiao family recruits outstanding talents. His brother patiently explained to him. The merchants under the Yin family. No matter how much money they make, it's still the Yin family's money. The generals under the Xia family, no matter how good their soldiers are, they're still the Xia family soldiers. Only the martial power of the Gao family cannot be developed in the hands of another family. Moreover, what's important is, under the Gao family's influence, the strongest martial power in recent years, the Lang family, has always been suppressed by the Gao family. Gao Yuan and Ling Lie are the same age, but during their growth, he was always surpassed by Ling Lie. This created a great sense of crisis in his heart. The responsibility of national defense is too small a stage. In the early days of the nation's founding, the Gao family and the Xia family, these 2 martial families, one internal, one external, both played important roles. But now, the human regime has stabilized. There is no risk of rebellion within the Tianming kingdom. The importance of the Gao family has been significantly reduced. When the Gao family chose this position initially, they were surely confident they could get close to the Hellion clan. Only then could they place their power in such an important position in the country. But they never expected that after the country stabilized, they would face such an awkward situation. One can only say they shot themselves in the foot. Gao Yuan is also considered unlucky. The hidden disaster buried by his ancestors erupted in his generation. The more his brother spoke, the more Luan Yin couldn't understand. If that's the case, the Gao family has reached a dead end. Why is our Luan family still protecting them? Luan Wu looked out into the courtyard and reminded him, "You are a son of the Luan family. My brother, don't suffer from a disease of narrow-mindedness. This is not just the Gao family's problem." Over here, Hellion sat up. She said seriously, "Old man Yin, I want to hear your opinion. This fundamental system of the Tianming kingdom, founded by the 5 great families, is it facing a crisis?" Patriarch Yin sat in silence for a long time before this question. After a while, he finally spoke. The 5 great families were a protective umbrella when humanity was still very weak. Protecting the people, allowing humanity to evolve safely, to develop and grow. They were an existence that resisted external dangers and stabilized the interior. If you were to make a comparison, it would be like a sturdy eggshell protecting a young bird. Hellion also gradually understood the issue. What you mean, old man Yin, is when humanity grows strong enough and starts to want to spread its wings and fly. He quickly continued, it will break out of the eggshell. Over here, Luan Yin was becoming more and more confused. If today it's the Gao family, then when will it be our Luan family's turn? His brother also guessed. You want to overthrow the Gao family so badly. Are you afraid that if the Gao family doesn't fall, they will cause trouble for your friend, Si Jin? Luan Yun answered honestly. I don't deny it, but big brother. Si Jin, he is. Luan Wu didn't let him finish and interrupted. I know he is the son of a spirit venerable. So what? The son of a spirit venerable is not a spirit venerable. So what if we kill him? Luan Yun gritted his teeth. His face showed clear fear as he asked. Aren't you afraid his father will seek revenge? Luan Wu replied with a calm attitude. Revenge on whom? Destroy the Luan family? Or destroy the Tianming kingdom? Destroy the defensive line against the demon clan? Let humanity face the threat of extinction? Such a price. Even a spirit venerable cannot bear it. With great power comes great responsibility. The higher your position, the less you are in control of your own destiny. Luan Yun, as a son of the Luan family. I hope you understand this simple truth. Gao Yuan was concentrating on his paperwork when a servant suddenly spoke. Master, the people from the Jiang and Lin families are here. He sighed and replied. Invite them to the living room to wait for a moment. Serve them good tea. Do not be rude. The servant obeyed and left immediately. Gao Yuan stood up and walked out tiredly. To think that my great Gao family has to resort to pulling strings with minor families. I wonder what demands they will make later. As soon as he saw his father come out, Gao Shun jumped to block his path, intending to say something, but his father ignored him and walked past without a glance. Gao Shun felt wronged, but despite not being valued, he was determined to speak. Father, it's all because of my ignorance that the Gao family has gotten into such big trouble. If necessary, Father, just disown me. I will bear all the responsibility. That way, perhaps His Majesty will not pursue the matter of Mu Xiao too deeply. Gao Yuan turned and patted his son's head, comforting him. You don't need to think too much. This is not your fault. Father will find a way to resolve it. Right now, the most important thing for you is to cultivate diligently with teacher Bai Luo. Her fire element spirit arts are of a very high level. Studying with her is better than studying at the academy. Don't disappoint my arrangements. After speaking, he left. Gao Shun watched his father's retreating figure, his mind in a turmoil of thoughts. Suddenly, a woman's mocking voice rang in his ear. Truly a good father. What a pity. Gao Shun turned around angrily and scolded. What do you mean by that? Bai Luo approached, her voice somewhat provocative. It's a pity that all his efforts now are in vain. The fate of your Gao family is now completely in the hands of others, especially you. Her words made Gao Shun so angry he almost couldn't restrain himself from attacking. But after thinking it over, what she said had some truth to it. Gao Shun knelt down and begged Bai Luo to teach him and help him become better. Bai Luo replied like an adult. You will become stronger, but not now. With your aptitude, if you work hard enough in 10 or 20 years, you will definitely become a 9-stage expert like your father. The premise is that your Gao family doesn't fall and has enough resources for you to cultivate. Gao Shun gave a wry smile and slowly stood up, the pleading attitude from before gone, replaced by hatred. What is your purpose? Perhaps you can tell me. Bai Luo pretended not to know and asked why. Gao Shun said directly, you are stronger than my father. Now that the Gao family is in danger, you took the initiative to become my teacher. This doesn't make sense. I must become stronger. For this purpose, I will do anything. Bai Luo licked her lips. Indeed, this young man did not disappoint her. Luan Yun was angry after his conversation with his brother didn't yield good results. It made him unhappy. Suddenly, a voice called him from behind. Before he could turn to see who it was, he was slapped on the back, causing him to cough violently. Si Jin was so happy to see Luan Yun that he got a bit carried away. Luan Yun turned around in a daze and asked, Why? Don't tell me I was gone for a moment and you caused some trouble again. Si Jin sighed sadly. In your heart, what kind of person am I really? In your heart, what kind of person am I really? But you go home every day. The son of a great family is indeed different from an ordinary person like me, unloved by father and mother. Luan Yin chuckled and replied, Si Jin, you weren't planning on telling me you're the son of the spirit venerables Si, E, and Ruandai, were you? Si Jin, his secret discovered, chuckled awkwardly and replied, I didn't intentionally hide it from you. You just never asked. Ling Ba and Mu Jalon both know. Luan Yin laughed loudly. He nudged his friend's elbow and scolded him affectionately. You prioritize romance over friendship. Why did you tell them, but not me? Afraid I'd try to curry favor? Si Jin also laughed heartily and replied comfortably. How could that be? I just felt that with your status, you would have known long ago. Si Jin then put his arm around Luan Yun's shoulder and asked with concern. All right, I saw you looking so worried just now. Is there trouble at home? Luan Yun's expression turned sad, and he didn't hesitate to tell his friend. Right now, the Gao family's position is unstable, and many people have their eyes on them. This time, the Gao family caused the incident with Mu Xiao. It was a perfect excuse, but our Luan family intends to protect the Gao family. I went back this time to argue with my brother about this, but I was unsuccessful. Si Jin's eyes widened. He casually said something that surprised Luan Yun. Isn't that very normal? If the Gao family is dealt with first, it's hard to guarantee that it won't affect the other families later. Your brother wanting to side with the Gao family is very reasonable. Luan Yun didn't think that someone who wasn't very knowledgeable about national affairs could say something so insightful. Si Jin frowned. He glanced over reproachfully. Don't think that just because I came down from the mountains, I don't understand the affairs of you nobles. My experience is very rich. Since your Luan family has decided to protect the Gao family, you shouldn't worry about this matter anymore. Let them handle it. It doesn't affect me. Luan Yun was stunned for a few seconds, then chuckled softly. Si Jin didn't understand what he had said. That was so funny that Luan Yun was laughing so hard. Luan Yun explained, It's nothing. I was thinking about what my brother said. The stronger the ability, the greater the responsibility, the higher the position. There are many things you can't do freely, but seeing your carefree attitude, I suddenly understood. I'm just a student at the academy. None of the things my brother talked about apply to me. Why should I meddle in so many things? I've still decided to make the Gao family pay the price because what they did was wrong. I understand, my good brother. Si Jin high-fived Luan Yun and said enthusiastically, Adults only care about benefits. Children only see right and wrong. I agree. Let's deal with them. Si Jin sat in his room, bored, and sighed. Although I agreed to help Luan Yun, I have no money and no power. How can I get involved in this struggle of the upper-class nobility? Maybe I should use my parents' names. Perhaps I can scare those nobles whose positions are still wavering. Suddenly, an unexpected voice interjected. I advise you not to do that. Ling Lie appeared out of nowhere, sitting right on his windowsill. If you let everyone know you're the son of Cene and Rwandai, you'll get into a lot of trouble. He turned in surprise. Ling Lie, why did you come to my room? Tell me, how do you do this without being discovered by others? Ling Lie jumped down from the windowsill. I am the ruler of country. Who would dare to monitor me? Aren't they afraid of being suspected of treason? She sat down on the bed opposite Si Jin. Besides, I came to find you for a reason, of course. As she said this, her expression became a little shy. But don't think that I wanted to see you. Si Jin waved his hand dismissively and said he wouldn't dare think that. Why were you looking for me? Ling Lie directly asked him, What are you going to do about the Gao family? He didn't understand and asked, What do you mean? Ling Lie said directly, right now, the nobility, led by the Luan family, intends to protect the Gao family. If you want the Gao family to fall, you need to have a corresponding opposing force. Si Jin stood up, walked over, and sat down next to her. He pointed to himself and asked, Can I use my identity? Because even now, when I hide my identity, the trouble I encounter every day is not insignificant. But Ling Lie shook her head and said, Trouble that you can solve yourself is not really trouble at all. A spirit venerable is the most important strategic power of the nation. And you, as the son of a spirit venerable, are the only weakness of Cene and Rwandai. As long as you are captured, the situation will become very unfavorable for the Tianming kingdom. The young woman smiled slyly and said, If you can endure being secretly thought of by a group of 9th-stage experts all day long, just imagining it scared him. That would be truly unbearable. She poked Si Jin's scared face with her finger and threatened him further. If you reveal your identity as the son of a spirit venerable before you become strong enough, I'm afraid for the safety of the nation. I can only lock you in my harem for protection. Si Jin's face contorted as he grumbled. Why does it have to be the harem? She just smiled. She tapped her hand on the soft mattress and asked him back, Isn't it good? In a harem, you don't have to worry about food or clothing. Besides, the bed in the harem is big and comfortable. Much better than this shabby bed of yours. If you don't want to work hard, then... Si Jin quickly signaled for her to stop, not to let him fall any further. He continued with the main topic. but the survival of the Gao family. But the survival of the Gao family. As the emperor, can't you decide? Ling Lie sighed and replied, how can I just decide on such a big matter? If the preliminary work isn't done well, and I face opposition from the court officials, what then? He sighed gloomily. Then what else can be done? Among us, Luan Yun has the highest status, but the Luan family has decided to protect the Gao family. Ling Ba's family has just overcome a crisis. Although Mu Jalon is a princess, her country seems to be a small one. She can't interfere in the internal affairs of the Tianming kingdom. Despite the current deadlock, Ling Lie gave him a new idea. Actually, there are many people who want the Gao family to fall right now. It's just that after the Luan family showed their attitude, everyone is afraid to offend them. If the Gao family doesn't fall, the opposition will have to bear the pressure of two great families. So you just need to find a force big enough to oppose the Luan family, and many of the weaker ones will side with you. Cene asked, you don't want me to find the Yin family, do you? But she hit him hard on the shoulder. You're hopeless. What can you say to the Yin family? Go find the academy. The attitude of the Royal Cultivation Academy on this matter will have a decisive effect. Cene scratched his head and asked back, is the academy's influence that great? She explained it to him in more detail. The academy's power is much greater than you imagine. Firstly, because there are many strong experts in the academy. Furthermore, the academy has been deeply rooted in the Tianming kingdom for a long time. In front of you, if you randomly throw a stone at the high officials and nobles in the court, you're likely to hit someone who graduated from the Royal Cultivation Academy. Do you think the academy's attitude is easily swayed? But Cene wondered, if the academy's power is so great, then, for the safety of the nation, isn't it a hidden danger? She simply told him, let's not talk about formalities. The people in the academy are all saints who have transcended the secular world. They're all very practical. Ling Lie smiled and asked, do you know the principal's real name? His name is Helian Chung. After discussing with Ling Lie, Cene immediately took the first step. He went to find Mr. Li and presented the matter. After listening, he took a sip of hot tea and asked, so you rushed here to find me? He said helplessly, you little brat, you really can't stay out of trouble. You even want to get involved in the struggles of the nobility. He said honestly, Luan Yun is my best friend, so I should support him. He asked again, Luan Yun is a smart kid. He must understand what he's doing. What about you? Whether the Gao family falls or not is a small matter, but the changes it could lead to are what need careful consideration. Do you know what you're doing? Cene stood before him and confidently presented his thoughts. The Gao family is one of the 4 great noble families. Once it falls, it means a blow to the current national system of the Tianming kingdom. Once this door is opened, the Luan family, the Yin family, the Xia family, even the royal family, the Helian clan, could all be eliminated. He glanced at him and asked, if you know this, why do you still want to do something that could lead to national chaos? Just for the sake of friendship? Cene said with a serious expression. Principal, the course of history cannot be resisted. The noble system is gradually becoming unable to meet the development needs of this country. It will only gradually accumulate various hidden dangers. Like the Gao family, they only want to maintain their own interests and have abandoned their original responsibilities. If this continues, the Tianming kingdom will not progress, and the pent-up power of the people will eventually need an outlet. If we don't take the initiative to open this outlet, it will be like facing a flood, just trying to block it instead of diverting it. In the end, it will lead to an even greater disaster. I think Her Majesty, no, Ling Lie, she must have understood this, which is why she is determined to find an opportunity for change. He met his gaze and said with conviction, Principal, I think we're both very clear about what we are doing. The principal sighed. All right, if it's that little girl Ling Ling's idea, then I should support her. I will go and persuade the teachers. But for the academy to make such a big decision, it requires the teachers and students to reach a consensus. Cene asked him what he should do. The principal replied, persuade the student council or take their place. His answer surprised Cene. The student council? What? There's a student council in the academy? The principal nodded and said, our academy, since the first class founded by the Spirit Venerable, has always emphasized fostering students' autonomy. So from the beginning, a student council was established with representatives chosen by the students themselves. They're also responsible for academy affairs alongside the teachers. Cene muttered to himself, I remember the student council in college wasn't like this. Basically, they just followed the teacher's orders and handled trivial matters. It seems the first spirit venerable was an idealist. He said to the principal, "So I have to go and persuade the student council. Getting their approval is all that's needed, right? Why did you say earlier that I might need to replace them?" The principal had a mischievous expression. "You're asking about this?" Seeing that smile, his heart felt uneasy. "Why do I feel like you're getting ready to watch a good show?" At the same time, in the student council room, a meeting was also taking place. A young man sat in the room with a surprised expression and said, "I didn't expect you to come in person. It seems this matter is very important." Senior. The senior opposite him was Luan Wu. He made some polite greetings. "It's been a few years, but it's still the same here." The young man in the room replied humbly, "What talent do I have? It's only because you finished your studies at the academy and returned to your family to take charge that I inherited the student council from you. I wouldn't dare make any changes to this place." Luan Wu waved his hand and said, "You don't need to say that. Your abilities are outstanding. Handing the student council over to you was the right decision." "Next," he said with a serious face, "the academy's attitude. You probably understand what I mean." The young man nodded and asked further, "What if your brother intends to do something?" Luan Wu simply replied, "Then you can teach him a little lesson." With Luan Wu's words, the young man became much more interested. "Then let me have some fun." And it wasn't just him. Behind the young man were the other 3 members of the student council. The young man was the student council president, Chen Qinglin. He sighed and said, "Having a rebellious younger brother isn't easy for you at all." Next to him was a male student with glasses. He is the vice president, Fong Ming, along with the girl treasurer, Yan Jing. She warned, "When you guys deal with the underclassmen, remember to be mindful of your limits. Don't do anything you can't clean up." Finally, there was the secretary, Xiaji Chiao, with an unhappy expression. "So troublesome. I really hate fighting." Just then, Si Jin stood hesitantly before the room. "Did I come a bad time?" Qinglin was surprised by the appearance of a stranger. "Who are you?" Luan Wu said, "This is my brother's friend. His name is Si Jin. He previously defeated Lu Chun in the tournament and won the championship." Qinglin cleaned his ear and muttered the name Si Jin. "Huh? Never heard of him. Why did you come in without knocking? You're an underclassman, yet you have no manners." Si Jin replied awkwardly, "I want to knock." He pointed to the door of the room, which was now just a small wooden frame on the ground. "But there's no door here." The treasurer, Yan Jing, held her forehead and scolded Qinglin. "You forgot your key the other day, so you broke the door and haven't called someone to fix it yet. Can you be a little more frugal? Don't just break things randomly." Qinglin was sweating bullets. This Si Jin, standing by the doorframe, looked at their interaction in the room and felt a bit pressured. The student council room is full of important members of the student council, and Luan Yun's older brother is here too. The pressure is terrifying. Are these students? Fong Ming was the one who remembered that the student council still had a guest. He turned to Si Jin and said, "Then come in, Si Jin. What are you here for?" Seeing Luan Wu inside, he really didn't want to enter. He decided to stand where he was and state his purpose. "I came this time." However, before he could speak, Luan Wu interrupted him. "The academy and I have already reached a consensus. You don't need to waste your time. The academy will not side with you." Si Jin smiled. "Is that so? I just want to see the principal," and persuaded him. "The academy won't side with you either." His calm expression attracted Qinglin. He thought to himself, "This kid is interesting. He actually dares to talk to Luan Wu like that. Where does he get the guts?" Luan Wu put down his teacup. "You don't need to provoke me. If the opinions of the students and teachers are opposed, then regarding this matter, the academy will remain neutral. The result is still my victory." He glanced at him and said, "Don't think your status is anything special. Against me, Luan Wu, you have no chance of winning." Suddenly, Luan Yun appeared right behind Si Jin with a smiling face. "It's so lively here. Big brother, you came to the academy. Why didn't you come find me?" Si Jin was surprised to see his friend. He asked quietly, "Luan Yun, why are you here?" Luan Yun patted his back lightly and replied, "I just got the news. I was afraid you couldn't handle it, so I came." "Isn't it to save face for you?" Luan Wu, seeing his younger brother, propped himself up on the chair and stood up. "It seems you made a good friend." He walked out of the student council room and said, "However, I'm very unhappy with your decision." As he passed by Luan Yun, he patted Luan Wu's shoulder and said, "But seeing that you have the courage to stand up to me, I am very happy. It seems sending you to the academy to study was not a mistake. Before leaving, he deliberately waved to the two of them and said, "My move has been made, but whether you can break the formation depends on your abilities." At the same time, the four members of the student council also stood up and asked the two of them. "So there's no need to talk anymore. Junior Luan Yun and student Si Jin, what do you two plan to do?" Luan Yun replied reasonably. According to the first rule, when handling student affairs at the Royal Cultivation Academy, Si Jin confidently smiled and continued for his friend. "We have decided to challenge the current student council." After finishing his business with the student council, Si Jin went back to find the girls to ask for a favor. Hua Yi, Ling Ba, and Mu Jalon were all very surprised when he told them about it. "Oh, so that happened too?" Si Jin nodded seriously and said, "That's right. So I want to invite you all to join the team. With me and Luan Yun, we'll have enough people to meet the requirements for the student council positions. Then we can officially challenge the current student council." Ling Ba agreed without a second thought. She gripped his hand and said, "Si Jin, you helped me with such a big thing before. I definitely won't refuse you." Mu Jalon, not to be outdone, pushed her aside and took his hand, saying, "Both you and Luan Yun are my good friends. If I can help, I won't refuse either." Hua Yi, however, asked curiously, "But can the Academy's student council be challenged so easily? Aren't there any other prerequisites?" Si Jin replied, "There are. If the student council is changing terms, the previous term will choose their replacements. But if we challenge the current student council, we need the support of at least 1/3 of the entire student body. On that front, I've already tasked Lin Yun with it, because the Luan family itself already has a very high reputation in the academy. Especially Luan Wu. Luan Yun's older brother was the previous student council president when he was in school. He was a legendary figure who left behind many tales. Although we are now opposing the current student council, we are actually also opposing Lin Wu, but most students probably won't notice this point." He smiled and added, "Besides Luan Yun, the few of us also have a very high popularity among this year's new students. Moreover, young people love to watch a commotion and aren't afraid of things getting out of hand. The few of us leading the charge against the student council, which represents the upperclassmen, they have no reason not to support us." Luan Yun's voice came from outside. Si Jin is right. The work of persuading the new students of our year went very smoothly. We've already received a lot of support. Next is to get the support of a portion of the upperclassmen, and we're done. Si Jin happily turned his head to look at him. "Luan Yun, you're back. It must have been tough for you, going around persuading everyone." He entered the room and tiredly sat down on a chair. "I am exhausted. Let me rest for a bit. I need a sip of tea." Si Jin asked him what the plan was for the upperclassmen. Luan Yun said directly, "The academy respects martial prowess. If we can show enough strength, many students will recognize our right to challenge." He patted Si Jin's shoulder. "So, you should set up a fighting ring and accept challenges from the upperclassmen. After all, you're probably the best fighter here." Si Jin asked helplessly, "Is that simple and brutal method the only thing you can think of?" Luan Yun smiled and said, "Actually, it's also to buy some time. If we get enough support, we will officially enter the process of challenging the student council. But with our current overall strength, I'm afraid it will be very difficult to win, so I want to use this time to cultivate and increase our strength." Ling Ba spoke up and asked, "What level are the members of the current student council?" Luan Yun immediately provided them with some important information. "I've also conveniently looked into this. The president, Chun Qinglin, reached the 7th stage a long time ago. Because a 7th-stage strength in this academy is already comparable to some teachers, the teaching policy for experts of this level is mainly individual teacher guidance, or self-cultivation. So, I'm not sure what his true strength is now. The vice president, Fong Ming, is said to be a 6th-stage expert. However, his personality is calm and steady. It's not out of the question that he has actually long had the foundation of a 10th stage, and is only keeping himself at the peak of the 6th stage to consolidate his cultivation foundation. Next, the treasurer Yin Jing and the secretary Xiaji Qiu are a year younger than Chun Qinglin and Fong Ming. They are currently at the 5th stage. However, they are from the Xia and Yin families of the 4 great families, so in terms of spirit arts, weapons, and combat methods, they cannot be considered ordinary 5th stage. After listening, Si Jin was silent for a moment, then assessed, "It seems that besides Chun Qinglin, the strength of the others isn't that great. As soon as he said that, the atmosphere suddenly became heavy. All eyes were on him. Cene asked confusedly, "What's wrong?" Muzilan rubit herforhat. Cene is still as arrogant as ever. Ling Ba expressed, "Perhaps Cene himself is relatively strong, so he thinks this is normal." Luanyan also said helplessly, "Among the 4 people I just mentioned, the weakest one is not inferior to me." Cene brought everyone back to the main topic. He asked, "Is the student council challenge an individual challenge based on position? To succeed in the challenge, how many wins do we need?" Luanyan, who had looked into the situation, explained, "The student council represents the students. They're the ones being challenged. They should have an overwhelming victory to maintain their student council positions. Therefore, we only need to get 2 wins to make a name for ourselves. At the very least, the core members of the current student council will definitely have to step down." Cene proposed a dirty plan. "Then isn't it simple? Luanyan and I will challenge their secretary and treasurer, and we'll get the win. And that's it." Jalon was extremely annoyed. "So Ling Ba and I are just here to make up the numbers, right?" Ling Ba clutched her bleeding heart and said, "Although it's very accurate, I still feel hurt." Huai listened and burst out laughing. Student Cene is saying all the wrong things today. He waved his hand and explained, "Oh, I was just talking nonsense. Don't take it seriously." Luanyan smiled and said, "Although it's just to help me, it's also a rare opportunity to fight directly with such strong experts. We won't give up." Jalon and Ling Ba said in unison, "Yeah, we have to defeat our opponents head-on." Luanyan began to think. "Let me calculate. Getting enough support votes from the upperclassmen, along with the necessary preparations for the initiation process, will take at least 2 months. Our current strength can still be broken through with intensive special training during this time." Cene nodded. "That's right. After all, you guys are actually all geniuses. Then, starting from tomorrow, let's do the promotion to the upperclassmen according to your arrangements, and also indicate that we will set up a fighting ring to accept everyone's challenges, and strive to get everyone's recognition." Luanyan smiled and replied, "That's right." By the next morning, students flocked to the school grounds. They gathered to see what the newly erected fighting ring was like. Cene stood inside, looking at the number of students who had come, a little surprised. "I didn't expect so many people to come. Did you overdo it a bit?" Luanyan also said awkwardly, "I didn't expect this either. The number of people exceeds my expectations." "What's the reason?" At the appointed time, Cene still stepped out onto the center of the ring. He thought to himself, "I'm a little nervous right now." The speech of the new student at the opening ceremony made everyone excited. This time, there absolutely must not be any chaos. He spoke loudly. "Fellow students, hello everyone. I'm Cene, a first-year new student. The reason I've gathered everyone here this time is because..." While he was speaking, the president, Lin, had appeared from behind without anyone noticing and put his arm around his shoulder. Cene jumped to the side in surprise. What was that? Luanyan's group, right behind Cene, also didn't expect it. When did this Lin appear? I didn't see him at all. What on earth happened? Is this the current student council president? The troublemaker stood on the ring and asked with a smile, "Everyone is gathered here. Is there something interesting going on? Why don't I, as the student council president, know about it? Am I being left out?" Then he bent down to look into Cene's face and said, "And I didn't realize it until I looked, but I was startled when I did." He took Cene's hand and pulled him closer. "Isn't this my little brother? Actually, I'm the illegitimate son your father had outside. I'm older than you. You should call me Big Brother." Cene was extremely angry. "What?" At this moment, Lin stuck out his tongue and made a funny face at him, saying, "Of course I'm tricking you. Our surnames aren't even the same." The appearance of the student council president, Lin, completely brought down the atmosphere of the scene. The students looked at each other awkwardly, not saying a word. Luanyan cursed angrily. "Damn it. I didn't expect the other party to take the initiative to come and cause trouble." Ling Ba observed the situation and said, "The atmosphere of the whole stadium has dropped to 0. What should we do?" Jalon was very worried for Cene. On the stage, Cene forcefully pulled his hand away. Lin still said innocently, "What's wrong? It was just a joke. You're not going to get angry, are you? Don't be so petty." Cene remained silent. After staring at Lin for a moment, he said, "Actually, my father once told me that when he was fooling around outside, he really did leave a child behind. Considering your age, you fit the description. Besides, don't you think we look very similar? Maybe you really are my big brother. Hearing this, Qinglin quickly squeezed his own face and asked, "Oh, really? Do we look that similar?" But he immediately made a funny face and stuck his tongue out at him. "Of course I'm tricking you. We don't look alike at all, you know. Don't you normally look in a mirror?" Qinglin was so tricked by him that he froze. Finally, he clutched his stomach and burst out laughing. "Nice one. You're as funny as I am." Si Jin asked unhappily, "You call this funny?" He thought to himself, "I can't let him lead me by the nose." He spoke up and asked, "So, President Chun Qinglin, may I ask what you were doing here?" Qinglin's expression was excited as he said, "I just came to watch the show. You can just ignore me. Or are you saying my presence makes you uncomfortable? In that case, I can go back." He shook his head and said, "There's no need." He patted his chest and said, "I, Si Jin." Then he pointed toward his comrades. "Along with my fellow students, including Luan Yun, Mu Zilan, Ling Lie, have decided to form a new student council and launch a challenge to change the current student council." After he made the announcement, the crowd erupted in a commotion. "This Si Jin guy, I've heard of him before. He's been very famous lately." It's not just Si Jin. The people who were just mentioned are also famous figures among this year's new students. They have strength, and their background are not small either. Luan Yun is Luan Wu's younger brother, right? The two brothers do look somewhat alike. If they formed a student council, it would truly be an all-star lineup. Let's not talk so much. Let's see what this Si Jin guy plans to do. Si Jin listened to all the noise below before speaking again. "I know that as a new student, gaining the recognition of the seniors is not an easy task. Therefore, in the coming days, I will publicly accept challenges from students across the entire school. This is so everyone can acknowledge my strength." Chun Qinglin stood by the side, clapping in 100% support. "Oh my, you want to set up an arena? This idea is truly interesting." Saying that, he glanced at Si Jin and asked, "But surely you don't think that just by showing your strength, you can get enough votes to challenge us, do you?" Si Jin frowned at him and said, "That's right. I think everyone will agree with my way of thinking." Chun Qinglin laughed out loud. "It seems someone has a huge misunderstanding about our student council, as well as the entire student body." Si Jin asked worriedly, "What do you want to do?" He only saw him raise a finger to the sky and shout loudly. "Students here, listen clearly. Do you agree to give Si Jin the qualification to challenge us? To change us? Then raise your hands." Si Jin asked warily, "You want to pressure the other students?" But when he glanced down at the students below, he froze for 5 seconds. All the students bravely raised their hands, accepting Si Jin's qualification to challenge the current student council. He looked on dumbfounded. "What is this?" Chun Qinglin smiled and told him, "Look, there's basically no need for such trouble. You want to drive us out? Just call out to your supporters, and you'll have a huge pile of them because we are the student council with the lowest approval rating in the Academy's history." Suddenly, at this moment, a teacher stepped forward to speak. This old man is the head of the Academy's organization department, so the upcoming challenge matches will have their venues and rules arranged by us. We will absolutely allow everyone to freely display their strength, competing in the fairest manner possible. On this point, you can rest assured. Si Jin hurriedly asked the organizing teacher, "May I ask, when will the first match be held?" The teacher replied, "Many venues and props haven't been used for a long time, so they need complete maintenance from scratch. But at the latest, we should be able to start next month." Such a short period was indeed a miscalculation that made things difficult for his and Lun Yun's plan. Only next month? The time has been cut in half. Damn it, checkmated again. Chun Qinglin stood by the side, smiling as he reminded him, "Let's leave it at that. We can't make it too easy for you. Also, you bragged earlier about accepting challenges from all students. You can't go back on your word now. I have many friends who want to try going one-on-one with you, blending into the summer atmosphere." Si Jin and his friends had a rather pleasant chat together. However, he was actually distressed about something and wouldn't stop complaining. "I didn't expect things to turn out like this. The plan is completely in disarray." Luan Yun looked at his dejected appearance and said, "Sure enough, Chun Qinglin is no ordinary person." Si Jin scratched his head even more frantically. "You're putting it too gently. He's definitely not a normal person." Mu Jalon spoke up from the side. "No wonder when we went around earlier, we heard very little news about the student council. It seems they aren't the type to seriously carry out student council duties. or receive respect from the students. Ling Lie spoke out in the thing we could do now is to quickly improve our own strength in the remaining time. I will return to the dojo to conduct my training. What about everyone else? Luan Yun said, I also want to return home to seek guidance from the experts in my clan. Hearing this, Si Jin suggested, then Mu Jalon, train with me. Unfortunately, their teacher Gon had the same goal. Regarding him, leave Mu Jalon's training to me. After all, this is originally a teacher's job. He walked up to him and added, Si Jin, you are already strong enough. You don't need special training. During this time, you should pay attention to the academy's movements instead. Moreover, Chun Xinlin also said people would come to challenge you. You have to stay here as a target to block those troubles. Only then can the three of them train without being disturbed. Si Jin sighed. Although what you say isn't wrong, why are you suddenly taking the initiative to help us, teacher? Teacher Gon draped his arm around his neck and whispered, if I really let you first years become the student council, then I might get a salary raise to team leader. At a time like this, a teacher like me naturally has to lend you a hand. Teacher, you're quite honest. Shortly after, Si Jin's group of friends had to part ways with him and return to their own paths of cultivation. Mu Jalon was a bit reluctant, giving Si Jin a lingering look for the last time. Be careful with everything. Don't worry. When the boat gets to the bridge, it will naturally go straight. He replied. Finally, they had left. Feeling a bit empty inside, Si Jin decided to go to the cafeteria to eat. At the Royal Cultivation Academy cafeteria. This is the holy land of the culinary world. Because of the ideology, no matter how hard it is, don't let the children suffer. Proposed since the founding of the school during the Spirit Venerable era. The Royal Cultivation Academy cafeteria has always strived to recruit the most excellent chefs in the country to join. Currently, it not only gathers a dictionary of dishes from all regions, but also delicacies that have been lost in legend. The overall strength of the chefs in the cafeteria vaguely surpasses even the Imperial Palace chefs. Moreover, due to the openness of the Academy's kitchen, it has attracted many young chefs pursuing the improvement of their cooking skills, who come here to study out of admiration for its reputation, nurturing layer upon layer of master chefs. Also, because the Academy is located in the east of the Imperial capital, this place is privately known in the culinary world as the Eastern Cooking Academy. Because of the existence of the Academy cafeteria among the enrolled students at the Academy, there are quite a few who actually don't have much desire to advance their cultivation realm, but risk their lives to get into the Academy just for the food here. However, the Academy cafeteria is still a cafeteria after all. Vices always exist, according to the stories. Si Jin and the upcoming battle for food will be the most concrete example. He and the food server were facing off against each other. Both exchanged looks full of affection. Then, the server would find an excuse to shake off all the food on the ladle he just scooped, plotting to prevent Si Jin from enjoying this dish. However, with his experience as a longtime student here, he could easily deal with it. His hands moved deftly, catching every piece of vegetable and fiber of meat, immediately filling it up. The bowl was full without letting a single piece fall. Not only that, he even mocked the chef. It's fine. Check, please. While he was paying, Xiao, who was nearby, started grumbling. Even eating a meal requires open strife and veiled struggle. Sure enough, humans love to fight to exist. Truly hopeless. Someone who starts a fight with the student council for no reason. Therefore, you must also be a bad person. Si Jin recognized this girl. You're the current student council secretary, Xiao, right? No choice. I'm a guy, so I eat a lot. If I don't fight for it and just follow the cafeteria rules, I basically won't be full. However, what caught his attention was the overflowing bowl of rice in Jichio's hands. It was even 3 times the portion Si Jin had just taken. He drooled just looking at it. What kind of differential treatment is this? She nodded in thanks to the chef and then answered Si Jin. What is there to be dissatisfied about? If you give enough money, why fear the chefs? Will shortchange you? This is the most sincere relationship of trust between me and the chefs. After speaking, Jichio reached into her clothes to get money to pay. However, something unfortunate happened. She searched forever but couldn't find her purse anywhere. Jichio's expression became tense. She told the chef, about that, I think I forgot to bring my purse. The man who was just proud of his credibility. now had his smile extinguished instantly. Then, the chef snatched back the huge bowl of rice to Jichio's astonishment. Sijin Mokid, where's the relationship of trust between the two parties you mentioned? Isn't it just a cruel monetary transaction? Jichio's sad eyes looked at him along with the growling of her hungry stomach. He began to sense a bad omen. No way. Even if you look at me like that, I won't. There's no escape. He could only use his meager funds to help her pay for the meal. The joy now remained with only one person. If the chef was jubilant for selling 2 huge portions, Sijin withered because his wallet was empty. Jichio looked at the meal with emotion. Thank you for paying for me. I said you were a bad person earlier. I apologize. I blamed the wrong person. You are a good person. Sijin looked at her teary face and just smiled faintly. He thought to himself, how many good person cards is this that I've received? Jichio put a piece in her mouth and stared at Sijin, questioning him. Sijin, aren't you eating? He frowned and said, the atmosphere right now makes it very hard to generate a good appetite. On the contrary, your calmness impresses me. The reason he said that was because he was the main character in the commotion of the surrounding tables. Whispers rang out incessantly. Isn't that Sijin who wants to challenge the student council? Why is he together with the student council secretary? Don't you feel that there's always a girl with high strength beside him? He's not a guy who hides behind women's skirts, is he? First, not long after school started, he clung to Mu Jalon. Then he stepped out to help Ling Ba. I didn't expect it to be like this now. The more he heard, the angrier he got. In the academy, if it's not men, it's women. It's just sitting together to eat a meal. Is it necessary to come up with so much gossip? When I sat eating with Luan Yun, you guys didn't see that. They continued whispering. Don't underestimate him. He doesn't just hide behind women's skirts. Before, didn't he also make eyes at young Master Luan Yun? Maybe they're that kind of thing. These slanderous words reached Si Jin's ears. He lifted his chopsticks, picked up a piece of meat, and roared. Will you guys stop it? Do you want a beating? The lack of response to his question made him feel more at ease. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, Jichio leaned over with a question. Si Jin, if you don't want to eat this piece of meat, give it to me. Even though he said he had already bitten that piece of meat, Jichio directly chomped it into her mouth. Then, she was startled and immediately spat it out in embarrassment. Sorry, I thought you weren't eating it. Leaving it would be a waste. I only took one bite. If you want to eat it, go ahead. Surprisingly, Si Jin was very happy. He smiled and said, you have a good appetite, huh? If you don't mind that I've bitten it, then it's yours. Then I won't be polite anymore. This gluttonous girl immediately lunged forward to swallow the piece of meat. Into her mouth. Truly a strange girl. He asked Jichio out of curiosity. It seems you really like food. She nodded. That's right. When I was young in the border army, food was an important strategic resource. Although it was enough, it wasn't abundant. Although there were no restrictions. But if I wasted even a single piece of food, it could cause a soldier in the army to miss a meal. And eating one more piece could give a little more strength, one more chance to survive in extreme situations of food shortage. Si Jin had a different view of her now. He thought to himself, I didn't expect her to think like that. Xia Jichio, is she from the Xia family guarding the border? If that's true, then will the Xia family's attitude regarding the Gao family matter also affect her? He asked Xia Jichio again, do you know why we want to challenge the student council this time? Jichio replied, it's because the Luan brothers, Luan Wu and Luan Yun, have different attitudes towards the Gao family, right? Where there is disagreement, there will be conflict. Once there is conflict, those around will inevitably be swept into it. He was stunned and continued. The Xia family is a warlord family, right? I didn't expect someone from the Xia family like you to hate conflict so much. Jichio's eyes looked a bit sorrowful. Once the root of conflict is born, it will not stop. It will only gradually deepen with hatred, expanding the vortex of conflict, dragging everyone into it. Death, destruction. As a member of the Xia family, I understand deeply. Conflict has no meaning at all. It will only bring endless misfortune. Si Jin stated his point of view. But, as long as there are people, there will be conflicts of interest. Then conflict is unavoidable. Thinking like you do will only make you constantly fall into suffering. She looked at him and smiled cryptically. You're not wrong. That is why our Xia family is needed. The conversation was cut short when a group of people approached and said, two little brats talking. Why does it sound like philosophers debating? Thinking you're high and mighty. You're Si Jin? He turned sharply to look at them and asked back, Are you the people Chun Lin sent to challenge me? They retorted. Hope you don't misunderstand. We have no friendship with Chun Lin or the student council. Those people are all lunatics. If possible, we wouldn't want to have any relationship with them at all. It's just that the vice president sought us out, promised us quite a few benefits. Therefore, we can only make you suffer a bit. Si Jin stood up and sighed. Really troublesome. Then let's go outside to settle this. Luckily, teacher when Ren said that challenges during this time don't require inviting a teacher to supervise. Otherwise, I'd be annoyed to death. Jiqiu climbed onto the table and did something shocking. She spoke in a fluent voice. Rule number 3 of the Xia family military code. The grace of a meal. Dare not forget. Just now, when I was hungry, you treated me to a meal. I'll help you handle these guys. The 3 guys from earlier started to get wary. Hey, isn't this the student council secretary? Are you mistaken? We're on the same side. Jiqiu countered. Didn't you just say our student council are all lunatics? Why are you talking reason with me now? Si Jin said, Xia Jiqiu. Didn't you say you hate conflict? I can handle these guys. You don't need to intervene. I hate conflict. I hate conflict happening in front of me. If conflict is unavoidable, then I will be the one to act. Rule number 1 of the Xia family military code. Quickly destroy one side of the war. End the war. Then, Jiqiu rushed towards the 3 guys with godlike speed. A loud explosion resonated, and when it ended, a huge hole was left in the wall. She went to that wall and whispered. Then, Si Jin, once the duel challenging the student council begins, I will also quickly destroy you. Stop this conflict. Shortly after, at Chun Qinglin's residence. After hearing Jiqiu report what happened earlier, he laughed out loud. What? You said you took care of the idiots sent to cause trouble for Si Jin? What kind of development is this? Even if you want to pull a prank, you have to follow the basic path. Was Si Jin stunned watching it? Jiqiu lowered her face shyly. Please stop laughing. Although it seems I said something extremely cool in front of Si Jin at that time. But looking back at the whole story, it makes people embarrassed. Yanxing immediately stepped forward to comfort her. All right. Her purse has been found. Next time, don't lose it again. Chun Lin still couldn't stop laughing. He asked, but why was there someone using the student council's name to find Si Jin and cause trouble? Suddenly, Fong Ming stepped forward from behind and admitted he was the mastermind. Before, when you went to Si Jin to give a motivational speech, didn't you say you would send people to challenge him? Chun Lin glanced at him and burst out laughing again. Right? I forgot. At that time, I just wanted to suffocate them, so I said it casually. Luckily, you remembered. Yanxing asked about the upcoming goal. So what's next? Continue sending people there? No. Originally, there were few people who would help us. Perhaps Fong Ming also promised them some benefits. Since Xia Jiqiu has caused this scene, then probably no one will pay attention to us anymore. Just wait until when Ren finishes arranging the competition. Then officially duel. Everyone go to your own work. Following Chun Qinglin's words, Yanxing and Jiqiu immediately left the room. However, Fong Ming was kept back by him. The door was closed. Now only the 2 of them remained in the room. Chun Lin stood up and called him. Fong Ming, take off your clothes. Surprisingly, Fong Ming took off the clothes on his body without saying a word, revealing a back covered in scars from beatings. Chun Lin glared and questioned. Who told you to take matters into your own hands and do superfluous things? He struck Fong Ming's back hard and screamed. I must have told you already. Without my permission, you are forbidden from having unnecessary contact with others. Not stopping there, Chun Lin grabbed Fong Ming's hair. You surely know, whether it's the Academy's affairs or the Student Council's affairs. To me, they are all unimportant matters. In my life, there's only you. He stuck out his tongue and licked the wounds on Fong Ming's back. If you still don't listen to me, I can only kill you. Understood? Fong Ming trembled with every beat. He only dared to comply with this pervert's threat. I'm sorry. I understand. And a few days later, Jiqiu came and found Si Jin at his residence. The 2 then walked together and exchanged some stories. He said, the result after that was nothing happened. No one came to the door to challenge either. Made me worry for several days. Isn't that great? Unnecessary conflict should be avoided if possible. But between us, a battle is still unavoidable, right? Jiqiu smiled and said, as long as Si Jin admits defeat, then we don't need to fight anymore. Maybe we can even become friends. Wenren appeared looming in front of them and said, "This old man spent a lot of effort to prepare the stage. I won't allow you to withdraw halfway." Then, the first battle of the challenge to change the student council. According to the rules, the current student council sends out Secretary Xiajiqiu to accept the battle. She stepped forward and nodded. Yes. Wenren turned to ask Sijin, "Sijin, who will fight on your side? Because you are the challengers. There is no requirement for the order of appearance. Do you want to go up yourself?" He thought to himself, ever since the three of them went into secluded training, there has been no news transferred back. I don't know. Can they make it in time? If it really doesn't work out, then I'll take the first match. Ling Ba suddenly appeared and answered for him. Sorry, it took quite some time to find this place, but luckily I made it in time. He saw her and asked excitedly, "How did the training go? Just wait for my performance. Then I'm counting on you." After that, Ling Ba declared, "The first victory will be taken by me." Jiqiu glanced at Ling Ba and said, "You two have a good relationship, huh? To trust each other that much. But on the battlefield, ultimately, strength reigns supreme." As she spoke, she revealed a bit of her power. Wenren spoke up, "We cannot delay. I will introduce to you the arena and rules of the first match." When he looked in the direction the man pointed, he was astonished. Ahead were countless blades planted deep into the ground, like a curled-up hedgehog. Weapon species deathmatch. Sijin's eyes showed a bit of fear. A life and death battle? Correct. The name is very straightforward. Standing on weapons. A life and death struggle. Determining the winner. As you can see, under the layer of mud, there are many sharp swords and knives. Blades sharp enough to cut a hair. If you're not careful and fall, it will be disastrous. Sijin fell in a deep thought. He began to calculate. Although it sounds scary, the arena for the actual fight is on this platform. The range is very large. The gaps on top are also very small. Generally, one won't fall easily. However, when Rin smiled schemingly, "You will fall." He added details. Connected to the arena, this arena is specially made. As long as it senses a certain level of vibration, the bricks forming the arena will fall and collapse. Very quickly, there will be no place to stand. He still didn't believe Wenren's words. This is truly cruel. Teacher Wenren, you seem very happy. After all, it's been a long time since a challenge to change the student council appeared. This is the biggest event in my organization department. Troubling you brats to definitely make this old man happy. Looking at the two contestants. Vinrain spoke. Then, loss of consciousness, or falling off the stage first counts as a loss. To avoid causing trouble for me. If possible, it's best not to lose your life here. If you feel you can't do it, admit defeat early. First match. Life and death battle. Start immediately. Ling Ba and Jiqiu jumped onto the stage without a hint of fear. Jiqiu bowed into a stance and said, "I ask you one more time. Will you voluntarily admit defeat and avoid this battle?" Ling Ba naturally refused. "I carry the pride of a swordsman. I absolutely cannot be defeated without fighting." Then there's nothing more to say. Life and death are fated. Both female swordsmen unsheathed their swords and rushed at each other like tigers. Jiqiu was the one to strike first. She sensed that her opponent's strength was very worthy of her, so she gave Ling Ba a compliment. Not bad. However, Jiqiu only needed to use a little more force to knock Ling Ba far away. Ling Ba was quite surprised by this. So strong, a frail figure. But I didn't expect such strength. Looking at the sword hanging at Jiqiu's waist, Ling Ba thought again. The war halberd in her hand. After actual combat, it became clear. It is extremely heavy, yet she can leisurely use this weapon like holding a normal bamboo stick. However, it's not impossible to deal with. Jiqiu rushed forward again with her war halberd. Ling Ba knelt on one knee and began to draw her sword. Ling Shun style. As soon as she sheathed the sword back, a gust of wind appeared and shot toward Jiqiu. Jiqiu was stalled for a beat. However, she still rushed forward menacingly. Ling Ba continued to use Ling Shun style to attack from a distance, then stabbed the sword tip towards the opponent's war halberd. Both continuously unleashed their weapon techniques. One used Ling Shun style, the other used Falling Moon. Sunset, weak wind. Surprisingly, Jiqiu took a step back. Sijin was immediately surprised. Ling Bo ish surpressing xios hikuyu. Wenren said, Ling Shun style? It is a sword technique created by the genius swordsman Ling Lie. The sword technique is just like its name. It is a set of swordsmanship full of the feeling of spirit pearls. The sword moves like a storm. Sword moves suitable for agility, truly worthy of being the descendant of a grandmaster of swordsmanship. Hearing this, Jin was a bit puzzled. However, Ling Ba's sword feels unlike before. It's also different from the Ling Shin style I learned. Is it special guidance that the previous generation Ling Lie gave? Recalling that time, Ling Lie had said, "My daughter, you always train hard in the Ling Shin style, but you still cannot reach the highest level. Do you know what the reason is? Daughter is foolish. Please instruct me, father." Ling Lie then explained. Ling Shin style is a sword technique I created based on my own physical constitution. You're a girl. Your strength is inherently weaker than mine by a fraction. The moves are the same. There is no way to unleash 100% of my sword power. You yourself have discovered this, right? Ling Ba bowed her head, admitting it. Father is not wrong. It's just that, he interrupted. Mother passed away early. You were raised by me. I can understand your respect for me, even wanting to follow my path to become a swordsman like me. But I do not hope for that. I hope you can find your own path. Only then can you find a way to surpass my path. Ling Lie continued speaking. A sword is a very meaningful object. It will change the wielder's own qualities. Now you are forcing the power of each move. Conversely, you are competing with your own sword, causing your sword to be delayed. He looked towards the large rock in front and said, "Relying on your strength, there is no way to cut this rock. But I can affirm that you, always training hard, is not in vain. You will soon shatter it with your own strength. Listen to the sound of the sword. Think about it, not as my daughter, but as Ling Ba, as a swordsman. You will know what to do yourself." Returning to the situation of the battle, Ling Ba continuously swung her sword, overwhelming Jiqiao. Because the opponent kept dodging, Ling Ba was a bit wary. Worthy of the Xia family name, protecting the national border. Defense is extremely solid. However, the me of now can defeat it. Thinking this, Ling Ba rushed in to stab a finishing blow into Jiqiao's shoulder, drawing blood. Si Jin evaluated. So that's how it is. Ling Ba's sword compared to before is much more natural. Looking back at the past. At that time, Ling Ba was still diligently slashing the rock according to Ling Lie's words. However, no matter how hard she tried, she only left shallow cuts on the surface. This bothered Ling Ba greatly. My strength isn't enough to cut the rock in two with one strike. Moves like Falling Moon, Sunset, and Cross Slash were all used by Ling Ba. However, the result remained unchanged. Father said, based on my current strength, it's enough to crush it. I must trust Father's judgment. Don't think. Don't use thoughts to limit my sword. Entrust everything of myself to the sword hand. Ling Ba swung her arm, slashing hard at the rock, so as not to delay the sword power, like a flowing stream crashing into a rock day and night without knowing. Just as Ling Lie had said, Ling Ba was able to cut the rock in two. This is how she could defeat her opponent Jiqiao in a single slash. 1. When Rin said, "It seems Ling Ba has found her own sword style, not trapped by Ling Lie's sword power anymore." However, this is still not enough. Ling Ba rushed in while Jiqiao was still struggling with her current wound. However, Jiqiao smirked slightly. The brick right where Ling Ba was fell, causing her to lose balance. Jiqiao jumped up and said, "Worthy of a Ling Shin style. The sword momentum within the energy. Even I have no way to resist it." But victory and defeat in the arena is not just martial arts victory and defeat. While Ling Ba was leaning to one side, Jiqiao took the opportunity to rush in and slash a blow with her war halberd. Although she blocked it, the impact was so strong that Ling Ba was sent flying a distance. Careless. This arena is not like a normal arena. Missed the chance to win, but I just need to quickly recover. Jiqiao threw the war halberd straight towards Ling Ba. The collision caused the entire floor to shatter. Ling Ba became more and more disadvantaged. Her opponent rushed to the war halberd, used it as a fulcrum, and kicked her straight in the face. Luckily, Ling Ba managed to stab her sword into the floor to save her life. She wiped the blood from her face and looked at Jiqiao. On the other hand, that girl Jiqiao leaned back against the war halberd and spoke in a nonchalant manner, "Giving you another chance. Come here." Following the provocation, Ling Ba and Jiqiao had another clash. However, this time it seemed victory leaned towards Jiqiao. She closed in on Ling Ba and declared, I have seen through your sword. Without enough accumulation, there's no way to unleash it. Not stopping there, Jiqiu grabbed Ling Ba's face tightly and pushed her down onto the floor. The battlefield is a place to decide life and death, not a martial arts dojo where you can easily win. Wenren looked at this situation without revealing emotion. He only said that. It seems Xia Jiqiu in combat has understood how to utilize this arena, considering all factors in the environment, conducting battle on the premise of life and death. This is the difference between a martial arts dojo and a martial arts battlefield. Jiqiu presented two choices before Ling Ba. Admit defeat, or die here. Before you, there are only these two choices. In the word martial, duels are sometimes decided by skill and heart, forging superbe technique, persevering spirit, and entrusting everything to the soldier's hand. In a fair arena, a fair confrontation, until victory or defeat is decided. Since martial arts appeared, countless talented people have spent their lives studying this path, constantly improving technique, creating countless exquisite martial arts. But regarding these glorious achievements, the Xiao family ancestors evaluated the way like this. Too naive, too far removed, on a real battlefield, full of disorder and chaos. Even the boundary between life and death becomes blurred. The only standard for evaluating victory and defeat is who can keep their life. In other words, is killing the opponent by any means necessary. Wenren stated, the difference between a martial arts dojo and a martial arts battlefield lies here. The arena chosen for this match, in every moment, will suddenly turn from a normal match into a chaotic battlefield. If one cannot adapt to this change, one will definitely be defeated. Si Jin heard him analyze like that and said, Teacher Wenren, you knew this situation clearly, yet deliberately built such an arena. Is it unfair to the current student council? He replied, I only hope both sides can fully display their strength. There's no such thing as achieving victory right from the start. Being found by Xia Jiqiu and having the situation reversed is Ling Ba's own negligence. Moreover, regarding the school, there's no rule that only the weak can achieve victory. He looked towards the two girls and told Si Jin, it seems this confrontation, you guys have to lose. He was silent for a long time, then smiled softly. Teacher Wenren, it is still too early to draw a conclusion now. Ling Ba hasn't admitted defeat yet. Moreover, her eyes are still full of desire for victory. True to his words, Ling Ba, despite some pain, kept a determined gaze and stood up to confront. Jiqiu saw this and asked her, what's wrong? Not planning to admit defeat? Clearly an unnecessary struggle. Why be so stubborn? Ling Ba the Do. Senior Xia Jiqiu, your mouth says that, but your strikes show no mercy at all. Humans are truly foolish. Before completely despairing, always resisting blindly and ceaselessly. Since it's like that, I can only grant you despair. Ling Ba slammed the tip of her sword into the ground and replied confidently, then you have to try a little harder, because in my heart at this moment, there isn't a shred of despair. What exists is only overflowing fighting spirit, an amount of pressure radiated out, pushing back the surrounding debris. Jiqiu stared in astonishment. It's battle chi. After a martial artist reaches a certain level, they can further increase the synchronization rate of mind and body, achieving a state of unity between body and spirit. This first-year student's martial arts has reached such a level. Ling Ba lifted her sword to continue the match. It seems I underestimated you, but don't think I've used my full strength. Finished speaking, Jiqiu unleashed the Xia family's secret technique. Bloodbath Berserk. Physical strength and strike speed were enhanced. Both rushed in and exchanged a series of powerful slashes. Si Jin discovered. Both of them increased their focus on attacking, starting to trade injury for injury. Wenren thought, it seems Ling Ba's fighting spirit and determination are very firm. However, objectively speaking, she is still a bit disadvantaged. As said before, on the battlefield, killing the opponent is the only goal. Conversely, not being killed by the opponent is the key to winning. Moreover, the Xiao family's bloodbath berserk technique. It is a supreme ability tempered from endless warfare. The price to pay is using life force, using the blood in one's body to burn extremely strong spiritual power, powerful recovery ability. This is the key to the Xia family's domination of the battlefield. Jiqiu slashed Ling Ba away and questioned. Ability? Recovery capability? Ability to utilize terrain? You are inferior to me in everything. What do you rely on to beat me? She could still stand firm despite being heavily injured. Is this the blood bath berserk? My father once said. He also participated in the war, fought alongside the Xia family. Therefore, regarding this trump card of yours, I have known about it for a long time. Although your strength exceeds mine, my speed and technique are enough to narrow the gap between us. And regarding your recovery ability, I happen to be a rare spirit art user. After understanding the principle of your skill, I thought of a method of martial arts cultivation and spirit arts, only seeing a magic circle appear on Ling Ba's hand. She called it healing spirit art. Jiqiu wasn't very surprised and charged directly. A martial artist learning healing spirit arts? Do you think you're the only one who thought of this? However, mastering 2 types of techniques in the palm of one's hand, this kind of half-hearted tactic, in a battle that changes in the blink of an eye, basically cannot keep up with the rhythm of combat. I can easily interrupt your casting. True to Jiqiu's words, she slashed at Ling Ba to interrupt the recovery process. Ling Ba smirked in response. You're not wrong. Therefore, my trump card is naturally not the healing art. Martial arts mobilize the body's own spiritual power to strengthen the body. Spirit arts mobilize external spiritual power to evoke miracles. If a suitable frequency can be found, combining the external spiritual power flow and the internal spiritual power flow together can explode with extremely powerful force. This is the true power I have cultivated. Then, 2 energy sources, gold and blue, gathered on Ling Ba's hands, then transformed into her sword. The right hand is battle chi gained through hard training. The left hand is spiritual power bestowed by heaven and earth. Combining both, Ling Ba stabbed her sword hard into the arena floor and said, Your final advantage. This chaotic battlefield, let me return it to nothingness. Rebuilding the order belongs to me. Heaven and man unity. Blue sea spirit fighting. Ling Shun spirit flow. The tremor created an extreme shockwave, immediately pushing back both opponents. The remaining matter was blown away in seconds. Jiqiu looked at Ling Ba and whispered, I didn't expect you to be a lunatic too. The arena was destroyed by Ling Ba. Jiqiu, having no foothold, fell down below. She looked at the light ahead with emotion. I am falling. Loss of balance. Chaos. The breath of death. These thoughts increasingly entangled Jiqiu's mind. However, the war halberd gave her hope. Jiqiu immediately shifted her body and stabbed the halberd straight into a crack in the floor. Following gravity, she clung to it and borrowed the falling rocks around her, turning them into her mini arena. The large rock in front suddenly made a cracking sound. Ling Ba from behind slashed it in 2 and rushed toward Jiqiu. Now she understood this was a short engagement. It made Ling Ba familiar with the taste of the battlefield. Both of them took turns attacking from one rock to another. One attacked, one defended. One defended, one attacked. However, the falling speed was an invisible obstacle pressuring them. Jiqiu looked at the mud layer full of blades and thought quickly. If this continues, we won't be able to get up. Ling Ba also thought about this. The central part of the arena is the only place that hasn't collapsed. Jiqiu was 1 step ahead of her. Relying on her flexible body, the girl used the rocks as stepping stones, launching straight up to the center of the arena in one go. Surprisingly, Ling Ba refused to lose and appeared in front of her. The girl Ling Ba mocked. Tired yet, senior? Or just admit defeat already. Your complexion isn't much better. Don't try to hold on anymore. When Ren's applause rang out, he gave praise for their intelligence and skill. Excellent. Xia Jiqiu is indeed a descendant of the Xia family, and Ling Ba far exceeded my imagination. From the moment the arena collapsed to falling down just now. Actually, it was only a few short seconds, but the 2 could exchange 100 moves amidst the chaotic falling rocks. Strength like this has long surpassed the scope of Tier 5. It seems the 2 have used their own secret techniques to explode to Tier 6. No, even approaching Tier 7 strength. Then, he glanced at Si Jin and said, Si Jin, you are also a master swordsman. Seeing a battle like this, you don't look excited at all. Instead, you're frowning. He was immersed in his own thoughts and didn't answer when Ren. Too dangerous. It's just students challenging each other. But they almost died at each other's hands, transmigrating to this world. I also understand this place is different from my previous world. Power must come with casualties. He clenched his fist and imagined. I thought I wasn't afraid of death long ago. But thinking of important people beside me dying, my heart feels uncontrollably afraid. To destroy this fear in my heart. There's only one way. To become stronger. Protect what I want to protect. Si-jin walked to the edge of the abyss and replied. Teacher Wen-rin. Next, if their battle presents a situation that is too dangerous, I will intervene to stop it. Hearing this, he scoffed. Truly protective of the fairer sex. But if you intervene in the match, I can only judge you as the losers. Si-jin said sternly. It doesn't matter. Even if we lose this match, next will be the strategy battle and the battle with the vice president. As long as we win the next match, we will achieve victory. Wen-rin laughed at Si-jin's naivety. At least you have to win 2 matches to be considered successful in the challenge. Listening to what you said earlier means, he promised, fighting Chun Qinglin. I will definitely win. Then I'll wait and see. But the moves Ling Ba and Xia Jiqiu used have exploded with too shocking strength. Now they are about to reach their limit. The next part will decide the winner. Si-jin looked towards Ling Ba, constantly worried. You absolutely must not act recklessly. Ling Ba struggled to stand up and saw him on the other side of the abyss. Then, she wiped away the traces of battle and became more serious. She told herself, Si-jin is watching me. I absolutely cannot let myself be too pathetic. Si-jin, watch me closely. I will help you win this match. An awkward situation arose when Jiqiu realized and teased. What is this? You risking your life like this is because you like Si-jin? Senior, what nonsense are you talking about? So it is for a man. Jiqiu planted her war halberd down and began to speak sharply. Truly a foolish girl. Do you feel that swinging your sword for him, making yourself covered in blood, will make him like you? Lang ba di do. Then senior, what about you? Could it be you aren't fighting for Chun Qinglin? You and I are not the same. I can frankly say I fight for the president. But deep in my heart, I still fight for myself. The Xia family, one of the 4 great families, holding absolute military power, guarding the northern part of the country, protecting the border between humans and demons. The Xia family means violence. And Xia Jiqiu was born into such a family. But the Xia family's violence exists to protect order. Xia family people are not worshippers of violence. Therefore, Xia Jiqiu did not experience the strict abuse in her childhood years. On the contrary, her childhood was very happy. But the vortex of violence, once it appears, it will not stop. It will not stop until a great misfortune strikes everyone involved. When Xia Jiqiu was born, although the war between humans and demons had stopped, the hatred between the 2 races, the situation at the border was always very tense. Small-scale battles broke out constantly, and the Xia family, as border guards, always set an example for the soldiers. Xia Jiqiu lost her father when she was 6. After that, it was her mother, eldest brother, second brother, older sister. The innocent Xia Jiqiu very quickly understood the Xia family military code about the meaning and sorrowful wish of the clause to end disputes. A few years later, at school, after seeing the list, the students whispered to each other. Did you know? In the list of new students this year, there's a disciple of the Xia family. Xia family? That one? I heard people from the Xia family are all very strong. That's the one. It's a little girl. Looks average. How about challenging her? If I win against a Xia family disciple, I will be highly regarded. The more people she passed, the more negative scorn Jiqiu received. Things like, then me too. Look at her. The concept of existence in Jiqiu's head began to blur. Clearly no definite reason, yet always wanting to dispute. Challenge. Basically not knowing that once war breaks out, what it will eventually lead to. If there is no way to avoid conflict, then let me act. Rule number 1 of the Xia family military code. Quickly destroy the dispute. In the conflict. Suddenly, behind her became terrifyingly silent. Jiqiu turned around curiously and saw them wary of 2 arrogant figures, Chun Qinglin and Fong Ming. Chun Qinglin laughed out loud and said, What's wrong? As soon as I arrived, suddenly no one is talking anymore? Could be I'm being cast aside by everyone? Only when seeing Chun Qinglin did Xia Jiqiu clearly understand. Like when tigers and lions patrol their territory. All animals drop to the ground, daring not to make a single sound, daring not to attract attention, even more daring not to reveal traces of challenge and killing intent. Facing absolute power and coercion, conflict will not happen. The two of them walked up to Jiqiu. Chen Qinglin spoke. You look not bad. Not like those idiots. Asking, do you agree to follow me? Xiao Jiqiu said nothing. But in her heart, she had already decided. Must sweep away obstacles for Chen Qinglin. As long as he can stand at a higher place, the greater the scope of influence, the more conflicts can be stopped. After reminiscing a bit about the past, both rushed at each other again like predatory beasts. If Ling Ba attacked proactively, Jiqiu would step back to counterattack, and Jiqiu would do the same. When Jiqiu was cornered to a distance where she couldn't retreat anymore, her fighting spirit rose again, pushing Ling Ba back in one go. An uncompromising battle, fighting for their own ideals, made it impossible for anyone to determine the winner, just as both unleashed their finishing blows. Si Jin suddenly appeared and stopped them. That's enough. Stop it, both of you. Stop right here. If you keep fighting, it might cause an irreversible outcome. Si Jin said, Ling Ba, because of me, you challenged the entire student council. Suffered through hard training. The result was me stopping you right in the real battle. You must blame me a lot, right? You're much stronger now. If it were the you from before, you definitely wouldn't be able to beat Xia Jiqiu. But currently, your strength is evenly matched with Xia Jiqiu. Then, he turned to Jiqiu and asked the girl, if you keep risking your lives to fight, neither of you is certain of winning, right? Jiqiu retracted her war halberd and said, I admit I'm not certain of winning. But with you barging into the battle like this, Teacher Wenrun will judge you as the losers. We don't need to fight anymore. Seeing Ling Ba still hadn't calmed down, Si Jin continued to comfort her. Ling Ba, winning or losing isn't momentary. You and Xia Jiqiu have no enmity or grudge. No need to fight to this extent over a small matter. Compared to losing this match, I'm more worried about something bad happening to you. Ling Ba withdrew her sword, looking at the crack on the gauntlet he used to block. She said, since Si Jin has said so, then I have nothing more to say. I'll listen to you. She sheathed her sword and took a deep breath. Originally, I did all this for you. What did you just say? Ling Ba blushed furiously and waved her hands. No, nothing at all. I was just muttering to myself. Jiqiu looked at the two of them and could only sigh. So, Si Jin is that kind of person. Wenrun approached them and sneered. Truly a knight protecting the beauty. I clearly warned you that you would be judged as the loser. Yet you still stubbornly did it. He then zoomed away and said, forget it. The match between Ling Ba and Xia Jiqiu was extremely spectacular. I am very satisfied. As a teacher, I also don't want any accidents to happen to my students. Si Jin, you disregarded your own interest being affected. Judged accurately, you have great leadership potential. I think highly of you. Hidden behind those words was a sinister smile and thought. Losing is better. Only then will there be a chance to fight all. For matches, what I want to see is the battle between you and Chen Qinglin. Shortly after, Ling Ba sat down and proceeded to treat herself. Si Jin looked at her in surprise. I didn't expect you, Ling Ba, to know. Hua Yi's healing spirit art. Doesn't this rely on talent? Ling Ba smiled and replied. Not everyone can learn healing spirit arts. But if learning just to use on oneself, it's much easier. A soft cough came from Jiqiu. She shyly approached Ling Ba. A gentle voice, mixed with a bit of apology, spoke up. Student Ling Ba, just now during the competition, it seems I was a bit excessive. Hope you don't take it to heart. Ling Ba was directly shocked by the opponent's action. Senior Xia Jiqiu, why did you turn into a different person after fighting? Si Jin explained to Ling Ba. Roughly speaking, this is Xia Jiqiu's true personality. She is originally very gentle. It's just that when fighting, her emotions easily spike. Ling Ba understood and whispered, Senior Xia Jiqiu treating me as a real opponent and fighting with full strength is my honor. Through this match, I also discovered I am not strong enough yet. The next second, Ling Ba expressed interest and said to Jiqiu, martial arts battlefield and martial arts dojo, huh? Very well put. Jiqiu blushed. Crying, she held her head and whined. Don't say it anymore. At that time, I felt saying it sounded very cool. Thinking back now, it's truly embarrassing to death. Jiqiao, conversely, had a more positive view of Sijin. Sijin is completely unlike Qinqinglin, but he's also someone absolutely trusted by his teammates. Huh? Then, she felt a pang of sadness. Sure enough, not a single person from the student council came. Sometimes I really envy them. Ending the battle, Jiqiao returned to Qinqinlin's place. Welcoming her were still the 3 people in the association. Fong Ming saw her and said, "Just in time, I just finished brewing tea. Come over and drink." "Thanks." Qinqinlin spoke up. "You look unhappy, huh? Was winning not easy?" Jiqiao was stunned. "How did you know I didn't lose?" He leaned back, yawning repeatedly. "I didn't know. I didn't go watch either. Actually, I basically didn't remember there was a match today. So just now I was scolded terribly by Yanxing. But I guess you definitely wouldn't lose." She lowered her head and smiled softly. "Although Sijin's group is also very good. My choice to follow President Chen Qinglin wasn't a wrong choice either." Chen Qinglin turned to Yanxing. He asked, "Why do you keep playing with that treasure?" She retorted, "Recently, a few new kids arrived. They're a bit hot-tempered. I'm afraid they'll fight too terribly inside, so I have to observe carefully." Yanxing looked into the box and spoke in a bewitching voice. "If they really fight too fiercely, then I will separate them." Chen Qinglin said, "Just disciplining a few animals. Why does it need to be so troublesome? Just beat them straight up. How about I go in there and teach them a lesson for you?" "President, your actions have no limits. Is that what you call teaching? You just want to roast them to eat?" He indifferently assumed. "No choice. Who told these magical beasts to be weak, yet dare to be fierce with me? You emit such heavy killing intent as soon as you enter. They're just defending themselves." Then, Yanxing lifted the box and continued. "Ultimately, if you want them to obey, I just need to use spirit arts to easily do it. But, still need to mold them, making them willingly obey. Only then is it interesting." She put on a provocative look and likened those in the box to sweet candy. "And please turn." Scene changed to Si Jin's residence. "Huai screaming in despair. Lang ba. The healing spirit art I taught you isn't for you to use recklessly like that." Then, she wrapped all the healing bandages and continued grumbling, coming back with a body full of injuries. What if it leaves scars? In an instant, Ling Ba turned into a mummy. She screamed miserably, "Huai, stop. I'm about to be strangled to death by you." Si Jin also felt suffocated, so he spoke up. "Huai, I chikit think basvons." They are treated reasonably well. Hua immediately switched targets to vent her anger. Healing spirit arts aren't omnipotent. Moreover, Lingba only learned the basics. Although all external injuries are healed, internal injuries won't just disappear naturally. In the coming time, she must use medicine for careful treatment. Otherwise, it could relapse at any time. I know. Don't exaggerate. I will obediently behave in the near future. I'll go to your place every day to get medicine. Huai you did it. Is that true or not? Si Jin enthusiastically said. I will also supervise her. Going to this extent. Hua, he finally let Ling Ba off. She threw away the gauze roll and said, Fine then. I'll trust you for now. You guys still have things to talk about, right? Then I'll go do my work first. Then, Hua, he cornered him and whispered, Ling Ba is tied up tight by me. What to do next? Surely a man like you knows clearly? Student Hua, no way. Hua quickly left right after. She didn't forget to wink at Si Jin. Then I won't disturb you anymore. Go about your business. Sure enough, a moment of peace appeared when her noise was gone. But only for 3 seconds before Hua, he poked her head in. Didn't you say you had to go work? This time she finally left. Both Si Jin and Ling Ba sat down at the table, relieved to discuss. Hua is still the same as ever. She just cares about you. Ling Ba mentioned the earlier matter. Si Jin, today's match. Although only you came on our side. That's because Luan Yun and Mu Jalon are still participating in special training. But why didn't anyone from the student council come? What do you think? Si Jin asked skeptically. Could it be they're also participating in special training for battle? Ling Ba stated her thought. I feel that's not it. Their strength is inherently stronger than ours. After fighting with Senior Xia Jiqiao, I finally understand what the saying members of this term student council are all lunatics means. Senior Xia Jiqiao used the secret art bloodbath. Berserk of the Xia family. It's a type of spirit art that looks invincible but actually comes at a huge price. To be honest, based on her strength, Even if I used all my ultimate moves, she would always have a way to block and stall for time with me. But she didn't hesitate to choose a fighting style with no retreat like that. It seems that to win the match, the student council can do anything. Sijin replied vaguely. You mean, we can't rule out the possibility that they will play dirty in the next match? Ling Ba's expression became serious. She said that's right. Luan Yin should be fine at his home, but I'm a bit worried about Mu Jalon. I suggest you monitor Mu Jalon's safety before the next match begins. I understand. Your worry isn't without reason. Wait until I go back later. I'll go to Teacher Gon's place to check the situation. Ling Ba smiled softly and steered to another topic. So, you caused me to lose the match. How will you compensate me? Si Jin accepted the blame and replied. This matter is truly my fault. If you have any request, just say it. After hesitating for a moment, she uttered a few words. Let me think. Then if we ultimately win, the challenge against the new term student council, you have to date me, okay? The darkest silence appeared. Her eyes looked at each other, but no one dared to say another sentence. Si Jin thought to himself. Should I say, don't worry, we won't lose? Is that okay? Ling Ba's request is even straighter than my sexuality. As for Ling Ba, she started to feel embarrassed about what she just said. What am I saying? Couldn't keep calm. She flipped the table in front of her and blurted out a series of excuses. What did I say? Looking from any angle, it's embarrassing to death. You hurry up and forget all those words just now and go home immediately. Si Jin hid in the corner praying. Don't swing the sword around. And don't emit sword energy like that. It's very dangerous. That night, Si Jin was still reminiscing a bit about Ling Ba's proposal. He thought, was Ling Ba too nervous just now, so she misspoke? In short, no matter what happens later, wait until everything is over. I definitely must thank her properly. Before the starry sky, he was stuck in thoughts about the upcoming battle. But does the student council really want to make a move on Mu Jalon? Teacher Gon is over there with her. Probably nothing will happen, right? Suddenly, the box Yin Xing held appeared under his feet. Simultaneously, Si Jin stepped on this dangerous object. He hurriedly lifted his foot and asked himself, what is this? Did I step on some trap? It seemed too late. Si Jin was sucked inside the world of the box. He blamed himself, truly crazy. So, the one being targeted is me? Si Jin felt like a rocket. Luckily, his landing point was Yin Xing's warm embrace. The owner of that box. She looked at him and smiled softly. The saying goes, if you want to kill the enemy, you must capture the general first. Such a simple principle. Does little brother Si Jin not understand? Yin Xing used a honey trap, hugging Si Jin tight and saying to him, you don't need to be afraid. Although I said to kill the enemy, capture the general first. I don't intend to cause any danger to you. Then she continued to push further. She moved close to Si Jin's face. Her hand stroked his chin and continued to seduce. The best way to tame is to use both carrot and stick. Si Jin felt extremely uncomfortable, but Yin Xing continued to seduce him. She said, I don't know if little brother Si Jin likes it gentle or rough. Si Jin observed the surroundings at this moment and thought to himself, what the hell is this? Where is this? Is it a spatial ability? Yin Xing saw Si Jin not paying attention, so she frowned. Where are you looking? Can you focus a bit? Her face was almost touching Si Jin's face. But Si Jin didn't care, still confused. Thinking, clearly it's nighttime, but the sky is still bright. Moreover, it's full of a false feeling. Thinking of this, he suddenly jumped up happily because he discovered something. He shouted, so that's it. This is inside some large spatial spirit tool. Then he immediately presented, ignoring Yin Xing sitting on the rock. He said, my dear readers, suddenly mentioning the concept of a spatial spirit tool. Do you all feel very confused? Probably many friends are curious, right? He took out a grenade and continued explaining. Normally, where are my guns and ammo kept? Why can I always take them out immediately? Actually, those weapons are always stored in this small box. At this moment, he took out a tiny gourd-shaped box. He continued, due to some very hard-to-describe principles. The space inside this small box is much larger than in reality. He tossed the small box and introduced further. I didn't specially introduce it before, because while this thing seems very magical, actually, it's not rare at all. It's even very common. The price isn't expensive, so almost everyone has one. This type of material like black iron. The space inside is only as big as a cloth bag for wrapping clothes. Next, Moreover, it's very likely to distort space during the process of taking and storing items. So living things cannot be put inside. It can be said that except for storing a few things, it has no other use. Unless he hadn't finished speaking, Yin Xing sitting behind spoke up. Unless there's a super large spatial spirit tool, like a miniature world. Finished speaking, she looked at Si Jin and continued. Little brother Si Jin, you're truly a strange kid. No wonder you're on par with Captain Chen Qinglin. Who exactly were you talking to just now? He put his hands on his hips and replied. Nothing. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Then he remembered and asked her, but what do you want with me? Want to fight right now? Seeing Si Jin seemed to misunderstand her intention, she hurriedly corrected. No, I don't intend to fight with you. Hearing this, Si Jin's face still looked curious. He wondered further. Could it be that just now you wanted to seduce me, so I would go easy on you in the match? Finished speaking, his expression changed. He covered his chest defensively against Yin Xing. He said, no way. Surely you don't really think that just by doing a few seductive things, you can make men risk everything for you, right? Yin Xing, being spoken to like that, was both embarrassed and angry, making her blush. She said, enough. Shut your mouth. I was wrong, please stop talking. Then she explained to Si Jin, because I don't specialize in combat. I'm very unconfident about the next match, so I wanted to probe for some intelligence from your mouth. The result was being countered by you. Hearing this, Si Jin smiled awkwardly and replied, how could I reveal our sides matters to you? If there's nothing else, hurry up and release me. Yin Xing refused to let him go yet. She sighed and continued. Clearly you are so close with Xia Zhiqiu. But why are you so cold when it's my turn? Could it be you have a Lolita complex? Hearing this, Si Jin didn't know what to say to her. Suddenly Yin Xing sat up straight and continued. Forget it. Actually, I just wanted to reduce injuries. I came to find you to confirm a bit just in case. But it seems it's probably not wrong. The next match, my opponent is Jalon, right? Then her eyes became sinister. Thinking, to tame a creature, just use both carrot and stick. If the carrot doesn't work, then beat it until it can't resist anymore. At Jalon's place, she was focusing on training to prepare for the match. While training, someone suddenly came to call her and said she had a letter. Jalon opened the letter to read and immediately felt extremely panicked. She said, this is a letter father sent me. All trade routes of our country have been completely blocked by the Yin family. On Si Jin's side, hearing this, he said, I didn't expect you guys to do such a despicable thing. Don't you feel you are base? Yin Xing calmly replied, money is originally the Yin family's strongest weapon. Using economic coercion tactics to threaten. Wait for Jalon to voluntarily forfeit. At that time, I will restore trade with her country. Moreover, I'll invest more in them. A nomadic country with no foundation like theirs really needs economic support. Si Jin was extremely angry hearing this. He replied to her, economic support? It's nothing more than a tactic of using capital power to intervene, lowering prices to monopolize leading industries and resources, hijacking the economy of an entire country, waiting for the right time to swallow their economy whole. She remained calm hearing that. She replied, little brother Si Jin, you look like you haven't experienced the world, but I didn't expect you to understand this matter too. Truly opened my eyes. He replied, but these are all matters for later. Since you started making moves on the outside, then me doing something surely isn't a problem, right? He looked at Yin Xing with eyes full of determination. Sternly said, just need to make you forfeit right here. Jalon won't be threatened by you anymore. Hearing this, Yin Xing laughed loudly and said, little brother Si Jin, I like you more and more. You can always see the crux of the problem. Then I ask you, this is the interior of a spatial spirit tool. Why are we two still alive after entering? Si Jin replied, because this place is large enough, so the folds when entering and exiting this space are also extremely gentle. Even living things can be put inside. Then she slowly stood up, replying, correct. So it's such a good spatial spirit tool. What do you feel I would use it to store? The magical beasts inside the spirit tool were gradually appearing. Seeing this, Si Jin said, so you raise magical beasts in here. It seems this is your combat method. Then let me cause a ruckus here to see. Yin Xing sat on the cliff. The magical beasts she raised in the spirit tool were standing around her. Si Jin thought to himself, so she's in this space, raising so many magical beasts. He immediately pulled out his gun and attacked, hitting her before she could react. Yin Xing just smiled slightly. Suddenly, magical beasts appeared right under his feet from who knows when. He immediately took a step back and used fireball art to attack the magical beasts there. A large explosion occurred. After the smoke cleared, Cene didn't see Yin Xing sitting there anymore. He said, "She escaped. Reaction is really fast." He thought again. It seems Yin Xing is a beast-taming spirit master. But ordinary beast-taming spirit masters only tame 3 to 4 magical beasts. Yet she can mobilize such a legion of magical beasts. He continued to search for her. Yin Xing had hidden by a tree. She leaned against it and whispered, "Little brother Cene is the president's prey. But testing his skills a bit surely won't hurt. No matter how high the level. He is just a freshman, facing the impact of a BC. Can he cast defensive spirit arts without making a single mistake?" On Cene's side, he was being surrounded by a herd of magical beasts. Seeing this, he smiled and said, "Just this?" Yin Xing, hiding nearby, heard this and was surprised. What? Not retreating to avoid being surrounded by magical beasts, but rushing into the center? Cene entered the center and actively attacked. He continuously unleashed moves, killing each magical beast one by one. Suddenly, red vines sprouted from the ground. Seeing this, Cene thought, Tier 5 magical beast. Bloodthirsty man catching vine. He gently used ice spirit art to freeze all the vines there. Seeing this, Yin Xing smiled and whispered, "Smart choice. Although using fire spirit art is correct for dealing with plant-type magical beasts, but the distance is too close. Even if it can damage the bloodthirsty man-catching vine, it cannot guarantee his own safety. The bloodthirsty man-catching vine relies on sucking blood to live. There's a large amount of water in its body. Ice spirit art takes effect even faster. Moreover, it can temporarily stop the siege of magical beasts. But after all, it is a Tier 5 magical beast. This cannot defeat them, but just buying a little time is enough." Cene immediately pulled the pin of a mine, creating a huge explosion in the center. Then he jumped up high to escape from there. Seeing this, Yin Xing was extremely shocked. She said, "What is he doing? Why does it have such great power? But let's see how you dodge in the sky." At that time, a flock of magical beasts flying in the sky surrounded him. Not panicked at all, Cene pulled out guns, 2 hands, 2 guns, spun around, and just smiled slightly. He wiped out the magical beasts surrounding him. Seeing this, Yin Xing was speechless. At that moment, Cene used spirit arts again. Water created a wave path. He surfed on the wave while shooting down the magical beasts on the ground. Yin Xing saw this and couldn't believe her eyes. She said, "What is wrong with this guy? Is this fighting power that of a one-man army?" From plant magical beasts to those flying in the sky, all were defeated under Cene's spirit arts. The remaining ones, seeing their companions die like flies, had their fighting spirit drop to 0. Cene stood in the middle of the beast circle, gallant like a hero. He flashed a victorious smile that sent chills down the magical beast's spines. They turned and ran. Cene, like a child, excitedly chased after them. "Stop! Don't run. Run again, and I'll shoot." While he was chasing those small magical beasts, he suddenly felt a great power behind his back. A higher-level magical beast was preparing to spew a fireball at him. He detected it and dodged in time. Each attack carried Tier 4 spirit art power. He looked up and saw Yin Xing riding a flying magical beast high above. He said, "It's a high-level magical beast." Yin Xing immediately raised her voice and said to him, "Little brother Cene, you really leave no way out when you strike." Hearing this, he smiled slightly, pointed at her, and said, "Don't pretend to be an experienced expert again. You are suffering from blood loss, aren't you?" Hearing this, she suddenly collapsed. Crying, she said, "Since you've seen through me like that, then I won't pretend anymore. My heart is bleeding right now." Then she became serious again and said, "However, there were just some low-level magical beasts. Dead is dead. So let me see how long you can persist." Before she finished speaking, Cene had flown in front of her without her noticing. He said, "Do you feel that my weapons and ammo surely didn't decrease much in the fight just now, right? I know you definitely still have a way out. Therefore, I also held back. Just try and see who is tougher." Hearing this, she felt he was extremely terrifying and cursed. Crazy guy. Suddenly, a light appeared. Jin was kicked out of the spirit tool space. He stood up and said, I was kicked out? Actually, I only had 3 grenades left. Luckily, Xing is quite cowardly. Before my display of power, she voluntarily admitted defeat. Otherwise, I don't know how troublesome it would have been. Then he smiled extremely despicably and whispered, however, this counts as being within the plan. Then he walked to the cliff. Below was extremely deep. He dropped the spirit tool down there. Next, he threw a few explosives after it. The explosives detonated, causing rocks to crumble and bury the spirit tool he just dropped. He turned his back and said, you stay here for now. Wait until tomorrow's match ends, then I'll let you out. The next day, Jin was standing with a blindfolded old man. The two didn't say a word. Then the old man spoke up. The match is about to start. As a result, neither side has anyone present. It seems you kids, neither side has any discipline. Since it's like this second match will be counted as a draw. Suddenly, a voice from afar shouted, wait a moment. It turned out to be Jalon. She walked up and said, I don't intend to forfeit the match. Seeing her, Jin worriedly approached and asked, Jalon, are you okay? She replied to him, I'm Yufine. The family head just wrote a letter to inform me, not to force me to give up the match. Then Jin leaned close to Jalon's ear and whispered, don't worry, Xing can't come. Before he finished, Jalon discovered someone coming from behind. She told him, but she's here. Jin felt like he was struck by lightning. The two looked at her. Jalon told him, moreover, looking at her eyes, it seems she wants to kill you right now. Xing, her body full of injuries, looked extremely angry, approaching while growling the name Jin. Xing approached furiously, gritting her teeth calling, Jin. Seeing this, Jalon curiously asked Jin, have you two met before? She seems very angry with you. Hearing this, Jin just smiled awkwardly and replied, there's a bit of a misunderstanding about this matter. Jalon heard the answer and could only accept it. Xing's appearance at this moment was extremely disheveled. Clothes torn to shreds. Jalon said, I feel like something terrible happened. Hearing this, Jin shouted into her ear, I'll explain this to you when we get back. He whispered, can't talk in front of teacher when run. I originally wanted Xing to have no way to come participate in the match. Xing, eavesdropping from the side, smiled and said, Jin, I didn't expect you to be that kind of person. You dare to do it, but dare not admit it? Hearing this, Jin angrily cursed Xing in his mind. This brat. Then she made a face to tease him. He thought, I was still too easy on her. Teacher Wenren suddenly spoke up. Hey, you two handle these small matters yourselves later. Therefore, for the second match, the challenger side sends out Jalon, and the student council side sends Xing to fight. Xing and Jalon responded in unison, yes. Then the teacher continued, Jalon, do you plan to let the magical beast you train fight too? If so, on Xing's side, I also won't limit the magical beast she brings out. Jin stood there thinking. Sure enough, Teacher Wenren is secretly biased towards the student council. If one didn't know beforehand that Xing is a beast-taming spirit master raising a large number of magical beasts, it would be very hard to detect this point. Teacher Wenren explained further. Then this second match will take the forest as the boundary. Besides direct combat power, how to hide movements, seizing opportunities across the entire battlefield, is the key to deciding victory or defeat. Therefore, I will separate you two and start the match. Next, how you do it is up to the two of you. Then Teacher Wenren turned his back and told Xing, you follow me. Jalon, stay right here. While walking, the teacher suddenly stopped and said, all right, Jin, if you still want to discuss anything with Jalon, seize the time. Finished speaking, he left the forest. Don't get judged as losing for interrupting the match. Hearing this, Jin thought, the meaning of these words is, he is currently giving me time to reveal opponent intelligence. Teacher Wenren wouldn't have mind-reading skills, knowing that inside I'm slandering him for favoring the student council, right? At that moment, Jalon curiously asked him, do you feel Teacher Wenren is unfair in setting the rules for the match? He crossed his arms and replied, a little bit. Actually, yesterday Xing and I fought. Then she asked him, she is a beast-taming spirit master, right? Her face became more serious as she continued, and not the ordinary kind. He told her the whole story. Correct. She has an extremely shocking number of magical beasts. Although I destroyed quite a few last night. But surely she hasn't mobilized the magical beasts representing her true combat power. She was just probing my combat power. Therefore, in a worst-case scenario, you might have to deal with more than one high-level magical beast. Hearing this, Jalon bent down to pick up Xiaobai and said, no matter what the magical beasts are like, as long as Xiaobai and I coordinate well, we won't lose. Jin stood aside, smiling wryly, and said, thinking for half a day, you gave it this name? Then Jalon, holding Xiaobai, looked at Jin with determined eyes and said, don't worry, I'm not blindly confident. In this forest, Xiaobai's mobility can be greatly utilized. Jin ignored it, shook his head, and said, I can't, rest assured. Then he took something out of his pocket and told her take it. He gave her 2 grenades, then said, fighting yesterday consumed too much. Didn't have time to make new ones either. Only a little stock left. Hope it can be useful at the critical moment. Then he taught her how to use it. When using, open the safety pin. Infuse a little spiritual power. Trigger the fire spirit stone inside. Then just throw it. At that time, on the side of Teacher Wenrun and Yanxing. Yanxing asked, Teacher Wenrun, how much further do we have to go? Here's fine, right? Hearing this, Teacher Wenrun just smiled and replied, don't say that. If you two meet later and it turns into a melee, wouldn't the battlefield I prepared be useless? Hearing this, Yanxing smiled brightly and said, Teacher Wenrun, you really have zest. Where did you catch so many diverse magical beasts? Teacher Wenrun spoke up. If the first battlefield was a chaotic human battlefield, this second match is natural chaos. That is adding even more lack of rules. A world where the strong bully the weak. Will you fear it? Run from it? Or choose to counter and utilize it? Control it? Then a loud voice rang out. Challenge to the new term Student Council. Match 2. Behind the endless beast tide. Start. Jin stood outside the forest and whispered, this forest has mixed auras. Inside, there are many auras of magical beasts. Teacher Wenrun also spoke up. The second match is named Endless Beast Tide Forest. Hearing the name, magical beasts will naturally be an important factor affecting victory or defeat. Hearing this, Jin also replied, this forest is originally within the range of the second peak behind the mountain. Although there are also some magical beasts inside, but the number and level probably aren't much different from an entrance exam at the first peak behind the mountain. Just some scattered, low-level magical beasts. Teacher Wenrun replied, of course, if it are the magical beasts originally here, it wouldn't be enough to affect the duel between Jalon and Yanxing. Therefore, I asked the teachers of the organization department to go behind the mountain and catch some interesting magical beasts to bring here. Hearing this, Jin felt speechless. He said, with a leader like you, the teachers of the organization department truly work hard. Hearing this, Teacher Wenrun just smiled and continued. Can you feel it? The signs of the coming storm. Before a big storm, isn't it always calm? Suddenly, Jin had a question and asked. Magical beasts caught and brought here are all in a state of high anxiety. With the nature of herd beasts, ambushing in the deep forest, just receiving a tiny stimulus, will explode, leading to the rage of the whole herd. At this time, Jalon and Xiaobai were in the forest. The two were walking when suddenly Xiaobai discovered something unusual. It looked towards a bush. Inside, there were magical beasts ambushing, waiting to attack. Suddenly, they lunged out of the bush to attack Jalon. Jalon didn't panic at all. She calmly waved her hand lightly and destroyed those 2 magical beasts. Then she whispered, ultimately, the ferocity of magical beasts triumphed over the fear of a strange environment. Although dealing with you guys didn't take too much effort, but in this place, it's better to conserve stamina. Then she called Xiaobai. Suddenly, Xiaobai emitted a blue light and transformed into a giant form. It attacked the magical beasts in front, chasing them away. Jalon stroked Xiaobai's head and said, although I don't know what kind of magical beast Xiaobai is exactly, but its bloodline must be relatively high. It has a natural suppressing effect on low-level magical beasts. Then her face became more serious, and she said, even if you're a powerful beast-taming spirit master, in this situation, you won't gain much advantage. If you don't have any high-level magical beasts like Xiaobai, then just slowly waste your energy with the magical beasts. At this time, on Yinxing's side, she was also surrounded by a pack of magical beasts. She smiled and said, two-headed wolves, having agility and strength to easily crush human bones. Individual strength, barely considered tier 4, but they like to act in packs. Considered an extremely troublesome magical beast group in the forest ecology. Suddenly Yinxing sighed and said, fine, although not very satisfied. But as the first pack of magical beasts I found, it can be considered to have some strategic value. After all, smell, hearing, mobility is also good. At this moment, Yinxing used the ability to tame the wolf pack. The wolf pack was extremely aggressive at this time. Then she ordered, temporarily don't rush to find Jalon. Follow my will and continue to sweep this forest. The wolf pack split up to search for other magical beasts. Like a giant bird, a red wolf pig, a large tree, Yinxing used her ability again. She said, turn all magical beasts encountered into my slaves. On Jalon's side, she felt something was wrong. She said, not right. The aura of magical beasts is still chaotic, but none appear in front of me anymore. This is not a result of simply being suppressed by Bai. Something bad is secretly happening. She continued, whatever it is, I must find out quickly. Otherwise, I have a premonition I will fall into a huge trouble. At that time, on a tree branch, a magical beast had been watching her for a while. Finished speaking, it hurriedly flew away. It turned out this magical beast had also been tamed by Yinxing. Yinxing laughed sinisterly on the side and said, too late. I found you. Then she ordered all the magical beasts she had collected just now to advance towards Jalon. The magical beasts rushed very fast towards Jalon. The magical beasts swarmed out to attack at the same time. Terrifying pairs of eyes peeking from behind large tree trunks caught Jalon's attention. She immediately increased her vigilance. There are many magical beasts attacking me. This is really abnormal. Could it be Yinxing annexed them? In another corner, Yinxing was sitting on a rock watching the show. She ordered the magical beasts. Let the hunt begin. Even Cene sensed something bad. This is Yinxing controlling the magical beasts in the forest? Impossible. His face became full of tension, calculating the moves. Even if a beast-taming spirit master can use special spirit arts to forcibly coerce magical beasts in a short time. But in such a short time, annexing such a number and variety of magical beasts is also impossible. If beast-taming spirit masters could casually do such things, they would definitely become the most dominant type of spirit master. Could it be the magical beast teacher when Ren arranged were actually tamed by Yinxing long ago? The teacher seemed to sense the male lead's doubt. He turned and asked, you surely wouldn't feel that I am cheating? Helping Yinxing, right? Cene didn't dodge either and replied, although very sorry, but I temporarily can't find another reason. Teacher Wenren smiled kindly. He replied, forget it. No need to hide it from you either. I also don't want my integrity to be suspected for no reason. Yinxing is an extremely special type among beast-taming spirit masters. Humans taming magical beasts to make history of their own combat power is almost equal to the history of spirit masters. When the number of spirit masters was sparse, humans were still weak. Magical beasts could be said to be the biggest threat. The number of spirit masters was too few. Even when responsible spirit masters traveled everywhere, villages or small towns, mainly eliminating magical beasts. But before long, fertile villages without magical beasts would attract new magical beasts. Therefore, a part of spirit masters began to study how to tame magical beasts. Then they would hand over the tamed magical beasts to ordinary people capable of self-defense, helping them resist attacks from wild magical beasts. Humans taming magical beasts. This is a long and systematic project. Need to understand magical beast ecology, habits, and physiological structure of magical beasts. Selecting magical beast species that can be tamed. After all, no one wants to raise a magical beast that could go crazy and kill them at any time. After completing this project, spirit masters began to find young ones to tame from a young age. Moreover, there were families that started specializing in breeding specific magical beasts. And by this time, the first system was completed and something would naturally be born. Hearing teacher Wenren speak, Cene continued the teacher's thought. Just need value. Stable production. Naturally, related industries will be produced. Teacher Wen continued. Correct. Originally, establishing a related system of taming magical beasts was not a simple matter. Usually, it takes the efforts of spirit masters, sects, or families over many generations to achieve results. Therefore, these spirit master organizations would decisively change direction, tempering spirit arts, developing in the direction of controlling magical beasts. These were the earliest beast taming spirit masters. Do you know the method beast taming spirit masters use to control magical beasts? Sijin replied. I have researched it briefly. Although it is said that beast taming spirit masters mainly rely on raising and training magical beasts, but in some extreme situations, for example, when war increases demand or plague causes the death of a large number of magical beasts, or wanted to search for new species that can be tamed, needing to quickly tame other magical beasts. Therefore, beast taming spirit masters began to research a direction. New spirit arts. Spirit arts are techniques mobilizing external spiritual power to create miracles. Different spiritual power attributes will lead to different effects. And the spirit arts of beast taming spirit masters especially affect the soul. The spirit arts they use will synchronize their own soul and the magical beast soul, forcibly establishing a cooperative relationship. Teacher Wen heard this and said, That's right. This is the very interesting part. These spirit masters with fanciful thinking propose the concept that life is controlled by the soul, body, inner heart, will. These exist thanks to the soul. The soul is the living being. If the soul scatters, one dies completely, dissipating between heaven and earth. The most interesting thing is that they actually found a special type of spiritual power that can transform into a soul. Hearing this, Sijin rested his chin on his hand and thought, in my original world, because there was no verification, I didn't believe in the existence of souls. But I'm a soul that transmigrated here. Therefore, I know something like a soul definitely exists. But in this world, everyone can cast spirit arts. Values are quite equivalent to materialism, only considering the soul as a special type of spiritual power. Teacher Wen continued to explain. Speaking of this, we can roughly get to the main point. The spirit arts of beast taming spirit masters have a weakness. They cannot be applied in practice. That is, the effect is too slow. They are weak in normal combat spirit arts. When encountering powerful magical beasts, it's not easy to protect themselves. Still, having to perform soul synchronization operations in battle is basically impossible. Therefore, they often hire combat spirit masters to help them catch magical beasts first, then proceed with soul synchronization. The main conclusion is, what beast taming spirit master? Just a bunch who can't go to the direct battlefield. Can only be logistics personnel spirit masters. Of course, many people have ambition. Although sometimes looked down upon, this business makes money fast. And with money, one usually has everything. Those combat spirit masters who look down on them also need to eat. In the end, aren't they still working as their subordinates? But there's a family unwilling to stop here. Like madness, continuing to seek the limits of beast-taming spirit masters. And Yanxing comes from this family. This family has strived through countless generations along with secret dark experiments, finding spirit arts that can be used in actual combat, can be used in special battlefields. Soul Fragment Demon Eye. The history of beast-taming spirit masters being unable to fight has long passed. We have discovered, although the soul exists throughout the body of a living being, the soul also has a core. Just need to take the core. The rest, even if not assimilated, doesn't matter. And its core is the head. My spirit art. Through facing the magical beast, it can be activated, directly inputting my soul message through the eyes to cover the magical beast's original soul core, making it become my clone. And becoming a magical beast of my clone, its pupils will carry my soul message. Just meeting another magical beast can trigger it again. The herd of magical beasts I control will be like a plague sweeping everywhere. And all magical beasts in this art exist in soul resonance with me. Shared vision, close coordination. There won't be any obstacles at all. Sijin heard that horror and widened his eyes, gaping. Isn't this like a server and countless peripherals? Also a highly contagious virus. Too perverted. He said to the teacher, There can't be. such a convenient ability without limits. According to this theory, given enough time, wouldn't she be able to control all magical beasts in the world? Teacher Wen Ren replied, the number is limited. You can understand that the initial consensus releases a most complete soul message. But in the process of constant replication, the message will gradually become incomplete, fragmented, even wrong. A strong body will also destroy her soul message. Even if assimilation is successful, the message in this branch can be used to the end. No way to continue triggering. And having strong will, high-level magical beast intelligence, already tamed by humans and magical beasts, also have very high resistance to this art. The price of speed and convenience is naturally a reduction in single-unit quality. Besides, assimilating magical beasts backfires messy messages to her soul. This is a forbidden art playing with life. Naturally, one needs to bear a huge burden. However, Yanxing is indeed worthy of being taught by Old Man Yen. Since childhood, just regarding calculation and information processing capabilities, she is also very formidable. She is smart like that, so she won't blindly rely on her power. Just need to control strong magical beasts to drive away weak ones, or control the herd leader to lead the weak kind. Yanxing's soul seemed to merge with the magical beasts. She was also bleeding from her nose and skin, but her face was extremely triumphant. Mujilan, just drown in the beast herd like this. Ferocious magical beasts were chasing Mujilan. Facing that difficult situation, Jalon's face was extremely tense. She jumped onto Xiao Bai's back and shouted, widen the distance. Run to the left. Avoid the path full of attacking magical beasts. She tried her best like that. However, all her movements were monitored by Yanxing's magical beasts. Everything she did was useless. Her every move was in Yanxing's sight. Then a ferocious magical beast appeared. Jalon saw this and deduced. The magical beast also changed direction to pursue, proving they know my whereabouts. There is something tracking me. Must find it. Jalon remembered her lesson. At that time, she was training when Teacher Gon stood in front and said, just putting effort into agitating the wind system spiritual power can achieve damage effects not inferior to attribute spirit arts. Mujilan, this train of thought of yours is correct, but you have walked into a dead end. Carrying the responsibility of a princess makes your bowstring pulled too tight. Jalon heard this and looked sad. She turned back and asked, so what? Teacher Gon, you said you would guide my training. You wouldn't be wanting to advise me, right? Teacher Gon laughed and said, that's exactly it. I just want to advise you. A bowstring pulled tight, although sharp, is also very fragile. Once it can't withstand a shock, it will snap. And really, I'm afraid if you relax just a little, you might bear even more pressure. Jalon heard this and pondered. She understood what the teacher said. Then Teacher Gon walked behind her and continued. From the start of Tier 2 until now, nearly reaching the Tier 5 stage. Has your attack range increased? Tier 2, Tier 3, Tier 4. The damage of your wind system spirit art always upgrades. But the attack range hasn't changed at all. This is incorrect. The wind system should be the spirit art with the most flexible control range. And the largest. The next training lesson for you is to break all understanding of the wind system in your mind. Then, under my guidance, start again from scratch. Prepare yourself well. Remembering those teachings, Jalon pondered in her head. Wind is originally invisible. Because it is invisible, it cannot be stopped. I stubbornly focused on increasing the damage of the wind system before, making my wind system spirit art unable to be concrete. This is just one of the application methods of wind system spirit arts. And the correct use of the wind system should be even lighter, even more silent, even vaster. Just need not to focus all mind on chasing power. Not compressing wind system spiritual power, relying on my current level, is already enough to affect the range of natural spiritual power. It's like connecting one's thoughts through spiritual power to establish a connection with a distant place normally. Jalon's soul turned into a wind maiden, flying everywhere, searching for the person tracking her. Discovered the black crow magical beast. With a snap of her fingers, the black crow was shattered. Jalon, after succeeding, thought, sure enough, it's some small magical beast without any threat tracking me. Even if diluting wind system spiritual power infinitely to increase detection range, it's enough to destroy them. Xing on this side didn't give up even though the crow was destroyed. The tracking magical beast sent out was discovered. But it doesn't matter. The beast tide has gradually formed an encirclement. Jalon has only two choices: fight or leave this forest and admit defeat. Contrary to her expectations, Jalon had created a trap, causing the energetic magical beast rushing up to fall into the trap she created herself. Underneath that trap were sharp spikes. Sharp, driven full into the pit. Any magical beast that couldn't break in time was shattered under this pit. Jalon saw the result and laughed loudly. You can't run. The magical beasts running in other directions were hit by logs prepared by Jalon, finally also falling into the pit and shattering. She was a bit joyful. You also spent quite some time controlling all magical beasts to gather them. Did you think I would be like an idiot wandering aimlessly in this forest? Although you can control so many magical beasts, it was indeed beyond my expectations. But after I discovered this forest suddenly became quiet, I knew you were definitely doing something. Therefore, I naturally would also be prepared. Hunting. But the specialty of my people, I am a nomad. Xing heard this and was surprised. Traps? And she smiled sinisterly. I thought you prepared something. Turns out just prepared a few hunting traps. What can be prepared in such a short time? Facing so many magical beasts, it basically has no effect. Other magical beasts continued to advance. But outside of Xing's expectations, other traps continued to be displayed. Giant rocks rolling down from the mountaintop, along with mud traps. The more they moved, the deeper they sank. Rope traps, hanging magical beasts legs high, and other types of traps. Xing didn't believe her eyes. She was astonished. In such a short time, she could prepare so many hunting traps? Definitely cheating. Returning to the male lead. He was still chatting with teacher when run. The teacher spoke slowly. That brat Ganyu's been inviting me to drink a lot recently. I don't know if I said anything after getting drunk. Then the teacher laughed out loud. Jin saw this and was speechless. It seems teacher Wenrin doesn't support the student council. He simply likes watching the excitement and fanning the flames a bit, as long as nothing excessive is done. Seizing time to pull the advantage to one side probably doesn't count as cheating. Right at this moment, Jalon sat dazed on Xiao Bai's back. It seems teacher Wenrin doesn't intend to say anything. Jalon recalled the previous matter. She asked teacher Gon, why change the training place? Is there anything special about this forest? Ganyu turned back, smiling brightly, and replied, nothing. This second peak is quite far from the academy, counting as secret training for you. Go a bit far to avoid the student council probing your training progress. Jalon heard this and asked suspiciously, is that so? Ganyu didn't answer that question. This little girl really has a careful personality. Then teacher Gon changed the subject. Now arranging a training task for you during this time. That is using wind system spirit arts. Taking materials in the forest to make traps. Jalon was surprised by this new lesson. Ganyu wanted to get a big log and placed it in front of her. Told her, you are a nomad. Don't tell me you don't know how to make traps. Jalon immediately replied, I know, but why do this? Teacher Ganyu explained, you practice tangible wind system spirit arts. Now you also have to try making it return to invisible form. Between invisible and tangible, there will naturally be changes. Can make your strength rise a level. You don't need to use your hands. Just use spirit arts, wind system processing, not just ordinary wind blades or wind arrows. You also have to master wind heavy enough to lift a large rock, wind that can cover the swamp with grass, and wind that can bend vines. Wait until you've set up traps all over this forest. I guarantee you will win the next match. Hearing this, Jalon was confused. But making so many traps, if a student steps on one, I won't know. She remembered his words. Teacher Ganyu spoke so mysteriously. What, victory surely in hand. Isn't this cheating? Jalon sighed. Xing saw the difficulty increase and became even more excited. This is also good. One-sided battles are too boring. Winning isn't worth being happy about. Wait until I crush your confidence. Both of you defeated. At that time, Jin will definitely be very worried. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Xing used a wooden stick to sketch on the ground. Although the traps killed many magical beasts. But strong magical beasts are still here. Just need to shrink the range. And I can definitely catch her. At that time, even if I can't finish Jalon, I can cause huge damage to her. Although the spirit crane tracking her was killed, But through the magical beast's sense of smell, I can still know Jalon is ahead, and heading southeast out of the forest is the abyss. Unless she admits defeat, she will have to face these magical beasts. Then Yanxing felt something was wrong. She told herself not to be too blind. As a Yin family member, remember well. Always your best to act, but must have a backup plan. According to the plan, the magical beasts began to attack towards Jalon. Yanxing observed from the outside. Ahead is a dead end. The smell is clearer and clearer. Caught you. However, all her plans went down the drain. There was no sign of Jalon ahead. At this time, Jalon had run to another area. She sensed it. The magical beasts fell into the trap. The magical beasts ran to the outer edge of the abyss. That area was supported by 2 small wooden logs. At that exact moment, Jalon cut those 2 logs. Immediately, the ground crumbled. The magical beasts fell into the deep abyss. Jalon rejoiced. Principal, just consider this a natural disaster. Seeing the opponent wasn't easy to deal with. Yanxing felt quite interested. The magical beasts I controlled with difficulty. Most fell down a cliff. Jalon is truly an opponent not to be underestimated. Hateful. So annoying. Yanxing was furious, rolling back and forth, not accepting reality. I wasted so much effort. And the result is I haven't even seen Jalon's face. Fewer magical beasts to control makes my brain lighter too. Spirit refreshed. Thinking is also much clearer. Then Yanxing got serious again. Thinking, why wasn't she at the cliff? Put another way, why did I think she was at the cliff? So that's it. It's the smell. Jalon rode Xiao by running through the forest. She pondered. After destroying the crow demon used for surveillance, I disappeared from Yanxing's sight. But with that large number of magical beasts, she could rely on my scent to track me. However, relying on scent can only sense a general direction. But vague information due to the extremely large number of magical beasts in dispersed positions through smell. Through calculation and elimination, I believe she can find an exact position without seeing with her own eyes. Imagining the worst-case scenario, Yanxing needs to have enough ability to process this information. Yanxing was also calculating the moves. The result is exploiting my advantage, gaining the right to strike first but not achieving victory. Cannot continue to stay here, thinking while moving. After the first change of direction heading southwest, the magical beast took the southeast cliff as the center. Starting to narrow, the range. At first, I thought Jalon just hurriedly chose a random direction. Now it seems everything was within her calculations. In a certain moment, using wind to carry her scent and her mount's scent to continue forward, while she herself utilized the wind to separate the flow of her scent to hide her aura, then secretly change direction out of range. Must leave there before the encirclement forms. So going west, wanting to extend the furthest distance from the large amount of magical beasts. And the magical beasts went south. So Jalon will naturally go north. First west, then follow north. Moreover, she can't just keep running, but also has to find my whereabouts. So after a rough probe of the northwest forest, she will continue probing east. Calculating based on the speed she showed earlier, her current position is probably in the middle of the northwest forest. Based on that calculation, Yanxing found the position of Jalon and her mount. Her owl sent to track had confirmed the position. Jalon saw the magical beast following her and was surprised. Found so quickly? Although magical beasts can fly, they couldn't get here from the southeast so fast, right? It seems it was carefully separated from a magical beast participating in the encirclement earlier. Yanxing was triumphant. Mujidan, although you are very hardworking, but unfortunately, the second round is still mine by chance. She lowered her hand. Black magical beasts simultaneously flew straight down to Jalon. Luckily, Xiao Bai was quick-footed and dodged. The magical beast didn't give up, eyes locking on target, using sharp claws to attack her. Jalon immediately jumped to another spot. Xiao Bai turned around and caught the owl in its mouth. Jalon used Wind God Arrow, giving the magical beast a taste of heavy arrow. Xiao Bai timed it right. The spot where Jalon fell, ran over to catch her. Jalon rubbed Xiao Bai's head, happily said, "Keep running, don't change direction. This is the final area." Yanxing, observing, also guessed. Jalon has deduced my position. I'm afraid just need to determine a certain area more. Relying on the wind system's spiritual power she releases, she can find my specific position. Truly a troublesome ability. But before you find me, I will drain your strength. Let's see how many times you can release wind arrows with power like just now. Jalon didn't need to destroy all magical beasts. Just suppressing them is enough. Once again, she used wind god arrow, continuous light arrows. Jalon raised her bow high, although the mobility of flying magical beasts is very high and can move in the air. For many spirit masters, they might be very hard to deal with. But for me, there is nothing easier to deal with than this magical beast. Standing on Xiao Bai's back, she released wind arrows. Yin Xing relied on the black crow's eyes. Seeing the wind god, she was a bit terrified. Too fast, but not enough power. Dodged it, but this level of power shouldn't be able to cause damage. But actually, Jalon's purpose was aiming at the crow's wing. Yin Xing didn't guard against it. Power too weak. Won't be shot down so easily. An arrow flew straight at her face, making her unable to react in time. Jalon stood on Xiao Bai's back, seeing the black crow fall. Became more confident. It seems this force is just enough to shoot through this magical beast's wing, then slowly deal with them. Yin Xing felt uncomfortable. It seems Jalon's ability to control wind system spirit arts has reached an equivalent level. Using wind to control scent before was very good. Then activating traps from a distance was also good. And just now constantly adjusting the power of wind attacks was also good. Everything clearly shows she is an opponent not to be underestimated. Then Yin Xing screamed, "Suppress. Increase suppression with all magical beasts. If power increases, her attacks won't be many anymore." Jalon still happily performed spirit arts. Wind god arrow, continuous light arrows. A series of arrows were shot out, making Yin Xing surprised. Like this, causing no damage? Hateful, daring to play me. Jalon's wind god is very powerful. These are the light arrows at the start, unable to cause wounds. Also a blinding technique. Hidden within the blinding technique are arrows that can cause damage. Yin Xing had to go through the eyes of all these magical beasts. Observe and calculate. Find the pattern of the arrows. Arrows without power. Arrows created by pushing spiritual power forward a bit look very fierce. Then adding compressed spiritual power. Powerful might, but are weak arrows. Looking like dispersed spiritual power, but are hidden high-power compressed arrows. Jalon raised the arrow high, under my constant resistance. You, who are holding the situation, have been dragged into the quagmire of battle by me, becoming only familiar with the immediate battle situation, and forgetting that you are a hunter, but also a side that can be hunted. Jalon's wind soul leaned close to Yin Xing's ear and said, "Finally found you. Hello." Immediately Jalon fired the wind god arrow, saying one sentence to Yin Xing. "See you later." Yin Xing didn't believe her eyes. Attacking from so far? With Jalon's strength, she can't have any strong power. I won't be scared by you. Speaking as if you've already won. At that time, Yin Xing suddenly remembered something, then was grazed by Jalon's arrow past her face. Although flying so far can really surprise others, but only the arrow stuck in the ground. Sure enough, no power. What? This is... So this arrow was only used to deliver Jin's strange weapon. Yin Xing couldn't react in time. That weapon was an explosive bomb. It exploded, blasting a whole area of the sky. In the sky, many crows were flying chaotically, circling once then suddenly diving down like darts with red eyes. The girl looked up at the sky, hugging a large cat, speaking loudly with a trembling voice. Magical beast control is released. It seems the attack just now worked. Saying that, she panted heavily. "I'm dead tired." Suddenly, she rushed to hug the large cat tightly, rubbing against it, saying, "Xiao Bai, let me give you a kiss." Finished speaking, suddenly her eyes widened as if thinking of something, saying, "Right, must confirm how Yin Xing is. If she's heavily injured, must take her out of the forest for treatment." Finished speaking, she immediately raised her hand, closed her eyes as if casting a spell. Gusts of wind like tornadoes blew up, rolling, carrying a few leaves. She calmed her mind and thought, but this forest is so large, and it's a hunting pursuit match. How will teacher when Rin judge our victory or defeat? Could it be there won't be a misjudgment? By the dense large forest, a flock of black birds flew out, making the observing man unable to help but wonder. He put his hand on his chin, rubbing and thinking. I assumed that although not visible from the outside, but actually there are many teachers from the organization department hiding in the forest, always monitoring the match progress and ensuring safety in the match. The white-haired man with eyes covered by a white cloth thought for a moment and said, "Ultimately, is it really only teacher Wenren alone? People from the organization department cannot enter the match arena, because we can't know if there is unfair interference. Therefore, everything is fairly handled by me when run. It's just this area." The old man hesitated and said, "I can still easily know the direction of the situation." The boy saw Teacher Wenren say that, and asked with round eyes, "Teacher Wenren, could it be you're also a spirit master specializing in the wind system?" Teacher Wenren gently replied, "Correct. This game in nature is beneficial to Yin Xing. But Mu Jalon, although young, her talent for application and understanding of spirit arts is truly extraordinary. To be able to reverse all disadvantages and use a killer move for a surprise attack like that. Very good. Ganding, responsible for training her, is not bad. It seems the year-end evaluation must promote his treatment." The red-haired boy heard the teacher finish speaking and thought. Could it be Teacher Gon initially said he wanted to personally train Mu Jalon just to gain Teacher Wenren's favor? This person, for promotion and salary raise, can do anything. Finished thinking, the boy asked Teacher Wenren, "So Mu Jalon has won? Shouldn't we go in and gather them?" Teacher Wenren didn't answer, just smiled, and then opened his mouth to say, "The match isn't over yet." On this side, Mu Jalon's brows tightened. She opened her mouth suspiciously. Nothing happened. A footstep slowly approached, and then a voice spoke. "If you're looking for me, the direction and distance are both wrong." In front of Mu Jalon was a girl sitting on a unicorn. She leisurely crossed her arms and said, "Your strength completely exceeded my calculations. If I hadn't seen Si Jin's pile of strange weapons last night, I'm afraid I would have fallen at your hands." Mu Jalon heard her finish speaking and shouted angrily, "How did you find my position? Didn't say how you avoided my attack." She heard Mu Jalon speak, then calmly used a handkerchief to wipe her chin and replied, "Using wind arrows to snipe from a distance was indeed a surprise attack. But at the same time, it also exposed your direction." She thought to herself while speaking, although panicked for a moment. But with the principle of caution, I still had some preparation. My spatial storage treasure box is a top-tier spirit tool bestowed by the Yin family head. Not only can it accommodate many types of creatures, including me, but it can also withstand extremely strong attacks. Even a Tier 9 powerhouse cannot destroy it without spending some effort. She thought and threw it far away. That weapon of Si Jin truly has very strong power. Moreover, I encountered it before, causing me to suffer great damage from him last night. However, luckily it allowed me to immediately react. If a second slower, I'm afraid I wouldn't have made it to activate the spatial spirit tool to hide inside. The explosion disrupted that airflow. The wind system spirit art you used to track naturally also lost effect. And I also determined your position, deciding to stop playing cat and mouse with you, coming directly to find you. You and Si Jin made me look so disheveled. Thinking this, she determinedly rode the unicorn, charging straight ahead. In the middle of the forest, a group had gathered together. All were magical beasts never seen before, completely unlike all species seen previously. Mu Jalon thought to herself, but these abnormal forms are definitely not ordinary levels. The girl riding the unicorn looked extremely triumphant. She took off her hair tie, activating the thunder crystal energy. On the unicorn's horn, a bright flash of electricity appeared. Mu Jalon didn't hesitate to counterattack. She raised her bow and arrow, her face very uncomfortable, thinking to herself, I didn't expect it to be a magical beast that can release thunder attribute spiritual power. Observing the critical situation, she called out, "Shall I quickly close the distance?" Those magical beasts shaped very much like humans. They had wings and could fly. Mu Jalon's eyes suddenly widened in surprise. Magical beasts that can use spirit arts? Wind system? If so, the other two magical beasts could also be. She silently calculated. Wind spirit arts help those magical beasts dodge her attacks. The woman with purple hair spoke extremely triumphantly. You can't escape. A blue light surrounded Mu Jalon's eyes. She silently thought. Magical beasts that can use spirit arts are not low level. At least tier 5 strength. Moreover, the intelligence of this type of magical beast is much higher than ordinary magical beasts. Even if Yin Xing is a strong beast-taming spirit master, she cannot manipulate 4 magical beasts exceeding her own strength level. So the level of these 4 magical beasts is probably around Tier 5 or Tier 6. Not opponents that could be defeated relying only on my strength. Sure enough, still have to aim at Yin Xing. The woman rode the unicorn, rushing forward very fast like the wind. She opened her mouth to speak. This kind of weak wind blade, used for probing, just need enough vigilance. It can be easily broken by magical beasts with extremely high defense. With the wind spirit here, I won't miss your attacks. Jalon sat glumly on Xiao Bai's back and said, sure enough, it's not that easy. Xiao Bai, don't let them catch up. Xiao Bai narrowed its eyes thinking. Xiao Bai can absorb my wind system spiritual power to enhance its own strength. Jalon thought. Then her eyes became full of determination again. Must speed up more. Moreover, it's like an amplifier. Just using a small amount of spiritual power can explode with shocking effect. Yin Xing, you can't catch up to me. Yin Xing gritted her teeth. I'm not in a mood to play cat and mouse with you. In the silent forest, the two of them chased each other endlessly. Jalon turned to observe behind and thought. Just as I thought, the speeds of these magical beasts cannot be the same. As long as I speed up forcing her to chase with full power, they will be separated by distance due to different speeds. Just finished thinking, the spirit beasts rushed extremely fast like moths, but couldn't cut off her train of thought. Moreover, the strongest magical beast is indeed the one that can use wind system arts. She moved up, rushing forward. Wind god armor. A blue light surrounded her. Jalon's face was tense. The specialty of wind system spirit arts is not close combat. Wind system magical beasts aren't much different. Show you the wind system close combat style. Thinking this, she spread her hand. Arrows in her hand burst out. The spirit beasts rushed in at the same time as Jalon. Her quick attacks forced the spirit beasts to struggle to dodge and unable to counterattack, finally having to fall to the ground. Jalon was triumphant. Solved one. The second one was a big obstacle. It had a human-like shape, rushing like a shadow towards Jalon. Jalon thought to herself. Didn't expect it to arrive so fast. Even though the wind spirit accelerating them was destroyed, their own speed isn't slow at all. She swung both arms to block in front of her chest, dodging away, then discovered. It completely avoided this attack. First must shoot an arrow into its fatal point. Jalon clenched both hands in a fist held out in front. Wind god arrow. Wind silence. Seemingly not letting her wait long, the shadow rushed to directly attack her. Its face brushed past close, making Jalon unable to help but think. Damn it, such close distance, and it could still dodge? Could it be she knows how I attack? Her eyes shone brightly, laughing loudly. Magical beasts with owners won't be as simple as ordinary magical beasts. Yin Xing spoke extremely triumphantly. I can synchronize consciousness with them at any time to give instructions. Just consider it as fighting directly with me. Seeing the situation wasn't good. The magical beast close by scared Jalon. She used her hands to block, but her eyes were tense and vigilant. Don't move. Xiao Bai suddenly slid sideways, and Jalon fell right onto its back. Jalon silently watched with fearful eyes. Frozen? Very inconvenient to move. How about I help you melt the ice? Yin Xing's voice. Realizing the bad situation, Jalon shouted loudly. Go quickly. A flame flashed, burning brightly, radiating through the whole forest. Fire dragon cannon. A hole. Forest burned brightly. Yin Xing hurriedly rode the unicorn flying over, voice triumphant. Truly a pathetic appearance. Jalon fell kneeling on the ground. Body full of scratches, eyes grumpy. Xiao Bai couldn't escape fate either. It lay flat on the ground, face showing pain. The attack, just now. Xiao Bai pressed me under its body to block it. Jalon held her stomach sitting up, saying to Xiao Bai, continue fighting. Yin Xing leisurely smiled and said, with your current strength, you can't beat my 3 high-tier magical beasts. This isn't your fault. Anyway, you are very miserable now. Now calm down. Why don't you admit defeat and end this drama? Jalon sat up, pulling her tights, and said, sorry, I still have some energy left. Before using it all, I won't surrender. Yin Xing saw her say that and firmly said, Since it's like that, looking at the magical beasts in the sky, Jalon strongly said, "My strength has increased quite a bit. Risk it once. Endure the danger of backlash a bit. Using a tier 6 spirit art surely isn't too excessive." Yanxing heard this and widened her eyes, saying, "What? Tier 6 spirit art?" Her current spiritual power can't hold on for a few more seconds. Just need to be careful not to get hit by the tornado. Wait, the power of this move should be the wind blades outside the tornado. Why did she use the air vortex to surround my magical beasts? Clearly inside, there's no killing power. Jalon rode Xiao by. Her spirit seemed better, eyes looking determinedly ahead, saying, "Heavenly Dragon Air Vortex can only be maintained for a few seconds. Cannot defeat your magical beasts, but the air in the wind center is very thin. Your magical beasts cannot fly freely." Yanxing frowned in disbelief, opening her mouth. This is her plan? Restraining my 2 magical beasts, then risking it all with me with the final blow? That little cat of yours is injured. It can't defeat my thunder crystal. No matter what Yanxing said, Jalon still stared straight ahead. Si Jin's grenade. The cat Xiao Bai suddenly opened its mouth. Inside was a grenade. Still have this one. Didn't expect it, right? Yanxing angrily said. Wanting mutuelle destruction? I just need to hide in the spatial word object. Before finishing the sentence, the two rushed at each other, eyes like sharp knives. Jalon smiled lightly and said, "It seems you really were psychologically traumatized by the explosion. Lost the ability to judge. That was just to scare you. So you couldn't distract yourself to order the thunder crystal to attack us. On our grasslands, there's a technique more common than spirit arts that everyone knows. Wrestling." Saying that, Jalon gently threw Yanxing to the ground, making her fall over. Teacher Wenren laughed loudly, making Si Jin frown and say, "Teacher Wenren, why did you suddenly laugh so loud? Scared me to death." Teacher Wenren covered his mouth and said, "Nothing. Telling you good news. Jalon has won the second match." Si Jin was suspicious. Jalon won? With such a strength difference? Even if using my water mines to solve 2 magical beasts. The remaining 2 plus Yanxing are also stronger than Jalon and Xiao Bai. Wenren gently replied, "Of your 2 water mines, Jalon only used 1. Even so, she still achieved victory. This is the interesting part of actual combat." Si Jin rubbed his chin, thinking. "So Jalon ultimately." Before finishing the thought, Teacher Wenren added, "Si Jin, according to Gan Yu's report, not long after enrollment, you had a duel with Jalon, right? Moreover, she won. What move did she use?" Si Jin hesitantly replied, "It was a suplex. I was too careless and didn't dodge." Teacher Wenren patted Si Jin's shoulder and said, "Since it's like that, I advise you to look out for yourself." Si Jin didn't understand what happened, looking suspiciously at Teacher Wenren. Before he could think of anything, the man had left. Si Jin called after him, saying, "What does that mean? Don't scare me like that." From afar, Jalon led Xiao by walking over, calling, "Si Jin, who are you talking to?" Si Jin turned to look at Jalon and said, "Jalon, congratulations on winning." Jalon winked and said, "You really should try the suplex move I used to win." Finished speaking, she suddenly felt tired. Strangely, her eyes slowly closed, falling over. Si Jin quickly caught her, face panicked, saying, "Jalon." Her eyes closed tight, slowly opening her mouth to say, "Si Jin, I want to sleep a bit. Next is up to you." Saying that, she went motionless. Si Jin used a wet towel to wipe her face while thinking. The spiritual power in her body is almost exhausted. This battle, Jalon really risked everything. But normally, the second match is a very important point. A student losing 2 matches is considered a failure. But we have to lose 3 matches to be considered a failure. Because our match was forcibly stopped, giving the student council 1 win. As long as they win the second match, we will have to win 2 consecutive matches, which will definitely be very stressful. And Jalon risked death to win the second match, forcing the student council into a desperate situation where they must win consecutively. Jalon, this is a victory belonging to you. I promise you I will definitely win, not letting your efforts be in vain. A voice rang out from behind. Si Jin. It was Yanxing rushing to hug his neck, saying, "It was you, bastard. You gave her those 2 strange weapons. That caused me to lose." "Say it. Are you hiding anymore? Hand them over to me." Si Jin panicked, saying, "Hey, calm down. Whatever it is, speak slowly." Don't get physical. But while speaking, he felt something soft pressing against his arm. He silently thought, Yanxing's clothes are too revealing. Yanxing grew bolder, sitting on his lap, hugging his arm, saying, Sijin, tell me what that weapon I've never seen before is called. Where did you get it? Sijin fearfully stammered. It's a grenade I made myself. She asked to the end, saying, Sell me the manufacturing method. Sijin decisively said, Not selling. If so, I can only rob the original. To research. Finished speaking. She turned to reach into Sijin's clothes to rummage. Is it this? Sijin screamed in fear. No, I don't have grenades on me anymore. Don't touch randomly. From the ground, Jalon woke up looking over. It seemed they had sat down and recounted everything. Jalon asked Yanxing, Speaking like that, you won't take revenge on my country? Yanxing flipped her hair, saying, Correct. Threatening you is only to win. Since I lost, then I won't do meaningless things anymore. I heard that in your family, quite a few people opposed you coming to the academy to study. I originally thought, just threatening a bit more, you would be forced by them to admit defeat. Didn't expect at the critical moment, they trusted your decision unconditionally. Makes me a bit envious. Jalon widened her eyes, saying, Our grassland people, once starting a competition, won't easily admit defeat. Sijin interjected. Yanxing, I have something to ask you regarding your unique skill. It seems unlike the Yin family. Yanxing closed her eyes, replying, Correct. I'm not of Yin family bloodline. My original family was a beast-taming spirit master family, but because of going down an evil path, it was exterminated. I am the only one, and luckily survived, adopted by old Master Yin. Sijin heard this and widened his eyes. Based on what teacher Wen Ren said, that family, to gain power, constantly used their descendants for inhumane experiments. Yanxing suddenly added, You don't need to be like that. Although I had an unhappy time when young, after being adopted by old Master Yin, he always loved me like a biological child. Yin family clansmen also never rejected me, always treating me as a Yin family clansman. But Sijin, your grenades and guns, these weapons are all very dangerous. They can even overturn the balance of this world. I don't know if you have enough objective awareness about this matter. Sijin replied, I know. Although to the strong, these things are just toys. But ultimately, these strong people are very few. And for the main strategy of countries in the world, this is an existence enough to turn their cultivation efforts into a joke. After all, just having enough guns and grenades, even a group of children, is enough to threaten a regular army of equivalent number. Yanxing looked serious, saying, It seems you are very clear about what you have. Then in a future falling into a helpless situation. Sijin cut her off, saying, If the world situation undergoes a huge, irreversible change, I will tell everything I know to the country. I believe His Majesty will use this power well without being bewitched by power, harming himself. A voice suddenly transmitted. Since it's like that, your value has far exceeded the Gao family. Sijin looked over, thinking, A strong person appearing? Could it be a big shot of the Yin family? Before he could think, the man opened his mouth. No need to guess. I am Yin Xiangba, also the Yin family patriarch. Starting from now, the Yin family will stand on your side. Sijin's face was extremely panicked, stammering, Yin family head? The man stroked his beard, smiling, saying, Correct. I am Yin Xiangba. If you two young people don't mind, you can call me Elder Yin. Sijin and Jalon bowed in greeting. Thank you, Elder Yin, for your kindness. Sijin opened his mouth to add, I don't know if Elder Yin's statement just now about standing on my side is true. Yin Xiangba laughed, loudly saying, Of course it's true. We are businessmen. Our vision is far compared to the half-dead Gao family. It is still you young people with boundless futures who are more worth investing in. Jalon suddenly turned to call Sijin. Sijin silently thought, There's a problem. Currently, the National Assembly situation is tense. Although it revolves around the Gao family survival issue, but essentially it is a confrontation of systems and ideologies between new and old classes in the country. Yin Xiangba, one of the four great families, is the person with the closest direction to Qi Lianling on the court, also the person benefiting from the current court. Theoretically, he must also share a stance with Qi Lianling. Qi Lianling, could it be she made such an important decision? She would definitely come to tell me. Although a monarch of a country doesn't need to discuss with me, the current matter is she hinted that if there were changes, she would definitely notify me. So this Yin Prime Minister suddenly deciding, he doing this is definitely not because he values me. In this battle involving many forces currently barely balanced, leaning to which side first? There are only two possibilities. One is he has other intentions. Second, suddenly Jean bowed saying, Elder Yin, if any changes happen that we don't know, please enlighten us, Elder Yin. Elder Yin rubbed his chin, smiling brightly, and said, young people are truly not polite. Opening your mouth and wanting intelligence immediately. That is all money. Understanding the problem so clearly in just a moment. Interesting. Fine. I'll tell you a few things. First matter. Currently, the Gao family is in danger. Security in the city has also started to have problems. Recently, quite a few murder cases have occurred. Jean frowned. Murder cases? This matter is indeed disadvantageous to the Gao family. But just this small matter? Only my Yin family noticed this matter. Because others don't know the Gao family's secret, they don't know what this matter represents. Suddenly, Jean bowed and said, if Elder Yin specifically mentions this matter, it must be related. I wonder if the dead have anything in common? Elder Yin frowned and explained. The dead are all fire system spirit masters with certain strength. In the room, the woman said, Gao Shun, currently the situation in the city is tense. You still go everywhere causing trouble. Aren't you afraid of changing father's stance? Gao Shun turned and replied, now no one sincerely helps the Gao family. It's all because my Gao family's strength is insufficient. Only by quickly becoming stronger can I help father overcome the difficulty. Wait for my Gao family to overcome this crisis. Who cares about the lives of these guys? In the green forest, Jean said, if Elder Yin says this is the first matter, then there must be a second matter. Elder Yin spoke gently. The second matter is also very simple. Currently, the Gao family is in danger. The layout of forces in the court has received a once-in-a-millennium chance to change. Such a big matter. The final key lies in the one-on-one duel of you kids. Surely you don't think only the student council knows how to play dirty tricks? Jean bowed his head and said, thank you, Elder Yin, for the pointer. Saying that, he turned to Mu Jalon and said, Mu Jalon, let's go. Mu Jalon wondered. Where to? Jean said, to find Luin Yun. We were careless. Our enemy is not just the student council. We are thorns in the eyes of all forces wanting to protect the Gao family. In the city at night, Luin Yun was looking for something. The atmosphere was serious, feeling like something is about to happen. There are very weird footsteps. Luin Yun clasped his hands behind his back thinking. At this time, Yin Xing and Mu Jilon must have decided the winner. The situation is gradually becoming clear. Some people are about to lose patience. He thought, his eyes deepening. The third match might not be able to proceed as scheduled. Jean and Mu Jilon ran frantically from somewhere and saw Luin Yun. Jean said, finally found you. Luin Yun asked, Jean, what's wrong? Seeing the two looking panicked when seeing him. Jean smiled and said, hands scratching his head, just now I went to your house to find you. They said you'd set off back to the academy first. Luin Yun also smiled and said to Jean, I heard already. You defeated Yin Xing and won the second match. Mu Jilon also spoke to Luin Yun, her voice sounding serious. The Yin family head told us. Forces outside the academy might take action. We were worried about you, so we came to pick you up. Luin Yun looked surprised at what Mu Jilon just said. He said, you say someone wants to interfere in the student council's battle with us? So they will attack me? He continued. This matter doesn't sound very logical. Jean asked, why do you find it illogical? Luin Yun explained for the two to understand. Our victory or defeat with the student council is the final important vote, deciding the survival of the Gao family. He continued, in deciding the change of two forces in the imperial capital, and opposing us, wanting to protect the Gao family, are all high-ranking conservatives. Normally, they wouldn't do dangerous actions during this sensitive period. He continued again, if something happens to me, doesn't it prove the Gao family can no longer protect the safety of the imperial capital? Jean heard what Luin Yun said and seemed unconvinced. Could it be Yin Xiangba's meaning is? Luin Yun continued to the two, hoping the Gao family collapses, taking that opportunity to climb up and seize important positions. Perhaps the progressive forces are acting, which means they will go attack the student council members. Scene change. Fong Ming was with two people. The setting looked like the school grounds. Then on the building's railing, a few guys appeared. Fong Ming seemed to guess correctly who those people were. That is the progressive force. He calmly said, "Sure enough, you came." Among that group, a few jumped down standing next to Fong Ming. Among them was a guy named Shui Zhao, saying to Fong Ming, "You knew we would come? You're really good." Fong Ming told him, "Very simple. Guessing who that group was isn't hard for someone naturally smart like Fong Ming." His face was very calm when responding to him. The progressive force lacks strength, meaning they dare not touch Xia Chiao of the Xiao family. Also dare not lay a hand on Yin Xing of the Yin family. So the president and I, having no backing, will naturally be your targets. Fong Ming continued speaking to him, face still calm. "Originally, your worst-case plan was to eliminate both me and the president, right? But now in the battle, Jalon has won a victory against Yin Xing. Then just by making me unable to participate in the next match, the student council will lose. Such a good opportunity. Is there any reason to pass it up?" The guy Shui Zhao clapped his hands, praising the intelligence. An accurate judgment of Fong Ming, exclaiming, "Smart. But knowing so clearly, why go out of the academy alone? Meaning you want to duel with us?" Fong Ming calmly told him, "I'm not that arrogant. I'm just a Tier 6 student. Among you, there are quite a few Tier 6 spirit masters, even higher." Fong Ming continued speaking to him. "I also cannot defeat all of you. Waiting for you here is just hoping to talk to you a bit." Shui Zhao sneered, looking very conceited, saying to Fong Ming, "You try speaking then." Fong Ming said, "I will forfeit the third match to let the student council fail. So you don't need to go find the president to cause trouble." Shui Zhao leaned close to Fong Ming's face, gritting his teeth, saying, "Sure enough, is it like that?" He said, "It seems not like a lie. Otherwise, you wouldn't need to do this. So what condition do you have?" Fong Ming told him, "I want you to use your forces to hide me, so the president cannot find me." Shui Zhao smiled and said, putting his hand on Fong Ming's shoulder, "No problem. A promise is kept." And he told Fong Ming, "Now let's go. I will protect your safety." Hearing his tone, he seemed very confident. The people who appeared with Shui Zhao earlier spoke to Fong Ming, seeming not to believe Fong Ming's words. One guy in that group said, "Hey, don't decide arbitrarily like that. Really think you're the boss? Maybe this brat sees he can't escape. So he plays along and says those words." That guy continued, "On what basis should we trust you?" Shui Zhao said, "Then what do you want to do?" That side said again, "Break his limbs. Bring him back. To prevent mishaps." Finished speaking, someone intended to draw a sword. Someone intended to launch an attack on Fong Ming. Shui Zhao raised his hand, looking very arrogant, and said to Fong Ming, "Sorry, Fong Ming. The people on that side are not under my management, but our agreement is still valid." He told Fong Ming, "Understand my meaning?" Fong Ming smartly said, "I understand." Then Fong Ming let the group rush at him, but they all froze instantly because they stumbled into the formation Fong Ming had set up beforehand. Those people didn't know that. Fong Ming had set up this formation before they surrounded him. Fong Ming told the group that. When they showed surprise at his magic circle, Fong Ming only then took action to fight back against the group. They seemed very eager to fight back against Fong Ming, but Shui Zhao raised his hand to stop them. Fong Ming saw this and said, "You guys also want to try? There's still so many." Shui Zhao whispered inside. "Interesting. Delayed casting. Is a guy specializing in trap spirit arts and spirit arts. Combination. Outwardly." He said, "All right. Finished collecting the disobedient bunch. No need to make a big fuss." And told the group that. "Let's go." Caused a big commotion. Later people from a defense team will come. Shui Zhao looked at Fong Ming's appearance and became more certain. "President. Like this, the chain. Locking us can be opened." Scene change. At the student council room, it seemed the main door was broken. The door suddenly fell down, knocking over the members' books. In the room were 3 people, Chen Qinglin, Yin Xing, and Xia Zhiqiu. Yin Xing said, "I just found someone to fix this door." Xia Zhiqiu also said, "This time, don't mention the door, but this whole student council needs to be renovated." Xia Zhiqiu continued, "The student council room arranged by Luan Wu, the former president, is thoroughly broken." Chen Qinglin seemed to dislike Luan Wu. He said to the 2 girls, "Who cares about him?" Chen Qinglin continued, "If I didn't see he had some influence, I wouldn't bother talking to him." Chen Qinglin's voice sounded very jealous. With Luan Wu, Chen Qinglin slapped his hand, lightly on the piece of wood that looked like the chair arm in the student council room. He said to the two girls, "Still no news of Fong Ming?" Yanxing looked very worried. She told Chen Qinglin. Perhaps some force wanting the Gao family to collapse took action. She continued, appearing very worried about Fong Ming. Her eyes looked sad. Chen Qinglin leaned his head back on the chair and said to make Yanxing less worried. "He's fine. I want to see the scene." Chen Qinglin continued. Although Fong Ming took action, the two sides actually didn't fight to the death. He said so to reassure the two girls, especially Yanxing. Xiao Zhiqiu heard this and said, "Then that's great." But Chen Qinglin said, "Not good at all." Chen Qinglin continued, "This clearly shows he has betrayed us." Yanxing and Xiao Zhiqiu were surprised to hear Chen Qinglin speak about Fong Ming like that. The two seemed to dislike hearing Chen Qinglin say that. Xiao Zhiqiu said to Chen Qinglin, "President." Her voice disagreed with what Chen Qinglin just said. Chen Qinglin continued to the two, as if explaining his statement had a basis. "Troubling you two with a matter. You two use your family's power to help me investigate where he is currently." Chen Qinglin spoke while turning his chair inward, back facing outward. Yanxing said, "Leave it to us." Xiao Zhiqiu said, "Then what about the duel with Si Jin?" Chen Qinglin said, "I'm not in the mood to worry about this now. Because he's gone. Meaning Fong Ming is gone. Fighting Si Jin isn't important anymore." Chen Qinglin continued, "If you can find him before the third match, then continue. If not, then forget it." Hearing Chen Qinglin say that, the two girls walked out of the room. Left alone, Chen Qinglin. He thought of Fong Ming. Things have come to this. Do you think we still have a right to start over? Scene, at the corridor in the school grounds. Si Jin and Lu Wenyan were talking to each other. Lu Wenyan said, "Just as we predicted, Fong Ming is missing. It seems someone outside took action." Lu Wenyan's face showed worry and sadness. Si Jin told Lu Wenyan, "Just like this. Just need to reach the third match. The student council will be judged as losing due to lacking Fong Ming. We will win." Si Jin continued, looking like he was teasing Lu Wenyan. "Also went back for high-intensity training. Result is no chance to perform. Are you very unreconciled?" Ling Ba and Mu Jalon performed excellently. Lu Wenyan heard Si Jin speak, looked very angry, and said to Si Jin, "Damn it, I didn't expect the one making up the numbers to be me." But Lu Wenyan spoke again as if he just thought of something. "But matters still have variables." Luan Wu appeared from somewhere and said to the two, "Correct. If one side already disregards rules like that, then the other side won't just watch and accept failure." Lu Wenyan was happy seeing Luan Wu. He said, "Guessed you would come. So we waited for you here for a while." Luan Wu said, "Lu Wenyan, I came to find you to discuss a matter." Luan Wu smiled and said to Lu Wenyan, "How about you also forfeit the third match?" Lu Wenyan said, "Allow me to refuse." Luan Wu said, "Truly man proposes, God disposes. Yet arrange for you to appear in the third match." Luan Wu continued, "If you appeared in the previous two matches, now I would just need to tie you all up." Luan Wu continued, "But I cannot lay a hand on you, because you're my biological brother." Si Jin said, "It's all due to your arrogance." Si Jin told Luan Wu, "If you had acted against us earlier, how could you be checkmated now?" Luan Wu smiled and explained to Si Jin, "A strong power side naturally must show compliance with rules. Keeping demeanor can make everyone convinced, willingly accept domination. If possessing great power, yet not acting according to common sense, stopping at nothing for the goal, will make everyone afraid. And fear will make people become crazy, become easily reckless, making the situation chaotic. And in a chaotic situation, anyone can lose, including me. This is naturally not the result I want to see." Si Jin scratched his head hearing Luan Wu's words. "But the result is still losing." Lu Wenyan shook his head and told him, "Victory and defeat are common in war. Losing clearly is still better than losing without understanding anything." Lu Wenyan also curiously asked, "If brother knew he couldn't persuade me, why still come to the academy?" Luan Wu explained, "That minor family dared to pull a dirty trick right under the Luan family's nose, so of course they'd be afraid of retaliation. That's why they'll definitely send someone to contact you. They're hoping to win you over. After all, in this matter, you've come to represent a different attitude from the Luan family. Once you feel like you owe them a favor, they can rest easy." Lu Wenyan still didn't understand what his brother meant. Luan Wu laid out his plan clearly. I'll conveniently pass a message to the envoy who comes looking for you." Then he turned to Shui Zhao and said, "Your Shui family has done well. I'm very impressed, so I'll forgive you. But the situation is already chaotic. I hope you can all live safely until this is over. When that time comes, you will naturally get everything you deserve." Then, Luan Wu whispered into Shui Jiao's ear, "To prove my goodwill, I'll give your family head a secret. Si Jin is the son of Spirit Venerable Si Yi and Ruandai." Hearing what Luan Wu had just said, Shui Zhao showed a look of anger. He said, "My lord, what did you just say?" Luan Wu smiled faintly. He replied, "I mean to tell you that Si Jin is the son of the Spirit Venerable." After hearing this, Shui Zhao stood frozen. He was contemplating something. In front of him, Si Jin and Luan Yun also stood silently, watching him. Si Jin thought about the Spirit Venerable. He explained further to Shui Zhao. He said, "Si Jin is the most outstanding student among the new batch at the academy. Naturally, our Shui family has investigated his background, but I always felt that some great, invisible power was obstructing us. His background has always been shrouded in mystery. I never expected him to be a descendant of the Spirit Venerable." After hearing this, Shui Zhao asked in surprise, "Such a top-secret matter. Are we qualified to know?" Luan Yin turned to look at him. He replied, "Is Luan Wu deceiving us? There's something fishy about this. What's his reason for doing this?" Shui Zhao thoughtfully recalled past events. He remembered the sword fight involving Si Jin and the other students. He replied to Luan Yun with a firm tone, "No, that's not right." At this moment, he was refuting his comrade's words. He thought, right now, whether it's the Imperial Martial Arts Tournament that triggered this crisis for the Gao family, or the Academy's current attitude of restraining all forces from acting rashly, or this challenge from the Student Council, Si Jin is involved in all of it. Shui Zhao's gaze grew more pensive. The more he connected the dots, he thought, it's better to say, Si Jin's very existence has spurred these developments. I never thought that a tense situation in the Imperial capital, unseen for years, would be because of such a young man. Suddenly, he paused. Wait a minute. He had figured something out. If there's a hidden force behind Si Jin, pushing things forward, could it be Luan Wu? He considered that Luan Wu was the one behind everything, because this man often spoke in riddles and had a suspicious demeanor. Shui Zhao had pieced together all the events that had occurred at the academy. He pretended to address Luan Wu. Luan Wu studied his expression. It seems you figure out a lot of things. But to have gotten this far with just that one piece of information, it seems you're even more outstanding than I imagined. Shui Zhao was polite to his superior. He cupped his hands and asked, My lord, why did you tell me such an important matter? I hope you can enlighten this humble one. Fearing that everything would be exposed, Luan Wu seemed to ignore him. He simply replied, I have to take my younger brother, Luan Yun, back to the family to discuss important matters. Therefore, you can't take him with you. I'm afraid you won't be able to finish your task. So, I'm letting you take another important person back instead. This information is very dangerous. But at the same time, it's a huge opportunity. He added a warning. Your next actions will determine the Luan family's attitude towards you. After dealing with Shui Zhao, Luan Wu turned to Luan Yun. I've said all I need to say. Now, you must come home with me. I've summoned the family elders. We need to discuss and arrange future matters. Luan Yun was surprised. He thought, why do I have to go home now? His older brother, Luan Wu, spoke softly to him. He said, no matter what, I'm still your older brother. You should listen to me for once. I'm recognizing your excellent performance this time. That's why I'm letting you participate in the discussion of major family affairs, so everyone can hear your opinion. If you don't come, of course I won't force you. Luan Yun felt conflicted. He felt it would be awkward not to go. He turned to Si Jin. Looks like I have to go. Si Jin just warned him. Be careful, brother. After his friend's warning, Luan Yun felt uneasy. He thought, my brother has set another trap, waiting for us to fall into it. Si Jin was also worried. He replied, although your brother is a detestable person, his methods are truly brilliant. His schemes are basically not conspiracies, but open plots. Every time, he tells us straight up that there's a trick, but we have no choice but to fall into the trap. Luan Yun said resolutely, that's why I hate it. This game of power, he's just relying on the strength of the Luan family. Si Jin said angrily. Strength? Don't I have strength? If he wants to play chess, then I'll use my strength to defeat him. At worst, I'll just flip the whole chessboard. Isn't he most afraid of the board being flipped? Seeing Si Jin's anger, Luan Yun felt a sense of satisfaction. He smiled lightly and waved goodbye. Si Jin and Shui Zhao smiled. They waved him off. I wish you all the best. Another person came to invite Si Jin for a trip to the Shui family estate. In the outskirts of the imperial city, the Shui family residence. Shui Zhao walked with Si Jin. Shui Zhao said, I'm so sorry. Our family has shallow roots, and our financial resources are not strong enough. We couldn't afford property within the imperial city, so we can only pretend to be rich here in the suburbs. Si Jin replied, this is good too. Green mountains and clear waters. And you can avoid prying eyes. The terrain is flat in all 4 directions. You just need to station a few people, and you can monitor the entire area around the residence. It's impossible to sneak in without alerting you, right? Shui Zhao replied, you're not wrong. But compared to the practical effect, the attitude we display is more important. The Shui family is weak and powerless. By acting so cautiously, afraid of being watched, out here in the suburbs. In the eyes of the big shots, we're probably not even as good as stray dogs in the imperial capital. Shui Zhao added a warning, but we have to let them know that even stray dogs know how to bite. Si Jin cheerfully entered the gate with him. He said, so this is where you're hiding, in this remote suburb. No wonder the student council couldn't find Fong Ming. It seems he's here. Then the two of them went inside the estate. They saw an induction array. It turned out that the one he left at the door when he was brought here had reacted. In his room, Fong Ming had seen them. In the induction array, while cultivating the array, he set 7th rank. He was the leader that night. According to my investigation, although there are 6th and 7th rank experts in this residence, there's no one above that level. Otherwise, the array I left behind would have been discovered long ago. Fong Ming mused. Could it be just one person, Si Jin? He added, the more you do, the greater the chance of making a mistake. Even the Shui family doesn't understand such a simple principle. A small family that doesn't even have an 8th rank spirit master, yet they dare to bring people home so casually. He opened the door, noticing that the ceiling array on it was also very poor. Walking into the room, he said as he went, I can't hide here anymore. I have to leave before things get complicated. In the room, late at night, as Fong Ming walked, he saw 2 figures on guard. They had been discovered. They turned to look at him in fear. That kid ran out here. Fong Ming said, tell your family head that this place is no longer safe. I'll think of another way. However, I will still honor our agreement to forfeit the 3rd match. Tell him not to worry. One of them shouted loudly. What do you think the Shui family estate is? A place you can come and go as you please? He felt strange because he couldn't catch Fong Ming, even though he was standing right there. The 2 guards looked at each other, feeling strange and scared. Since when did my legs lose all feeling? It seemed their legs were caught in an array. They even felt like their legs were broken. They shouted, help! They tried to get up and leave, but it was hopeless. Fong Ming said, the wounds have been frozen. You won't bleed for now. You should hurry and report this and get someone to treat you. Otherwise, you might not just lose your legs, but your lives as well. The 2 men crawled in agony. One of them cried for help. Help! One said, I thought you were just a kid. I didn't expect you to be so vicious. Fong Ming heard everything from behind. He said, vicious? I just made the most effective choice. I clearly spared your lives, yet I'm still called vicious? I can't waste any more time here. If I don't leave now, it'll be too late. After saying that, he sighed and walked away. The next morning, someone shouted frantically, he's definitely going to find his way here soon. Could it be Fong Ming who found this place? A man was hiding in the bushes. He saw a figure running towards them. This is Chun Qinglin. He's the president of the Royal Cultivation Academy's Student Council. Could it be that I've been discovered? I can't believe he found me here. He thought, did he use the information networks of the Yin and Xia families? But he has no backing. As long as we're prepared and stop him at the gate, he won't be able to get in and find Fong Ming. Qinglin was probably looking for Fong Ming. With each step, he could feel the ground beneath him. Strange. He paused his steps. He thought, following Si Jin here, I found a rat hiding outside. Fong Ming must be here. Chun Qinglin walked on, saying angrily, Were you so stupid that you got caught, or so stupid that you betrayed me? Let me ask you clearly. He began to get angry. His hands clenched into fists. He resolved, I don't know if Fong Ming's secret has been exposed. To be safe, I'll kill everyone around here. He exploded with power. Ready for battle. In the meeting room with Si Jin and Xue Jiao, Xue Ming acknowledged, Brother Si Jin is truly a young hero. Xue Ming was the current family head. He continued gently. In the Imperial Martial Arts Tournament, you single-handedly stopped the attack launched by the demonized Qin Shao. You saved a lot of people. I was fortunate enough to be there at the time. It was truly impressive. Xue Zhao cheerfully recounted. After being demonized, Chun Zhao's strength far surpassed his original level. The masters there were as numerous as clouds, but they were all helpless against him. However, young brother Si Jin, whose realm didn't seem high, defeated him with his superb swordsmanship. This moved me deeply. Hearing what Xue Jiao said, Si Jin felt tired. He had nothing to say. The conversation between Xue Zhao and Xue Ming continued cheerfully. Xue Ming said, although Brother Si Jin acted in time to control Qin Shao, there were still unavoidable casualties at that time. And the person in charge of security, the only master present, was Gao Yuan. But he abandoned his duty to protect his son. Xue Zhao spoke up. The Gao family usually monopolizes power and enjoys the conveniences of their status, which is one thing. But when it was time for him to do his job, he completely failed. Speaking of which, the original target was his retainer. Before that, there was a murder case in the imperial capital. The culprit was clearly Chun Shao, but he was protected by the Gao family. Si Jin, isn't this hateful? Si Jin rested his chin on his hand. He sighed and said, the Gao family is indeed hateful. That's why I'm on the side that wants to overthrow the Gao family. It seems we're on the same path, then. Xue Ming replied, his hand moving close to Si Jin's face. You're absolutely right. We are all warriors who can't stand the corruption of the current court and are determined to use our own strength to make some changes. I'm just an ordinary student, Si Jin replied. Even if I have some strength, what right do I have to participate in the power struggles of the court? I'm just doing what I can. Xue Zhao said in confusion. Young brother Si Jin, why must you belittle yourself? Si Jin stopped him. He said, we've never met or had any contact before. Suddenly inviting me here and being so polite to me. Si Jin put his hand to his forehead, thinking, is it because of something Lin Wu said? Do I have to confirm it with a look again? As he sat and witnessed the conversation between Xue Ming and Xue Zhao, Si Jin thought, this Xue family. Neither Xue Ming nor Xue Zhao have the strength of a true expert. They have to get the other person's approval before they dare to speak. This habit of reading people's faces has become second nature to them after doing it for so long. Si Jin clasped his hands and thought further. If the Gao family falls and is replaced by this group, I really don't know who's better and who's worse. Xue Zhao cupped his hands. He confessed, I dare not hide it. I already know that you are the son of Spirit Venerable Ce and Rwandai. The young master of the Luen family told us this. He must trust us, and at the same time, he's testing our thoughts. He added, if in the future you could say a few good words for our Xue family before His Majesty, it would surely help us gain a firm foothold in the court. Si Jin thought, is that all? He said, I figure that when Luan Yu told you my secret, that I'm the Spirit Master's son, it was because he was certain you two wouldn't live to spread it. Si Jin rested his chin on his hand. He continued to think, since Luan Yu called me here, he must have a purpose. If he's looking for trouble with me, it means something bad will happen to me by coming here. Something that could even threaten my safety. Judging from the spiritual power radiating from those two from the Xie family, they're probably 7th tier. Both Xie Zhao and Xie Ming turned their gazes toward him. Si Jin looked at the 7th tier Xie family members, who were on the same level as Gao Kai Jin, the guy he fought when he first enrolled. Back then, if I had fought without holding back, although I wasn't sure I could win, it wasn't like I had no chance of beating him. Si Jin closed his eyes. Considering my current self, if I were to fight Xie Ming and Xie Zhao, I would definitely win easily. He imagined himself fighting the 2 Xie family members. Luan Yu's plan must be to kill with a borrowed knife. But the threat doesn't come from the 2 people in front of me. Finally, he deduced that the only variable was Fong Ming. Having figured everything out, Si Jin continued, Sirs, May I ask if Fong Ming is a guest at your residence? Xie Ming said calmly. That's right. To be honest with you, I originally planned to ambush Fong Ming to make the student council lose to you. But perhaps he had his own difficulties. Xie Zhao added, we hadn't even made a move on Fong Ming. He came here with us voluntarily. It seems he has other plans. Si Jin smiled and said, if that's the case, could you let me meet and talk with him? Xie Ming replied happily, no problem. Please follow me. He then led Si Jin to the meeting room. As they were leaving, they received news from a guard who rushed over to report. Something that surprised everyone. Someone whispered something into Xie Zhao's ear. It made him panic. Si Jin saw this. He sighed and said, as expected, a problem has occurred. What kind of person is this Luin Yu? Is he some kind of godlike strategist? How did I manage to provoke such a troublesome person? Xie Ming seemed to have something difficult to say. Seeing this, Si Jin said, if you two have something inconvenient to discuss, please go ahead and handle it. Don't mind me. I could just wait here. Si Jin, since they were hiding something. Ever since the two messengers arrived, he figured that Xie Ming and Xie Zhao left in two different directions. One towards the back courtyard, the other towards the main gate. You don't even need to guess. He continued to piece things together. First, Fong Ming has run away. Second, Chun Xinlin has arrived. He felt something was off. But what does this have to do with me? I could just be a bystander. At worst, Chun Xinlin will take Fong Ming back. We'll just continue with the third match. What's there to be afraid of? Coming to the academy to study and meeting so many masters, I've finally discovered my own problem. My understanding of the power level divisions in this world is wrong. And the way I channel spiritual power is also different from others. That's why I always thought my strength was only around a fourth tier. He imagined various scenarios. He imagined this realm was like a wall in a web novel. After breaking through that wall, you break through to the next realm, and your strength would increase dramatically. But that's not actually the case. This world doesn't actually have realm divisions. These realms are just reference points created by the first spirit master for the sake of scientific cultivation. They're divided based on the strongest spirit art one can use. And the higher the tier, the larger the range of strength within that same tier might be. Therefore, the difficulty of reaching the next tier also increases. And Chun Xiao, Chun Qinglin, Xie Ming, Xie Zhao, and Gao Kaijin are all 7th tier, but their strengths are worlds apart. A rough calculation. It might be like this. He tried to draw a realm scale in his head to rank each person. At the same time, he thought, because I've always followed my mother's teachings, I've always considered mastering spell formations without a catalyst as the most basic standard. So I always thought I could only use 3rd and 4th tier spirit arts, and thus only had 3rd or 4th tier strength. What if I used the standard of spell casting techniques? He then used the casting technique for the 5th tier ice system, War God's Pond. For him, 5th tier was easy. Then, he used the next technique, the 6th tier wind system, Heavenly Dragon Cyclone. And then, the 7th tier fire system, Torch Dragon. Using this technique required immense concentration. After finishing the technique, he let out a sigh of relief. He thought again, so that's how it is. I can also use 7th tier spirit arts stably. Working backwards then, when I enrolled, I already had a spiritual power level of 6th tier or higher. No wonder the spiritual power stone used in the new student test almost shattered. Compared to the usual situation of those who don't surpass the 4th rank, I've already exceeded the meter's limit. Si Jin closed his eyes and thought of his parents. He said, oh, Mom and Dad, I used to think that old man was just very cunning. When he practiced swords with me, he'd easily get serious and refuse to admit defeat. A few times, he nearly beat me to death. But I always saw Mom as a gentle and virtuous ordinary person. Then he had a dark thought. It turns out Mom is a liar too. Suddenly, my worldview, no wonder they wanted me to enroll in the academy to learn common knowledge. But couldn't they have just told me this common knowledge directly? He shouted in frustration. If you don't want to raise kids, don't have them. Could it be that my birth was an accident? He imagined his parents being affectionate with each other. They had quite a carefree personality. He thought, with their personalities, the spirit venerable's child being an accident is highly possible. Then he sat down on the chair. He crossed his arms and said, suddenly discovering I'm a 7th rank expert. My self-confidence has soared. I might as well stay here and see how things unfold. After all, if it comes to a real fight, I'm not weak. Behind his confidence was a pensive expression. He thought, I'm also curious about what Luan Wu's real game is. If I continue to stay here, what reason would Chen Qinglin have to be forced to fight me? The scene changes to the home of the two brothers, Luan Wu and Luan Yun. Walking behind, Luan Yun asked, Brother, did you cause some trouble for Si Jin again? Luan Wu turned and smiled faintly. Then he said, that fool from Shui family rushed to the academy. You also know that Fong Ming is in their hands. Chen Qinglin will definitely follow and cause a scene. Hearing this, Luan Yun became worried. He quickly explained to his brother, that may be true, but that's a grudge between Chen Qinglin and the Shui family. Even if Si Jin is there, how could he get involved? His brother replied, whether Chen Qinglin fights with Si Jin or not depends on Fong Ming's intentions. Hearing this, the younger brother became worried. His eyes widened. He asked in surprise, Fong Ming? I really don't understand. From all the clues, he probably left with the Shui family willingly. Could it be that he betrayed Chen Qinglin? Luan Yun continued to ask. I heard they're close friends who have known each other for years, and even grew up together. Why on earth would he do that? Luan Wu said, their fates were intertwined from the moment they met, heading towards a tragic direction. Fong Ming's betrayal is just a small act of resistance for Chen Qinglin's future. Luan Yun said angrily, Chen Qinglin is a complete, out-of-control madman, but he's incredibly respectful to you. He works for you. What does he need from you? His brother could only reply, nothing. Meanwhile, Shui Zhao hurriedly followed his subordinate. He asked seriously, how many people did Chen Qinglin injure? But the soldier himself didn't know, so he stammered. The injured? He immediately got angry. He scolded, you don't even know the most basic situation and you've come to report? The subordinate trembled. He pointed to the person standing outside the door. He gathered all his courage and replied, no, my lord. Look, what injured people? That kid didn't leave anyone alive. Just then, Chen Qinglin walked in. His face was full of anger. Behind him, the scene was like a living nightmare. The air was thick with the stench of blood and death, as if the Grim Reaper had just passed by, leaving the horrific mark of a brutal killer. The horrifying scene before him made Shui Zhao's face turn pale. His heart was in turmoil and panic. All the guards outside have been. He couldn't hold it in anymore. He roared in fury. Chen Qinglin, do you know what you're doing? How dare you go on a killing spree so openly? Are you tired of living? He curled his lip into a smile and looked at Shui Zhao with a mocking expression. He said softly, from your tone, it seems you want to kill me, but based on your strength, can you do it? Chen Qinglin, I know you are young and talented. Although you're only in your teens, you already have 7th rank strength. Even with so many teachers at the academy, none of them seem to be your match. Shui Zhao replied with a faint smile. At the same time, he clasped his hands behind his back and signaled to a nearby subordinate. The soldier immediately understood. He quickly acted on the command. Meanwhile, Shui Zhao tried to use clever words to distract Chen Qinglin. But even if we are of the same realm, you are currently on my territory. I can wear down your stamina. I won't fight you head on. I'll wait for the masters in my clan to arrive. They will surely be able to capture you. At that time, but before he could finish, he suddenly froze. His face was filled with alarm. Chen Qinglin had been one step ahead. He swiftly dashed past him and grabbed the subordinate. He knocked him unconscious while issuing a warning. He threatened, first, based on your strength, you can't even wear me down. Second, I think there are no other living masters left in your place. Third, I already intended to wipe out your entire Shui family. I won't spare any. One. After speaking, Chen Qinglin turned back. He glanced at Shui Zhao with a challenging look. Then he continued in a firm voice. So of course, no one else will know that I did it. Hearing those words, Shui Zhao felt extremely angry. He clenched his jaw. He shouted through gritted teeth, you little brat. Just then, Chen Qinglin suddenly rushed forward. He swiftly cast a spell. While in action, he didn't forget to mock. What a pity. You built your residence in the suburbs to conveniently do some things you didn't want others to see. But did you ever think that if your entire clan was wiped out, there wouldn't even be a witness to see the killer? Meanwhile, on Fong Ming's side, he seemed to have known this would happen, so he didn't show any panic. He calmly exclaimed, as expected, he found me. This Shui family is truly idiotic. Suddenly, Fong Ming realized something. He thought, after this, they'll really be dead. The dead I just mentioned happens to have a double meaning. As he turned away, Fong Ming thought to himself, I can't delay any longer. With Chen Qinglin's speed, he'll catch up to me soon. Suddenly, he paused for a few seconds. Then he looked ahead thoughtfully. He suddenly realized the perception array I left at the back gate has been broken. At this moment, he was extremely surprised. Someone's here, and it's a master. Could it be a master that Chen Qinglin found? But then, Fong Ming breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't expect him to find help. It seems my leaving him has really angered him. This time, I can't guarantee a 100% escape. I'll go back to the room and find Si Jin. I just need to avoid Xue Meng's pursuit. While thinking, Fong Ming hurried back to the room to meet Si Jin and prepare for the next situation. Meanwhile, Si Jin was sitting in a room. He was sipping a cup of tea with a very relaxed expression. After taking a sip, he smiled contentedly and commented, This tea is not bad. The Xue family is so meek on the outside, but on the inside, they enjoy life as much as anyone. At the same time, Fong Ming walked in. This surprised Si Jin somewhat. He spoke up and asked, I thought you had already left. Fong Ming calmly sat down. He explained in a soft voice, I was about to leave, but someone came to the back mountain. I don't know their strength, but I'm sure they're a master. To avoid trouble, I came back here. Si Jin immediately said, Chen Qinglin has come for you. You could just wait for him here. No need to think of ways to run anymore. Fong Ming's eyes showed a hint of sadness. His voice dropped. The person I want to avoid is the president. Si Jin asked in surprise, Why? Weren't you captured by the Xue family? Fong Ming immediately replied, No, you've misunderstood. I originally wanted to use the Xue family to hide me, to get me away, so the president couldn't find me. But in the end, the president still found out. I can only blame this Xue family for not being careful enough in their actions. They have no ability, yet they want too much. Fong Ming continued in a somber tone. Seeing Fong Ming's slightly sad expression but calm voice and strange way of speaking made Si Jin feel a bit stunned. He wondered, why is his way of speaking so strange? What is the relationship between these two? Could there be some crucial detail that I don't know? Then he spoke seriously. You think the person in the back mountain is an assistant Chen Qinglin found, and a master at that. Can you guess who it is? Fong Ming replied, I don't know. The president is a strange person. He has no friends. He's incredibly strong and just happens to be here. I can only think of someone who received news from the president and came here. Someone with shared interests. With the president. Hearing this, Si Jin thought with some tension. The Luan family? No, that's not right. There's no need to be so roundabout. Besides, Luan Wu's intention is that the Luan family won't directly get involved in this matter. Then it can't be the Yin or Xia families either. A minor family hoping to protect the Gao family? Fong Ming immediately said, You're very close to the answer, but because the answer is so close, you can't guess it. Only then did Si Jin realize with surprise. So that's how it is. The ones who want to protect the Gao family the most are the Gao family themselves. Meanwhile, at the Xue family estate, Gao Shan was standing outside. He was observing intently and thinking deeply. He looked up. His gaze was fixed on the house. He opened his mouth and asked, Which family is the Xue family? Suddenly, a voice rang out. Gao Shan, what are you doing here? At that moment, Xue Ming was also there with two other people. Gao Shan smiled. He said cheerfully, I'm in charge of security for the southern district of the imperial capital. We're on the same side. I received news that someone has kidnapped a student from the Royal Cultivation Academy in the city. They might be hiding here. He continued cheerfully to Xue Ming. You know, the Gao family is in a bit of a difficult situation right now. Our father can't leave, but protecting the imperial city is ultimately the responsibility of our Gao family. So, I volunteered to come and check things out. I didn't expect you to be here before me. This made Xue Ming a little surprised and wary. Gao Shan laughed loudly and continued, Truly a pillar of the nation. Compared to you, the old me was just a decadent playboy, bearing the Gao family name, but not doing anything useful for the family. Then he hesitated. I remember your name is. Xue Ming cautiously introduced himself. I am Xue Ming. Immediately, Gao Shan's attitude changed. His face became tense and angry. He said in a loud voice, So it's you. As a member of the city guard, you knowingly break the law. Moreover, you're just a dog that wants to bite its master." After saying that, he squeezed Shui Ming's arm tightly. This caused the man's face to show pain as he thought, "This person has ill intentions." Shui Ming tried to pull his hand away, but couldn't. "I can't pull my hand out. What's going on? Isn't he just a third-rank waste who was expelled from the academy?" The two subordinates saw this and panicked. They rushed forward, shouting in unison, "What do you want to do?" Then both of them rushed in to hold Gao Shun back. They tried to separate him from Shui Ming. "Let go." But Gao Shun held on very tightly. He even said, "You're the ones who should let go. Don't you know your own status?" "Commoners." Immediately after, he cast a spell. He shouted angrily, "Don't put your filthy hands on my clothes." The energy released by Gao Shun surprised Shui Ming. A flame of this scale and power is not at the third-rank level at all. How can this be? What realm is he in? Seeing Gao Shun defeat his two subordinates in a flash, Shui Ming was stunned. His mind was spinning with a series of questions. Sixth rank? No, that's not right. It seems to be only fifth rank. No, wait. Now it feels like seventh rank. The current situation was truly precarious. Shui Ming also began to cast a spell. He thought to himself, such an unstable realm. Is he using some kind of evil art? But no matter what, I can't lose to him. Meanwhile, in Si Jin's room, he was sitting with Fong Ming. The two sat in silence. Each was enjoying their own cup of tea. The atmosphere was strangely calm and quiet. Si Jin thought to himself, "This is bad. I'm not very close with him. Sitting like this is a bit awkward. This guy seems to be very mysterious. Even if I try to talk to him, I definitely won't get anything out of him." Si Jin hesitated, about to say a few words, when Fong Ming interjected. "I said it just now. I willingly followed the Shui family's people to avoid the president." Feeling a bit curious, Si Jin immediately asked, "Why would you do that?" Fong Ming's voice suddenly dropped. He replied, "The president, Chun Qinglin, is a very talented person. He should have a bright future." Si Jin immediately refuted, "Although we are rivals now, I admit his strength is indeed astonishing. But his personality," Fong Ming calmly replied, "that's not his true nature. His current crazy and erratic behavior is all an act. It's to make everyone afraid of him, to the point where they don't want to have any relationship with him." This made Si Jin extremely surprised. He asked again to be sure. "You're saying he deliberately isolates everyone? A lone wolf?" At this moment, Fong Ming was a little angry. He clenched the hem of his clothes. His voice became firm as he said, "It's all because of my relationship with him. That's why I want to leave him. Only then can he relax and be himself." Si Jin continued to ask, "What exactly is in your past? Why are you so entangled with each other? Do you have some secret that you can't let others know?" Fong Ming fell silent, lost in thought. After a long while, he finally spoke. "You'll know when he gets here. I apologize in advance. I'll have to use you to help me hold them off later." As soon as he finished speaking, Chun Qinglin suddenly burst in. He was covered in bloodstains. He suddenly shouted angrily, "Fong Ming, so you are here." He turned to Si Jin and said loudly, "What does this have to do with you?" Si Jin quickly shook his head. He quickly denied it. "Nothing. Do I look like someone who can order nobles around?" Then he looked at Fong Ming. His voice softened. "Come back with me." Fong Ming glared at him. He said coldly, "To prevent me from running away in the chaos. Didn't you call for help? It's a bit rude to leave before your help arrives." Suddenly, Gao Shen appeared. He laughed loudly and said, "Fong Ming is the only one in the student council who could be considered normal. As expected, you understand etiquette very well. Chun Qinglin, you should go learn from him." This startled Si Jin. "Gao Shun, is that him?" Just now, Fong Ming said Shui Ming was dead. He came from the back door, and Gao Shun came from the same direction. Could it be that he took care of Shui Ming? Suddenly, Gao Shun looked at Si Jin. He smiled and said, "Si Jin, what a small world. I didn't expect you to be here, too. It seems we're fated to meet." Chun Qinglin's voice warned, "If you want to reminisce, take your time. I'm not interested in your affairs. Since I found Fong Ming, I'll be taking him with me." Immediately, the cunning Gao Shun suddenly made a proposal. "I'll help you block the door. You should help me with something too, right? Let's team up and kill Si Jin." Gao Shun glanced at Si Jin with extremely arrogant eyes. He continued in a boastful tone, "Things have gotten very complicated now. Let's just settle everything here. Now that you're taking Fong Ming back, you don't still want to continue fighting him, do you? Just get rid of him, and Luan Wu will surely be very pleased. Taking advantage of the moment, Gao Shan was rambling on about his plan. Si Jin secretly observed the situation. Suddenly, he drew his gun. He raised it and fired 2 consecutive shots. Each bullet exploded in the air, releasing a brilliant flame. But Gao Shan had anticipated this situation. He timely cast a spell. He cast a spell to block Si Jin's attack. He smirked. His eyes showed clear contempt. Still the same old tricks. Suddenly, Si Jin swung his sword. He leaped high into the air. Gao Shan couldn't help but feel smug. He looked down on his opponent. You attack at the slightest disagreement. I won't fall for that again. Si Jin charged forward. He launched an attack. He shouted, Fallen Moon. Gao Shan immediately countered with a move of his own. The two clashed fiercely. Their strengths were evenly matched. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared. It grazed past Gao Shan's neck, leaving a few small cuts. It was Chun Qinglin's move. He had taken advantage of the chaos to launch a sneak attack from behind Si Jin. But the attack missed. This made Chun Qinglin think to himself, Zulfust. He turned his head back. He smiled mockingly and said, You actually managed to dodge that. Your reaction speed and combat awareness are not bad. After that, the two of them engaged in a tense battle. This time, Si Jin seemed a bit exhausted and was sent flying by Chun Qinglin. He slammed hard against the wall. Just then, Si Jin realized something. Lightning-type spiritual art. But this method of use is very special. He's actually using the lightning element to enhance his physical techniques. Not only can he burst out with instantaneous speed, he can also send an electric current into the object he hits, creating a paralyzing effect from the electricity. Moreover, what surprises me even more is Gao Shan. Si Jin stared intently at him and thought to himself, his strength is even higher than Gao Shan and Gao Kai. How did he do it? At the same time, Gao Shan suddenly spoke up. Still fighting back without fear? Why not just accept a quick death? Avoid the pain. Hearing the provocative words, Si Jin was extremely angry. He secretly calculated in his heart. Chun Qinglin's spiritual art strength is vaguely a level higher than mine. But if our methods were the same, even against one of them, him or Gao Shan, I'm confident I could win. But in the current situation, I can't win. Suddenly, Si Jin turned to Fong Ming and asked, You two, come and give me a hand. Immediately, Fong Ming stood up. His demeanor was relaxed, extremely calm. He slowly walked forward. His eyes were sharp, but he was in no hurry, ready to face any challenge before him. This made Gao Shan wonder, what's the situation? Chun Qinglin quickly spoke up. Fong Ming, you still want to pose me? You even want to fight me? Fong Ming calmly replied, Actually, I've suspected for a long time. I feel that leaving you is the best choice. This made Chun Qinglin furious. He scolded, I won't allow you to make your own decisions. You have no right to decide whether you stay or go. Just then, Gao Shan also interjected. Whatever is going on between you two can wait. Can we get to the main business first? Chun Qinglin, if that companion of yours wants to help Si Jin, then I won't show any mercy. Chun Qinglin immediately glanced over to warn Gao Shan. You dare. Meanwhile, Si Jin said to his companion, Fong Ming, are you hiding your strength? Are you actually like them, already at the 7th rank? As long as you team up with me to defeat them, you can be on your way. Fong Ming immediately replied, If I go all out, of course I have the strength of a 7th rank, but a 2-on-2 fight risks defeat, so I won't do that. Si Jin had to plead with him. Then if you have any trump cards, use them now. Otherwise, I'm done for. Then suddenly, Chun Qinglin shouted, Fong Ming, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Witnessing the power before them, both Gao Shan and Si Jin couldn't help but be surprised. This is, Fong Ming continued. Si Jin, as you can see, this is my secret. I am of the Demon Clan. Instantly, Fong Ming's appearance completely changed. A purple flame erupted around him, and strange features grew on his face. But with it came a powerful and terrifying energy. At this moment, Gao Shan couldn't contain his excitement. He shouted, Excellent. A demon hiding in the human world. As long as I capture you, the Gao family will have achieved a great merit. Chun Qinglin quickly became vigilant. He opened his mouth to threaten. Since you've discovered that Fong Ming is a demon, then I can only kill you to silence you. Since everything was exposed, Si Jin had to give up. Well then, goodbye. Fong Ming had now returned to his original form. He said, Chen Qinglin. Stop. I want to leave. After saying that, Fong Ming turned and left. That Gao Shun kept shouting to stop him, but he couldn't move because Fong Ming had cast the delayed quagmire spiritual art. It trapped Gao Shun, Chun Qinglin, and Si Jin. In the end, all three of them, none could persuade Fong Ming. Gao Shun was furious. He was a bit reluctant, but he had to give up. He let it go and returned to the main issue at hand. Gao Shun took a deep breath. His eyes were sharp and decisive. He declared, I'll deal with you two first. At this moment, three young men were standing here. First, Si Jin. He came from an extraordinary background, but had always trained in seclusion, having lived through 2 lifetimes. He understood that only by becoming strong could he live a life without regrets. And next was Gao Shun, a man of noble birth, with no obstacles. He lived a life of debauchery. Only now did he understand that only with strength could he protect himself. Finally, there was Chun Qinglin, a man of common, even humble, origins. He climbed to his current high position by stepping on the bodies of the defeated. At this moment, all three of them felt it at the same time. No, it should be said they smelled the scent of a wild beast. It was the aura of hatred felt from the depths of a dying soul. It was the result of everything one had turning to nothing, making all of life's efforts meaningless. To avoid the fate of death, one must kill the other two. No one here had the strength to take on 2 at once. Should one strike first or strike later? Just one wrong choice could make one the target of a siege and be killed in an instant. In this tense situation, the one who remained confident and composed would be the strongest. So, kill the strongest one first. The final battle had begun. The thrilling and intense moments were approaching. Suddenly, Gao Shun charged at Chun Qinglin. Looking over, Chun Qinglin realized that to counter Gao Shun, he could only use lightning flash. Chun Qinglin thought to himself, by using the lightning-fast current to draw a movement trajectory, I can circle behind you in an instant. As soon as the two clashed, a huge force exploded. Si Jin prepared to receive the blow. He said confidently, there is no principle of spiritual art that I cannot see through. Meanwhile, Gao Shun was being attacked from 2 sides. He thought, if that's the case, then I can't let you surround me. Gao Shun charged forward to attack Chun Qinglin. Quickly, he used lightning flash to counter. Not to be outdone, Gao Shun immediately retaliated with another powerful move. Gao Family Flame Art. Peony Sparrow Spirit. Chun Qinglin hurriedly defended himself. He deployed the lightning shield. Then he suddenly shouted loudly, unleashing a fierce power. However, Si Jin quickly intervened. He blocked Chun Qinglin's move. At this moment, he thought to himself, such a fast sword. It can even cut through formless flames. Si Jin suddenly rushed forward. He swung his sword continuously, not giving his opponent time to make a move. A very tense and dramatic battle. Chun Qinglin was suddenly a little frightened by the fierce power from his opponent. Si Jin attacked relentlessly. At the same time, he said, let's add a little more difficulty to this lightning-type spiritual art you control. Si Jin's words were like a shock. It made Chun Qinglin clearly feel the increasing pressure of the battle. He quickly regained his composure. Chun Qinglin shouted angrily, bring out all your tricks. Do you think your little tricks can really trouble me? He had dodged the attack, which surprised Si Jin a little. Suddenly, Gao Shun leaped high into the air. He launched a surprise attack from behind Chun Qinglin with a powerful blow. He shouted, Gao Family Flame Art. Only then did he turn his head in alarm. He thought, not good. He risked increasing the distance between us to use that secret blink shield technique of his. But by increasing the distance, you've exposed yourself. You've fallen right in my trap. Before he could be smug for long, Si Jin suddenly rushed forward. He deployed an ice prison, freezing Chun Qinglin's entire body solid. Immediately, Gao Shun launched a move from behind. With a loud shout, a terrifying explosion erupted. A dazzling light and a deafening sound echoed everywhere. Gao Shun stood amidst the chaotic scene. He laughed triumphantly. He felt that victory was within his grasp. In the hazy smoke, Si Jin suddenly had a bad feeling. He thought, something's wrong. Before he could react, a powerful blow suddenly struck. It knocked both Gao Shun and Si Jin to the ground. It was Chun Qinglin who had struck. Under the dim light of the rubble, Chen Qinglin stood firm. He appeared with a look of resilience. His face revealed a sinister expression. He slowly walked out and curled his lip into a mocking smile. Fools! The damage was not light. Both Gao Shun and Si Jin coughed up some blood. In that moment, Si Jin thought to himself, 2 against 1, and we still couldn't kill him. I didn't expect him to seize the opportunity and land an effective attack on us. Is it because we lacked the determination to kill, so our previous attacks weren't at full strength? No, whether it was me or Gao Shan, we both chose the most effective method we could think of at the time. The only mistake was that my ice-type spiritual art helped him block Gao Shan's fire-type spiritual art, and Gao Shan's fire-type spiritual art broke the control of my ice-type spiritual art. This situation was most likely a trap he lured us into. Then he took advantage of the opening in the moment we thought our attack had succeeded to counterattack. If that's the case, his strategic thinking is a step ahead of ours. No, that's not right. It's not just that. Even I wouldn't dare to think of that. Although we were prepared to kill, he was one step ahead of us, prepared to be killed. Chen Qinglin glanced over and sneered. He taunted, "Waste. You betray people quickly." Gao Shen struggled to resist. Chen Qinglin, are you saying you didn't intend to kill me just now? Everyone just plays the situation. He turned to Si Jin. Chen Qinglin continued. You seem a bit calmer than Gao Shan, so your injuries aren't severe enough. Si Jin, despite being in a dangerous situation, was secretly carrying out a plan. First, I need to push out the electric current Chen Qinglin sent into my body. With his last effort, Si Jin tried to talk to distract him. Chen Qinglin, we don't actually need to fight. We are all promising young people. Why must we fight to the death here? Chen Qinglin immediately guessed Si Jin's plan. You want to stall for time to recover from your injuries. Si Jin immediately retorted. If you didn't need to recover from your injuries yourself, with your personality, would you still be here wasting words with us? That last exchange was just you, in a desperate situation, willing to trade injuries for life. Although we were injured, you didn't exactly come out ahead. Chen Qinglin burst out laughing. Arrogance was evident in his eyes. He continued, even so, it proves that I am far stronger than you. At this time, Gao Shun had stabilized his condition. He quickly stood up with a determined expression. He shouted, showing off so soon? We've already suffered a loss once. As long as we're more careful, are you afraid we can't kill you? Meanwhile, Si Jin thought to himself, Gao Shun is right. As long as we're more careful, Chen Qinglin will surely die. But after Chen Qinglin is dead, Gao Shun and I will be in a truly irreconcilable situation. We will definitely have to fight to the death. The problem is Chen Qinglin's desperate counterattack. I don't know what kind of damage it will cause to the two of us. If one of us is seriously injured, then after Chen Qinglin is dead, the next one will be him. Chen Qinglin retorted to Gao Shan. That's right, you can kill me. Of course, I will fight back desperately. And there's one more condition, that the two of you truly remain united like this forever. After hearing him speak, Gao Shan was a little panicked. It was as if his inner intentions had been discovered. Si Jin, standing outside the conversation, pondered. Chen Qinglin's words have pointed out the problem. That fool Gao Shun already has other ideas in his heart. But if both he and I want to avoid being seriously injured while fighting Chen Qinglin and are cautiously on guard during the attack, then the one who falls first might be one of us. Chen Qinglin's tactic is truly brilliant. If that's the case, suddenly, Si Jin spoke up to negotiate. Chen Qinglin, I have no prejudice against the demon clan. If you just want to protect Fong Ming's secret, I can agree not to tell anyone. It's just, as he spoke, Si Jin glanced at Gao Shun, who was clearly angry. Gao Shun interjected, criticizing loudly. Si Jin, what do you mean? You want to turn the tables on me? You petty man. Then he turned to rally an ally. Chen Qinglin, you and Si Jin have a great feud. Moreover, he's the one with the opposing stance to us right now. If you help me deal with him, consider it a favor I owe you. As for Fong Ming's matter, you naturally don't need to worry. As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Shan suddenly coughed a few times. It seemed that the severe damage from the previous vicious blow had significantly weakened his vitality. In the face of life and death, no promise is trustworthy. Whether it was Si Jin or Gao Shan, their promises regarding Fong Ming's secret were not to be trusted by Chen Qinglin. But the situation remained unchanged. Si Jin and Gao Shan had to go all out to kill Chen Qinglin. But Chen Qinglin's resistance could very well cause one of them to be more seriously injured. No one wanted to be the one seriously injured, so they had to be on guard. But if both of them were on guard, they couldn't kill Chen Qinglin. It might even give Chen Qinglin an opportunity to kill one of them. The situation returned to the beginning. Anyone could die in this chaotic situation. To find a new order in the chaos, one needed to ensure the situation was within one's grasp. So they could only return to the initial line of thought. If there's no way to kill, the strongest one, then kill. The weakest one first. In just a moment, Gao Shan understood that he had become the prey of the two people in front of him. The one who struck first was still Chen Qinglin. But Si Jin didn't act like before, coordinating with one of them to create the most solid killing formation. Is Si Jin's way of thinking. But it's not just that. In Si Jin's heart, there had always been a doubt. In such a short period of time, how did Gao Shan's level increase so much? At this moment, Chen Qinglin excitedly launched a move to finish off Gao Shan. However, Gao Shan retorted without any fear. The one who should die is you. 7th rank, spiritual art. Suddenly, Si Jin inserted himself into the middle of their fight. Seizing this opportunity, he unleashed the waning moon, lingering heart, full moon technique to end the battle. His intervention surprised Chen Qinglin. This kid can actually burst out with such speed. Underestimated him. On the other side, Gao Shan was also very stunned. Jumping into the chaos, he really knows how to pick his moment. But it's also within my expectations. I'll kill you too. But both of their predictions were wrong, because in that instant, Si Jin suddenly disappeared for no reason. It turned out he had cleverly moved to another spot. If it were Chen Qinglin, he probably heard from Yin Tin. With his speed, he could probably dodge it, but Gao Shan might not be able to. Now, between them, 2 grenades were being detonated. And then, a huge explosion occurred, just as Si Jin had expected. The shockwave shattered the ground. Chen Qinglin witnessed it and immediately judged. This is the secret weapon Si Jin mentioned to Yin Tin, the flowing thunder grenade. The spiritual power fluctuation is even smaller than a 1st rank spiritual art. But its destructive power is close to a peak 5th rank spiritual art. A perverted weapon that can be released several times in an instant but causes no harm to Si Jin, a grenade. But isn't this fire-type damage? Why is it called thunder? Even the name is meant to deceive the enemy. This kid Si Jin is too sinister. Si Jin, on the other side, seemed a bit thoughtful. Gao Shan couldn't dodge it. With his strength, he shouldn't have been able to defend against it. But why is he still alive? From within the fierce flames, a familiar figure gradually emerged. Gao Shan had taken the full force of the explosion, but was not exhausted at all. He arrogantly declared, "No one can harm a member of the Gao family with ordinary flames. The fire of the Gao family is the supreme fire element. A mere flame is nothing but food for me." As soon as he finished speaking, he absorbed all the fire created by Si Jin, which greatly alarmed him. He absorbed the flames. So that's it. Gao Shan has a way to absorb other people's fire-type spiritual power for his own use. The information Elder Yin gave me before about many fire-type spiritual masters in the Imperial City being attacked. It was this guy. That old fox only told me half of it. After absorbing the flames, Gao Shan's body gradually formed a suit of fire armor, the armor of the fire god. Witnessing his power, Si Jin actually seemed quite excited. This is no joke. Chen Qinglin couldn't help but be stunned. A peak 7th rank spiritual art. Is he even stronger than me and Si Jin? Now, Gao Shan flew into a rage and roared. "You think I'm the weakest among you? You want to kill me, relying on just you 2 unknown juniors? In the face of the noble bloodline of the Gao family. In the face of the talent inherited from the Gao family's ancestors. In the face of the results of my determination to become stronger. You all must die." In a fit of rage, he rushed to attack the 2 of them. Just then, he suddenly realized something was wrong. It turned out Si Jin had cleverly created a giant water hammer to counterattack. "You seem too agitated, so I'm putting out the fire for you." Immediately, he controlled the water hammer to smash directly onto Gao Shan's head. He asserted, "1 hit might not knock you out, so let's add 3 more. Si Jin's counterattack made him furious. In this moment, he thought to himself, It was hard enough to create this distance. Using an array to cast a high-level spiritual art with greater perfection but less consumption is the only way to end this battle decisively. He had to resort to a combined spiritual art. Not just one water hammer, but now 3 of them descended on Gao Shan's head. Seeing this, he unleashed a huge flame to counterattack. You still dare to look down on me? Then I'll kill you first. Suddenly, Jin spoke up to stop him. Wait a minute. Hearing this, Gao Shan said, "Isn't it a bit late to beg for mercy now? You can regret it slowly." But he never expected that just a few seconds later, a large amount of water would pour down on him from nowhere. Jin witnessed this and couldn't stop laughing. Go on, show off. You think you're fine after burning my giant water hammer? Why not burn a little more and make it evaporate completely? Chen Qinglin, standing nearby, was stunned. This is too tragic. Gao Shan's performance just now was a complete joke. The psychological impact of this will probably make him die of embarrassment just thinking about it. Jin mocked. Now, the boiling water evaporating looks just like you're steaming with anger. Hearing his insult, he suddenly launched a fatal blow. Fortunately, Jin still managed to detect it in time and quickly dodged. Even though he had moved to another spot, he was still relentlessly pursued and attacked. 5th rank spiritual art. To counter this blow, he had to use the waning moon, lingering heart style. Jin's move luckily managed to evade all of Gao Shan's attacks. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Qinglin gradually joined the battle. He launched a kick at Gao Shan, but it was still useless. However, when he looked again, Gao Shan's fire god body had taken a large wound. But that wound quickly healed. His ability made Chen Qinglin feel very uneasy. As expected, it's not a physical body. A peak 7th rank spiritual art, the Flame Demon. It has fused Gao Shan's fire-type spiritual power and his physical body's concept together. Until he exhausts all his spiritual power, there's no way to kill him. An ordinary person cultivating spiritual arts can only reach the entry-level 5th rank through arduous practice. Even so, only the outstanding can use large-scale damaging spiritual arts. And those with the talent to surpass the 5th rank continue to grow stronger, perhaps even 1 in 10,000, ascending to the 9th rank and becoming a true, peerless expert. And starting from the 5th rank, the gap between each level is enormous. The further one goes, the more distant the end of cultivation becomes. Many people with brilliant talent can only stop at the mid-level 7th rank. Only those who can use peak 7th rank spiritual arts can truly escape the category of mortals, with the ability to control spiritual power, reaching a state of perfection, perfectly fusing spiritual power and the physical body. The self is the spiritual art, and the spiritual art is the self. As long as spiritual power is abundant, one is almost immortal and extremely difficult to kill. And a step beyond the peak 7th rank is the 8th rank. From then on, one is highly regarded anywhere on the continent. Chen Qinglin, facing this situation, thought worriedly, so this is going to be troublesome. I can only think of a way to wear him down. But what if such a big commotion attracts others? What is this Jin planning to do? Meanwhile, Jin was racking his brain. No, the Gao family's flame is a very special purple fire. Its power is much higher than ordinary fire-type spiritual arts. If Gao Shan really cultivated to the peak 7th rank, I really wouldn't be able to beat him. Attribute counters and grenades are useless. It's just, why is the flame demon that Gao Shan transformed into made of ordinary red fire? So, Jin had to take a gamble. He immediately cast the 7th rank spiritual art, Jalon. In this difficult situation, Jin felt a bit doubtful. Unlike before, where I relied on experience and feeling to release spiritual arts, I'm using my hand to directly contact the array, to increase the stability of my own spiritual powers circulation. Jin, despite his abilities, created a fire array. He had to cast it meticulously, constructing all the details of the array. The power generated by Jin surprised Chen Qinglin. A 7th rank spiritual art, and this presence. It's the power of a high-level, formless offensive art. But why is it fire-type? Gao Shan clearly has the ability to absorb fire-type spiritual power. Attacking him with a fire-type spiritual art will not only fail to harm him, but will also make him stronger. Gao Shen spoke up after a moment. Fool, can't you see something so simple? But I'm not in the mood to see what you're up to. I'll just finish you off like this. Meanwhile, back to Cene, he was now extremely anxious. The array is still missing 1 point. Will I make it in time? I'll take a gamble. I must finish drawing the array and fully release the 7th rank spiritual art. Chen Qinglin witnessed this and thought, Cene wants to complete the spiritual art at the last moment. Although I don't know what he wants to do, I should still help him buy some time. Chen Qinglin rushed into the battle. I can only block 1 blow for you, then I'll retreat. Otherwise, I might be attacked from both sides by Cene and Gao Shen. At the same time, he cast Azure Thunder Spear, attacking Gao Shen. It seemed this attack was still useless against him, like an egg hitting a rock. And then he also struck back, sending Chen Qinglin flying down below. Gao Shen's counterattack caused a large burn on his arm. Next, let's see what you plan to do. Finally, after a few minutes, Cene was almost done completing the array for his counterattack. Just like that, the array created by Cene attacked Gao Shen's massive body. From within the array, a valiant fire dragon appeared. Its flames lit up a large area. Despite this, Gao Shen arrogantly believed, these ordinary flames before me, Gao Shen, are all my food. The scene stunned Chen Qinglin. As expected, all the fire spiritual power was absorbed by Gao Shen. What is Cene planning to do? Contrary to him, Cene seemed very excited. This is a feast I'm giving you. You have to eat it all, no leftovers. Just like that, he had completely absorbed his Zhulong array. Cene, you no longer have any chance of winning against me. He snorted and walked towards the 2 of them. Now, I will come to take your lives. Don't think you can run. Just then, he spoke up. Don't get too excited right after eating. His words made him confused. What's wrong? My body, Cene said smugly. Otherwise, your stomach might burst. In that instant, Gao Shen's stomach suddenly swelled up strangely. Gao Shen's stomach just exploded. My body, Chen Qinglin was quite stunned. This is... Gao Shen's spiritual power has lost control. What's going on? Only now did Cene reveal a victorious smile. As expected, Gao Shen's cultivation aptitude, though not bad, is only at an ordinary level. Therefore, when he first entered the Royal Cultivation Academy, his realm was at the 3rd rank. Although he was stronger than many ordinary students, among the gathering of geniuses at the academy, he was nothing. Moreover, Gao Shen, as the only son of the Gao family, one of the 4 great families, has had cultivation resources far beyond ordinary people since childhood. People of his background can basically reach the threshold of the 4th rank at his age. But he, in just a few months after being expelled from the academy, reached the 7th rank. Gao Shen must have used some kind of secret method, combined with the information that Yin Xiangbo hinted at. Gao Shen has the ability to absorb the fire spiritual power of others. During this time, he has been constantly assassinating fire-type spiritual masters in the Imperial City, absorbing their energy to enhance his own cultivation. Hearing him mention that, Chen Qinglin was a bit surprised. So that's how it is. To think there's such a perverted method. However, he had another thought. But this kind of method must have a weakness. What made me sense there were 2 points? He muttered. A mixed aura and an unstable realm. The aura Gao Shen displayed was fluctuating unstably. It seemed to be 7th rank, but then it would immediately drop to 5th rank, and then it would instantly rise to 6th rank. Curious, Chen Qinglin asked, so what's the 2nd point? So he had to explain. It could be seen from the range of my senses. Fortunately, it was all the special purple fire of the Gao family. The purple fire of the Gao family is much stronger than ordinary fire-type power. The color is also different. Chen Qinglin pondered at the same time. The power of the flames he unleashed was indeed much stronger than others. But at that time, we were all engaged in fast, close-quarters combat. So we didn't use high-level spiritual arts until... He chuckled and said, until Gao Shen absorbed the flames of my thunder grenade. His spiritual power was fully unleashed. Using a 7th rank level spiritual art, the Flame Demon. Hearing this suggestion, he suddenly gasped in astonishment. The flames turned red. Cene said, so, I boldly guess that Gao Shun absorbs external spiritual power. He can store it in his body and also use it. But if he wants to truly make it his own realm, he still needs to refine it. He can clearly absorb and use it, but he still needs to refine it. This proves that the unrefined fire spiritual power must have other limits when being absorbed. Only then did Chen Qinglin realize his plan. So you prepared a high-level 7th rank offensive spiritual art for him to absorb, waiting for his absorbed spiritual power to exceed its limit and self-destruct. What if you failed? Wouldn't that have made him even stronger? However, he retorted, his spiritual power is higher than ours. If we used other spiritual arts to wear him down, who knows how long we would have to fight. I trusted my guess that a fire-type spiritual art could definitely make him self-destruct. If I failed, he paused here and didn't continue. Curious, Chen Qinglin turned to question him. What if you failed? Sijin replied arrogantly. If I failed, I would have run away. Run back to the academy. After all, you would definitely deal with Gao Shun. I'm not afraid you'd ignore him and chase after me. A moment later, Gao Shun, with his depleted body, called out, Sijin. Then he madly rushed forward to vent his anger. But as expected, Chen Qinglin stepped forward and finished him off with a single punch. Looking at your current state, Sijin didn't intend to kill you. But I do. You're dead for sure. He struggled to say. Chen Qinglin, the Gao family will not let you go. His threat still didn't scare him. It's fine. I'm already used to being hunted. This situation made Sijin pensive. He killed him without any hesitation. It seems he really wants to help Fong Ming protect his demon clan's secret. Suddenly, he turned back and said, Next, it's our turn to decide a winner. Before starting, he asked, How do you know Fong Ming? Why would you go to such lengths for him? He replied, Trying to stall for time to recover your stamina again. My story with him is very long. Are you sure you want to hear it? However, he stopped him. Let's not. I have a feeling that once you start reminiscing, it won't end in just a couple of sentences. So he began to recount. To put it simply, I met Fong Ming when I had lost everything. He gave me the will to live on and start over. But I never expected him to be from the demon clan. To protect him, I started killing many people when I was very young. Sijin asked in surprise, You don't believe that I would help you protect this secret? Chen Qinglin turned his face away, thinking, It doesn't matter anymore. Thinking back now, Fong Ming probably felt that by being with him, I was always bound by him. But I really don't care about these things at all. After this fight, if I'm still alive, I'll go find him. His intention surprised him greatly. Chen Qinglin channeled his power with great excitement. But it's not for Fong Ming, it's for myself. I have never, like at this moment, wanted to fight someone one-on-one to decide a winner. Not letting him wait long, Sijin had to draw his sword and accept the fight. What a coincidence. Me too. Chen Qinglin arrogantly urged. Enough talk. I will use my fastest speed. At the same time, he cast a 7th rank lightning-type spiritual art, attacking towards Sijin. In just a flash, he moved as fast as lightning. His speed made him a little anxious. The naked eye simply cannot see this speed. Moreover, Chen Qinglin doesn't rely on his body to move. There are no detailed movements to predict. If it weren't for the fact that Chen Qinglin can't materialize as an electric current, his speed could approach the speed of light. First, I need to close my eyes and focus all my attention on the surface of my skin. Wherever Chen Qinglin has passed, the electric current will be stronger. This kind of extremely subtle change. My skin must be extremely focused to sense. Then, only in a true life or death moment can I use this move. At this moment, Sijin used all his concentration, closing his eyes to sense his movement. The moment he attacked, he quickly swung his sword in that direction. Seeing that he could see through his movements, he was very shocked. How could you do that so easily? In this situation, he quickly turned back and launched a counterattack. If the speed is fast enough to a certain degree, even 100 swords in a flash can be seen through. Yet Chen Qinglin still showed no fear. You are my dreamscape space, but I have practiced fighting countless times with countless 9th rank holy artifacts. The limit of 100 swords in a moment is determined by your combat experience. The you of now must have already prepared to take another step. Come on, let's cut time into pieces. Finally, he launched a slash, but it missed. He took the opportunity to attack him. Fortunately, Sijin still managed to block in time. The slashes he launched were all of extremely high quality. On the other hand, Chen Qinglin also appeared very professional. Although he tried hard to strike faster, it all seemed to be seen through by him. Seizing the opportunity, he continuously rushed forward to attack. To escape the encirclement, he had to slash his sword wildly around him. Now, the two were standing in front of each other. But a short while later, Si Jin had launched countless sword strikes. Yet he still couldn't injure Chen Qinglin. A short while later, a scratch appeared on his face. Seeing this, he said smugly, "I've really been defeated by you. What kind of demonic move is this? To think someone as young as you has trained their swordsmanship to a level beyond common sense. Even if you're a genius, the time you've spent practicing swords doesn't seem right." Hearing Chen Qinglin's praise, he burst out laughing. "Although I don't know if I'm a genius or not, I can promise that the time I've been able to practice swords is truly countless times more than others." Chen Qinglin asked doubtfully, "Why didn't the thunder grenade you attached to me go off?" Si Jin then explained, "It was just a duel to decide a winner. Winning is enough. No need to actually kill you." He asked in amazement, "Aren't you afraid I won't admit defeat and want to fight you to the end? Just now was a miscalculation. Next time, you might not necessarily win." Si Jin chuckled, "Don't you still have things to do? We've already fought. The addiction has been satisfied. There's no conflict of interest between us where one must die for the other to live. Do you want to bet your life again?" So after all that, he finally agreed to leave. "Si Jin, I owe you one. Just so you know, if you have the chance, remember to repay me with your life." In this situation, he also took the opportunity to leave. "Then I have to run. This incident caused such a big commotion. I don't know if Ling Lie will protect me." Suddenly, a person walked up to Gao Shun's corpse. This woman spoke. "Gao Shun, in this state, haven't you become even more adorable?" That day, after the great battle with Gao Shun and Chen Qinglin, my business was considered done. Originally, this matter concerned the great affairs of the nation. The fact that Ling Lie kept trying to push me out to cause trouble was ridiculous. After Luan Wu brought Luan Yun home, he just told Luan Yun to express his opinions to the other elders in the family. The fierce debate between the two that Luan Yun had imagined before did not happen. After Luan Yun finished speaking, the room was silent for a long time. Luan Wu just waited quietly. And those old men, of course, none of them showed any attitude first. Luan Yun knew very well that whatever he said was useless. The current silence was just his brother waiting for news. After hearing the other person's report, Chun Lunwu slammed the table, stood up, and said happily, "Si Jin won. Then the Academy's attitude has been clearly determined. I won." Then he told Luan Yun, "The Luan family's attitude will follow your opinion." I asked the elders for their full support. In the end, Luan Wu only said that. In the Imperial Palace, Ling Lie sat on her throne and said, "Then let's give Gao Yuan one last chance." Ling Ling's intention, of course, was not to give the Gao family a chance to reform. The fate of the Gao family was sealed. If Gao Yuan confessed, then, as one of the 4 founding families, even if they lost their real power, the Shilian family would still show respect and leave a way out for the Gao family. Unfortunately, Gao Yuan did not seize this last chance. The history of the Gao family, the power and glory of the clan, became Gao Yuan's shackles. He resisted to the end. Gao Yuan stood below, bowed his head, and said to Ling Lie, "Loyalty and filial piety cannot both be served. No matter the outcome, Gao Yuan will still be a sinner for all time, having failed his ancestors." "Gao Yuan, you want to rebel?" Ling Lie looked down in disappointment. "Your Majesty, your subject has no choice. You have given up the last chance I gave you." Ling Lie never expected the answer she received to be like this. When Gao Yuan looked up, he saw a group of people holding torches and flags, intending to corner him. Xiaoyu said loudly, "I never thought that not only do we have to watch out for the families outside, but we also have to be wary of traitors within." Gao Yuan stammered in panic. "The Xia family. Since when?" Sweat beaded on his face. That man happily stroked his beard and said, "Gao Yuan, your Gao family's control over the Imperial City's guards is not as strong as you thought. When you gathered your soldiers and found the numbers were off, you should have backed down. Your name has the character Yuan, far, yet you didn't think a little further ahead." Gao Yuan was truly angry now. "Cut the crap. Since it's come to this, we'll have to settle it with weapons." With that, both sides charged into battle. The number of troops on both sides was equal. It was said that this battle did not last long. By dawn, Gao Yuan's soldiers have been wiped out. Only Gao Yuan, a 9th rank master, escaped. The strength of the Xiao family's army was truly extraordinary. Xiao Yu solemnly reported to Ling Lie, "Your Majesty, Gao Yuan has escaped. Finding a fugitive in this city is not the strength of our Xiao family's army." She turned her back and said coldly, "Don't trouble yourself, General Xia. The defense of the imperial city will no longer belong to the Gao family, but will be managed by the newly established 5 guards of the imperial city. You are all young leaders with both civil and military skills who have reached this position through your own efforts. Everyone listen to the orders from Ingbo. Hu Dong Gao Long, Hao Xian, and Shifeng." Ling Lie shouted loudly, "Find Gao Yuan." Everyone there was respectful. "As you command." It turned out Gao Yuan was in a cave. He wearily clutched his chest and said, "As long as I get out of this secret passage, I can leave the imperial city." Suddenly, a voice spoke up, startling Gao Yuan. "Lord Gao, are you seriously injured? Are you okay?" Gao Yuan was extremely surprised. "Biluo, why are you here? Didn't I tell you to take Gao Shun and leave first?" She leaned against the rock wall and said slowly, "Lord Gao, you only care about your great cause. You don't even care about your own son." It's a waste that Master Gao Shun wholeheartedly thought of his father, shouldering his burdens. With that, she looked towards the bed. Gao Yuan's face was now pale and trembling. "What did you say?" Then he went to the bed and saw his son lying motionless, covered in wounds. Gao Shun, he looked at his son's state and wept bitterly. "My rebellious son, how did you end up like this? What on earth is going on?" "Lord Gao, actually, I might have a way to save Gao Shun. It's just that you have to pay a price." Bai Luo suddenly spoke up. Gao Yuan turned and shook her. "What price? Tell me. As long as I can trade my life for my son's, I'm willing to do anything." She looked at him mysteriously. "If Lord Gao says so, then that's good." Suddenly, from behind Gao Yuan, Gao Shun's hand reached out. He looked at his son's ferocious expression and was terrified. Bai Luo was secretly pleased. As expected, the flame of the Gao family is most effective only when it devours a relative. Eat, Gao Shun. After this, you will be reborn through nirvana. I really look forward to seeing your reaction when you wake up and find out you killed your father to be revived. In the imperial palace, Gao Long reported to Ling Lie, "This subordinate has failed in his duty. I beg your majesty's forgiveness." "It's fine. The urgent task at hand is to reorganize the imperial guard and reassure the people. Gao Yuan is gone. The safety of the city still depends on you to maintain. You may leave," she ordered. Her advisor, standing beside her, said softly to her, "It's not that simple. Even though Gao Yuan is a 9th rank expert, he is seriously injured. There's no way he could have escaped our encirclement. I'm afraid." He hesitated, not daring to say more. Ling Lie, sitting there calmly, heard this and asked directly, "He was killed." He saw her lying on the chair and reminded her, "As soon as they leave, you stop sitting properly. You are the empress." She refused to listen and even talked back. "Do I need you to manage me? If I can lie down, I will absolutely not sit. That's my life's creed." Not only that, Gao Shun is also missing. Ling Lie turned to ask him, "Is there any result from the investigation into the Shui family's massacre?" He immediately replied, "From the traces at the scene, for people are related to this matter. First is the Gao family's son, Gao Shun. Second is the student council president of the Royal Cultivation Academy, Chun Qinglin. Vice President Fong Ming, and finally, Si Jin. Right now, except for Si Jin, the other 3 are missing. Should we go find Si Jin and ask about the situation at that time?" When Ling Lie heard Si Jin's name, she gritted her teeth in anger. She buried her face in the chair and cursed angrily. "What's wrong with this Si Jin? I just told him to find a way to look into things at the academy. What kind of crazy thing did he get himself into? If anything happens, how am I supposed to explain it to Si, Yi, and Rwandai?" Seeing this, he reminded her, "Your Majesty, your image. Pay attention to your image." She suddenly sat up, shook her head, and said firmly, "No, thinking about it now, maybe I should kick Si Jin out of the imperial city. If something is going to happen, it can't happen here." So she went under the throne and pulled out a cloak hidden beneath the dragon throne. He could only say helplessly, "Your Majesty, you want to go out yourself again? It's very dangerous for you to leave the sight of the guards." She rushed out, not forgetting to turn back and say, "Anyway, there's so many of your spies in the city. But I'm warning you, when I get to see Jin's room, no eavesdropping." What a little girl. Oh well, if the royal family and the spirit venerable can be united by marriage, it wouldn't be bad. In the green mountains and forests, there was a house. Jin was meditating, looking very peaceful, in the dreamscape of Wang Gue. The trees here were abundant, and the fresh, natural scent of the earth and trees blended with the clear air. Chen Qinglin was sword fighting with Fong Ming. Not bad. Although you're still not as fast as Chen Qinglin, you're gradually able to keep up with his movements. He had a word of praise for her. But you're really a masochist. You actually want to train to the point where you can fight Chen Qinglin's thunder flash head-on with normal combat methods. Suddenly, he saw a bomb flying towards him. Just a few seconds later, it exploded, lighting up a corner of the sky. He kicked his foot angrily. "You're afraid that when I get close, you'll throw a grenade. You have no way to escape. If we weren't in a dreamscape, you would have been dead long ago. No choice, I can't go back on my word." Then he drew his sword. Fong Ming wasn't very pleased either. "How can I concentrate with you giving me this outfit? It keeps blowing up in that place, it's freezing. This skirt is too short. What do you know? A sailor uniform is a man's romance." She shouted angrily, "To hell with this. I'm not playing anymore." "That's not for you to say. I'm not satisfied yet." He looked at her with a strange gaze. But just as he was about to step forward, he was trapped by an array. The electric current in the encirclement made it impossible for him to escape. She used this move to control him. It was just that he was too careless and didn't pay attention. It seems Fong Ming and Chen Qinglin are a perfect match. To deal with Chen Qinglin, one just needs to control this area. With that, she sent more and more electric current to the encirclement. He didn't even expect her to use this trap to control him. "As long as I limit the routes you can move. Catching you is not difficult." With that, she jumped up, intending to swing her sword at him. But she had forgotten that the skirt was too short, allowing him to see all the beautiful scenery inside. Isn't an anti-gravity skirt beautiful? His eyes were closed tightly, enjoying the scent of flowers. "I am satisfied." Returning to the scene at the house, Jin suddenly sat up and shouted, "I won. It's a victory for justice." This startled Ling Lie, who was climbing over the wall. Because Ling Lie was not careful, she stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Jin caught her in time, and she ended up in his arms. Jin, holding Ling Lie in his arms, reminded her, making her blush. With such poor motor skills, climbing is very dangerous. She looked at him innocently and said, "Jin, your ambition is not small." She wrapped her arms around his neck and whispered closely, "Do you want to possess me and then become the man with the highest status in this country?" Jin was surprised by her action. His face was now flushed, and he stammered, unable to speak. "What?" Ling Ling's attitude changed abruptly. She said resentfully, "I see you now. With your unlucky constitution, if I don't get down, Jalon or Ling Bo or someone will suddenly appear and misunderstand." Jin could only smile shyly and reply, "I have nothing more to say." So she climbed on the bed, crossed her legs, and asked him, "All right, tell me what happened to the Shui family." In the imperial city, the crowd was bustling. Outside, 2 soldiers were on guard. Shifeng was discussing matters with Ho Dong. "This isn't right. Even if Gao Yuan is a 9th-rank expert, we were prepared long ago. Under the condition of no help, it's impossible for him to completely hide his tracks." Hao Xian, standing beside them, also spoke up. "Ingbo, the exit of the secret passage is to the north. Did you find anything noteworthy?" Ingbo quickly replied, "I have carefully investigated the secret passage. In the first section, there are indeed traces of Gao Yuan. But from the middle section onwards, the traces disappear. Someone else must have assisted him." Hudong could only slam the table in anger. "I can't believe the first thing we do after taking office, we fail. We have truly failed Her Majesty's trust." Hao Xian felt extremely indignant. The mess the Gao family left behind is a lot of trouble. Currently, the fire-type spiritual masters in the imperial city are being harmed one after another. And the massacre of the Shui family is probably not unrelated to them. Gao Long suddenly asked with a serious face, "My lord, do you have some information that we don't know?" Luan Wu said slowly, "The case of the fire-type spiritual masters and the Shui family case may both have been done by Gao Shun. Hearing that name, Feng was extremely angry. What? Gao Shun, Gao Yuan's only son? My lord, don't joke. He's just a third-rank kid. Qin, standing beside him, patted his shoulder and reminded him. Feng, don't be rude. Luan Wu continued with a serious face. The Gao family's bloodline has a secret that ordinary people don't know. The azure flame of the Gao family contains a trace of the origin of fire. It's like the essence of fire. It has the ability to devour. Perhaps Gao Shun rapidly increased his cultivation by killing and devouring fire-type spiritual masters. I'm afraid by the time he reached the Shui family, he already had the strength of a 7th rank or higher. At this time, in the house, Ling Lie realized after hearing Si Jin's story. So that's how it is. The Shui family was wiped out because they were attacked by Chun Qinglin and Gao Shun. The azure flame of the Gao family really has such an ability, but Si Jin still couldn't understand. If they have such a heaven-defying growth ability, why didn't Gao Yuan use it? Didn't the Gao family weaken because they hadn't produced a strong expert for too long, and then became ambitious for power? She propped her leg on her thigh and said slowly, Gao Yuan was just cornered into rebelling. Why do you think he didn't let the Gao family members use this method to increase their strength before being pushed to that point? Si Jin stroked his chin and pondered. This method can't be used by just anyone. No, if Gao Shun could use it, Gao Yuan would have probably arranged for him to do so sooner. He hesitated and guessed. Could it be that Gao Yuan didn't know this method? Before the founding of the nation, the ancestors of the Gao family relied on this ability to grow stronger with each battle. With an extremely small number of people, they could match the entire Xiao army in strategy. Unfortunately, in the final decisive battle with the Demon Clan, they suffered heavy losses. The experts in the family all died. Only a few young people who were behind the front lines were left. Ling Lie understood Si Jin's implication. I know what you want to ask. You want to say that if someone survived, how could this method be lost? Si Jin didn't beat around the bush and affirmed. That's right. That's exactly what I want to ask. She explained patiently. It's very simple. After the Great War, the Gao family weakened. The reason they could rise again and gain a position among the 4 great families was because someone helped them. But that person also made a request to the then young members of the Gao family, that the Gao family must erase the secret of this ability from their generation. Otherwise, the Gao family would be an unstable threat. Si Jin asked her doubtfully. They agreed to such a request. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't. Or I would pretend to agree but secretly record something. Ling Lie found it very funny. At that time, no one could refuse that person's request. Even though he promised to guide all the Gao family members to a good place for cultivation, his words contained a threat to the Gao family, and no one was bold enough to play tricks in front of him. The person you're talking about, could it be? Si Jin seemed to be gradually understanding. That person is like someone who possesses a soul color completely different from others. Back in the Imperial City, Luan Wu said with a mysterious expression, the first spirit venerable. So there's such a piece of history. Gao Long spoke up. So it's very interesting that Gao Shun can use this ability. In the court, the only ones who know about this are me, Xiang Bo, and Her Majesty. But none of us could have told him this secret. So there must be some ancient force from outside our country involved. You are all outstanding talents that I have carefully selected. This time, the fall of the Gao family has given you the opportunity to rise, but at the same time, you bear a heavy responsibility on your shoulders. Don't disappoint me and Her Majesty. With that, Luan Wu propped himself up and walked out the door. Everyone behind him shouted, we will absolutely not fail the many years of cultivation our Lord has given us. At the Luan family estate, Luan Wu was thinking seriously. I originally wanted to see if I could stop the progression of history. Now it seems that gradually replacing the nobility with organizations and structures is already the general trend. Fortunately, the Luan family has long had arrangements in this regard. But what's interesting is that the turning point of this matter was the appearance of Si Jin. When he appeared, the wheel of history moved forward relentlessly. Even I can only follow the trend. But with that, Luan Wu looked at the portrait of the first spirit venerable, Ming Yu. How could you have accurately predicted the events of 1,000 years later? Ling Lie at this time said to Si Jin, money? Land? Or should I just move you into the rear palace? He didn't understand and asked her, Where on earth did my parents go? She clung to him. Didn't see E and Rwandai just dump a kid like you at the academy to be taken care of while they ran off to enjoy their honeymoon? If even you don't know where they are, then how would we mortals know where the spirit venerable is? Jean said softly, the first time you met me, you asked who I really was. That proves that you, the Empress, knew I was Jean. But when you really met me, you felt that I wasn't Jean, right? Ling Ling also sighed and affirmed. That's right. My eyes can see that your soul is different from the people of this world. You are not from this world. Her eyes looked pensive. He said hesitantly, if your majesty the Empress already knows this, then my parents. If your majesty the Empress already knows this, then my parents. I mean those two spirit venerables. She hit him on the head hard. Don't ask me. Ask yourself. Who do you really think you are? He remembered the moments in his childhood when he was doted on and taught by his parents. That feeling was incredibly warm. Togetherness. They treated me with genuine kindness. That's right. I am the son of the spirit venerable. I am the son of C, E, and Rwandai. He placed his hand on his heart and said in a warm voice. Ling Ling rested her chin on her hand and looked at him. C, E, and Rwandai never taught you any knowledge of this world. They just raised and educated you until you were strong enough. They sent you out of the mountains hoping you could personally use your own two eyes to perceive this world. Jean finally understood the issue. So that's how it is. Originally, I had no connection to this world. They hoped not to influence me, but to let me personally confirm this world. Build a connection with the world and then decide who I am. Jean, your identity has probably been discovered by quite a few people. Continuing to stay at the academy is not the best choice. It's time to leave this place and travel on your own. Say goodbye to the people you should say goodbye to. Prepare to set off. Trust me, this is all your parents' arrangement, and they have absolutely no ill intentions towards you. So Jean went to the academy by himself. When people saw him, they started whispering, Look at Jean. Have you heard? He initiated the challenge to change the student council, and it seems he won. Is that true? Although everyone said they would support Jean at the time, I never expected him to actually win. His opponent was that ridiculously strong Chun Qinglin. So he'll be the next student council president? So amazing, and he's only a first year. You really are a weather vane. When he represented the new students and gave a speech about wanting to become the spirit venerable, didn't you mock him for not knowing his own limits? He heard these whispers and thought wearily, so it seems I'm quite a famous figure in the school now. And just after making a name for myself, I have to leave. Before, I was all about keeping a low profile, so he went to the Luan family estate alone. Luan was very surprised to see Jean visiting today. I didn't expect this. Brother Luan, I've come to find Luan Yin. Is he home? The guard saw a stranger and blocked him from entering. Luan Wu began to speak. What are you doing? Don't you recognize Luan Yun's good friend from school? Hurry up and invite him in. Jean looked at the scenery here and said, Your family's residence is quite elegant, not overly formal. Luan Wu replied slowly, It's my home. Of course, I have to feel comfortable. Besides, the status and power of the Luan family don't need such small tricks to remind outsiders. I thought that after some unpleasant things happened between us, you would be hostile towards us and would also be wary of us. I didn't expect you to suddenly show up at our door. It's truly wonderful. Jean propped his hand on his hip and asked pretentiously, You must know my identity by now, right? Luan Wu received the question and thought deeply. Is there any place in the imperial city I dare not go? Jean asked cautiously. Luan Wu turned his back to Jean and said, That time at the Shui family, I was the one who sold your information. But this time, we no longer have a reason to be enemies. If you're unhappy, you can also tell the two spirit venerables the truth. At that time, if the two spirit venerables want to hold me accountable, I will give them a satisfactory answer. Jean got angry and shouted, You're not old, but you're just like a fox. If I go and tattle, wouldn't that make me look petty? With my brother's arrogant personality, saying so much is already an admission of fault to you. Luan Yin spoke up. Who needs him to admit fault? Can't he give some practical benefits to buy me off? Even if you didn't say it, he's already arranged it. Although it can't compare to Tintin's. This is also a top-grade storage box. Much better than the one you used before. With that, he threw the box into Jin's hands. Si Jin asked blankly. Is that all? Luan Yun immediately added. There are also many spirit stones inside. And money. Moreover, the proportion of fire-type spirit stones is very large. For someone like you with a fire gun and thunder grenades, it's like a huge ammunition depot. How practical. How much money is in here? Enough for you to travel the world. Seeing this, Luan Yun turned and asked, Are you leaving? As expected of the second young master of the Luan family. You're so well informed. With the apology fee your older brother gave me, I won't have to travel poor anymore. Si Jin let out a hearty laugh. Si Jin leaned against the railing, looking down at the lake. Luan Yun, do you see that? A super huge fish just swam by. Luan Yun turned and said, It's just a few fish. Is there a need to overreact? You should take a look at this house of yours. I thought the CF family's estate in the suburbs was already magnificent. Now, looking at it, it's not even as big as your house. Si Jin sat down and sighed. No wonder you're too lazy to go back every time you come home. Just walking to the front gate takes a lot of energy. If it were me, I wouldn't want to move either. Luan Yun smiled and replied, It's not that I'm lazy. My older brother has started handing over some of the family's affairs for me to handle. I've been very busy these past few days. Si Jin said, in surprise. Qing Lin and Fong Ming have disappeared. Plus, we won the challenge against them. So the next term student council will be organized by us. I have to go. You should be the student council president. We'll be very busy. He sat there, arms crossed, asking Luan Yun. Luan Yun calmly drank his water. It probably won't be a problem. The regular affairs of the student council are mainly handled by Ji Qiu and Xing Xing. They've already agreed to stay on in their positions in the student council. So, I'll just be a figurehead. I also have people helping me handle family affairs. Si Jin was confused. If you have people helping you with your work, then what have you been so busy with these past few days? Although the Gao family's rebellion was quickly suppressed and didn't really affect the common people, it still made the atmosphere in the imperial capital tense. Therefore, Her Majesty wants to hold a multi-day celebration. She hopes to use the joy of the festival to soothe people's hearts. After hearing Luan Yun's explanation, Si Jin fell into deep thought. Although Ling Ling always acts so carefree in front of me, as expected of the ruler of a country, she thinks of everything. Life must be tough for her. Luan Yun, the Gao family, was in charge of the imperial city's defense. The Xia family is in charge of the northern military. The Yin family controls the economic lifelines. So what does your Luan family do? Luan Yun could only shake his head. Honestly, I don't know. Si Jin shouted angrily. The head of the Luan family is your own brother. And you're telling me you don't know? Are you deliberately hiding it from me? Luan Yun explained patiently. The Luan family is the head of the 4 great families. Our status is second only to the royal Qi Lian clan. But to be precise, the Luan family is the shadow of the Qi Lian. No, it should be said that we are the shadow of the Tianming kingdom. The influence of my Luan family cannot be described in words. Because everything you see in this country has the shadow of the Luan family in it. Hearing him say this, Si Jin was extremely surprised. They're that powerful. Doesn't the Qi Lian clan have any objections? Isn't that a huge underlying risk and threat? Luan Yun continued to explain. Between the 4 great families and the Qi Lian clan, the most important thing is trust. This is the result of 1,000 years of trials. It even surpasses blood ties. An ordinary family, whether it's the Xia family holding military power or the Yin family controlling the economy, which one of them isn't an object of caution? That's why my older brother was so opposed to dealing with the Gao family back then. This was also one of the reasons. Once a precedent is set, many things that follow will become difficult to control. Si Jin disagreed. That doesn't make any sense. The Tianming kingdom is so large and powerful. Yet the Qi Lian clan doesn't want to gradually centralize power, and instead lets you all hold so many important resources. Luan Yun could only give a wry smile. Although highly centralized power is easy to wield, it is also more fragile. On the contrary, it could be snatched away in one fell swoop. It's better this way. No one can leave anyone else. Si Jin looked up at the sky, thinking to himself, military, economy, and politics, although the definitions are different, it can be considered a separation of the 3 powers. This was probably the work of the first spirit master. But thinking about it this way, the destruction of the Gao family seems to have been set in stone when this system was established. Did the first spirit venerable do it on purpose? What? He still couldn't understand. In another scene, at the peak of Tianfeng Mountain, a dragon was curled up, sleeping soundly. It seemed to have heard noise and woke up. Its eyes opened, shining brightly. So this is the 9th rank peak demonic beast. In a house where light shone from within. This is also Tianmen. In the room, 2 girls were standing together. He's still not awake. The other person crossed her arms and said, "This child's realm is still low, and he's already died once. Now, devouring his early 9th rank father. It won't be so fast to refine all that life force and be reborn through nirvana. This person is the Fei Shui Empress by Luo. What's wrong? Can't wait anymore. I haven't seen you look so impatient in so many years." The Lord of Fan Tian, Lung Quan, spoke. Fan Tian Gate has waited for 1,000 years, only to wait for the return of the Azure Flame bloodline. I don't mind waiting a little longer. My White Flame bloodline, your Jade Flame bloodline, plus the Azure Flame bloodline. Only when the power of the 3 of us reaches its peak can we rebuild the true form of Fan Tian. I hope the inheritor of the Azure Flame this time will not disappoint me. At the academy, Si Jin wondered what Ling Bo was doing in front of the door. She kept pacing back and forth, muttering, "What should I do? What should I do? Maybe I should just forget it." Seeing this, Si Jin approached and called her name, which startled her. She stammered, "Si Jin, so you weren't in your room." He said cheerfully, "What's wrong? Are you looking for me for something? Come in and talk." Ling Bo shyly looked down at the ground. "Si Jin, I have a favor to ask you." Ling Bo stammered, "Tomorrow night is the first day of the city festival. If you don't have plans, would you like to go for a walk with me?" Si Jin thought to himself, "She wants to ask me on a date? The school romance part has finally arrived. I thought she was looking for me for a sparring match. I'll tease her a bit." Then he said aloud, "Should I go or not?" Suddenly, Ling Bo shyly said, "I'm so embarrassed." Si Jin, just pretend I never came to find you. He got a little worried. "Oh no, I overdid it." Seeing this, he said loudly, "Ling Bo, I'll go. Where should we meet tomorrow night?" She immediately replied, "Tomorrow night, I'll wait for you on the main street." Then she immediately ran away. She ran quickly to a corner, panting, and shyly held her head, thinking, "Ling Bo, oh Ling Bo, what on earth are you doing? Did you get possessed? Or something to do such a shameless thing? I just wanted to thank Si Jin for always helping me. There's absolutely no other meaning. I wonder if Si Jin misunderstood anything. What if he avoids me now? But he agreed to my invitation." Thinking this, she happily continued on her way. At this time, at the Ling Shun-style dojo, a man reminded, "Focus your attention. Concentrate your mind on the sword in your hand. Don't let external things affect your state of mind." The students, while practicing, were chatting, "The city festival is tonight. Do you guys want to go?" Another person immediately replied, "Of course I want to go." The other person continued, "I heard the scale of the festival this time is huge. The Yen and Lun families have put in a lot of effort. It's sure to be fun." Then these 2 were hit on the head by their teacher. The teacher scolded, "I told you to focus. You are martial artists. How can you get so excited over a small celebration?" Hearing this, the teacher had an idea. "A festival, huh? Maybe I should take Ling Bo out for a walk. She hasn't rested recently. As her father, I should also care about her mood a little." Unexpectedly, his daughter had returned. Ling Bo said, "Father, I'm back." Seeing her, he asked about his daughter. "Ling Bo, you're back from school? How was today?" The girl entered the house with a fiery and unpredictable aura. The father saw this and thought, what's wrong with this girl? Unconsciously, Ling Bo suddenly turned back. She seemed to want to go somewhere outside. The father asked, "Going out again?" Just in time, I was about to tell her I'd take her for a walk tonight. Then he said, "Ling Bo, tonight, if you have nothing to do you want to go out with me?" Before he could finish, she had already refused. "Not today, I have something to do." The father wondered, what's wrong with this girl? The disciples behind them started whispering, "Miss Ling Bo must be going for a walk with someone else." "Master, you weren't thinking of asking Ling Bo out, were you?" At this age, who want to go for a walk with their father? Hearing this, the father taught his disciples a lesson. It made them cry, "Master, using the Ling Shun-style 10-cross fist on us is a bit too much, isn't it?" At this time, at the school's pharmacy, he was sleeping soundly while watching a boiling pot of water when suddenly someone came in a hurry and said, "Hua, wake up." This startled her. What's wrong? Did the medicine burn? Ling Bo, who had just arrived, shook Hua violently and said, "No, Hua, you have to help me this time." Hua didn't know what was happening. The girl said, "Stop shaking me. You're going to shake my head off." "What's wrong?" Then Ling Bo explained, "Tonight, I have a date with Jean for a walk. Can you help me with my makeup?" Suddenly, Hua Yi's eyes lit up. "If it's about this, then I'm not sleepy anymore. Just leave it to me. Let's try it on." Hua Yi's action made Ling Bo wonder, "Where did you get those clothes? From where did you get them? But don't we need to wait for the medicine to finish cooking?" Hearing this, Hua Yi kicked the half-cooked pot of medicine to a corner. She came to Ling Bo's side and said, "First, we have to take off this stiff martial arts uniform." She stripped off all of Ling Bo's clothes, making Ling Bo shy. "Hua Yi, are you too excited? Close the door. Close the door first." At this time, the festival was in full swing. Jean had arrived. He looked at the surrounding scenery and said, "It's so lively. The academy is in the suburbs, and it gets quiet at night. The city center has a more prosperous nightlife. The main street is ahead. It's just gotten dark, so Ling Bo probably hasn't arrived this early. I'll find a place to wait for her first." He walked to a place with a charming view and looked at a corner pillar, saying, "There are fewer people over there. I'll just wait there." He stood leaning against the pillar and thought. Ling Bo ran off so quickly back then. The main street isn't that big, but it's not small either. We didn't set a specific meeting spot. I don't know where to meet her. I wonder if I'll be able to find her later. At this time, Ling Bo was standing on the other side of the pillar. She muttered, "It's all my fault for being so careless. There are fewer people here. I hope he passes by and can find me." And she looked down at her clothes. "This outfit is really uncomfortable. I feel like the top is going to slip down. It's because I'm too small. Father said mother was a big-breasted beauty. Why do I feel like I didn't inherit any of her good points?" Then she reassured herself, "Ling Bo, you have a good relationship with Xia Jiqiu, and he's Zixing. Besides, your relationship with them is very good. Maybe Jean likes small chests." Jean, at this time, heard everything from behind. He said softly, "Ling Bo." This startled her. She asked, flustered, "Jean, when did you get here?" He explained, "Actually, I was here just now, but I didn't see you. Then you kept muttering, and I didn't know how to interrupt." Ling Bo looked down shyly and said, "Then you can't eavesdrop." Seeing this, Jean also apologized, "I didn't mean to." Then he said gently, "Ling Bo, it's rare for you to dress up like this, and I came here in my usual clothes." Ling Bo was still a little shy. She quickly said, "It's okay. I originally wanted to come in my usual clothes, but Hua, he said it's a rare festival. She said I should dress up to get into the festive mood. So she forced me to wear this." Jean, do I look strange in this?" Hearing this, Jean also said shyly, "No, it suits you very well. You look very cute." This atmosphere enveloped the scene. It made everyone look down shyly, not daring to speak. To break the situation, Jean asked, "So, Ling Bo, shall we go for a walk first?" Ling Bo immediately nodded in agreement. The two walked and chatted together. Ling Bo asked, Jean, have you never seen a night market before?" Jean replied, "I can't say I've never seen one, but this is the first time I've seen a night market outside the city." Hearing this, Ling Bo wondered, "Outside the city? Jean, have you been to other prosperous cities before? I thought you came down from the mountains." Hearing this, Jean also replied enthusiastically, "It's true I came down from the mountains, but I wasn't bragging when I said I've seen a night market before. Ling Bo, follow me. I found that the night market here is missing something. I'll make it for you to see." Then he took her hand and led her to a place. Ling Bo asked, Jean, what are you doing?" Holding a few skewers of hawthorn berries, he said, "I'm making a super delicious snack for you. There are fewer people here. Okay, this should work. Originally, you can't do this without a pot and fire. But in this world, it's easy to solve." Then he threw those things into the air. Then he began to perform. First, use a wind-type spiritual art to wrap the sugar together. That way, you don't need a pot. Next, use a fire-type spiritual art. The people on the street became curious about something. Someone said, "Hey, everyone, look over there." All eyes were now focused in one direction. People were whispering, "What's he doing?" One person explained, "There's a very talented student from the academy making a lot of strange and delicious things. It's both delicious and fun." Jean, while performing, thought, "This vortex intensity should be enough." But without tools, you need extremely precise wind control to succeed. Let's see. If I fail, it'll be so embarrassing. At this time, a stranger holding another bag of sugar came over and said, "Young man, is this enough?" Seeing this, Cene quickly said, "Throw the white sugar in for me." The man immediately agreed. Then he threw the bag of sugar up. Cene at this time used his flame special move. While showing off his talent, he thought, "I'm not directly burning it, but by increasing the temperature of the surrounding air to turn the white sugar into liquid." Next is the difficult part. The principle of making cotton candy is to put sugar in the center of the machine and use high-speed rotation, plus the heat to turn the sugar into syrup. Then, through small holes less than a millimeter in diameter distributed around, the syrup is thrown out by centrifugal force. The thrown-out syrup cools and solidifies into coarse threads. Then it becomes cotton candy. Thinking this, he worried again, "I don't have any tools. Everything can only rely on wind and fire control. Achieving this effect requires extremely difficult control. But for me, of course, it's easy." And it was true. He succeeded. A stick of cotton candy was born. Cene gently handed it to Ling Bo and said, "Here, this is called cotton candy. It's also very sweet." Ling Bo looked at it and praised. "Cene, you have so many tricks." He said shyly, "Everyone, hurry up. That vortex can only be maintained for 1 minute." Seeing this, everyone held their empty skewers and approached the vortex to collect a stick of cotton candy. The crowd became lively. "Quick, let me try. Don't block my way." Cene at this time was extremely proud, and Ling Bo looked at him with admiration. He took Ling Bo's hand again and said, "Ling Bo, let's run now. If we don't run, we'll have to work all night." Hearing this, Ling Bo also smiled and replied, "No matter what, you will definitely become a legend of the Imperial City's night market. Maybe you'll even get the title of King of the Night Market, or something." Ling Bo tried the cotton candy in her hand and commented, "It's delicious, just a bit sticky." Cene looked at her and said, "Your mouth is all sticky." This made Ling Bo extremely angry. "Did you know this would happen? So you didn't eat it?" Then she held the candy and forced him to eat it. Cene at this time said angrily, "What's wrong with you? Ling Shunstyle's comet is too dangerous. You're using tactics at the night market." Ling Bo also joked back, "Who told you to be so mean?" Cene was standing there eating candy when he suddenly saw 2 children playing a fishing game. The hook was broken, and the fish swam back into the water. The owner saw this and said, "Stop wasting my time. If you don't have money, hurry up and leave. Don't bother other customers." Cene and Ling Bo saw this and asked in unison, "Sir, how much is it to play once?" So the two of them used the Ling Shun style and the Waning Moon, Lingering Heart style to catch all the fish in the pond. Then they gave the 2 children the fish they had just caught. Seeing this, Cene also teased, "That's what you get for tricking kids." Seeing this, Ling Bo also teased him. "Who was it just now who said you can't use sword techniques at the night market?" Then Cene continued, "Helping out when you see injustice. Let's go play over there next." As if by habit, she suddenly took Cene's hand again. Ling Bo shyly let go of his hand and said, "So, what should we do next?" Ling Bo held Cene's hand and said softly, "Cene, Before she could finish, Cene asked, "Ling Bo, I have something to say too." Hearing this, Ling Bo was stunned. Then Cene smiled and said, "Let's talk as we walk." The two continued to walk together. Cene said, "It's so late, but there are still so many people on the street. I can't imagine that just a few days ago, there was a riot targeting the royal family. Although the people don't show it, this peaceful, happy, and simple life was almost destroyed. They probably still have worries in their hearts." It seems Ling Ling's decision to hold the festival at this time was a very wise one. Hearing this, Ling Bo thought to herself, "I didn't expect him to talk about such a serious topic." She looked at his expression and asked, "Cene, is something on your mind?" Cene opened up and shared, "These past few days, I've been thinking, were my previous actions too reckless? I've discovered that once a person is caught up in immense power, their way of thinking about problems also becomes cold and ruthless, looking at everything from a strategic perspective, weighing gains and losses. If you stand at that height, the lives, deaths, joys, and sorrows of the common people before us are just numbers. Gains and losses that can be calculated. But these joys, sorrows, lives, and deaths are, for any one of them, an existence. important enough to affect a lifetime, and should not be looked down upon by those in high positions. Hearing this, Ling Bo comforted him. See, Jean, you're not a saint. These kinds of problems can be solved. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. See, Jean continued. No, I'm not troubled because I see myself as a saint. But at that time, even if just for a moment, it's true. I became like them. The taste of power and strength is truly a beautiful poison. If you're not careful, you'll sink into it. This is human nature. But I don't want to be like that. Then he asked, Ling Bo, in a few days, I have to leave the academy and the imperial city to see this world for myself. Hearing this, Ling Bo felt a little sad. She said, so that's how it is. Then she smiled and asked, do you like me dressed like this, or do you prefer my usual appearance? Hearing this, Si Jean felt a little worried. Normally, I should say her usual appearance, right? But he said, although your usual appearance suits you very well, the Ling Bo of today is 100 times cuter than before. It's better to be honest with my heart. Then Ling Bo said happily, as expected, you like it like this too. It wasn't a waste for me to be so confident today. As a swordsman, my current self probably can't be reconciled. This is an irreconcilable contradiction. But after hearing Si Jin's troubles, I've also made up my mind. I want to become a beautiful and strong female swordsman. So Si Jin, you too can become an expert standing at the peak, and still be able to maintain the kind person you are now. When you return from your journey, you will definitely become the person you want to be. And I will also become the person I want to be. With that, she touched Si Jin's face and confessed her feelings. Si Jin, I like you. Not giving Si Jin a chance to speak, she continued, your answer? Tell me when you come back. No matter how long it takes, I will wait for you. Then she immediately left. Si Jin, not yet recovered, stood there stunned, watching Ling Bo's figure gradually disappear. A new morning began. Ling Bo's father woke up and thought, did Ling Bo stay out too late playing yesterday? So, she's sleeping in today? Ling Bo greeted, Father, good morning. I'm off to school. Everyone, train well today too. Everyone was surprised by her appearance. She was much more beautiful than usual. Si Jin thought to himself, the last one is Mu Jalon. I have to tell her I'm leaving. I wonder if she'll be angry. Maybe I should invite her to the festival first, and when the mood is good, I'll tell her. Then he knocked on the door, surprised to find no one inside and no one answering. Oh well, he turned to leave. I have no choice. I'll come back later. Just like that, he began to tell all the important people that he had to leave. He told Teacher Lee, that's how it is. I have to leave the academy for a while. Teacher Lee said happily, Si Jin, go and train well. I'll keep your student record for you. But if you can't come back, try not to come back. He happily saw Si Jin off from the Royal Cultivation Academy. Although it had been less than a year since he left the mountains for the Imperial City, he had built deep bonds with many people. Elder Yin was very fond of him. When he heard the news, he said, Si Jin, take these banknotes. Consider it travel expenses. Seeing this, Si Jin immediately refused. Elder Yin, I can't. Only when it was time to say goodbye did he realize he was a little reluctant to leave. After he spoke with Yin Tin Tin, she got angry and ran off. Hand over the formula for the mines and guns. No way. If I don't give Yin Tin some secret formula to let her make a profit, I won't be able to leave. But what should I give her? Producing weapons will lead to world peace. Quick, think back on the knowledge I have. No, not enough oxygen. My brain started to get fuzzy. Then he had a bright idea and said, I've got it. Do you know what facial cleanser is? After a clear explanation, Yin Tin understood. So that's how it is. To think there's such a thing. Although we lived just fine in the past without this thing called facial cleanser, I'm sure that as soon as this thing is on the market, it will quietly change our lives. Si Jin from behind also chimed in, that's right. If there's no demand, create demand. Trust me, the consumer market of the future will be the domain of women. Yinton looked at him doubtfully. This kid isn't just familiar with the rules. He directly creates the rules. Could he be a business genius? If I recruit him into the Yin family. But how? Si Jin doesn't seem to be short of money. He also doesn't need power and has no expanding desires. He can't be bought. To make him work for the Yin family wholeheartedly, the only way is marriage. Si Jin asked, by the way, have you seen Mu Jalon recently? His friend beside him replied, I haven't seen her in the academy for a long time either. Hearing this, Si Jin thought, in the end, after so many days, I still haven't been able to see Mu Jalon. This is so tiring. Helion, sitting beside him, said, "You're sitting on the dragon throne and still sighing. I thought letting you into the palace would let me see your curious side." Jean expressed, "Although this palace of yours is grand, our forbidden city is a tourist attraction. I'm used to seeing it. You call me into the palace. Besides wanting to see my mountain man first time in the city, look, is there anything else? It's not really just to have me come in and make sugar-coated haws for you, is it?" Hearing this, Helion said, "You're right. You made all these things at the festival and didn't even let me taste them first. I had to summon you to the palace before you thought of making them for me. What crime is that?" Hearing this, Jean smiled and said, "If you like to eat them, I'll teach the imperial chefs how to make them later." Helion pouted, "I don't need it. Am I a child?" He thought. "Aren't you a child?" He was immediately kicked by her. Helion continued, Jean, you can't delay any longer. Tomorrow at dawn, you must leave." Hearing this, Jean asked doubtfully, "Is something happening?" Helion explained, "Ninth-rank masters are very difficult to monitor completely, so I can't give you precise information either. But I can feel that it's not as peaceful as it seems on the surface." Jean continued, "Do I really have to go? Can't the presence of the spirit venerable deter them? Besides, my strength isn't weak." Helion, while eating a sugar-coated haw, said, "It's easy to dodge a spear in the open, but hard to defend against an arrow in the dark. The best method now is to leave, to turn your existence from light to dark. As for the deterrence of the spirit venerable among the ninth rank, there are no shortage of confident and crazy perverts. Even if they will be hunted down by the spirit venerable all over the world, they might still kill you for a moment of satisfaction. In short, you must leave tomorrow." Night gradually fell. In the academy dormitory, Jean tossed and turned, unable to sleep. In the end, I still didn't get to see Jalon. Suddenly, he heard a noise from the door. Could it be Ling Lie climbing my window again? Didn't we just meet? What's the matter? Jalon suddenly appeared and said, Jean. She smiled innocently. "I thought you were sleeping." Jean immediately sat up and said, "I was about to sleep." "Wait, why are you also climbing through the window to find me?" Jalon explained, "Don't you think about what time it is? Knocking on a boy's door in the middle of the night? Princess Jalon of a friendly nation ambushes Jean in the middle of the night. Are you trying to leave a final legend at the school before you go?" "I still need to study here." Jean smiled shyly and said, "What are you talking about? How could the school spread such rumors?" Jalon continued to ask, "Just now you said I also climbed through the window. Does that mean someone else has done it too?" Speaking of which, I met Ling Bo at school during the day today. She's become very feminine. Her whole body is glowing. I don't know what happened in the past few days." Hearing this, Jean was terrified. "Oh no, will Jalon get angry enough to attack? Should I secretly prepare some defensive spiritual arts?" Before he could do anything, Jalon continued, "I actually admire Ling Bo a little, being able to be so young and passionate." Jean asked in fear, "Jalon, what have you been busy with lately?" Suddenly, a green light enveloped the entire room, frightening Jean. "Let's talk things out. Don't just release a sixth-rank spiritual art in the room at the slightest disagreement." Then he suddenly discovered the heavenly dragon chi of a sixth-rank spiritual art, and the array is extremely stable. Could it be that Jalon has broken through to the sixth rank? Jalon said confidently, "That's right. During my duel with Yen Tin, I pushed my power to its limit, and I also cast a sixth-rank spiritual art. In that instant, I felt that my level was about to have a breakthrough. So I asked Teacher Wenren for guidance and went into seclusion to consolidate my realm, while someone was busy dating all sorts of people. I missed the last chance to be with you, but I don't regret it at all." With that, she leaned against Jean. Jean thought to himself, "She smells so good." Suddenly, Jalon said, "Of course, I took a bath before coming. It smells good, right?" Jean felt shy of being seen through. Jalon said, "It's clear that you have to leave, and I was busy improving my realm. You must think I'm a heartless girl, right?" Jean placed his hand on Jalon's shoulder to reassure her and said, "Not at all. I think Jalon is very strong. You once said you wanted to become. No matter what happens, you're always steadfast and unwavering, striving towards this goal. Without any luck. I think you're amazing like that." Jalon asked him, "When are you leaving?" He looked up at the sky and replied, I'll leave as soon as it's light. Jalon shyly looked up at him and said, there's not much time left. Why don't we create some memories worth remembering? Hearing this, Cene was stunned. Jalon continued, Cene, don't be stunned. Decide quickly. He was so shy that his face turned red. He said, the moonlight tonight is very beautiful. I was thinking, why not set off under the moonlight? Can you see me off? Jalon stood up and turned towards the window, saying to him, all right, if you've decided so. Then let's set off. Let Xiaobai take us. Cene of Ming Xin said that today, the most legendary first-year student in the history of the Royal Cultivation Academy disappeared from the academy without anyone knowing, embarking on a new and adventurous journey. So Xiaobai took Mu Jalon and Cene away together. Cene asked, has Xiaobai's speed increased again? Jalon explained, after absorbing my spiritual power, Xiaobai transformed. After my level increased, Xiaobai's strength and speed also increased accordingly. Hearing this, Cene pleaded, that's amazing. Why don't you lend me Xiaobai for my travels? Jalon found it funny. In your dreams. Then she turned around and said to Cene, we've left the range of the imperial capital. He looked at the scenery below with a hint of sadness and said, I'm finally leaving. I'm really reluctant to go. At this time, in the imperial palace, a servant came to Hellion and said, Your Majesty, it's late. You can look at these memorials tomorrow. Hellion said, it's fine. I'm not sleepy yet. Another person suddenly ran in to report, Your Majesty, we've just received news. He whispered into Hellion's ear. After hearing it, she asked, Is that so? Then she put down her brush, went outside, looked up at the sky, and said, Cene, come back soon. Don't make me wait too long. Luan Wu, at this time, also received the news and said, Cene has left. After messing with him for so long, it's time to cultivate properly. Don't let the spirit venerable sun leave you too far behind in realm. Seeing this, Luan also said, although he ruined your big plan, it seems you don't hold any enmity towards Cene, brother. What exactly do you want to do? Luan Wu replied, if it weren't for him, then in this life, I would definitely be the most noticed prodigy. Have you never been jealous of him before? Hearing this, Luan replied, if I were the type of person to be jealous of my friends, then as a son of the Luan family, my magnanimity would be a bit too small. But I have never given up on wanting to be stronger than him because of that. At this time, on the mountainside, Cene got down and said, this is as far as you should go. Jalon slowly walked over and continued, Cene, in my country, when a warrior is about to go on an expedition, someone will perform a dance for them, to pray to the heavens to protect them, to turn misfortune into fortune, to overcome all obstacles, and bring back the fruits of victory to the person by their side. So, do you want to see it? After asking, she began to display her skilled dance steps. Cene felt shy watching. After dancing, she asked, what do you think? It's my first time dancing, so I'm a little nervous. Cene stammered in extreme shyness, extremely beautiful. Jalon, while speaking, placed her hand on Cene's cheek. Then imprint my image in your eyes. Don't forget me. In the night, Cene, Mu Jalon and Xiaobai stood on the edge of the cliff, watching Cene's figure. She thought to herself, the dance just now is only performed by a girl praying for her lover's safe return. Cene, you promised me you would definitely come back. Cene traveled alone in the mountains and forests. He said, it's been a few days since I left the imperial capital. Although I've passed through a few small towns because I'm still close to the imperial capital's range, it doesn't really feel any different. I really don't know why so many people in my previous life like to travel. Isn't it just going from one place to another that's just the same? It's too leisurely. Relying on walking speed is also slow. I feel like my whole body is going to rust. I'll buy a carriage when I get to the next city. With that, he leaped to the ground. Full speed ahead to the next city. I'll consider it convenient cultivation. Then he jumped from tree to tree. Suddenly, on one branch, he discovered a troop of soldiers below him. He wondered, the army? Why are they here? He looked up at the sky and saw another creature. A strange flying creature. He wondered, a wyvern. Why is it here? He rushed towards it, but it ignored him. He followed the creature's figure with his eyes and asked, it ignored me? Is its target that army unit? I'll go over and take a look. Below, the army saw the creature. The commander immediately ordered, target spotted, form a defensive formation. All archers, prepare. Suddenly, The creature dived down, breathing fire on the army. Then it flew up again. The leader said, "We blocked it. Check for wounded. We can't continue to defend. Archers advance." Everyone obeyed. The archer stepped forward and shot arrows at the creature one after another. Seeing this, Cene was also concerned. This wyvern is even bigger than Yen Tin's. Its strength is infinitely close to the 6th rank. Moreover, dragon-type demonic beasts are relatively difficult to deal with. Among beasts of the same rank, although these soldiers are numerous, they are basically ordinary soldiers. Around the 5th rank, I'm afraid they won't be able to defeat this wyvern easily. The wyvern suddenly spewed out a powerful dragon's breath. This frightened everyone in the army. "Be careful, that's dragon's breath." Suddenly, a girl stepped forward and said, "Everyone, get behind me." She used her magic to suppress the wyvern. That girl is a 4th rank spirit master. Mai Ping. This made Cene shout angrily, "Fool!" Dragon's breath is compressed fire that explodes instantly upon impact. Indeed, the dragon's breath exploded, and she fell from the sky. She thought to herself, "I'm about to fall. It hurts so much. My body can't move freely in the air. What should I do?" At this time, Cene flew over and said gently, "If you don't have martial arts skills and can't adjust your landing posture in the air, you can use a wind-type spiritual art to slow your descent." He caught Mei Ping. The surrounding subordinates immediately ran over and asked, "Young miss, are you hurt?" She replied, "I'm fine." The wyvern at this time roared fearsomely. The soldiers also began to worry. "No good. We can't beat it. Young man, thank you for your help. Please take the young miss and retreat to a safe place. We will block the wyvern's attack." The girl said fearfully, "No, Uncle Gong. We'll attack and retreat together." The man said worriedly, "Young miss, I'm in command here. You go quickly." At this time, Cene approached and said, "All right, everyone, stop arguing so loudly in my ear. My ears are about to burst. I'll go deal with it." The man fearfully tried to stop him. "What? Come back. Don't joke around. That wyvern. It's lived for a very long time. Its strength is almost." Before he could finish speaking, Cene had taken it down in an instant. He turned back and said confidently, "See, it's dealt with. Finally, a little taste of adventure." Cene was sitting and cleaning his weapon. He thought, a 6th rank wyvern, grenades can't one-shot it easily anymore. Using swordsmanship is more direct now. Looks like I need to find time to upgrade the firepower of my weapons. Suddenly, Mei Ping came over and said, "Thank you for saving me just now. I am Mei Ping, from my family of Longhui City." Seeing this, Cene also replied, "I am Cene, a traveler. Is Longhui City the city south of here?" Mei Ping replied cheerfully, "Yes. If you don't mind, please come with us. You are our savior. Please let us thank you." A man approached and asked, "Young miss, we've almost finished cleaning up. We can prepare to return to the city." Mei Ping replied, "Good. The young master who just saved us is Cene. I want to invite him to be a guest in the city." Seeing this, the man expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, brother, for your help. If the young miss was in danger, I really don't know how I would explain it to the old master." Cene replied politely, It's nothing. This place is very far from Longhui City. Are you all planning to walk there?" Cene looked at that and thought, hiding the horses before something happens, so to speak. They didn't encounter the wyvern by chance, but were waiting here to hunt the wyvern. On the carriage, Cene said shyly, "I'm sorry to be riding in your carriage." The girl replied, "After all, there aren't many people, and we can't let the driver go. It's a good thing we don't need the extra horses. It proves that no one from our side died in this battle." Hearing this, Cene thought to himself, "I'm afraid so. It seems this Mei Ping has no real combat experience hunting high-level demonic beasts. She's a local noble, but she only has the strength of a 4th rank. Why would she participate in such a dangerous battle?" He said, "You hid the horses beforehand, which means you came out on this expedition to hunt the wyvern." Hearing this, Mei Ping replied honestly, "That's right. Recently, we received a report that a wyvern demonic beast in the forest has been attacking merchants. So we came to hunt it." Cene continued, "Although it's a bit rude to say this, your strength is no match for the wyvern at all. Wasn't this expedition a bit reckless?" Hearing this, Mei Ping said with a hint of sadness, "Young master, you're not wrong. but the information we got was very vague, based on the information from the surviving merchants. We thought it was just a 4th rank wyvern. In our team, Uncle Gong and I have 4th rank strength. The rest only have 3rd rank strength. We thought nothing would go wrong. After hearing this, he immediately thought, a 6th rank was mistaken for a 4th rank? Could a simple intelligence error lead to such a big mistake? Moreover, this place is not far from the imperial capital, and it's not in the direction of the Spirit Demon Mountain Range. Why would a lone 6th rank demonic beast suddenly appear? There's a problem. Anyway, it's fine. I'll investigate after entering the city. On the way to the city, the residents gathered in the city and chatted. Look, everyone look over there. It's my family's army. They're dragging the wyvern's corpse behind them. That's great. It seems they've successfully eliminated the wyvern. Now we don't have to worry when we leave the city. The man came over and reported, Young miss, we've arrived. Jean opened the curtain and looked at the surrounding scenery, saying, It seems this wyvern has caused a lot of suffering for the people here. Now that everyone sees you dragging the wyvern's corpse back, they can rest assured. He saw Mei Ping staring at him and asked, What's wrong? She replied, Young Master Jean, you're so young yet you have such super strength. You were able to kill a 6th rank wyvern and become a hero to the people of Longhui City. But it seems you don't think this is anything worth mentioning. Could it be that you're some big shot? Jean feigned shyness and smiled. Not at all. It's just that my personality isn't suited for showing off. Please, Miss Mei, help me keep it a secret. This Mei Ping, although she seems to not understand the ways of the world, is quite perceptive in this aspect. I should be a little more careful. He jumped down gently and said, Watch your step. Suddenly, he noticed someone approaching. A few people on horseback charged into the city, saying, Move. Don't block the way. The person on the horse calmly asked, Mei Ping, you've returned safely. Jean asked doubtfully, Who is this? She explained, This is young Master Lin Ming of the Lin family, a noble family. Another faction in Longhui City. The young master looked at Jean and Mei Ping with some reassurance in his heart. He dismounted and asked Mei Ping, Who is this kid? Without letting Mei Ping explain, he introduced himself. Young Master Lin, hello, I am. As he spoke, he extended his hand to greet him, but was snubbed by young Master Lin. I didn't ask you. Do you have the right to speak to me? Jean smiled on the outside, but thought to himself, a standard reaction from a countryside tyrant. Seeing this, Mei Ping got angry and said, Lin Ming, don't be rude to my savior. Thanks to Jin's help, we were able to bring the wyvern's corpse back. Hearing this, Lin Ming doubted, Sister Mei, with so many of you, you needed an outsider's help to hunt a 4th rank wyvern. The man beside him explained, Young Master Lin, you don't know. The information we got was wrong. It was a huge 6th rank wyvern. None of us were its match. Fortunately, Jean was passing by and dealt with the wyvern, so we were able to return alive. At this time, everyone started talking. What? A 6th rank wyvern? It was cut up before, so it wasn't clear. But this wyvern is really huge. It's not a lie to say it's 6th rank. Who is that red-haired young man? He can defeat a 6th rank wyvern. That means his strength is at least 6th rank. Have you forgotten? Ordinary spirit masters basically can't defeat demonic beasts of the same rank. This young man either has strength beyond the 6th rank or possesses high-level spiritual techniques. Seeing this, Lin Ming greeted him. Are you the one who defeated the 6th rank wyvern? Jean played along. So what? Who knew this Lin Ming was so annoying? I'll wait for him to make a move on me. Then I'll have a reason to teach him a lesson. Suddenly, Lin Ming bowed his head in admiration. If that's really the case, then I have offended you greatly just now. My name is Lin Ming, the eldest son of the Lin family in the city. If Brother Jean has time, please do me the honor of coming to my place so I can apologize for my earlier behavior. Seeing this, Jean said triumphantly, What are you talking about, young Master Lin? He thought, so he knows how to be flexible. It seems I underestimated him. But before he could finish speaking, Mei Ping suddenly came and hugged his arm, saying, Wait a minute. Jean has already agreed to be a guest at my family. Don't you butt in. Jean at this time said shyly, Miss Mei, actually, I came to Longhui City with some other personal matters to attend to. Besides, you and Uncle Gong's group have had a long journey. Go home and rest first today. After I finish my business, I'll come to your residence to bother you. Hearing this, Mei Ping said gently, Is that so? After you finish your business, you must come find me. Jin agreed and turned to leave. Lin Ming looked at him with a suspicious expression. It seemed someone was following him. When he could no longer see any trace of him, the person revealed himself and asked, flustered, "Damn, I lost him here." Suddenly, he appeared behind him and said, "He took the bait so easily. This Lin Ming is not only a bad person, but he doesn't even use his brain. Can't he see I was making an excuse to leave?" Then they used martial arts to create fireballs to attack Jin, but they were no match for him at all. He grabbed one of them by the neck and lifted him up, asking, "Your strength is relatively strong. Are you the leader? I have something to ask you. Does that 6th rank wyvern have anything to do with Lin Ming?" Lin Ming's subordinate, despite being choked, struggled to threaten Jin back. "Do you know what you're doing? Offending the Lin family here is not a smart choice." Hearing this, his eyes became very sharp as he asked him, "Do you think I'm joking? Isn't the difference in our strength clear enough?" Jin, while choking him tighter, thought coldly, "I even dare to smash the Gao family, one of the 4 great families of the Imperial City. Do you think I'm afraid of a countryside noble?" Lin Ming's subordinate was only now afraid. He hurriedly said, "I don't know what you're talking about." Jin directly questioned him. "Although we sent someone to announce our return before entering the city, the Lin family's welcome was too fast. Why did you send people to monitor Mei Ping's movements outside the city?" He immediately explained that the wyvern had been attacking passersby for a while, so of course they were just concerned about the progress of the hunt. As soon as he finished speaking, he was killed on the spot by Jin. He calmly thought, "Looks like I can't get anything out of him. I hope I'm overthinking it. It's best if it's just a small matter of Lin Ming wanting to cause trouble for me." A while later, Jin walked down the street and exclaimed about this place. Longhui City is indeed prosperous, but compared to the economy and people's livelihood, it seems that the trade of bulk commodities is the main thing. After a while, he also found the place he was looking for. It was the Nian Shi Merchant Guild. The attendant at the door asked politely, "Hello, young master. May I ask if you want to buy or sell goods?" Jin directly handed him the token. As soon as he saw this item, the attendant couldn't help but be surprised and realized what this token represented. This is a distinguished guest of the Yan family. He immediately warmly invited him inside. Then he directly led Jin inside. The attendant bowed to him and said, "Young master, please wait here for a moment. The manager will be here shortly." Jin stood there alone and couldn't help but sigh in boredom. He sat on the chair and waited for someone to come. After a while, a person pushed open the door and walked in. Then this person began to perform his kung fu tea pouring technique for Jin. He was a little surprised and watched. But then a few more people came. They started many performances, like breaking stones with their chests, plates spinning on their hands. Jin, on the other hand, felt quite surprised watching their performances. The group even performed acrobatics, forming a circle on top of each other. His expression couldn't help but show confusion as he witnessed these performances. What kind of trick is this? Just then, a girl walked over. She said excitedly and loudly, "The Longhui branch of the Yan Shi Merchant Guild warmly welcomes the distinguished guest of the Yan family. I'm the manager of this merchant guild, Yin Xiaocha." She smiled and asked, "Young master, may I ask if you are satisfied with our reception?" Jin reluctantly clapped and replied, "The performance was very unique. Thank you." His reaction made Xiaocha a little dissatisfied as she stared at him. She gently told the subordinate behind her to leave. Jin got straight to the point and said, "Manager Yin, actually I came this time." Before he could finish, Xiaocha interrupted him. She smiled proudly and said, "Young master, although I don't know why you're here, please allow me to introduce you to the latest top-secret product of our merchant guild." At this point, she began to whisper in Jin's ear. "This is a new product that is not mass-produced, but will definitely usher in a new era. It's a good item to have at home or on the go for killing and robbing. Even though our merchant guild exceeded its quota last year, we were only allocated a small number." Hearing this, he asked with some curiosity, "What is it?" It seemed Xiaocha was just waiting for him to say this. Her eyes lit up. Then she immediately took out 2 grenades. "Young master, please take a look." Jin looked at the item she presented in surprise. Xiaocha smiled and introduced, "It seems the young master is indeed not an ordinary person. You can recognize this item. That's right, this is the legend of the Imperial City. the sun of survival that caused a storm in the noble circles. Hearing this, he immediately voiced his guess. Grenade. At the same time, Xiaocha also said, facial cleanser. As if not believing what he had just heard, Jean immediately asked again, facial cleanser? She calmly replied, yes, facial cleanser. His mind couldn't help but spin when he heard this. Why is facial cleanser in a grenade shell? I thought the Yin family had secretly figured out how to make grenades. Xiaocha smiled when she saw his disappointment. Of course, the Yin family still doesn't know the secret of the grenade, so we don't have items like grenades. Since the young master has recognized it, and also has the highest level guest token, it seems the young master is the legendary Jean, the son of the spirit venerable. He immediately voiced his suspicion. You put on so many performances just now to stall for time, just to put facial cleanser in a grenade shell to test me. If I weren't Jean, you would just be introducing a new facial cleanser product. The girl, Xiaocha, quickly explained. Young master, don't be angry, because I really want to obtain the manufacturing method for the grenade that even Yin Tin couldn't get. If young master Jean can bear the pain and tell me the manufacturing method, I will naturally not treat you poorly. Xiaocha gently moved closer. Then she took Jin's hand and said that he should rest assured. As long as you can give me what I want, I can definitely satisfy all your requests. Jin's face showed clear annoyance. When he saw her like this, he directly asked, what are you doing? Xiaocha didn't hide anything and answered frankly, seducing you, young master. As soon as Jean heard this, he was so scared that he jumped up. He muttered in frustration, why is everyone from the Yin family so strange? How can they make so much money working so mindlessly? Xiaocha smiled and said, young master, don't joke. I have decided to get the secret formula for your grenade, no matter what. Naturally, this conclusion was reached through deduction. Hearing this, Jean immediately asked back, tell me, why do you think I will definitely agree to your request? Xiaocha calmly replied, isn't this simple? The young master didn't give the manufacturing method to Yin Tin. This in itself proves a very important piece of information. Jean asked curiously, what information? Suddenly, Xiaocha became shy and said bashfully, the young master was not moved by Yin Tin, which proves that the young master likes flat-chested types like me. Hearing this, Jean felt that this girl was too much and just wanted to leave immediately. He announced, well then, sorry to have bothered you. I'm leaving. Seeing this, Xiaocha became very serious and asked, young master, you came to the Yin family's branch office, surely not to do business, but to gather information, right? Jin's footsteps stopped when he heard this. He turned his head and glanced at her. Xiaocha calmly continued, young master, you're not wrong. The appearance of that 6th rank wyvern is indeed related to the Lin family. Hearing this, he said, just one piece of information is not enough to trade for my things. Hearing this, Xiaocha directly gave Jean a new piece of information. The Lin family has been extremely vigilant lately because they have obtained something extremely formidable. His expression darkened when he heard that. He thought to himself, it seems that wyvern wasn't a problem the Lin family brought here to cause trouble. But the Lin family is extremely concerned about the wyvern's movements, yet they didn't go to deal with it themselves. That proves, thinking up to this point, Jean began to voice the key points he suspected. That wyvern wasn't released by the Lin family, but it came because of the Lin family. It's related to something the Lin family obtained. Hearing this, Xiaocha beside him smiled and exclaimed, as expected, the young master is exceptionally intelligent. You understood in an instant. He felt a bit interested in this matter, so he quickly turned to Xiaocha and said, tell me what the Lin family obtained. If this information is extremely valuable, it's not impossible for me to consider giving you a corresponding reward. Xiaocha considered for a moment and then replied, right now I still don't know. Because the Yin family is just a business. We're not interested in other matters. Why would we risk prying into the secrets of the local tyrant in the city? If we offend the Lin family then, and can't establish ourselves here, we'll lose more than we gain. She smiled and continued, but if the young master offers a reward that moves us, we will also get what the young master needs in exchange. Young master, you can go back first. If there's any news, I'll send someone to inform you. Jean sneered when he heard her say that. His face was filled with a cold expression as he said to Xiaocha, I think before I go, there are a few things I still need to make clear. Si Jin's voice suddenly dropped. Since you want to use the grenade manufacturing method to exchange for information, if you really give me enough information, I can sell it to you. But before I give permission, the Yin family is not allowed to produce it privately. I will ask Her Majesty for help with this matter. At this point, he didn't forget to issue a threat. Also, right now, only you know my identity. If I run into trouble that's not aimed at me, but at this identity of the Spirit Venerable Son, then as long as I'm alive, you will be in a lot of trouble. Understood. Seeing this, Xiao Cha broke into a bright smile and said, "What are you talking about, young master? The Yin family and the young master are good friends. How could I dare to sell out the young master?" Hearing this, Si Jin just snorted coldly. Then he turned and left. He said softly, "Also, big or small breasts don't matter to me. I eat them all. This is awareness, understand?" Si Jin turned his head and smiled at Xiao Cha. After finishing, he left. Xiao Cha watched his departing back and couldn't help but admire him. The young master is only in his teens, but that aura just now was really like a monster who has killed countless people. Suddenly, someone approached. Two girls wearing masks said, "He has discovered us. Just now, you were stimulated by his aura. Your spiritual power fluctuated." Xiao Cha smiled and said, "I thought having 2 7th-rank bodyguards here would make me fearless." Thinking back, he could kill a 6th-rank demonic beast instantly. His strength is naturally not inferior to yours. With that, she calmly ordered the 2 masked girls, "Go find out what the Lin family is hiding. I originally felt that they might cause big trouble. If they ruin our business environment, we'll have to deal with it too. This way, we can conveniently sell a favor to young Master Si Jin." The masked girl immediately said, "After all, the Lin family is the overlord of one side in Longhui City. Naturally, there are no shortage of masters in their family. If we investigate their secrets, they can't possibly not notice." Xiao Cha smiled with a hidden meaning and said, "So what? If the Lin family really brings trouble to this city, then we can just secretly help the My family deal with it. This Longhui City belongs to Her Majesty, not the Lin family. Our Yin family is an ally of Her Majesty, one of the 4 great families of the Tianming Kingdom. Helping Her Majesty clean up the garden is also something we should do." Meanwhile, at the Lin family estate, Lin Ming bowed and reported to his father, "The My family has eliminated all of them. The wyvern is gone." But contrary to the intelligence, that wyvern wasn't 4th rank, but 6th rank. Hearing this, Lin Tianxiong calmly continued, "The intelligence was not wrong. The wyvern that attacked the merchants a few days ago was indeed 4th rank. That 6th rank wyvern is a new arrival. I'm afraid more wyverns will come in the future. If this continues, it will alert the imperial court. Then we won't be able to keep our treasure." After Tianxiong finished speaking, he immediately proposed a new strategy. He said, "Pay attention to the movements of the merchants. We must seal off the news completely. As long as we can control it for a few more days, the dragon egg will hatch." The scene changes to Si Jin's side. He thought to himself, although the scale of Longhui City seems large, it was previously just a small, unknown city. Therefore, the nobles in the city, the My family, only have the Lin family in the east and the My family in the west, each managing one side. After the founding of the Tianming Kingdom, the country, having just experienced war, was in urgent need of food. The Yin family saw that this land had fertile soil, flat terrain, and abundant water resources. It was also located in the central belt of the country, so large and small merchant guilds came here to invest and build, attracting a population to gather, developing food production. In this process, what was the meaning of the existence of the Mai and Lin families? Taking advantage of the city's development to levy heavy taxes and amass great wealth, building a more stable class fortress. This problem, sooner or later, more and more people will discover. While thinking, Mei Ping suddenly appeared. She called out loudly, "Si Jin." He turned his head, looked at her, and smiled, saying, "I was just thinking about how to announce my name to the gatekeeper. Luckily, you came out just in time." Mei Ping's maidservant said, "The young miss, after returning and taking a simple bath, has been loitering at the gate." It turns out she was waiting for this young master. Her face turned red when she heard that. Mei Ping asked her maidservant angrily, "Xiao Chui, who told you to be so talkative?" She didn't forget the main business and suddenly turned back to grab Si Jin's hand. Then she excitedly pulled him into her house. Si Jin, hurry up and come in. My father and Uncle Gong are both waiting for you. Inside, a mysterious man was sitting there asking his subordinate, Are you sure there's no mistake? He replied seriously. The wyvern that attacked the merchant guild before was repelled by the guards accompanying the caravan. Its left leg has quite a few scales with slash marks, but the wyvern I just brought back has no wounds at all. This man is the head of my family. Manhwa. He frowned and asked, So you're saying there's still another wyvern causing trouble on the trade route? Just then, Si Jin gently knocked on the door. Then he said with a serious face, I think the situation might be even more dangerous. The wyvern demonic beasts appearing nearby are not just one. The subordinate smiled and introduced him to the man. This is the young man who helped us defeat the 6th rank wyvern. Si Jin politely bowed and greeted. Junior Si Jin pays his respects to the head of my family. Ya quickly helped him up. He welcomed him cheerfully. Good. I should be the one thanking you. You saved this clueless daughter of mine. He smiled and introduced himself. Manhwa, head of my family. Little brother, you have such skills at such a young age. Naturally, you are not an ordinary person. No need to be so polite with me. Quick, sit down. Ya asked. Brother Si Jin, where are you from? He replied politely. I am not from a famous or noble family, but I came from the imperial capital. I am a student of the Royal Cultivation Academy. Hearing this, he smiled with satisfaction and said, So that's how it is. The Royal Cultivation Academy is full of talented people. The students there are all pillars of the nation. I was also planning to send my daughter there to study next year. Si Jin smiled and continued to praise. Miss May is already at the 4th rank. Even among the young descendants of the imperial capital's nobility, not many have reached this level. It seems Miss May's cultivation aptitude is extremely good. Suddenly, Ya glanced at his subordinate. Seeing this, he quickly understood. Then he said awkwardly, Young Master Si Jin, the situation is urgent now. We won't say much more. Our Longhui city rarely has demonic beasts. Therefore, we have too little information on this matter. Since you came from the Royal Cultivation Academy, can you tell us your view on the appearance of the wyvern? Si Jin didn't hesitate and told him frankly, Wyverns are a subspecies of dragons. True dragons are extremely rare, super high-level demonic beasts. They basically have their own territories. They rarely appear in the human world. Therefore, the dragon-type demonic beasts we normally encounter are mostly wyverns, a subspecies. There is no environment for demonic beasts around Longhui City. Then there must be some reason that attracted the wyverns here. It could also be that they were just passing by. It's just, Mei Ping continued sadly. It's now confirmed that there are at least 2 wyverns nearby. Hearing this, he nodded. That's right. The problem lies there. Wyverns consume a lot of food. Besides nutrition, they also have a requirement for magical power. They normally feed on low-level demonic beasts. If wyverns are drawn to this place, then they will surely attack humans relentlessly. If there really is a wyvern's nest nearby, we might have to dispatch heavy troops to guard the main road and request aid from the imperial capital. Hearing this, Ya had no choice but to accept this plan. That is the only explanation for now. He recounted seriously. The Lin family just sent a message. Their judgment is quite similar to what you said. They have already dispatched troops to patrol the official roads. If more wyverns are discovered, we might organize a reconnaissance squad of high-level experts to investigate the location of the wyvern nest. Hearing this, Si Jin couldn't help but feel suspicious and pondered silently. Why is the Lin family suddenly being so proactive? They clearly knew the cause of the wyvern's appearance, yet they previously pushed the blame onto the demons. Is it because they are afraid they can't handle the wyvern problem themselves? Then why act now? Thinking of this, he seemed to realize something. Mei Ping asked worriedly when she saw Si Jin suddenly stand up. What's wrong? Seeing the grave expression on his face, he said, I have an urgent matter. Please lend me a fast horse. I must go out of the city to confirm something. We heard this, but still gently suggested. It is already getting dark today. If it's not urgent, why not stay and have a meal with us? Rest for a night. Wait until tomorrow. Hearing this, Si Jin hurriedly interrupted. This matter is extremely urgent. Seeing this, the old man didn't hold him back and immediately agreed. Si Jin pondered as he rode away on the horse. if I'm not mistaken. I'm afraid the people the Lin family sent out weren't to protect that group. Meanwhile, a subordinate of the Lin family approached the group to inquire. Is what you said true? You were just attacked by a wyvern? They tried to support each other to stand up. The soldier answered his question with difficulty. That's right. Fortunately, that wyvern wasn't a high level. We fought it off, but we also suffered quite a few injuries. Please escort us into the city. He agreed, all right. But then he suddenly drew his sword and finished off the soldier who had let his guard down. The remaining people were shocked to see him act like that. That man continued to kill people. Xiang Man asked, if you can't solve the problem, then you solve the people who raised the problem? Then he loudly ordered his subordinates. Kill them all. Don't let anyone survive. Immediately after, the scene became chaotic. The smell of blood filled the air. At that moment, there was a white-haired young man in the carriage. He lifted the curtain to look at the scene, unable to help but sigh in boredom. After a while, they had killed everyone in the group. A soldier began to notice the carriage over there. The man in black ran over and told the person inside, don't hide anymore. You can't escape, son. Come down here obediently. I'll give you a quick death. The young man inside spoke up and asked him, are you talking to me? As soon as he finished speaking, a magic circle appeared beneath their feet. Then, a fire suddenly flared up and burned them. One of them quickly jumped back. But right at this moment, suddenly, a blade of air slashed his head off. The leader reacted quickly and jumped up in time. He secretly realized, this is an extremely high-level magic trap. Damn it, I was careless for a moment. The whole squad was almost wiped out. The level of the spirit master in the carriage is even higher than mine. Fortunately, we chose to break through the encirclement just now. As he thought, he raised his sword. Then he slashed straight down at the carriage below. He wanted to take the opportunity to kill the person inside before they could cast the next spirit art. The carriage shattered. From there, it was clear that the person inside was Fong Ming. He calmly asked him, just now, you said you wanted to give me a quick death? Facing the cold, sharp sword rushing towards him, Fong Ming showed no fear at all. He frowned slightly and asked, I should thank you for your gentleness, but I am different from humans. After speaking, Fong Ming directly conjured countless sharp needles to pierce him. He said coldly, I avoided your head and heart. Slowly die in endless pain. Then Fong Ming began to walk towards the soldiers lying on the ground. He said gently, the enemy attacked too quickly just now. I couldn't stop them in time. The person lying on the ground spoke weakly when he heard that. Turns out you are so powerful. I thought you were just a frail student. No need to check. The wounds I suffered cannot be healed. It's good that you're okay. Fong Ming lowered his voice and asked him, is there anything else you need me to do for you? He took out a bag of luggage and said, there is a Lin Xuan in the city. Give this to Xiao Yun. Help me tell her. I'm sorry. As soon as he finished speaking, the soldier took his last breath. Right at this moment, Si Jin finally caught up. He frowned, annoyed that he arrived late. While looking around, Si Jin was surprised to see Fong Ming standing there. He turned his head to look and spoke calmly. Truly interesting. It seems we are quite fated. Si Jin was a bit confused to see Fong Ming here. Then Si Jin sat down and told Fong Ming everything. After hearing it, he immediately deduced. So these people are subordinates of the Lin family in Longhui City nearby. To hide the fact that the merchant caravan was attacked by wyverns, they planned to silence them halfway. Si Jin calmly continued. That's what I guessed, but doing so can only delay the exposure for a few days. In my opinion, it's not a smart move at all. Fong Ming speculated while cleaning up the scene. Unless they are plotting something that will succeed in the next few days. But once the plan succeeds, are they confident they can deal with the ensuing trouble? Si Jin looked at the corpses below and turned to say, everyone is here, right? Let's just protect the bodies simply like this for now, to prevent magic beasts from eating them. Then go into the city to notify people to claim them. Fong Ming's face became very serious as he said, when the Lin family did this, they probably already considered the possibility of being exposed like this. If you go back now and call people to claim the bodies, they will definitely activate their emergency plan immediately, most likely mobilizing the entire family force to turtle up, defending within their territory and biding their time. By then, if you want to confront them head on, it won't be easy. Hearing this, Si Jin realized what he meant and asked, you mean we shouldn't alert the Lin family yet? Fong Ming sharply planned. Wipe out the traces of battle. Since they sent this squad out, they will constantly monitor the movement on the official road. As long as no news is sent back, The Lin family won't immediately discover that their plan has been exposed. That way, we will have at least 1 or 2 days to clarify this matter. For the caravan's bodies, I will prepare a formation to continuously release cold air, ensuring they will never be destroyed by wild beasts. And they won't rot easily either. Cene asked him with some suspicion. You plan to help me? Hearing that, Fong Ming asked back directly. And you? Knowing I am a demon, you don't consider me an enemy? Cene explained awkwardly. Actually, I don't have prejudice against races. I feel like you don't look like a bad person. He thought to himself. Anyway, in my world, the trope where the righteous sect is bad, and the demon race is good has been beaten to death by writers already. Fong Ming was a bit surprised to hear that. He breathed a sigh of relief, smiled, and said, If that's the case, let's set off back to the city. The caravan's horses are still alive. I'll ride this one back with you. Immediately after, the two of them returned with a spirit filled with determination. The Lin family harmed these friends I hadn't known for long. They must pay the price 100-fold. While riding on the road, Cene suddenly asked, Didn't you leave the royal capital before me? Why are you behind me now? I thought you had fled far away to hide from Qinqinglin. Fong Ming calmly asked back. You fought him, didn't you? Cene immediately admitted it. He grumbled resentfully. That time, after you set up that situation, it caused me quite a bit of trouble. Hearing that, Fong Ming smiled and gently explained. That was me saving you. You would have definitely been surrounded and killed by Qinqinglin and Gao Shun. Cene said wearily. Then wouldn't it have been better to just help me directly? He said calmly. I couldn't fight them. But to be honest, the fact that you were uninjured in that duel surprised me greatly. Originally, I thought if you were killed by him because of me, I would blame myself for a long time. Cene's face stiffened. Hearing Fong Ming say that, he reluctantly said thank you to him. Fong Ming immediately continued. I should be the one thanking you. Thanks to you challenging the student council, I had the chance to leave him. Hearing that, Cene felt very curious and asked, Why did you have to do that? Because he shackles a star. Fong Ming's face showed a hint of sadness as he replied. To protect a demon like me, he would definitely have to leave the center of human power. I didn't want his cultivation talent to be wasted. Speaking of this, he suddenly asked, Do you want to know about my past with him? Cene hurriedly refused. Once the memory recall scene starts, I have a feeling it can't be finished in 1 or 2 sentences. Keep your past memories in your heart. Talk about it when there's a chance later. Fong Ming smiled frankly, seeing his reaction. You're really interesting to talk to. Cene immediately reminded him. You haven't answered my question from earlier. Fong Ming's mood became quite good chatting with him. He smiled and answered. Very simple. Qinqinglin's speed is very fast. No matter how fast I go, he will catch up. So I chose to go a bit slower. With his impatient temper, he must have chased to the ends of the earth by now. Chatting for a while, the two arrived at Longhui City. Mei Ping was waiting in front of the gate. She stepped forward to inquire. Young Master Cene, you rushed out of the city like that. What happened? Fong Ming signaled with a glance at Cene. He smiled and replied, Nothing. I was afraid the Lin family and the caravan traveling back and forth couldn't fight off a wyvern attack. But it seems I overthought it. Mei Ping was relieved to hear that and said, If that's the case, come back with me first. We have arranged a guest room for you. Cene smiled and introduced him to her. This is a senior from my school. He is also out for experiential training. We coincidentally met on the road just now. I intend to go with him to stay at the inn. Fong Ming greeted with a bright smile. Hello, Miss Mei. I'm like Cene, both students of the Royal Cultivation Academy. Mei Ping couldn't help but be mesmerized by his beauty. She stammered a greeting back. Young Master Fong Ming. Hello, she flusteredly explained. Young Master Cene. I didn't expect to meet 2 students from the academy in such a short time, so I was too surprised. Please don't misunderstand. Since the young master's friend has arrived, why not come back to the Mei residence with me? Fong Ming politely refused. Thank you, Miss Mei. I have a friend at Lin Chuan Inn, so I won't trouble you to arrange accommodation for us. Hearing that, Mei Ping had to accept. Is that so? Then I'll go back first. If there is anything, you can send someone from the inn to the Mei residence to notify me. Cene smiled and agreed. You go back first. It's getting late. Your father will be worried. Mei Ping waved goodbye to the two of them. As soon as she left, Fong Ming suddenly gave a meaningful smile and looked at Cene. Seeing this, he couldn't help but feel confused. What are you smiling at? He smiled and chanted. red-haired son of the spirit venerable, came from the mountains to the mortal world, won the heart of the prairie princess in a duel. Superb swordsmanship. Long since became the reserve son-in-law of that legendary Taoist master. Even the prince of this world became a regular guest in his room. Now he travels the world alone. In the middle of summer in the south, he plucked a plum blossom. Jean hurriedly interrupted him when he heard that. What nonsense are you singing? Moreover, you know these things too well, don't you? Where did you get that news? Are you really a spy for the demon race? Hearing him being too loud, Fong Ming hurriedly whispered, a demon, a son of the spirit venerable. Our movements must be a bit low-key. Jean asked back wearily, you still have the nerve to tell me? A while later at Lin Chuan Inn, the two sat calmly inside. A girl walked over. She smiled and asked, what would the two guests like to eat? Fong Ming said politely, just bring up some delicious dishes. No wine needed. Give us a pot of good tea. She quickly replied, coming right up. I'll have someone bring the tea up. After she left, Fong Ming spoke up. She is Xiao Yun. She runs this inn alone. A capable woman. Jean asked him curiously, didn't you have something to give her? Fong Ming answered calmly, now is not the time. Wait until we resolve the Lin family matter. Then I'll tell her later. Jean recounted seriously. Earlier, I asked people from the Yin Family Merchant Guild to investigate the secret the Lin family wants to hide. Hearing that, Fong Ming asked, there must be many experts in the Lin family. Moreover, it will definitely be heavily guarded. Can they do it? Scene shifts to the Lin family. Just at the gate, they arranged many guards. Xiao Suo was observing from a corner. She pondered silently, putting all combat power into guarding and activating all defensive formations. It seems the Lin family really has a big secret to keep. Two masked girls skilled in wind spirit arts to conceal their bodies easily infiltrated. And the Lin family's defensive formations were originally arranged through the Yin family. The Lin family experts are only 7th rank, same level as them. So the two of them were even smoother. Inside, the Lin family head was sitting there as if waiting. Behind him was a burly expert. He announced, Lin Tianxiong. Someone has sneaked in. Scene shifts to the Lin family courtyard. A group of soldiers patrolled the surroundings tightly. The female intruder thought, I've scouted around outside. Sure enough, the defense is strict, but excessive guarding. Conversely, it reveals where the important things are hidden. Although the main courtyard looks like the most important place, the patrol routes on the outside unnaturally intersect many times at a position skewed to the west. Thinking this, she hurriedly acted, but suddenly, a hand struck towards her head from nowhere. The mask covering her face was knocked off, shattering into several pieces. She dodged the attack and landed to the side. A man said, it was clearly a sneak attack, yet it didn't succeed. Moreover, when she sneaked in, we didn't detect her at all, even if she specializes in spirit arts to conceal her presence. Her strength is at least 7th rank. Lin Tianxiong stepped forward and said, seems like she's no ordinary person. Who sent you? She looked at the situation for a moment and thought, they didn't detect me sneaking in, yet appeared here. It proves there is an expert beyond expectation here. Trouble, let alone the fact that the 3 Lin family members are originally 7th rank. If there is another 8th rank expert here, I'm afraid I can't retreat in one piece. Thinking this, she dusted herself off and stood up. Lin Tianxiong continued, you have no chance of winning. Obediently surrender. Tell us your master, and we won't harm your life. Hearing this, she kept a calm face and smiled. She replied, this Longhui city is small if you say it's small, but big if you say it's big. If we really fight and attract the attention of others, I'm afraid your secret won't be kept either. In my opinion, you guys pretend you didn't see me, and I will leave here. How about that? Hearing that, the 2 men replied, beautiful young lady. You think beautifully too, but unfortunately, you have no room to bargain with us. Saying that, the 3 of them rushed up together. A spear had arrived in front of her face, but she calmly opened her mouth and chanted, Wind Spirit Art, West Wind Falling Butterfly. Immediately, she dodged their attacks effortlessly. The bearded man said, good movement technique. To think she borrowed my energy blast to increase her own retreat speed. The other man prepared to launch the next attack. Suddenly, she snapped her fingers at him. Something was shot out from her palm. In a flash, it was right in front of his eyes. Even though he spun his spear to block the attack, he couldn't see it to block. His face was very panicked at that moment. That move of hers was named Wind Spirit Art, Hidden Weapon Acceleration. The attack arrived before the shadow. It shot straight into one of his eyes, causing him to scream in pain and hold one side of his eye. Seeing this, the other two immediately pounced on her. They gave her a heavy blow straight to the stomach. The blow just now looked quite powerful. It knocked her back into the wall, causing a large explosion. The man holding his bleeding eye asked, "Did you hit her?" The brother nearby replied, "No, the feeling on my hand wasn't right." Indeed, the blow just now didn't affect the young lady at all. She had flown up after the explosion. The young lady landed gently, a provocative smile still on her face. Lin Tianxiong saw this and thought, high-grade, close combat armor. This woman's strength is high, and she has such treasures. Could it be the Yin family? My Lin family and the Yin family stay out of each other's way. Why provoke us? It must be them. But she can't escape. The young lady took the opportunity while they were distracted to flee. While jumping off the city wall, suddenly a huge figure appeared above her from nowhere. It was the person who had followed Lin Tianxiong. The young lady thought in surprise. It seems this is the true expert who discovered my tracks. I can't underestimate him anymore. Even if it leaves after effects, I must forcibly increase my spiritual power. Use the strongest move to break through the encirclement with full force. Thinking this, she put 2 elixir pills into her mouth. Her body was now surrounded by an extremely strong current of air, ready to unleash the attack. Without hesitation, the large man struck with a giant ice arm. The move launched knocked her away until her figure could no longer be seen. Right now, she lay on the ground which had caved in, forming a crater around her. How is this possible? To think I would. The man smiled as he showed her the vast difference in strength even though she used drugs. On one side of the battlefield, the girl wearing the exact same outfit as her said, "Shopkeeper, big sister is dead. If we stay here any longer, I'm afraid we will also be in danger." It seems they don't feel any pity. Xiao Suo turned away and replied, "The person who just attacked was Venerable Snow Plains. You leave here. Return to the royal capital to report. The Lin family intends to rebel." The remaining girl heard this and replied, "If the Lin family wants to rebel, Longwy City will no longer be safe. Shopkeeper should come with me." Xiao Suo continued, "I know, but before leaving, I have to do one thing. I must complete the transaction. With Si Jin, I must collect the remuneration I need. The Yin family does not do business at a loss." Scene shifts back to a short time ago at the Lin family. Next, split up an act. The other girl replied, "Sister, I suspect our infiltration has been detected by the Lin family. Just in case. This time, the Lin family's actions don't seem calm at all. It's like putting their foundation in danger. I suspect there is someone else behind the Lin family's will. We are the shadow hiding in the shade, and you are the shadow hiding within the shadow. If I get discovered later, for you, it will be a great opportunity to investigate the truth clearly." The younger sister replied, "Sister, be careful." Back to the battlefield scene. The girl was lying dazed, her eyes dim. In her head at this moment, she thought, "I'm about to die. My dear little sister, I hope you won't be sad." An ice spike was thrown, piercing straight into her body, killing her instantly. The meaning of our existence is exactly this. Tell the shopkeeper the truth you saw. Xiao Suo recounted the situation. That's exactly it. The Lin family is rebelling. I suggest you also leave immediately. While the Lin family hasn't made the next move yet. Si Jin heard this and said, "You said there's a 9th-rank foreigner expert in the Lin family?" Fong Ming said from aside, "Venerable Snow Plains. From a northern continent. There is a tribe of strong experts with barbaric traditions. Why did he deliberately come here? Why deliberately seek out the Lin family? A small, ordinary family. What benefits can they bring?" Xiao Suo replied, "No benefits at all. I suspect the Lin family is just being manipulated and used because of their own stupidity. Venerable Snow Plains' goal is only to create chaos and disaster. That's why they act so carelessly." Si Jin still didn't understand and asked, "Destroying the granary of the Tianming kingdom?" Xiao Suo replied, "That's right. Longwy City provides nearly 50% of the grain for the Tianming kingdom. If this place is destroyed, it will cause considerable trouble for the Tianming kingdom." Si Jin said again, "Still illogical. In recent years, the Tianming kingdom has had favorable weather. Every year is a bumper harvest. The grain in the national treasury is not small either. even if they really risk doing this. As long as His Majesty opens the national treasury, the country won't lack food. It won't shake the foundation of the Tianming kingdom. Xiao Suo said, normally speaking, that's true, but Fong Ming interrupted her and said, if war breaks out on the front lines at the same time, then military provisions won't be supplied enough. Si Jin was startled hearing this and asked, you mean the demon race? Xiao Suo turned to answer him. It's just speculation for now. The Snow Nation in the north, because of geographical location and environmental issues, compared to us people of the Central Plains, they have always interacted with the demon race better. The two of them listened to her and fell silent for a moment to think. Xiao Suo stood up and continued. I will leave tonight. Besides, I have already sent someone to the royal capital to notify them in advance. I believe His Majesty will react quickly. Si Jin said, if that's the case, the Lin family might act desperately like a cornered dog. I must go notify the Mei family so they can prepare. This is what you wanted. Inside is the sample I have disassembled. I also wrote the technical specifications of some materials clearly in the document. But according to the agreement, before I nod, you're not allowed to produce it. Xiao Suo replied. Don't worry, the Yin family are merchants. The most important thing is credibility. We won't go back on our word. She took the box and intended to leave, but Si Jin called out from behind. Shopkeeper, Xiao Suo. He said, regarding your subordinate, I am very sorry. She smiled and replied, this is not your fault. Don't shoulder responsibilities that don't belong to you. Suddenly, there was shouting outside the shop. What are you doing? A thief broke into the Lin family. We suspect their accomplices are still here. Therefore, we must investigate this place. Anyone who obstructs will be considered an enemy of the Lin family. Xiao Suo heard this and said, not good. The Lin family's people found this place so quickly. Follow me out through the back door. Si Jin didn't listen to her, but walked straight to the front door. Fong Ming turned back and said, sorry, the shopkeeper of this and has a relationship with me. I have to go help. Xiao Suo, you go first. We'll be fine. Outside, a girl was being threatened by 2 soldiers. Call everyone in here out. We need to interrogate them. She replied, how rude. On what grounds do you demand I follow your orders? One of them replied, on the grounds that we are from the Lin family. Before he could finish his sentence, something approached him from behind at extreme speed. Fong Ming gave him a powerful palm strike, knocking him flying several meters. Si Jin stood aside and said, I thought you weren't the type to use your fists to hit people. Fong Ming heard that and replied, directly attacking indeed doesn't fit my habits. But that idiot just now looked so annoying, I couldn't hold back. Right at this moment, they were surrounded by a group of soldiers. Who is it? Si Jin said, naturally, someone who doesn't regard your Lin family as anything. Fong Ming added, there are 2 sixth ranks, 1 spirit master, 1 warrior, and a dozen small fries. Those guys over there spoke up. Just 2 brats with slightly high levels trying to act tough? I see you are most likely the remnants. Knowing you can't escape, you jumped out here. I advise you to obediently surrender. Fong Ming calmly rolled his eyes and said, 2 sixth ranks are also troublesome. Should we act together, or should I handle it alone? Si Jin replied, your way of speaking isn't implying that you alone are enough. I completely fail to see where you find it troublesome. Hearing that, the 2 men shouted, you are looking down on us. Underestimating the enemy will cost you your life. Suddenly, Si Jin raised his hand to signal. Wait, the black-clothed man said. So the result is still 2 people attacking together, not pretending anymore? Ignoring his words, Si Jin advised, go easy on them. Don't break their arms or legs or kill them. I'm afraid the onlookers on the street will have nightmares tonight. Fong Ming heard this and grumbled. You're making it hard for me. The 2 men couldn't listen anymore and rushed up together. Do these 2 brats want to die? Those 2 said. Don't say we are bullying you. If it were normal times, naturally, I would challenge you alone. But now we have a mission. We must ensure there are no mistakes. Prepare yourselves. Hearing that, Fong Ming replied, I've already made my move. If you don't attack soon, you'll lose. The black-clothed man thought. So confident. Seems he really has some skill. This guy is a spirit master. Just don't know what kind of spirit art he specializes in. But a lone spirit master, facing a combination of warrior and mage won't have any advantage. Thinking this, he charged up with his sword. The one behind opened a magic circle in his hand. Si Jin watched the situation and thought, When two spirit masters of the same level fight, it turns into a battle between spirit arts. Attack and spirit art. Defense. Whoever can find the opponent's opening while casting spirit arts, or cast an attack spirit art that the opponent cannot defend against, can win. In this situation, if one side has the coordination of a warrior, disrupting the opponent's casting rhythm, they can win easily. But Fong Ming is the vice president of the Royal Cultivation Academy Student Council, not an ordinary 6th rank spirit master. At this moment, Fong Ming smiled enchantingly. The black-clothed man rushed up, but stepped on a magic circle under his feet. He gasped. Spirit art released? Since when? In front of his eyes, the arranged attack was right upon him. With an agile body, he blocked it with his sword. The mage behind reminded him. That's a delayed spirit art trap. Dozens of cutting lines were launched at him relentlessly. He blocked while saying, Kid, if you have skill, keep casting. Hearing that, Fong Ming drew a line in the air. Since you asked, he was surprised by his casting speed. What? Too fast? The mage thought. Although they are low-level spirit arts, if proficient, one can skip the step of condensing the formation when releasing. But this quantity is really a bit exaggerated. Is he really 6th rank? Cene looked at Fong Ming and thought. If talking about the speed of firing low-level spirit arts, perhaps Fong Ming is even stronger than me. If he releases his seal and uses his identity as a demon to appear, then he would undoubtedly be at the 7th rank level. It seems the demon race's spiritual power indeed has a natural advantage. On one side of the battlefield, the black-clothed man was blocking increasingly fierce attacks. But his mouth didn't stop saying, Stinken brat, don't look down on me. This little breeze of yours. To me, it can't even tear my clothes. The mage behind was also gradually completing the formation. He's right. Currently, their battle has reached a stalemate. As long as I prepare a 6th rank attack spirit art, we could decide the winner in one move. Wait, the situation is so clear. Why isn't he attacking me? Thinking this, he flew straight up, escaping the magic circle created by Fong Ming. At this moment, he realized Fong Ming's scheme and turned pale, thinking, so that's it. Constantly releasing small traps is just a sleight of hand to attract my attention. The real killing move was prepared right from the start, just waiting for the end, a way to turn the tide. He landed on the ground after a moment of thought. But a 6th rank spirit master has a more comprehensive understanding of spiritual power than a low-rank spirit master. I can even sense the killing intent contained in the attack spirit art. Your scheme has been seen through by me. A magic circle opened in his hand. Immediately, he aimed the red swords he created straight at Fong Ming. 6th rank spirit art. Flame sword chain slash. Fong Ming didn't bother to take the move head on. 5th rank spirit art. Ice Fortress. The mage smiled smugly and said, although Ice Fortress is a spirit art, with extremely strong defense, it can't completely block my attack. Suddenly, blocks of ice surrounded him. Above his head, an ice pillar was ready to fall and crush him. Fong Ming said, although you can sense attack spirit art traps in advance, defensive spirit arts have no killing intent. It's not easy to detect them, is it? Moreover, your attention was all focused on the formation under your feet just now. Saying that, the ice pillar shot down, finishing off the mage first. The warrior on this side clasped his hands together. A blinding golden light appeared around him. He gritted his teeth. My clothes were still torn by you. He rushed in front of Fong Ming. Exchange your life for mine. Saying that, he struck the ground with a blow that looked very powerful, but it didn't hit anyone. Fong Ming had sneaked behind his back at some point. The power isn't bad, but compared to the president, it's really slow to the point of making people yawn. He launched an attack. At this moment, his body was pierced full of sharp ice spikes. In an instant, Fong Ming finished off 2 people. He turned back and asked, how is it? No broken arms or legs. Probably not dead yet, right? Cene replied, I feel we should quickly treat them. Otherwise, they really will die. Can you help arrange it? A moment later, eldest young Master Lin appeared. Young Master Lin said, what exactly is going on? Cene smiled and replied, these people came to the inn in the middle of the night to cause trouble. They didn't have any official documents either, and claimed to be from the Lin family. Who knows if there are some thugs impersonating you? That's why we help teach them a lesson to avoid bringing more trouble to your Lin family. The young master looked towards Fong Ming and thought, Who is that long-haired guy? Seems to be acquainted with Cene. Just relying on him alone, he easily defeated 2 6th rank experts. A servant whispered into his ear from the side. Young master, it's these two. We suspect they are related to the person who broke into the Lin family. Maybe accomplices. Cene asked from the side. Are they really from the Lin family? Did something happen to the Lin family? Lin Ming heard that and thought. Does he really not know? Or is he pretending? Never mind. Can't do anything to him right now anyway. Lin Ming immediately pushed the soldier away. Idiot. Insufficient to succeed, but more than enough to spoil things. Previously, Cene had merit in helping the Mei family subjugate the Wyvern. He is a friend of Longhui City, naturally a friend of the Lin family too. How could he be a bad person breaking into the Lin family to cause trouble? After taking a full blow from the young master, he was dragged away by other disciples. Lin Ming said, "Drag him away quickly. Leaving him here is embarrassing." Saying that, he clasped his hands respectfully and said, "Brother Cene, I have offended you greatly. Please forgive me." Cene replied, "It's okay, just a misunderstanding. But listening to your conversation just now, did someone really break into the Lin family?" Lin Ming replied, "Not afraid of you laughing at us. Just now, a 7th rank expert of unknown identity broke in, although killed on the spot. The identity and purpose of that person are still unclear. This kind of thing hasn't happened for decades. That's why the servants in the manor are a bit worried." Cene continued asking, "This matter isn't simple. Need to tell the Mei family? So they can also be careful and take precautions." Lin Ming replied, "Naturally. I will send someone to the Mei family later." Both of them smiled awkwardly, not knowing what to say. Fong Ming interjected, "Young Master Lin, just now was a misunderstanding. Offended you?" Lin Ming wondered and asked, "This is?" Cene replied, "This is my senior, Fong Ming, also traveling alone. Coincidentally met me here." Lin Ming thought to himself, "What coincidentally? How can there be such a coincidence? Think I'm stupid?" Cene and this expert named Fong Ming are highly suspicious. Can't let them run away easily. But the strength of these two is extraordinary. Relying on me and the people I brought, I absolutely cannot control them. On Cene's side, he thought, "Idiot. Wants to control us but can't beat us, so he just stands there worrying in vain." Just like that, for a long while, no one said anything. Suddenly, Cene spoke up. "Oh my, turns out those 2 6th ranks just now weren't lying. There really are hidden experts with bad intentions in Longhui City." He thought in his head, "Remind him a bit, to get him a way out." Fong Ming also added, "Then isn't it extremely urgent? Daring to sneak into the Lin family. That person definitely has high strength. Even we might be in danger because we can't fight them. Should immediately gather the experts in the city, right? Isn't that so? I was just discussing with young Master Lin. Must quickly notify the Mei family. Discuss countermeasures together." Fong Ming replied, "Just now while drinking. Didn't you say you wanted to get close to the Mei family? Why don't we go to the Mei family now to notify them to be vigilant? Also convenient for the Mei family to protect us." Lin Ming stood aside, watching the situation unfold, dumbfounded. Cene turned and bowed. "That's exactly it. Young Master Lin, we happen to be going to the Mei family to report this on your behalf. You don't need to send anyone anymore. Farewell." Saying that, the two intended to turn and leave, but suddenly Lin Ming spoke up. "Wait, young Master Cene previously agreed to be a guest at my house. Although things are tense now, but compared to the Mei family who are already on high alert, why don't the two of you take this opportunity to be guests at the Lin family, with 2 experts guarding the Lin family, looking out for each other. Even if those remnants have guts as big as the sky, they wouldn't dare do anything. Wait until dawn. We will meet with the Mei family. Search the whole city." Cene said hesitantly. "This." Lin Ming saw this and immediately added, "Could it be that young Master Cene looks down on my Lin family?" Cene replied, "Not at all. If that's the case, then please lead the way, young master." Finally, Lin Ming achieved his goal. He smiled smugly and thought, "At home, there's father and other 7th rank experts. There's also venerable snow plains. Afraid we can't deal with you?" Cene and Fong Ming thought on the side. "Idiot. I was thinking I had no reason to openly infiltrate your house." Fong Ming turned to whisper to Cene. "Venerable Snow Plains is a top-tier 9th rank expert. Even Gao Shun is not his opponent. Do you have a way to deal with him?" Cene whispered back, "If he really wants to attack us, then naturally we can only lie down and wait for death. But I feel he probably won't actively take action multiple times for the Lin family head. Fong Ming speculated again. But in the end, we can't avoid having to think of a way to deal with this trouble. At least, must have an escape plan. Also, those 3 7th-rank experts of the Lin family aren't easy to deal with. Cene replied, if it really doesn't work, you transform. If Venerable Snow Plains is really an ally of the demon race, then aren't you family? Fong Ming replied, wasn't that supposed to be the trump card for you to casually break into the Lin family? Cene winked and said, don't worry, I suddenly have a bold idea. Behind the cloak must be a box of something he shielded carefully. Cene said, anyway, the Lin family is definitely betraying the country this trip. Then naturally, I don't need to save face for them anymore. Fong Ming asked from the side, what treasure are you hiding? Cene thought happily. The capacity of the box the Yin family gave me is truly high. The storage space inside is super large, with a personality like mine that fills up inventory before doing a quest. Filling this storage space took quite a bit of effort. The wind is rising. Let the Lin family disappear. Thinking this, he smiled with a dark expression. In the corner, piles of grenades appeared. Scene shifts to the Lin family. The 2 of them were led inside by Lin Ming. I'll take you 2 to the guest room. East side first. He turned his head to tell his subordinate. Notify father. I brought 2 suspicious experts from outside into the house. Send someone to secretly monitor them later. While they were whispering, Cene approached and said, startling them, wait a moment. Lin Ming turned and replied, young Master Cene, is there a problem? Cene said, disturbing you in the middle of the night. If I don't greet the elders in the house, I'm afraid it's a bit rude. Just don't know if it's convenient now. Lin Ming replied, that's perfect. Father and a few elders in the house surely haven't slept yet. Also convenient to introduce everyone to get to know each other. Please follow me this way. He thought in his head. Also saves me the trouble of calling someone to secretly report to father. Lin Ming ordered, you go to the back and notify father. Then lead the way for the 2 of them. His face clearly showed a scheme as he thought. You guys can only be relaxed for this moment. Wait until father and the 7th-rank experts in the house arrive. Must clearly ask their purpose for coming to Longhui City. Cene spoke up. Young Master Lin, I have something to ask. Lin Ming replied with a smile. Young Master Cene, please speak. Cene's face darkened as he smiled threateningly and said, the study hiding the dragon egg. How far is it from this path? The sword tip was immediately pointed straight at Lin Ming's neck. Cene said, first time at your house. Don't know the way very well. Trouble you to lead the way for me. The soldier behind realized the danger and intended to turn and run. Suddenly, he stepped on a magic trap. Immediately, his whole body was frozen, unable to move anymore. Lin Ming panicked at this moment. You 2 are so bold. Just relying on 2 people, you dare to openly break into the Lin family and cause trouble? Think you can retreat in one piece? Do you know how many experts are in my house? A mirror and a magic circle were placed in front of Lin Ming. Cene said, just a 9th-rank foreigner, right? I've met many 9th ranks. Not scary. Fong Ming said, this is an extremely small ice trap. The function is also very simple. As long as you have a thought, an ice spike will pierce through your heart. Cene heard this for the first time and said, it can be used like that? Too convenient. Fong Ming replied, don't be surprised yet. What if the Lin family doesn't care whether this idiot lives or dies and chases after us? How do we deal with that? Cene said, aren't you best at delaying traps? When we get there, set up traps all over the ground behind us. Wouldn't that delay enough time? Fong Ming replied, think my spiritual power is free? Traps that can hinder the speed of 9th and 7th ranks. I can't make this quantity. You have to give me half a day or a day for me to gather enough to make one for you. Cene took out a grenade, pulled the pin, and said, don't rush. That sentence of yours just gave me a very good idea. Recall before. This one has the safety pin removed. Release the handle and it will explode. But we can use thin ice to freeze the handle. That way it won't explode immediately. Although a bit sloppy, can't control precisely, but it can be considered a not bad delayed explosive trap. Back to the present. Fong Ming said, this is the star's unique killer weapon? This power, Cene replied, don't worry. Explodes whichever wild boar it hits. Scene shifts to a room. Several people were standing around the body of the woman they just killed. The person is already dead. What the hell can we investigate? Could be the assassin would tattoo their identity on their body. Lin Tianxiong heard this from the side and said, "Watch your words. But I also don't understand. With venerable strength, capturing this woman alive would be as easy as turning over a hand. Why kill her?" Venerable Snow Plains replied, "Didn't think much. Dead is dead. Within 2 days, the dragon egg will hatch. By then, the big picture is set. What are we afraid of?" Lin Tianxiong heard this and thought, "Is what he said true? As long as the dragon egg hatches, the Saint Dragon will accept a master and obey our commands?" Thinking this, he smiled and said, "Venerable, is it true that the Saint Dragon, just born, has a 10th rank body and strength not inferior to a spirit venerable?" Venerable Snow Plains replied, "I won't hide it from you. After experiencing a long seal, the Saint Dragon reborn into the world will definitely be at its weakest, its strength surely greatly depleted. But also because of this once-in-a-millennium opportunity, can we perform the secret technique to make it establish a blood pact with humans? If it were born transcendent and saintly, do you feel mortals like us would have any chance?" A man standing next to him said, "If that's the case, if our plan is discovered in advance, and the royal capital sends experts to surround us, wouldn't we be in danger of extermination?" Venerable Snow Plains heard this and replied, "You think this dilapidated little house is a treasure to guard? Can't win? Don't know how to run? Once the Saint Dragon descends, just takes 1 or 2 years to return to its peak. What you need to care about now is not letting strangers break in and ruin the big event again." Scene shifts to another room. Jean asked, "This place is the study? Don't sense any aura at all. Must be a secret room going down to the basement, right?" Lin Ming replied from the side, "That's right." After entering the room, the porcelain vase on the second row of the bookshelf use a light breeze to blow into it. If the vase shakes but doesn't fall, it can open the passage to the basement. Fong Ming said, "This mechanism is also sophisticated. Doesn't sound fake." Lin Ming silently watched the backs of the two approaching and smiled, thinking, "The mechanism I told you is indeed real. Mainly because my life is more important. I also couldn't come up with a lie that looks real. But inside the study, many trap mechanisms have been activated. As long as you enter, absolutely no life left to take a second step. Wait until you trigger the traps and are in panic. I'll use my strongest fire spirit art to destroy the formation in my heart." Suddenly, Jean spoke up. "Looks like deadly trap mechanisms and formations are arranged inside." "Huh?" Lin Ming, standing behind, was stunned to hear his plan exposed. Fong Ming immediately activated the formation, instantly piercing his heart with ice. "You're useless now. Pay with your life for the caravan that died at the hands of your Lin family." Jean immediately flew up into the sky. Knowing it's underground is enough. As for the study above, regardless of how many methods you prepared, saying that, he dropped dozens of grenades down. Leveling it in one go is fine. The man panicked, frowned, and said, What? What happened in the direction of the study? Someone invaded. Why was there no notification?" In the corner of the room, the man sitting hugging his knees thought, "Why didn't I detect any spies either?" On the ground, the man lying there had his left chest pierced, bleeding profusely. Fong Ming said to Jean, "The Lin family experts have definitely mobilized. Move faster." Jean said suspiciously, "Are there traps in the tunnel below?" Fong Ming replied, "Don't sense any formation fluctuations. Seems there aren't any." After speaking, the two of them ran down the stairs quickly. Jean quickly said, "Then let's go down." The bearded man said angrily, "What exactly is going on? Why did someone break in here without anyone noticing?" The servant bowed, trembling and stammering. "Rear report, my lord. Our outer defense line has no phenomenon of external invasion." During this time, only the young master entered. Lin Tianxiong asked the servant, "Where is Tian Ming?" The servant replied, "The young master just followed 2 people towards the west." The man covering one eye said, "Seems Tian Ming was threatened. Let's go there quickly. I fear there is danger." Lin Tianxiong shouted angrily, "This useless trash." A group of them suddenly ran very fast out the door. On the ground, suddenly there was something like a grenade. Before they could react, it exploded loudly, causing Lin Tianxiong to be shocked and shout, "Careful, there's an ambush." Lin Tianxiong widened his eyes, thinking, there is such a high-level attack spirit art. yet we didn't detect any spiritual power fluctuation. Saying that, he turned to remind the young man. Careful, there might be spirit art traps. The young man quickly launched attacks. Spinning rapidly like a fan around him, a large hole was punched into the ground beneath his feet. After observing there was nothing he was looking for, he turned to say to Lin Tianxiong. Nothing. Seems the attack just now was indeed a trap. The enemy specializes in time delay spirit art traps. Don't sense any residual spiritual power. Seems there are no more traps here. A cracking sound suddenly came from under their feet. Lin Tianxiong observed and thought. Strengthening spiritual perception still couldn't detect the trap. What exactly is it? Thinking for a moment, Lin Tianxiong said to the others. You guys stay on guard. Split into different paths to find safe route. Lin Tianxiong finished speaking, but continued to observe and think. Such powerful destructive force cannot arrange too many in a short time. Must quickly think of a way to get to the study. In the dense bushes, footsteps making cracking sounds were approaching. The castle was burning, flames flaring up violently. The man with a scar on his face was crouching as if hiding from something, a black cloth wrapped around his body. He couldn't help but be surprised seeing the ice aura. He didn't hesitate to decisively pick up that object and observe it in his hand. He thought to himself, there's still residual low-level ice attribute spiritual power on it. Was the explosion just now caused by this thing? He speculated and exclaimed. Interesting. Who exactly is the person who came? On this side, Fong Ming and Cene are walking. Fong Ming suddenly said, Seems it has started. Can't delay for long. Cene replied, Enough to keep them busy. The only one to worry about is Venerable Snow Plains. A 9th rank expert won't be delayed too long by this kind of small trick. But we reached the destination. There are many glowing blue stones in the tunnel, making Cene widen his eyes and say, Are the Lin family people idiots? They were also deceived by Venerable Snow Plains with this? Inside those blue spirit stones, there was a naked girl, making Cene exclaim, This is also called a dragon? Cene observed for a while and said again, Although I knew what was hidden here from the shopkeeper, I'm still shocked. Fong Ming put 2 fingers together, using the 4th rank spirit art, Exploding Flame Fireball, to calculate. The Exploding Flame Fireball had extremely powerful force. Large flames heated up, causing the layer of spirit stone wrapping the girl to crack, but it felt like they couldn't break it. Making Fong Ming exclaim, Can't break it. Inside the ice block sealing her, there's an extremely powerful force. Relying on our strength, we probably can't do anything to this ice block. A voice suddenly came. Don't mention you guys. Even a 9th rank expert like me. Most people cannot destroy this eel. After all, this eel was made by the Ice Saint Dragon to protect itself during its slumber from harm. The man with a scar on his face stepped forward and added, I wondered who broke in here. Turns out it's 2 7th rank brats. But to be able to cause such a big commotion, throwing the Lin family into chaos, you guys are quite something. Cene readied his sword and said, You are Venerable Snow Plains, worthy of being a 9th rank expert. The traps I left were completely useless. Venerable Snow Plains held the blue spirit stone in his hand and said, You mean this toy? Indeed a bit interesting. The mechanism on top triggers an explosion? Is this a weapon your Tian Ming kingdom newly researched? Inside there is a small spiritual power fluctuation. Is it a spirit stone? Venerable Snow Plains brought it closer to observe and exclaimed, A mid-grade fire spirit stone. A small fragment of a low-grade fire spirit stone. Once the mechanism is released, these 2 spirit stones will touch each other, creating a spark leading to all spiritual power. In the spirit stone exploding. Inside this iron ball, there are also many sharp metal fragments hidden. Venerable Snow Plains said this, then suddenly smiled slightly, his eyes darkening as he said, The principle is very simple, but this idea is very clever. But in front of a true expert, this little toy has no effect at all. Hearing him finish, Cene and Fong Ming also felt a chill. Venerable Snow Plains continued, Doesn't matter if you don't speak. You can die here. Cene called out, Wait, don't talk to yourself like that. We were just about to speak. At least let us announce our sect, right? Attacking after just 1 sentence of disagreement, the man replied calmly, Is that so? You feel your identities can change your current situation? Fong Ming smiled slightly and said, All right, not pretending anymore. I show my hand. Suddenly, Black smoke emitted from his face, his eyes turned pitch black, looking terrifying. I am a demon. Let's see if you are executing the plan, or secretly doing something else behind our backs. Venerable Snow Plains widened his eyes and exclaimed, Demon? He darkened his face, thinking, Here to monitor me? No, even if that's true, they couldn't send a brat I've never met to pass. Speaking ambiguously, he is deceiving me. Thinking this, he raised his hand in a gesture of peace and said, Don't know what you are saying. Humans and demons are enemies on opposite sides. Revealing your identity now will only make you die faster. Cene heard him finish, smiled slightly, and said, It seems Venerable Snow Plains is an ally of humanity. Then it's easy, just a misunderstanding, we are all family. Venerable Snow Plains was confused. What do you mean? Cene quickly said, I never said I was also a demon like him. I am Cene, son of Spirit Venerable C and Rwandai. Saying that, he stepped forward holding his sword. Venerable Snow Plains' eyes widened, thinking, unexpectedly, Son of the Spirit Venerable? Son of the Spirit Venerable. Thinking this, he didn't hesitate to rush at Cene and said, Then I truly can't kill you. I'll cripple your limbs and take you back. Before he could act, Fong Ming quickly used magic to respond, making the other guy unable to withdraw his sword or advance. He said angrily, Playing with ice in front of me? Overestimating yourself. He stopped using the sword and switched to punching continuously with his hands, but feeling everything was ineffective, he thought. After image? Speed too fast, no spiritual power fluctuation. It's pure martial arts movement technique. Cene rushed straight to the ice block encasing the girl's body and pierced it with his sword blade. Venerable Snow Plains quickly ran over, saying as he ran, But relying on your strength, you can't possibly touch the seal. Cene felt this seal was very strange. Piercing it continuously with the sword caused nothing to happen, making him widen his eyes in disbelief. What? Venerable Snow Plains rushed over. Just as his two palms touched the girl's palm, the girl immediately opened her eyes, her blue eyes looking at him. Venerable Snow Plains widened his eyes, unable to believe his palm touched the palm of the girl inside. Blue eyes flashed, slowly opening, then a thought appeared in her head. Impure. After the thought ended, he was immediately pushed away, falling to his knees on the ground. He widened his eyes, unable to believe his own eyes, thinking, Truly unexpected. Originally, I thought no one in this world could destroy the Saint Dragon seal. Disturbing his sleep, didn't expect to actually see the Saint Dragon awaken. How exactly did this brat Cene do it? Although the Saint Dragon just awakened, strength hasn't recovered yet. But to me, it is still a huge threat. No need to stay here anymore. He crushed the spirit stones in his hand and thought. Anyway, the original goal was to completely destroy Longwy City, although the development of events had accidents. But the Saint Dragon just awakened and finding itself brought to a human city in the south, far from its territory, will definitely be angry and level this place. From within the ice block, a slender foot slowly touched the ground. Cene quickly took a large cloak and draped it over her, covering her body. The woman turned and asked, What are you doing? Cene made a face and thought, If I didn't do something extra, I'm afraid this chapter wouldn't be approved for the readers. The woman uncomfortably touched the cloak and said, Unclean thing. But thinking of something, she brought it to her nose and exclaimed, Familiar scent. Then, not understanding why, she rushed at Cene and sniffed him, saying, There's the aura of saint rank. I remember now. Before she finished speaking, Cene fell backwards, making the woman widen her eyes. It was him who just called my true name. I woke up my true name, only told the people I trust. Why does he know? If you can't answer to my satisfaction, I will turn you into ice. Cene frowned angrily. Wang Gui, next depends on you. The sword replied, Don't worry, just need her to hold me tight. She has slept for nearly 1,000 years. What happened cannot be explained clearly in a few words. Hearing this, Cene's eyes lit up, and he handed the sword for her to hold. Try holding this. The girl widened her eyes in confusion and asked, You mean for me to hold this sword? Must it be from high above to converse? Saying that, the sword suddenly flew up, surprising Cene a bit. The Saint Dragon held the sword and closed her eyes. Fong Ming appeared from nowhere and said, Didn't expect you could wake this dragon. This is your trump card? But it seems she has no intention of listening to you. Even if she's in a bad mood, she might send you to heaven. Sijin replied unflinkingly. Even I was seen through by you. You are truly smart. Fong Ming heard this, coughed once, and said, Too much praise. Sijin said grumpily, I wasn't praising you. Fong Ming kept a straight face and said, Venerable Snow Plains saw the unfavorable situation and ran away. Even a top-tier 9th rank expert like him was scared like that. Should we also slip away? Sijin smiled ambiguously and said, It's okay. Wang Gui said it's an old acquaintance of this little girl. Wait for them to finish reminiscing, and she will probably be on our side. Just as he finished the sentence, a blue light flashed, surprising them. Sijin darkened his face thinking, Don't tell me you messed it up? Fong Ming said calmly. Looking at her mood, it seems extremely bad. Are the two of us done for? The girl sat holding her head, pulling her hair, and said, Annoying to death. Matters that can be said in one sentence. He uses 100 sentences to circle around the continent. It's been so long, yet he still hasn't fixed this habit. It seems you are Wang Gui's little brother? Wang Gui's little brother. Is my little brother. Just now in this room, was there a big guy bullying you? I'll help you vent your anger first. Her eyes were determined as she spoke. The castle was burning fiercely with extremely large flames. The man fighting hard shouted loudly, Quickly put out the fire. Those who don't know spirit arts, go carry water here. Lin Tianxiong widened his eyes in panic. Done for, done for. Venerable Snow Plains ran from afar shouting. Lin Tianxiong asked urgently, Venerable, in front of the study, what exactly is... Suddenly, the one-eyed young man beside him held a large log, jumped up high to gain momentum, and hit him, saying, We are asking you. Venerable Snow Plains used magic to block his blow easily, freezing the young man immobile. From afar, the white-haired woman, who was the Saint Dragon, flew over very fast and said, Running quite fast. Seems it was you who brought me here. Venerable Snow Plains grimaced, thinking to himself, Caught up too fast. The spirit Venerable Sun and that weird demon both have strength at 7th rank. Moreover, they definitely have special means. Couldn't even delay for this little bit of time? Unless... His eyes looked serious as he guessed something. Could be the Saint Dragon didn't attack them? Lin Tianxiong frowned and asked, Who are you two? You are the ones who broke into my house and destroyed it. Where's my son? Fong Ming replied ambiguously. I killed him. Hearing this news, Lin Tianxiong was shocked and extremely angry, saying, You, no matter who you are, even if my Lin family is exterminated today, I must drag you down as a cushion. The Saint Dragon frowned and interjected. Too noisy. Need me to crush this bug? Sijin smiled and said, You should focus on Venerable Snow Plains. He is really strong. Better be careful. Hearing Sijin finish, she turned and said, Interesting. You worry I can't beat him? That big guy. You feel I can't beat you? Venerable Snow Plains frowned and replied, Naturally, the Saint Dragon cannot be defeated by my hands. But with your current strength, I might not lack a chance to retreat in one piece. The Saint Dragon frowned angrily and flew up. Such big talk. Then you won't just die. You must die very miserably. The man also prepared his weapon for battle, calculating in his head, dealing with the Ice Saint Dragon, using ice as the source. Normal spirit arts have no effect. 9th rank spirit art. He immediately activated the circle. Sijin shouted, Hey, we are still here. If you and he fight like that, we and the people in the city will suffer. Quickly think of a way. The Saint Dragon turned and replied, First, I am not this guy, but I also can't let you use my true name to call me. Saying that, she spread her hand, a light shone, an 8th rank spirit art. I have many names in the human world. She danced a beautiful dragon magic path, closed her eyes to focus, and said, But I hope you'll call me Lu Hua. Streams of blue light defeated Venerable Snow Plains in one go, making him scream in extreme pain. The blue lights slowly diminished and disappeared, making Sijin widen his eyes and say, So that's it. Snowflakes filling the sky. Touching a color, this name, was named by the first spirit Venerable, right? The 9th rank Venerable Snow Plains fell to the ground. The Saint Dragon flew after him very quickly. Ran far enough, right? If you don't fight back, there won't be a chance. Looking at the huge object in the sky made Venerable Snow Plains feel fear. It was like a hammer rushing straight down to where venerable snow plains was falling. In the castle, a strange sound. Sijin heard it and immediately realized. Is this the battle of a 9th rank expert? Previously, when Gao Yuan rebelled, he didn't create such a big commotion. Suddenly a voice rang out. Ice Dragon is a saint rank magic beast. Although it is said that when she just awakens, her strength is not at peak, she is not comparable to an ordinary 9th rank spirit master. Hardly found such a powerful backer, but at the critical moment, he is not by my side. Kid, your luck is really not good. As he spoke, long sharp hands surrounded by blackness with sparks of fire like being burned were hidden behind his clothes. Sijin replied suspiciously, deceived by venerable snow plains, shouldering the crime of rebellion. House exploded. Son died. At such an age, don't know how to live the coming days, yet dare to say my luck is not good? Fong Ming interjected. Your mouth is too poisonous. Lin Tianxiong from behind extended 2 long sharp hands, shouting very loudly. I don't know how I will be later, but you absolutely won't see tomorrow's sun. Saying that, the old man rushed straight over. Sijin said to Fong Ming, 6th rank spirit art. The two of them quickly observed large walls pressing towards them. Then from nowhere, cannon blasts directly cracked the wall. A face emerged, no longer human-shaped, eyes bright like fire, with black cracks on the face. A sharp hand clenched tight. Together, Sijin nudged Fong Ming and said, 7th rank, peak spirit art. Dual body spirit fusion. Fong Ming frowned and replied, it's not ordinary ice fire thunder attribute. Seems to be magma and fire fusion. Could it be the Lin family has some formidable inheritance? Sijin held his sword, eyes sharp, and said, the troublesome thing lies after the body-spirit fusion, before spiritual power is exhausted. The spirit master is almost unkillable, unless given destruction level suppression. Otherwise, you can only kill him countless times. The shiny sword in Sijin's hand spoke. Not that troublesome. This is not body-spirit fusion. Lin Tianxiong's strength is not known to reach 7th rank peak. It just looks like it. This is a spirit art of the demon race. Perhaps venerable snow plains gave it to him. Lin Tianxiong shouted loudly. Have time to talk? Die for me. Saying that, he suddenly rushed over. Sijin said, leave close combat to me. You go set up traps. Sword paths were quickly swung by Sijin, but had no effect. Too hard, can't cut in. Feeling the situation was not good, Sijin called. Wang Gui, can you do it? Wang Gui replied. Don't fight fists with him. Try slashing his middle path. Hearing that, Sijin frowned and said, what middle path? I don't know Master IP Swing, Chun. How do I slash? Wang Gui continued. Confused. Usually so smart. Why lose your wits when seeing a spirit art you've never seen before? Isn't it that his legs haven't finished transforming yet? Probably just learned the spirit art and hasn't mastered it yet. Sijin grumbled. Why didn't you say so earlier? Too much nonsense. A next sword strike. Point Moon. Piercing heart style. Who would have thought he would turn around and run away? The guy shouted angrily. Want to run away? Stinking worm, stand still for me. Sijin performed sword arts. Point Moon, wind style. The guy rushed at Sijin very fast. So what if the speed is fast? As long as you rush over, catching you is as easy as turning over a hand. Suddenly he stopped, eyes wide. What? Sijin put the sword on his shoulder and said calmly. Without training to aim, you can't see through the dazzling ultimate move. The essence of Point Moon is basically not speed, got it? Lin Tianxiong stood in the swirl of confusing moves, bewildered. Sijin said calmly, after cutting off your mobility, leave the war of attrition to the expert in this field. A large fire fell to the ground. Lin Tianxiong shouted frantically. Surrounded. In such a short time, trap arrangements cannot be without a gap. Also cannot be all high-level spirit arts. Now low-level spirit arts can't do anything to me. Charge strongly and break through the encirclement from the weakest point of the opponent's trap formation. Fong Ming huffed. Lin Tianxiong stepped 1 foot onto the formation as if controlled. The formation on the ground was a guiding formation. He screamed very loudly as if being burned. In the sky, there appeared a stream of fire. The real attack is overhead. The dragon rushed down quickly to Lin Tianxiong's position. His head caught fire into a large flame. Pity, too immature. Now my body already has high-rank fire attributes, and hardness not inferior to rock. Even if it's a 7th rank fire spirit art you prepared for a long time, it cannot cause substantial damage to me, he said. Although the fire on his head burned larger, he remained quite calm. But seemingly a moment later, he couldn't take it anymore and collapsed to the ground, eyes tight and glaring. Cene held his sword in a defensive stance looking at him. On his body, only a part of the wax-like shell remained separated. He opened his mouth and said, "Damn it, don't think you could defeat me like this." Suddenly he spoke. Growing out from the broken shell parts, his skin showed signs of rising. Fong Ming observed for a while and said, "You say you look like a hot stone now? Don't know how it would be to cool you down a bit right now." Saying that, blocks of ice rushed down really fast towards him. Lin Tianxiong shouted angrily, "You two bastards." From afar, a woman riding a horse called out loudly, "Cene." The old man leading Mei Ping's father observed the scene and wondered, "What is this? Where is Lin Tianxiong?" Cene pointed calmly with his hand. "Over there." A group of people suddenly surrounded Cene, making Mei Ping confused and say, "Father, what are you doing?" Old man Lin came out, hands clasped behind his back, and said calmly, "The Lin family is, after all, a family with deep roots in our Longhui city. Before everything is clear, we must suspect everything." "Cene, who exactly are you? What happened here?" Fong Ming said to Cene. "You did so much, since when did you see?" Cene replied, "What fake? It's all real goods." Knowing I had to travel far, many people stuffed me with many identities and positions. In case of need, Fong Ming agreed. The Yin family's gold token is probably high enough, but using it in the current situation isn't quite right. No choice. Although I really don't want to take it out right now. Cene held up a token and said, "Actually, I am the Imperial Envoy appointed by Her Highness the Imperial Princess." The Lin family intended to rebel. Now, after the matter was exposed, they resisted me, so they were punished by us on the spot. The people around observed and whispered, "Imperial Envoy? Such a young person. It is indeed a royal token. What exactly did the Lin family do?" Cene replied, "Because of their greed, the Lin family was seduced by venerable snow plains." Old man Lin said, "That venerable snow plains, isn't he the top-tier, 9th rank expert in the northern desert? Where is he now?" Cene frowned. "We have someone dealing with him. But I'm afraid the trouble isn't over yet. We suggest quickly mobilizing everyone capable of fighting in the city. Prepare to welcome the next attack." The Saint Dragon stood on the ice block and said, "In front of me? You feel you can hide in the ice and successfully sneak attack me?" A hand suddenly grabbed her leg from within the ice, but she kicked her leg up really high, sending the guy flying out of the ice block. She grabbed his head and said, "Ever been beaten by a dragon?" Before the guy could look, he was dropped from high above into the ice pit. He said in pain, "Just a normal blow, yet it has such power. If I hadn't prepared defense in advance, perhaps the blow just now could have killed me." The Saint Dragon frowned and said, "Not fighting, not running either. You are deliberately stalling me." Venerable Snow Plains replied strugglingly, "Saint Dragon, do you know the scent of your just-awakened bloodlines spreading on your body is enough to make dragon-type magic beasts go crazy? All the lowly, inferior wyverns want to eat your flesh, even though they know they're completely not your match, just coming to throw away their lives. But they cannot suppress that impulse." The video ends here. If you find it interesting, please click like so Bear can release more news stories. Goodbye, everyone.